Chapter 1. A Fortuitous Beginning. Realm, body refinement, blood manipulation, cave heaven, divine powers, doubt embodiment, reincarnation, sage, sage king, great sage supreme. Sage, quasi-emperor, great emperor, bewildered. Where am I? Was I not struck by lightning? What on earth is happening? Yuan Zhanxian gazed around in confusion, surrounded by darkness and dampness, as though submerged in water. Upon inspecting his own physique, he muttered, "Damn it! Heaven, are you toying with me? You actually sent me through time?" Feeling his infantile form, he spoke to himself. Yuan Zhanxian, 27 years old, that a prodigy who graduated from a prestigious university on Blue Star, he built a fortune of hundreds of millions from scratch within just 5 years. While this might seem trivial to top-tier families, for a self-made individual at the tender age of 27, it was nothing short of genius. Yet, all of this crumbled due to betrayal from a woman and a brother, which seemed almost comical. However, the sensation of plummeting from great heights to the depths of despair, coupled with the sting of betrayal from those he cherished, nearly shattered Yuan Zhanxian. When misfortune strikes, even a sip of water can lodge in one's throat. He merely sought solace atop a mountain with a drink, only to be struck by lightning and inexplicably transported through time. In the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, myriad races thrived, great clans, ancient imperial families, immortal dynasties, and sacred lands, each with their own extraordinary prodigies emerging. The 9 heavens were divided into Taiyuan heaven, Taichu heaven, Taishur heaven, Taiyu heaven, Taiyi heaven, Taichun heaven, Taiching heaven, Taishao heaven, and Taiwang heaven. The 10 earths comprised the underworld, the desolate land, the pure blood sea, the thunder marsh, the nest of all things, hell, the burial grounds of immortals, the ancient, divine mountain, the endless star sea, and the dark domain. Taiyuan heaven is the domain of the Yuan clan. The Yuan clan, a forbidden family that has existed since the inception of Taiyuan heaven, is said to possess a history even older than that of Taiyuan itself. At this moment, a voice shattered the silence within the family. Ahaha. The matriarch is exerting herself. The young matriarch female is about to give birth. Push. A stunningly beautiful noblewoman lay on the bed, her face weary as she cried out, "Yuan Zhanxian, you scoundrel, this hurts like hell. After the child is born, just wait and see how I deal with you." Awawa with a resounding cry. The door swung open, and a maid rushed out exclaiming, "It's a son. Congratulations to the head of the family." At that moment, the tension that had gripped those waiting outside began to ease with the sound of the infant's wail. Yuan Zhanxian, who had been outside listening to his wife's scolding, felt an indescribable wave of emotion wash over him. If he had been utterly frustrated a second ago, he was now filled with uncontainable joy. He danced with glee and exclaimed to the elderly man beside him, "Father, did you hear? I have a son. I have a son. Ha ha!" If outsiders had witnessed this scene, they would scarcely believe that the once mighty Zhanxian sage, who had dominated an era and quelled all prodigies, was now reveling in sheer delight. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, the elderly man beside them exclaimed, "I am not deaf, you impudent boy. Look at you, what a sight. Hurry and check on Ling Qing, and bring out my grandson for me to see. As your father, I must be the first to lay eyes on my grandchild. Go on." With that, Yuan Zhanxian hurried into the room. He gazed at the somewhat weakened Ling Qing on the bed and gently said, "My dear, you have truly endured much to at that moment." Ling Qing, looking at the man she cherished most, retorted, "You scoundrel, do you have any idea how much I have suffered? This little rascal has been in my womb for a millennium and has finally made his appearance." As she looked at her newborn, a radiant smile illuminated her face. She then said, "Zhanxian, our son still lacks a name. Please bestow one upon him." How quickly this woman changes her tune. Just a moment ago, she was cursing, and now she is transformed entirely. Yuan Zhanxian murmured softly, "What did you say?" "Oh, nothing, nothing, haha." How infuriating. After a moment of inner venting, Yuan Zhanxian fell silent and began to survey his surroundings. As a business prodigy of the 21st century, maintaining composure was his undeniable strength. Analyzing the situation, he muttered to himself, "I must be a newborn infant at this moment." Typically, he would engage in gaming or read novels, aware that those who traversed worlds were either elderly sages or wielded extraordinary abilities. It seems I possess nothing, he thought, peering through his squinted eyes at a stunningly beautiful mother and an exceptionally handsome father. He reassured himself. At least my parents are top tier. In looks, I shall not be lacking in appearance either. No more dwelling on this. Since fate has brought me here, I shall let the past fade away. From this moment forth, I will embark on my new life. At this juncture, Yuan Zhanxian, having lingered in thought for a moment, spoke up. How about Yuan Zhanxian? I hope our child can become the foremost immortal in the grand era that follows the resurgence of spiritual energy. Very well. Let it be Yuan Zhanxian. I believe our son will undoubtedly surpass both you and me, achieving greatness in this prosperous age and subduing all foes, Yuan Zhanxian said slowly. Let's go, they must have been waiting for quite some time. It is time for our child to meet our family and clan. Outside, the courtyard was already overflowing with people. Those present were all formidable figures whose very footsteps could shake the heavens and the earth. A powerful, terrifying aura seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality, as everyone anxiously awaited a glimpse of the little clan leader and his unique constitution. In the distance, at the Yuan clan's ancestral grounds, supreme consciousnesses began to converse. The child of Zhanxian has been born. After a millennium of pregnancy, this child has certainly caused more upheaval than Zhanxian did in his time. Back then, Zhanxian's mother was only pregnant for a century, and yet Zhanxian has already reigned over his era for tens of thousands of years. I estimate this child's achievements will be even more astonishing. Yet, what kind of constitution will he possess? Let us observe and see. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian and Yuan Zhanxian emerged side by side, with Yuan Zhanxian cradling Yuan Zhanxian in her arms, a radiance of happiness illuminating her face. The people in the courtyard quickly gathered around, inquiring eagerly, "Have you chosen a name? What is it?" Yes. What is the child's name?" The elders of the clan also pressed for answers. Yuan Zhanxian replied, "My son is named Yuan Zhanxian." Yuan Zhanxian? They were astonished that he bore the name of an immortal. What a splendid name. Our Yuan clan shall aspire to transcendence and subdue all. At that moment, Yuan's son, the former clan leader and father of Yuan Zhanxian, noticed something peculiar. He spoke, "Esteemed guests, you are all individuals who once dominated realms now. You gather here." Even practitioners at the great sage level would likely feel immense pressure from such a presence. Yet, observe, this child remains utterly unfazed, not even shedding a tear under your formidable aura. An ancient elder stepped forward, exclaiming, "Let me see this child's constitution." He reached out and touched Yuan Zhanxian's forehead, and a flash of golden light appeared as he murmured, "Strange, why can I not sense this child's constitution? Could it be a mundane body?" In this vast expanse of heaven and earth, there existed 3,000 constitutions, each ranked differently, with the top 10 remaining unchanged through the ages. The might of these top 10 constitutions was such that any single one could dominate an era. 1. Chaos body. 2. Primal sacred body. 3. Celestial forbidden body. 4. Reincarnation body. 5. Void body. 6. Ancient sacred body, overbearing celestial body. 7. Solar body, lunar body. 8. Primal Tao body, primal soar body. 9. Supreme bone. 10. Double pupils. Yet, he could detect no trace of any constitution within Yuan Zhanxian. This was inconceivable. Zhanxian possesses the ancient sacred body. In his youth, he inadvertently entered the solar forbidden zone, absorbing the true power of the sun and the essence of the solar core, thereby giving birth to a postnatal solar body. Furthermore, Ling Qing embodies the lunar body. The child cannot be without a constitution. It is simply impossible. At that moment, a terrifying aura of chaos began to permeate the skies above the Yuan clan's ancestral grounds. "What is this?" an elder exclaimed. "Chaos aura?" Suddenly, magnificent and auspicious creatures appeared above, foremost among them the 4 sacred beasts, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. Encircling the palace where Yuan Zhanxian resided, bowing their heads in reverence. Following them were powerful figures, emerging around the rare beasts and 4 sacred beasts, respectfully saluting the location of Yuan Zhanxian. Golden lotuses of the 3,000 great avenues descended from the heavens, drifting toward the Yuan clan, accompanied by resonant sounds of the great Tao mysterious and profound. Is this the chaos body? Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed through the skies. My grandson is a chaos body, a defiant constitution of the ages. A chaos body. Tears welled up in his eyes, streaming down his cheeks. What a remarkable constitution. It was the foremost constitution throughout the eons. Invincible in form, impervious to all laws, shattering myriad paths, sweeping across the heavens. Throughout history, there has emerged a singular entity of chaos, possessing a constitution that grants it a ticket to the realm of emperors. As long as it does not fall, it is destined to ascend beyond the rank of an emperor, ultimately becoming an invincible sovereign. My grandson is fated to suppress an era, to dominate the ages. Yuan Zhanxian remarked, "Ah, what a splendid beginning, a prestigious lineage and an unparalleled physique. This seems quite promising. I can hardly contain my eagerness to explore this wondrous world." Chapter 2. The Three Great Constitutions, Undercurrents Stirring. Ding binding successful. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Yuan Zhanxian's mind. "It has arrived. My golden finger has come. I am a supreme system. May I inquire if the host is willing to bind?" System. What capabilities do you possess? To the host. This system is the supreme system of the myriad realms, capable of assisting the host in becoming the paramount existence across all worlds. This system features a scion function and a task function. Upon completing the first task, the system shop will be unlocked. Items in the shop can be acquired by earning corresponding task points, which may be used to purchase anything the host desires. Note, anything at all. That sounds quite appealing. Very well, I shall bind. Binding successful. The host is granted 3 special gifts. Shall the host open them? Yes, I confirm the opening. Congratulations, host. You have received 6 pieces of supreme bone. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pair of heavy eyes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a volume of eternal celestial scripture. Shall the host merge these? Merge. Yuan Zhanxian replied without a moment's hesitation. Heavy. Heavy eyes. An elder of the clan gazed at Yuan Zhanxian's newly opened eyes in astonishment, and the onlookers, still basking in the joy of Yuan Zhanxian's chaotic constitution, were rendered speechless at the mention of heavy eyes. Turning to look at him in disbelief, that moment, some elders were so exhilarated that their bodies began to tremble slightly. This is the era of our Yuan clan. We shall surely reign over the heavens and the earth. This child is destined to suppress this glorious age and sweep away all obstacles. Heavy eyes are among the top 10 constitutions. Legend has it that those with heavy eyes are invincible, capable of opening up a vast realm upon reaching full maturity. Wait. Look, this child is still enveloped in celestial energy, as if harboring an indescribable terror. Supreme bone. That is supreme bone. Another elder cried out in shock, his body shaking violently, his heart pounding as though it might burst forth. 6 pieces of bone, faintly glowing with mysterious light, adorned Yuan Zhanxian's forehead, limbs, and chest, inscribed with runes. Countless epochs ago, there was an invincible emperor who possessed but a single piece of supreme bone, and he swept through various prodigies and geniuses, ultimately claiming the imperial throne. That emperor had but 1 piece of supreme bone. This child possesses 6 pieces. Does that not mean? Heaven bless our Yuan clan. Heaven bless our Yuan clan. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on Yuan Zhanxian, fearing that he might vanish in the next instant, his body trembling as he murmured incessantly, "Chaos body, supreme bone, heavy pupil. Chaos body, supreme bone, heavy pupil. Ha 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 ha. My son possesses the chaos body, supreme bone, heavy pupil, 3 of the 10 extraordinary physiques. He is destined for immortality. My son bears the visage of a celestial being." Ha ha. Beside him, Yulingqing trembled slightly, a smile gracing her features. Although she did not shout with the same fervor as Yuan Zhanxian, her heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. Her child possessed the potential for transcendence. After all, the ancestral land of the Yuan clan had not seen such a prodigy in countless ages. I must take this child as my disciple. Without a doubt, an elder from the clan raved passionately. "Oh, are you certain you wish to compete with me for a disciple?" Let's not phrase it that way. This is the housemaster's son. How could it be deemed as competition? I am merely here to instruct the heir. What is there to argue about? If we contend, he shall belong to us. The 9 ancestors will soon emerge from their seclusion in the ancestral land's forbidden zone. Should we truly succeed in claiming him, we might find ourselves in peril. The numerous elders cast disparaging glances. What the 9 ancestors? If the clan leader's grandson were to attain enlightenment, it would surely etch his name in history that a celestial master. That is a title of great renown. Furthermore, are we unaware? Do you need a fool like you to remind us? Is that not feigning ignorance while fully aware? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled, an overwhelming aura enveloping the grand hall. An aged elder stepped forth from the ether, his presence as profound as the abyss, akin to a true celestial being. With a mere glance, he silenced the gathering of ancient figures, rendering them mute and cautious. From the void, his voice resonated. Seal, Yuan Zhanxian, the divine scion of the Yuan clan, shall receive all resources of the clan. His words echoed through the heavens and earth. The crowd responded with reverence. Yes, our divine scion shall undoubtedly lead our clan to reign supreme across the realms. Chaos body, supreme bone, heavy pupil, these are the attributes of a celestial being, unmatched in all eternity. This generation's fate surely belongs to the scion. One clan member remarked, "You are mistaken. I fear the scion is not merely unmatched, but rather unparalleled in history." Yuan clan ancestral land. The voice of the elder resounded once more from the void. The scion shall be sent to the ancestral land's forbidden zone for my personal tutelage after reaching the age of 3. At this moment, both Yuan Zhanxian and Yuan Sun were filled with overwhelming excitement. This was the Yuan clan's 9 ancestors, renowned beings from countless epochs, the very essence of the clan's strength. Ordinary individuals lacked even the qualification to gaze upon the ancestors, let alone enter the forbidden zone. Yuan Sun and Yuan Zhanxian had only been fortunate enough to meet the ancestors after ascending to the position of clan leader. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Meanwhile, distant from the Yuan clan, powerful entities from ancient families turned their attention toward them. An elder from Forbidden Clan spoke. Heaven and earth manifest extraordinary phenomena of the scion. The Yuan clan, once again the Yuan clan. In the previous era, Yuan Zhanxian had already overshadowed the talents of that age, leaving them gasping for breath. Had only a few millennia passed, and now his son was poised to begin a new reign of supremacy? Another elder from a forbidden clan interjected, "Humph. Only living prodigies possess the qualifications to prove their might. Our lineage possesses the extraordinary potential of a great emperor," one voice proclaimed. "In due time, the strong will reveal themselves," another added. "Indeed, those who have not yet matured into prodigies are hardly a threat," echoed several supreme beings. In this grand era of the Tao, chaos also looms. Only the current emperors hold the privilege to unlock the path to immortality that we must prepare in advance, lest we provide the Yuan clan with an opportunity, they advised. With that, their voices faded into the ether, and the other ancient family supremes returned to their preparations for this grand epic. In one of the 10 lands, the abyssal real man area deemed an absolute taboo by practitioners, an ominous voice shattered the silence. The Yuan clan. The battle from years past has left us in a state of recuperation for countless eras. This time, we shall reclaim both principle and interest. The divine son, the divine daughter, and the imperial son represent the fortune of our clan. Eliminate the Yuan clan's divine son, and their fortune shall wane. I shall relish watching how you all fare. Another voice interjected. I could see that moment. A figure clad in dark blue garments, with a somber visage radiating an overwhelming aura of darkness, emerged. Ming Tian, he called out. A man knelt before him. "My lord, you summon me?" The Lord of the Abyss was one of the ancient sovereigns of this land. Ming Tian, you are the holy son of the Abyss, the foremost youth of our realm. I have conferred with several other lords of the taboo regions during this grand epoch. You and the other holy sons must ensure the elimination of the Yuan clan's divine son, preventing his growth. Do you comprehend? Ming Tian trembled inwardly at the ancient and powerful presence of his lord, lowering his gaze to avoid direct eye contact. "Fear not, my lord, I possess the innate abyssal physique and can contend with any among the 10 great physiques, let alone a mere newborn divine son," he asserted, bowing his head. Indeed, a formidable aura surged forth, striking Ming Tian. causing a trickle of blood to escape his lips. Quickly, he rose while remaining on one knee. Ming Tian, you must understand that the Tao is boundless, and there are always those beyond you. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Practice restraint. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. Ming Tian acknowledges this. He replied, depart now. When the divine source secret realm opens, we shall handle the matters at hand. Your task is to join the other holy sons in hunting the Yuan clan's divine son. Once he falls, you shall have a chance to vie for the imperial throne. Then, we shall see who in the heavens can obstruct our ascent, the Lord decreed. For the sake of our longevity and the pursuit of immortality, we shall stop at nothing to in the demon domain. Atop the Emperor Mountain, the patriarch of the golden-winged Dapeng clan murmured, Yuan Zhanxian, in that past battle, you nearly rendered me powerless. It took me millennia to escape your nightmare. This time, in this grand epic, I wonder how long you can maintain your arrogance. Y clan's young Peng Wang not only possesses 80% of ancestral bloodline, but is also inherently endowed with the laws of speed. I am eager to see how your divine son competes against my young Peng Wang. Meanwhile, other supreme beings from various immortal sacred lands, immortal dynasties, and royal clans of the demon realm began to engage in discussions, preparing for the impending imperial battles ahead. Chapter 3. Commencing the task, the sudden onset of the chaos bell. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Within the confines of the Yuan clan, in the sacred palace, a diminutive figure sits cross-legged in the courtyard, with large, expressive eyes and a strikingly handsome visage. His skin gleams like jade, and his rosy cheeks exude an irresistible charm that makes one yearn to pinch them or plan to kiss upon them. Such a delicate and spirited child seems a creature of the heavens. From a mere few days after his birth, Yuan Zhanxian was already able to walk and articulate human speech with remarkable ease. After all, he was a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Uttering human words soon after birth was hardly extraordinary for him. By the age of 1, he had devoted himself to consolidating his essence without engaging in any formal cultivation. The venerable ancestors of the Yuan clan infused him with supreme blood elixirs, fortifying his physical form and establishing a robust foundation. As 3 years swiftly elapsed, the system, which had made its presence known at his birth, fell silent until just recently when it abruptly reactivated. Host, greetings. The 3-year period has concluded, and you are now prepared to embark on your cultivation journey. Furthermore, the system's sign-in and task functionalities are now available. The sign-in offers random rewards, yet the primary focus remains on tasks. Yuan Zhanxian, puzzled, inquired, System, what exactly are you? Why have you chosen me? This system is the supreme entity, an embodiment of the essence of the universe's great path, designed solely to forge an invincible and exalted existence. You were selected because your father inadvertently birthed a postnatal solar body, which combined with your mother's lunar body, resulting in your innate chaos body. The chaos body is among the highest of physical constitutions across the realms. Ah, I see, Yuan Zhanxian murmured thoughtfully. Indeed, by completing tasks, you will earn corresponding task points, allowing you to acquire all that you desire. This system will issue tasks at any moment. You may choose to accept or decline them. However, should you refuse, a certain number of task points will be deducted as a penalty. Goodness, is it really like that? Yuan Zhanxian expressed his dismay. Does the host comprehend the entire process? Yes, I understand, Yuan Zhanxian replied with a resigned wave of his hand. Then, this system shall officially commence the system tasks. Ding. As a reward for initiating your first system task, this system presents you with a grand gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it, he replied. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the Imperial weapon, the Chaos Bell, upgradable. The Chaos Bell? Its name resonates with my chaos body. Could it possibly be my exclusive weapon? Suddenly, a formidable pressure enveloped the entire Yuan clan as chaotic energy surged forth. A resounding chime echoed through the heavens, startling the disciples and elders engaged in cultivation, nearly rendering them unconscious. Another toll rang out, causing those of higher cultivation to see stars, while the less experienced were outright incapacitated by the sound. Boom. Another chime reverberated. Puff. Some core family disciples were so shaken by the reverberation that their internal organs were nearly displaced, and they spat blood. The powerful clangor of the bell permeated every corner of the Yuan clan, reaching beyond the sacred grounds and into every nook. Yuan clan, conference hall. Yuan Zhanxian and the elder of the Taishan clan were in the midst of a council when an unexpected chime resonated throughout the assembly hall. The sound, echoing ominously, caused the attendees to furrow their brows. It originated from the Divine Sun's palace. Before an elder could finish speaking, Yuan Zhanxian had vanished, soaring at remarkable speed towards the palace. At that moment, a Taishan elder promptly declared, "Quickly, everyone present must go to the Divine Sun. The Divine Sun embodies the fortune of our Yuan clan and must not be compromised. All other disciples must retreat to a safe zone, away from the Divine Sun's palace, and activate the protective barrier." Within the Divine Sun's palace, a flurry of figures arrived in an instant. Yuan Zhanxian, upon opening his eyes, was astonished to find his father, mother, and grandfather gathered around him, while a throng of elders loomed behind them. What could this mean? As Yuan Zhanxian communicated with the chaos bell, he entered its interior. In response to Yuan Zhanxian's chaotic essence, the bell instinctively emitted 3 resounding chimes, which Yuan Zhanxian, unfortunately, could not hear, leaving him bewildered. "Zhanxian, are you all right? You frightened your mother," his mother exclaimed. "Let me see if you're injured or feeling unwell." Yuan Zhanxian remained silent, his formidable consciousness scanning every corner of the Divine Sun's palace repeatedly. The terrifying golden aura of his vital energy intensified, teetering on the brink of explosion. To him, family was his ultimate vulnerability, akin to a dragon's reverse scale. Meanwhile, a group of Taishan elders and clan elders, while inquiring about Yuan Zhanxian's well-being, also utilized their consciousness to investigate the root of the disturbance. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon a bell, shrouded in chaotic energy, emanating a golden divine light that threatened to shatter the surrounding space. "This is an imperial weapon." The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of this unprecedented artifact, a wave of anxiety washing over them. How could such a formidable imperial weapon materialize inexplicably within the Divine Sun's palace? Fortunately, it seemed stable for the moment, sparing the Divine Sun from harm. They shuddered at the thought, should the weapon erupt in chaos, the Divine Sun might sustain grave injuries or even perish. Just then, a more terrifying presence descended from above, a venerable elder whose gaze was fixed on the chaos bell, poised to suppress it at any moment. This was the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan, an ancient being who had existed through countless epochs, his presence long forgotten by outsiders. Known only to the most ancient imperial clans and immortal forces, who might still possess records of his existence. Upon seeing the 9 ancestors, the assembly respectfully intoned, "9 ancestors." He acknowledged them with a brief grunt, yet his focus remained unwaveringly on the chaos bell. At that moment, our young Yuan, looking utterly perplexed, addressed the gathering, "9 ancestors. Grandfather, father, mother, why are you all so flustered? What has transpired? Zhanxian, what is happening? Where did this bell come from?" His inquiries left the young Yuan in a state of confusion, struggling to articulate the origin of the chaos bell. For the nature of the system was something that must remain concealed. Revealing such information could lead to him becoming a subject for unlawful experimentation. After a moment of contemplation, the celestial being of Yuan responded, "This bell is my accompanying imperial weapon. It has lain dormant within my consciousness since my birth, only to awaken today. I have only just discovered its usage and efficacy, and I inadvertently drew attention from all of you." Upon hearing this, the crowd was astounded. Goodness! Not only is he a chaos body, but he also possesses dual pupils and a supreme bone. And now, to top it all off, he wields an accompanying imperial weapon. I am utterly astounded. Truly I am. This is beyond comprehension. His fortune is so extraordinary that it seems to transcend the realm of mortals. If you were not the scion of my Yuan clan, witnessing your birth, I would genuinely suspect you to be a love child of the heavenly Tao. Oh, by the way, this bell is called the Chaos Bell and is temporarily classified as an imperial weapon, the celestial being of Yuan added with a smirk. What? The Chaos Bell? That is a perfect match for your chaos body. You need not refine it. It will respond to you naturally. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Wait, if it is temporarily an imperial weapon, does that imply it can be upgraded? At that moment, several elders of the clan were so overwhelmed that they coughed up blood, their reasons unclear, whether from joy or some other emotion. One elder, unable to maintain his composure, fainted on the spot. Chapter 4. Task Release. Realm of Extreme Path. At this moment, the 9 ancestors laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly splendid." His gaze upon Yuan Zhanxian grew increasingly fond. Not only was his physique unparalleled throughout the ages, but he also possessed an imperial weapon that could be upgraded. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then, the 9 ancestor quickly adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "What transpires today must remain a secret among us. Anyone who dares to divulge even a whisper shall face the full wrath of our family's code. Yes, we shall adhere strictly to the ancestor's decree." The assembly responded in unison. "Zhanxian, follow me," he instructed, disregarding the crowd as he led Yuan Zhanxian into the ancestral land's forbidden zone. Within the forbidden zone lay a small realm, where the spiritual energy was tenfold denser than outside. At its center rested dozens of stone coffins crafted from divine source stones. The foremost 9 ice coffins were particularly striking, significantly larger than the others. These were made of primal true ice, a treasure capable of preserving one's lifespan and allowing the occupant to cultivate within dreams. Such items were exceedingly rare and precious. Even an immortal imperial clan would consider a primal true ice the size of a bowl to be remarkable. How fortunate my family is to possess such wealth. At the top, 3 jade coffins, composed of unknown extraordinary materials, emanated a soft, lustrous glow, exuding an air of mystery. "Zhanxian, my ancestor inquires, what is your purpose in cultivation?" The 9 ancestor asked. Yuan Zhanxian murmured, "First, to become powerful enough to protect those I cherish and safeguard my family. Second, there is no pinnacle, only the pursuit of greater strength. And I seek to challenge myself to attain the utmost, to forge my indomitable spirit." Excellent. This is precisely the demeanor expected of the younger generation of the Yuan clan. Life devoid of challenges holds little meaning. It is through confronting oneself that one reaches the highest realm. Clearly, you have resolved to become a unique existence, to cultivate an invincible heart, and to vanquish all adversaries. Very well. You are now 3 years old. From this moment forth, you shall embark on your path to invincibility. Allow me to elucidate the cultivation system's classifications, the 9 ancestor continued. The stages of cultivation are divided into body refinement, blood transportation, cave heaven, divine powers, Tao body, reincarnation, sage, sage king, great sage, supreme sage, quasi-emperor, and emperor. Each stage is further divided into 9 heavens, with significant power disparities between each tier, increasingly pronounced as one ascends. Additionally, within the first 3 stages, there exists a notion of an ultimate realm. The body refinement stage requires a weight of 1 million pounds. The blood transportation stage demands 10 million pounds, and the cave heaven stage encompasses 10 cave heavens. Those who attain such extremes are invariably prodigies of their era, unmatched within their realm. Regrettably, individuals of such caliber emerge only a few times across an epoch. To achieve the extreme in all 3 stages, body refinement, blood transportation, and cave heaven, would render one a truly terrifying presence. The initial phase of cultivation primarily focuses on physical training and establishing a solid foundation. Thus, we have mandated that you maintain your cultivation at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, progressing to the next stage only after breaking through each extreme. However, you are the supreme chaotic entity, endowed with the supreme bone and the formidable eye, thus the foundation of your body must be immensely robust. Therefore, prior to your 3rd year, we continuously utilized unparalleled true blood and extraordinary elixirs to temper your physique, enabling your constitution to reach an unparalleled state. Do you comprehend? The transcendent being nodded solemnly. At this moment, he adjusted his breath, and 2 beams of laser-like light erupted from his eyes, piercing the heavens. The chaotic energy surrounding him rampaged wildly within this space, and the supreme bone radiated a potent brilliance. I stand invincible, unmatched throughout eternity. I, Yuan Zhanxian, shall suppress all adversaries in this world and dominate the ages. The ancestor observed Yuan Zhanxian, who had now cultivated an indomitable heart, and smiled with deep satisfaction. It appears that the transcendent being is destined to lead our Yuan clan towards the path of immortality. Gazing meaningfully into the distance, he contemplated the celestial realm. The ancestor continued, "Transcendent being, this is our Yuan clan's 3 supreme esoteric teachings." With that, he extended a somewhat slender finger and gently tapped Yuan Zhanxian's forehead, causing a thread of incomprehensibly profound light to materialize and then vanish. Yuan Zhanxian felt as though 3 sets of techniques had been implanted in his mind, automatically commencing their operation. The Heavenly Origin Sutra, Supreme Origin Sutra, and Primordial Origin Sutra are the inherited techniques of our Yuan clan, leading directly to the supreme methodologies of the celestial path, renowned across the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, within the immortal imperial clans and dynasties, and in numerous forbidden zones. The One Qi transforms three purities is a technique that can only be cultivated by core members of the Yuan clan. It allows the division of three avatars. The main body can allocate strength to the avatars based on circumstances, with the potential to reach up to 8-fold the strength of the main body. The death of an avatar merely consumes the main body's spiritual and mental energy. The four swords of extermination can unite to vanquish even celestial beings, rivaling the heavenly sword of the primordial sect, reputed to be among the mightiest sword techniques across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, practicing the techniques of the heavenly origin realm. Meanwhile, the almost liquefied spiritual energy within the ancestral forbidden area began to surge wildly towards Yuan Zhanxian. His aura dramatically intensified, erupting into a powerful current. The entire ancestral forbidden area was engulfed in a tempest. Ding detection of the host's first cultivation has been made. The system task is officially initiated, achieving the rank of first on the ancient heaven suppression tablet. Reward task value 10,000. Does the host accept? Accept. After responding internally, Yuan Zhanxian inquired, ancient heaven suppression tablet? What is that? First place? 10,000 task value? What can be purchased in the marketplace? Do not be overly curious. The system replied. In 2 years, all will become clear. It ceased further communication. As time flowed, 2 years later, Yuan Zhanxian, who could have broken through to the divine realm, continuously suppressed his cultivation. A 5-year-old in the divine realm would be an unprecedented rarity across countless epochs. Few would believe such a claim. Yet, Yuan Zhanxian endeavored to transcend the ultimate limits of the 3 great realms, seeking to achieve a consummate foundation in his cultivation. Thus, he remained steadfast at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. Throughout this period, within the confines of the forbidden space, Yuan Zhanxian sat in meditation. Within the body, strands of chaotic energy surged, exuding an extraordinary terror, as a formidable pressure seemed to oppress the entirety of space. At that moment, centered around Yuan Zhanxian, a colossal gray vortex materialized, enveloped in a haze of chaotic energy. Chaos gave birth to all things. It could engender creation and also annihilate countless paths. A thunderous roar echoed as the spiritual energy from the Forbidden Zone fervently converged upon Yuan Zhanxian's form. The 6 supreme bones nestled within his body faintly radiated divine brilliance, while the very fabric of space began to manifest numerous arcane symbols. These symbols coalesced into a luminous halo encircling Yuan Zhanxian, bestowing upon him an air of unparalleled solemnity and sanctity, reminiscent of a supreme being awaiting reverence from the heavens. In that instant, Yuan Zhanxian opened his eyes. Within his dual pupils, a flicker of violet radiance shimmered, piercing through the void of the ancestral land's forbidden zone. Subsequently, a fissure emerged in the void, steadily widening to give birth to an alternate dimension, shrouded in gloom. This was the power of his dual pupils, capable of reshaping the very heavens and earth. Though merely 5 years of age, Yuan Zhanxian was enveloped in a pervasive aura of chaos, his body flickering with supreme divine light, and his dual pupils shrouded in inscrutable mystery. From afar, he appeared as a celestial being, resplendent and dignified, exuding an aura that demanded reverence. At that moment, the 9 ancestors observed with satisfaction from the void, remarking, Zhanxian truly embodies the essence of the 3 supreme bodies. Suddenly, Yuan Zhanxian rose, unleashing a punch. What is this? The 9 ancestors gazed in astonishment at the sheer force of the strike. A cataclysmic roar reverberated throughout the ancestral land's forbidden zone as an overwhelming pressure surged forth, threatening to shatter the very fabric of space. This punch possessed at least 1,000,000 pounds of force for ordinary prodigies in the body-refining realm. Achieving several thousand pounds of strength was commendable. This strike would likely be insurmountable even for those of the Tao body realm, an astonishing feat indeed. In his youth, Yuan Zhanxian had only managed just over 500,000 pounds with a single punch. Yet here was his son, displaying far greater ferocity. 1,000,000 pounds of strength? Legends spoke of an unparalleled ancient emperor from the primeval era, who, in his youth, had once unleashed a force of 400,000 pounds with a single blow. Truly, this child Zhanxian was exceedingly formidable. The 9 ancestors whispered to themselves. At that moment, the skies and the earth suddenly illuminated as a mysterious ancient tablet radiating an incredibly archaic aura appeared, casting its brilliant light across the entirety of the heavens and the earth. Chapter 5. The ancient seal of heaven emerges. What is this? A formidable being from the immortal sacred land pondered. This is the ancient seal of heaven, Legend has it that this ancient artifact has existed since time immemorial, capable of conducting trials, tempering the body, transporting blood, and discerning the values of the three great realms. To undergo a trial, one must enter the realm within the ancient seal, where the challenger's cultivation will be suppressed to the tested realm, and the rankings will be determined based on the comprehensive values of the three realms. Furthermore, those who make it onto the list will receive rewards from the ancient seal. Each a supreme treasure, unparalleled elixirs, or ancient cultivation methods, objects that all factions covet fiercely. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Alas, only those aged 16 or younger may participate. I have no chance, sigh. After a moment of lamentation, the powerful being from the immortal sacred land continued. But our sacred son is merely 10 years old, gifted beyond measure, and possesses unparalleled combat prowess. He will surely ascend this list. Instantly, the entire realm of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was taken aback, only to erupt into a frenzy. The ancient seal of heaven has indeed manifested. With its emergence, a great era dawns. This is a monumental opportunity for us in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 3 great extremes hold many terrifying physiques of our era's prodigies. I am eager to see who will make it onto the list. The 9 heavens and 10 earths erupted in excitement. In Taichu heaven, a resplendent sacred land stands tall. This is the Taichu sacred land, one of the immortal sacred domains of Taichu heaven. The origins of the Taichu sacred land trace back to the time of the human emperors, one of whom was the most powerful existence of that age, possessing terrifying strength. It was he who founded the Taichu sacred land, endowed with the Taichu divine king physique. Though this physique ranks just below the top 10, it is hardly inferior. He proclaimed himself the Taichu heavenly emperor, a mythic sovereign. The emperor realm is divided into 9 levels: peak emperors, supreme emperors, and mythic emperors. Although the current Taichu sacred land's strength pales in comparison to its origins, its foundation and power remain formidable, undeniably placing it among the foremost forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, countless disciples of the Taichu sacred land gazed skyward, their hearts brimming with fervor and anticipation. Among them stood a strikingly handsome youth clad in a violet robe, around 15 or 16 years of age, bearing a smile. Behind him, a faint divine king's phantom hovered in the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura that made it difficult for those nearby to breathe. The ancient seal of heaven has emerged. Our sacred son possesses the same physique as our venerable ancestor, the Taichu divine king physique, and his combat strength is unrivaled. Surely, our sacred son will claim the top spot on this list. An ancient figure from the Taichu sacred land proclaimed within the main hall of the sacred land. Indeed, the sacred son will undoubtedly seize the first place and lead our Taichu sacred land to glory. Another voice chimed in. The eyes of every disciple in the Taichu sacred land sparkled with fervor, akin to devoted followers. In Taiping heaven, a tall youth clad in a golden robe approached from a distance, embodying grace and poise. The youth, around 14 or 15 years of age, possesses a handsome visage and a gentle demeanor, entirely enveloped by the essence of the great Tao, with the surrounding space pulsating with innumerable strands of this ethereal energy directed towards him. His being radiates divine light, exuding an aura of formidable strength and supreme authority, imparting an impression of intimacy with the Tao, as if he is one with it. This young man embodies the will of the great Tao, the son of the heavenly path. He is the Tao without Tao, the most powerful disciple of the Zhanxian sect in contemporary times. Furthermore, he is regarded by all formidable beings across the heavens and the earth as an extraordinary prodigy destined to become a great emperor in the ages to come. Bow before the esteemed Daozi. Surely, the Daozi shall seize the pinnacle of the 3 great realms. The Holy Son is destined to become the mightiest prodigy of our era, leading us to transcendence. Each individual bows respectfully, their tones filled with reverence, their eyes alight with fervor. To them, the pinnacle of the Jin Tian ancient tablet appears to be custom-crafted for the Tao without Tao. Their conviction stems from a singular reason. Tao without Tao possesses an exceptionally powerful physique among the myriad beings of the heavens and the earth, the innate Tao body, ranked 8th among the 3,000 physiques. In the vast expanse of the heavens and the earth, there are countless prodigies and marvels endowed with unique physiques. However, the innate Tao body, one of the top 10 physiques, is exceedingly rare. Across countless epochs, no more than 10 prodigies have ever possessed the innate Tao body, and nearly all have ascended to the status of great emperors, with the few who have perished still achieving imperial heights. At this moment, Tao without Tao squints his eyes, gazing at the Jin Tian ancient tablet, murmuring to himself, in this prosperous era of the great Tao, I wonder how many prodigious talents shall emerge. And how many of them will warrant my intervention? Truly, it is an age brimming with anticipation. In the Taishao heaven, within the main hall of the Ji family, the voice of an ancient, exalted being resonated throughout the surroundings as the Zhanxian ancient tablet manifested. This era shall undoubtedly be one of golden prosperity, coinciding with the emergence of my Ji family's ethereal body. Such a grand age should rightfully see my Ji family ascend to the forefront. Indeed, another ancient presence responded. This child, Jingtian, possesses the ethereal body and is unmatched. He shall undoubtedly sweep through this world. So Jingtian must prepare to claim the top spot on the Zhanxian ancient tablet. As the fifth-ranked ethereal body among the 10 physiques, its inherent secret techniques not only allow for the nullification of others' attacks, but also enable the banishment and sealing of opponents within a void space. A space whose coordinates remain elusive. Moreover, one can nullify any attacking techniques directed at the ethereal body, rendering them ineffective. Upon reaching mastery, one could even nullify an entire world. This is precisely why the ethereal body is deemed the fifth most formidable physique. In the deepest recesses of the Ji family's ancestral land, an aura of immense power emanated. Subsequently, a streak of light surged forth, materializing into a figure that landed beside Ji Jingtian. Upon witnessing this, Ji Jingtian respectfully clasped his hands together. Father. To his right stood a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, yet his eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos, as if the entirety of the universe was contained within his gaze. He is Ji Tianming, the head of the Ji family, whose strength is terrifyingly transcendent. Now a formidable presence at the sacred saint realm. This year, Jingtian, you are 15 years old, and the emergence of the ancient tablet of Zhanxian is upon us. You must strive to secure a ranking and the corresponding rewards. Such an opportunity is indeed unparalleled. Ji Tianming spoke calmly. Father, what do you believe my rank will be in this contest for the ancient tablet of Zhanxian? Jingtian inquired, perplexed. You possess the void body and various secret arts, and you have cultivated our Ji family's ancestral technique, the great void scripture, to the 4th level. You should be invincible in the world. My only concern is the unexpected. Are you suggesting the Yuan clan? Jingtian continued, confused. At that moment, Ji Tianming turned to face Jingtian, his gaze piercing. Jingtian, in my youth, I too was an extraordinary prodigy. However, the Yuan clan produced Yuan Zhanxian, a being of both the primal sacred body and the postnatal solar body. He was heralded as the most formidable genius of our era, suppressing us for millennia, leaving us breathless. I faced defeat at his hands several times, and thankfully, during that era, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was scarce, and there was no path to the emperor's realm. Otherwise, he had already been such a prodigy then, and I estimate his son will not be inferior to him. Jingtian, though I was vanquished by him, I hope my son does not suffer the same fate against his son. You must triumph over Yuan Zhanxian's offspring. Only by defeating him can you attain the emperor's throne. Do you understand? I understand, Jingtian replied resolutely. I will conquer him. At that moment, Jingtian clenched his fists tightly, the ethereal light surrounding him flickering incessantly. His form seemed to waver, and an eerie yet potent aura emanated from him, causing the very space around him to transform from substance into void. Observing his life's most cherished creation, Ji Tianming smiled faintly, saying, Yuan Zhanxian, I eagerly anticipate our reunion. You once rendered me breathless, now my son, a more formidable void body than you, shall defeat your son. Do not lament when that day arrives. Haha. Chapter 6. The primordial clan sequence of Yuan Zhu before the celestial being Yuan Zhanxian. The position of the divine child was held by his father, Yuan Zhanxian. Following his ascension to clan leader, the divine child's role remained vacant, allowing the younger generation of the Yuan clan to vie for this prestigious title. Naturally, the most promising candidates hailed from the top 10 sequences, each endowed with one of the 3,000 physical constitutions, and each a paragon of unparalleled talent. Among them, the most favored was Yuan Ruochu, a prodigious entity of the main clan, already at the 5th tier of divine abilities. He had even vanquished masters of the Tao body realm, possessing the extraordinary reincarnation body, which surpassed his father Yuan Zhanxian's ancient sacred body and solar body. The reincarnation body ranked 4th among the 3,000 physical constitutions and is reputed as one of the most terrifyingly powerful forms. Yuan Zhanxian, with his ancient sacred body and solar body, once dominated an era. Yuan Ruochu's reincarnation body was even more remarkable, rendering him invincible among peers and enabling him to engage in battles across tiers with ease. Clan members speculated that, Had it not been for the emergence of Yuan Zhanxian, the divine child's position would likely have belonged to Yuan Ruochu. At this moment, our little divine child Yuan Zhanxian strolled leisurely through the training grounds, observing his kin as they practiced while reflecting on the information imparted by the clan elders regarding the top 10 sequences. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Wow, what an adorable little brother, like a porcelain doll. Come here, let your sister give you a hug and a kiss. As he turned to find the source of the voice, a sweet-faced girl was approaching him with arms outstretched and a beaming smile. However, to Yuan Zhanxian, her expression resembled that of a sheep encountering a wolf. He deftly sidestepped her outstretched arms, leaving the girl bewildered. "Eh? Can't catch you?" she exclaimed, her determination unwavering as she continued to reach for him. After several attempts and growing weary, she pointed at Yuan Zhanxian and declared, "Little one, you better not let me catch you," or else she gasped for breath. Just then another voice chimed in. "Qingya, let me assist you in catching him." It was Wang Xiaojian, a follower of the 10th sequence, known for his tendency to bully the weak but cower before the strong. It was rumored that he had been pursuing Yuan Qingya for quite some time without success, and now an opportunity had presented itself for him to ingratiate himself. "Hey, little one," Wang Xiaojian sneered, "you should surrender and let me catch you so that Qingya can have her fun, lest you suffer a more grievous fate." He leered at Yuan Zhanxian, who felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. With that, he lunged forward, hands outstretched toward Yuan Zhanxian. Yet, our young divine child remained poised, his gaze unwavering. In a flash of brilliant golden light, a scream pierced the air. Wang Xiaojian found himself 50 meters away. Slowly rising to his feet, the bravado he once had now diminished. Clutching his stomach with one hand and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other, he exclaimed, "Do you know who I am? I am a follower of Lord Yuan Di of the 10th sequence. You dare to harm me? Lord Yuan Di will not let this slide. If you are wise, come over and apologize, provide some spiritual treasures or medicinal pills, and allow Qingya to have her fun. Otherwise, this matter will not end here." At this, Yuan Zhanxian merely smiled and replied, "You must be suffering from some grave illness. I have already caused you pain. What do you expect to do? If you dare, do not leave, just wait." With that, he swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd. In the eyes of Yuan Zhanxian, what distinguished this person's actions from those of a fool? How could one accept any follower into the family ranks without first assessing their character? Shaking his head, he continued toward the center of the training ground. At that moment, several well-meaning clan members approached, urging him to leave. "Little brother, you should depart quickly. The 10th sequence is not to be trifled with. They are formidable beings. Hurry and go, lest they arrive and find you gone. This matter will be forgotten in time." "Depart? I wish to wait for him to seek me out. I have yet to engage in battle since leaving the ancestral grounds. I am eager to see if I can eliminate a member of the family as top 10 sequences in a single strike." He chuckled to himself and then said, "Why should I leave? I merely wish to observe what kind of person this 10th sequence is. How could one accept just anyone as a follower?" Just as he finished speaking, a voice resonated. "Is that so? I am eager to see what abilities you possess to make such claims." As the voice faded, a powerful force repelled the onlookers. A figure, radiating a yellow glow, descended from the sky. He appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age. With an unremarkable face, dressed in a flowing yellow robe, standing tall like a majestic mountain, his overwhelming aura left the spectators gasping for breath, enveloped in a suffocating sensation. Yuan Di, the 10th sequence, Earth Body, with a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the Cave Heaven, practiced the Primordial Sutra in the Earth Scripture, along with an incomplete version of the Xuanwu Scripture. Moreover, it is said that an Earth Body draws upon endless spiritual power as long as their feet are planted upon the ground, rendering them nearly invincible with astonishing defensive capabilities. Yuan Zhanxian slowly articulated the details regarding Yuan Di. At that moment, Yuan Di coldly remarked, "It seems you are not an ordinary clan member. To know my background, you must be part of the clan's core personnel. So come on, boy, let me see what you can do." With that, his aura surged, and the immense spiritual power caused the ground to sink, with stones rising around him. He then raised a hand and thrust it forward, causing a mass of stones to converge into 2 beams of yellow light, moving with incredible speed toward Yuan Zhanxian. Just as they were about to reach him, Yuan Zhanxian remained still, his eyes flashing with golden light. A golden barrier appeared before him, blocking Yuan Di's stone projectiles. Boom! With a commanding voice, Yuan Di clenched his fist, causing the 2 stones to explode violently, sending a powerful shockwave that knocked the onlookers off their feet. I expected you to be formidable. But it seems you are merely boastful. Very well. Consider this a lesson for you, young one, to understand that there are always greater powers beyond your own. Our top 10 sequences are not to be questioned lightly. Yuan Di gazed into the cloud of smoke before him, sensing stillness within and murmuring confidently to himself. Oh, is that so? Do you think highly of yourself? Now that you've made your move, allow me to have my turn. It appears you possess some skill. Just now. My attack would have left even a typical celestial realm expert wounded, yet he, at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, remains utterly unscathed, murmured Yuan Di. So, is this the moment? As he spoke, he continuously formed seals with his hands, unleashing a radiant yellow light that instantly materialized into a creature resembling the mystical black tortoise. Its roar reverberated through the surroundings, and the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by gusts of sand-laden winds, as it charged towards Yuan Zhanxian. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhanxian remained motionless, one hand behind his back and the other extended forward, coalescing into a Dao seal. The seal emanated intricate symbols, shimmering with golden light. And upon collision with the creature, it generated a vast vortex that lingered, the powerful air currents causing Yuan Di to stagger back several paces, blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Yuan Di's blood surged, his entire being aflame with vitality as he formed enigmatic seals with his hands, preparing to unleash his most formidable killing move. Yet, Yuan Zhanxian remained seated like an ancient monk, utterly undisturbed. Then, he uttered softly, "Rise." To Yuan Di's astonishment, he found himself levitating uncontrollably into the air. Bind. Just as Yuan Di was striving to break free, he discovered himself rendered immobile. What is this? The true words of the heavenly origin scripture, the heavenly attraction technique, and the binding technique. It must be noted that the heavenly origin scripture, the Taiyuan scripture, and the Siyuan scripture are not paths accessible to everyone. The Siyuan scripture is cultivated by the branches of their Yuan clan, while the Taiyuan scripture belongs to the main lineage. As for the heavenly origin scripture, it is a privilege reserved for the ancestor, the clan leader, the divine son, and the ancient prodigies of the Yuan clan. At this moment, Yuan Di found himself firmly bound in midair, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Yuan Zhanxian. The heavenly origin scripture. Could it be that you are the divine son? Chapter 7. The challenge from the sequence God. God, the divine heir. The familial teachings dictate that every member of the clan must adhere strictly to the established hierarchy. Without rules, there can be no order. The divine heir is considered the future head of the family, who wields absolute power over life and death within the clan. Except for the ancestral land's forbidden zone, even the esteemed elders must show utmost respect to the family head. At this moment, Yuan Di felt a profound despair, contemplating his own demise. Why had he chosen to feign indifference? Yuan Zhanxian, observing the 10th sequence before him, calmly declared, "Indeed, I am Yuan Zhanxian. Salutations to the divine heir." The onlookers, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, bowed in unison to pay their respects to Yuan Zhanxian. "Rise," Yuan Zhanxian said with an air of indifference, his gaze suddenly piercing through to Yuan Di, who found his true word technique dispelled by Yuan Zhanxian's presence. Bowing deeply, Yuan Di implored, "Divine heir, I have offended you. Please, impose your punishment." He inclined further, nearly touching his forehead to the ground. Yuan Zhanxian murmured, "I awaited your arrival, not to punish you, but to enlighten you. Our Yuan family is a forbidden lineage. You too represent the family, traversing the world on our behalf, alongside your followers who do the same. When gathering followers, discernment is essential. One must not accept anyone or anything that could tarnish the family's reputation. You understand the consequences, do you not? You, Yuan Di. Do you yield?" Upon uttering these words, Yuan Zhanxian's presence surged dramatically, his eyes radiating a golden light. The supreme essence within him emanated potent runes, and a chaotic aura coalesced behind him, manifesting the wondrous creation of all things. In that moment, Yuan Zhanxian resembled a celestial emperor surveying the realms from on high, casting an imposing gaze upon the crowd. Under this sudden pressure, most were rendered immobile, trembling in fear. Yuan Di, confronting the overwhelming majesty of Yuan Zhanxian, felt his spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. His body involuntarily knelt, sweat dripping onto the ground. I acknowledge my error. Please, divine heir, punish me." Yuan Zhanxian, sensing the situation had reached its threshold, retracted his formidable aura and continued, "Yuan Di, I hope you grasp the essence of familial honor. The family nurtures us, and it is our duty to defend its glory. Though our lineage is already formidable, it does not preclude us from striving to enhance our family's honor further. With that, he disregarded Yuan Di, leaving behind a group of pale-faced individuals as he made his way toward the divine heir's palace. As realization dawned upon the onlookers, they recognized the true nature of their divine heir. His strength and presence were awe-inspiring. With a mere gesture, he had subdued the 10th sequence. Was he truly only 5 years old? Just moments ago, it felt as though they were facing not a child, but a being of supreme authority, a terrifying thought. Not far from the training grounds, 2 youths, around 15 or 16 years of age, stood in a pavilion. One of them exuded an unending flow of stellar energy, radiating an ineffable profundity, with a handsome visage adorned in a robe resembling the cosmos. One person leisurely remarked to another, "What are your thoughts on this prodigious descendant of the divine sun? He appears rather formidable." The other individual, whose features remained obscured yet radiated a potent aura of profound yellow energy, responded coldly, "Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful. It feels as though he is toying with Yuan Di in their battle. Despite Yuan Di's standing among the top 10 sequences, his strength barely amounts to a fraction of ours. This divine sun incites an irresistible urge within me to engage in a duel." As he spoke, the aura surrounding him intensified, causing the very floor of the loft to tremble. Should any other disciples from the Yuan clan be present, they would undoubtedly recognize these two figures: Yuan Zhanxian, bearer of the celestial star body, belonging to the 4th sequence of the Yuan clan, and Yuan Zhanxian, the 2nd sequence of the undying profound yellow body. What a belligerent individual! What do you think of his approach to matters? Yuan Zhanxian inquired, gazing at Yuan Zhanxian. Yuan Zhanxian cast a glance in the direction where Yuan Zhanxian had vanished and remarked, "First, he crushes his opponent with absolute power, then employs his superior status to suppress them further, leaving no room for dissent, a strategy that strikes at the very heart. Quite intriguing, isn't it? He appears to be merely 5 years old. Though he currently holds the title of Divine Son, I shall only acknowledge him in that role once he has bested me." As Yuan Zhanxian entered the Divine Sun Palace, he encountered 2 children, approximately 10 years of age, standing in the courtyard. One was a striking boy clad in dark attire, while the other was a sweet girl donned in a flowing azure dress, accompanied by their jovial grandfather, Yuan Sun. Yuan Zhanxian smirked and greeted, "Greetings, grandfather." Observing Yuan Zhanxian, a warm smile unfurled on Yuan Sun's face, clearly pleased with his grandson's recent performance. He had mastered the peculiar bond of intergenerational affection, showering Yuan Zhanxian with unparalleled tenderness. Since the reopening of the Divine Sun Palace, it had been devoid of attendants. "These 2 children shall serve as your attendants from this day forth. They will accompany you, and you may assign them any trivial tasks within the palace. Greetings, Divine Sun. What are your names?" Despite being only 5 years old and appearing as a delicate porcelain doll, Yuan Zhanxian exuded an air of nobility that was unmatched. With his dual-colored eyes, he regarded the 2. "I am Yuan Zhanxian, 7 years old, at the 1st stage of the Cave Heaven realm, primarily practicing the blade intent of the Overlord Blade Manual." Yuan Zhanxian was a prodigy from a branch of the Yuan clan, possessing an extraordinary understanding of swordsmanship, having grasped blade intent from a young age. His 1st stage cultivation was formidable enough to rival those in the Divine Power realm. Had he not become an attendant to the Divine Sun, he could have aspired to join the ranks of the top 10 sequences of the Yuan clan. "I am Yuan Yenner, also 7 years old, at the 1st stage of the Cave Heaven realm, focusing on the primordial scripture and the water attribute technique, the 3,000 weak waters." Yuan Yenner, hailing from the same branch as Yuan Zhanxian, though lacking his innate talent, was meticulous and astute. She possessed a natural affinity for water, endowing her with a profound grasp of its principles. "Well, grandfather, if I may say, the Divine Sun Palace is indeed in need of a few attendants. These 2 seem quite suitable," Yuan Zhanxian remarked with an air of indifference. "Very well, they shall accompany you. At least we can rest assured regarding your daily necessities. Other matters are for you to handle as you see fit. Should there be a need, simply inform grandfather. Now that this matter is resolved, I must take my leave." With that, Yuan Sun transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from the spot. At that moment, a disciple on guard outside approached to report, "My lord, the esteemed members of the 2nd, 4th, and 7th sequences have come to pay their respects." Surprised by their prompt arrival, Yuan Zhanxian replied, "Let them in." Before him appeared 3 figures, Yuan Zhanxian clad in garments of dark yellow, another adorned in a robe of celestial patterns, and a third in a simple black robe, all appearing to be about 15 or 16 years of age. Observing the seemingly ordinary youth in the black robe, who radiated a palpable aura of combativeness, Yuan Zhanxian mused. Yuan Zhanxian, a natural warrior, trained in the martial scriptures, holds disdain for the weak while exuding fervor towards the strong, truly a member of a family renowned for its martial zeal. The three bowed slightly in greeting. We have come to meet the sun. Yuan Zhanxian regarded them and inquired, What brings you here, my esteemed brethren? Indeed, we have never encountered the sun before and are curious about the personage of the sun, hence our visit. Moreover, we have heard much of your extraordinary constitution, deemed by the ancients as the sun from birth. We wish to seek your guidance. I notice you have attained the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. I can restrain my cultivation to match yours and challenge you. Surely, the sun would not shy away from a challenge? Oh, you wish to challenge me? And you intend to lower your realm to match mine for this duel? Your intention is commendable, yet I am rather occupied. Why should I acquiesce to your request? Just because you come to the sun's palace to issue a challenge, does that mean I must accept? Yuan Zhanxian remarked with a smile. Is the sun fearful of battle? Yuan Zhanxian retorted. It is understandable. Having just emerged from the ancestral grounds, defeating Yuan Di is hardly an accomplishment, considering his weakness and the vast gap between us. Furthermore, the sun is still quite young and has not faced the trials of the outside world, so it is only natural for the sun to exhibit reluctance. Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yin, observing the arrogant demeanor of Yuan Zhanxian, displayed expressions of indignation, for they regarded Yuan Zhanxian as their master. When their master faced doubt, their ire was ignited. Why employ a sledgehammer to kill a fly? If you wish to challenge the sun, you must first contend with me. One of them declared. Oh, and who might you be? Yuan Zhanxian inquired, perplexed. I am Yuan Zifeng, a servant of the sun. If you wish to challenge the sun, you must first defeat me. Yuan Zhanxian scoffed at the audacity of the mere servant standing before him, thinking that had this been anywhere else but the sun's palace, he might have already engaged in combat. Chapter 8. Embracing the challenge, observing the few individuals before him. Yuan Zhanxian softly remarked, If you wish to challenge me, it is not impossible. First, you must defeat my attendants, only then may you confront me. If you cannot vanquish my subordinates, you are unworthy of challenging me. 5 days hence, in the training grounds, first, overcome my attendants, and then return to challenge me. With his words delivered, the three had no room for rebuttal and promptly took their leave from Yuan Zhanxian. At that moment, Yuan Yin, perplexed, inquired, Divine One, why must we wait 5 days to duel with them? Casting a gentle smile upon the innocent Yuan Yin, Yuan Zhanxian replied, That is because you are not yet their match. Each individual who ascends the family hierarchy is a prodigious talent, possessing unique physiques that render them invincible at their level, and capable of combat beyond their rank. Though you currently share the same realm of Dongtian, there remains a discernible gap between you. The 5 days ahead will allow me to rigorously train you. Therefore, you must muster all your spirit to endure this nightmarish training. As he spoke, a faint smile graced Yuan Zhanxian's lips, causing Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yin to shudder. In their eyes, this smile resembled that of a rogue encountering a naive bride. The following morning, within the divine sun's palace, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yin stood in unison, addressing Yuan Zhanxian, Divine One, we are prepared to commence. Very well. With a grand gesture, Yuan Zhanxian produced 2 vials of elixirs and 2 stalks of spiritual herbs. First, accept these elixirs and herbs. Upon inspection, they gasped, This is Tian Yuan Dan and Jilling Chao, exclusive elixirs and herbs of our clan. Tian Yuan Dan enhances cultivation in the Dongtian realm without any side effects, with the extent of enhancement determined by one's potential. Jilling Chao augments spiritual power. These are treasures we have only heard of, seldom seen even by the most outstanding of our main lineage, yet they now lie before us. Do not behave like country folk entering the city, lacking awareness. Yuan Zhanxian smiled. I have never been stingy with my own people. Next, I shall activate mine to draw you into the Red Lotus illusion. Within, you will experience sensations unlike any before. I hope you can endure. Remember, in the illusion, you may only consume Tian Yuan Dan and Jilling Chao when you feel on the brink of death. Do you understand? Understood, Divine One, they replied in unison. The Red Lotus illusion was one of the newfound abilities Yuan Zhanxian had discovered in the past 2 years. To deploy this ability, it merely required the exertion of his powers, allowing him to ensnare another in his environment with a mere glance. For those whose spiritual strength and cultivation were inferior to his, he could eliminate them instantaneously. However, those with superior souls and cultivation could effortlessly extricate themselves from this space, albeit with some difficulty. Inside, both space and time could be manipulated at will. He had been astonished upon awakening this ability. reminiscent of the Tsukuyami wielded by Uchiha Itachi from the animated series in Blue Star. Subsequently, considering that he could traverse realms and possess 3 formidable physiques along with a system, it was hardly surprising. Nevertheless, he felt an undeniable joy. This ability was undoubtedly the perfect choice for displaying superiority. Are you prepared? Then let us commence. As he spoke, the pupils of Yuan Zhanxian, originally black, gradually transformed into 2 identical orbs, emanating a celestial brilliance that captivated all who gazed into them, ensnaring them in an irresistible allure. With the awakening of his double pupils, Yuan Zhanxian's aura intensified, exuding a formidable pressure that caused both individuals to tremble. The divine air had merely reached the 9th level of body refinement. Yet this pressure felt akin to confronting a formidable being of the Tao God realm. Crimson Lotus, Yuan Zhanxian uttered softly, and suddenly the two felt their vision blur. The scene before them no longer resembling the divine air palace. Instead, they found themselves in a realm of red and black, where a blood-red sun hung ominously in the sky, surrounded by towering mountains that spewed forth torrents of magma, which flowed relentlessly across the ground. There was not a single tree nor any living creature in sight, the atmosphere devoid of vitality, rendering the entire scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. The overwhelming sense of suffocation sent chills down their spines. What is this? This is the Crimson Lotus illusion, one of the abilities granted by my double pupils. Here, time and space are under my dominion. I am the sovereign. 7 days in this realm equate to mere seconds in the outside world. Now, unleash your strongest attacks upon me. Apologies, divine air. They exchanged glances, then enveloped themselves in spiritual energy, their auras surging dramatically. Dominating blade. Yuan Zhanxian was the first to strike. With a commanding shout, a silver-white longsword manifested in his hand, which he swung forcefully, transforming into a massive 40-meter blade of light that soared towards Yuan Zhanxian. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhanxian levitated gracefully, weaving intricate hand seals. Countless droplets of water materialized in the sky, each droplet imbued with the weight of 100 pounds, hurtling towards Yuan Zhanxian at breakneck speed. Yuan Zhanxian extended a hand, gently intercepting the onslaught. A faint golden aura flickered into existence, instantly rebounding both the dominating blade and the torrents of water back towards their wielders. This constituted the second ability of his double pupils, the ability to reflect attacks with absolute precision. However, this power bore a drawback. A cooldown period followed each reflection. What? The two were momentarily incredulous, unable to fathom that their attacks had been deflected. Their anger surged even higher, the ensuing energy currents shattering the nearby mountains to dust. Heaven and Earthblade, transforming weak water. An even larger, more formidable blade of light manifested in the heavens, a chilling intent radiating from its edge as it descended upon Yuan Zhanxian. Simultaneously, the true dragon conjured from the torrents of water let out a thunderous roar, also charging at Yuan Zhanxian. This represented their most powerful strike. Should it fail to breach Yuan Zhanxian's defenses, they would be left vulnerable to a severe counterattack. Impressive. Observing their ultimate assault, Yuan Zhanxian remarked lightly, then his double pupils erupted with a blinding golden light, aimed directly at their strongest attack. The formidable golden light surged forth with astonishing speed, piercing through the strongest strike of the two adversaries before swiftly redirecting towards them. A resounding explosion ensued, leaving Yuan Zhanxian and Yuan Zhanxian sprawled on the ground, blood staining their lips, their faces pale from the overwhelming force that nearly displaced their internal organs. To their dismay, their most potent attack could not withstand even a casual blow from the Son of God. How could they possibly contend with such a disparity? Without granting them a moment to recover, Yuan Zhanxian materialized beside them, delivering a crushing palm strike to Yuan Zhanxian's abdomen while simultaneously kicking Yuan Zhanxian. Both figures were sent hurtling backward, crashing against the mountain face with a thunderous impact, their strength utterly depleted as they sank into the rock. Subsequently, Yuan Zhanxian conjured a multitude of golden rays that rained down upon them, piercing them like a beehive. The excruciating pain compelled them to cry out in anguish. Is this what the Son of God referred to as a nightmarish training? It was akin to a fate worse than death. Do not speak. Quickly consume the Tianyuan pill and the extreme spirit herb, then commence your recovery, Yuan Zhanxian instructed, observing the injured pair. Without hesitation, they sat cross-legged and ingested the elixirs. In a short while, they felt their cultivation surge from the first to the third level of the cave heaven, and their spiritual power grew even more robust. With a snap of his fingers, the scene before them shifted once more, transporting them from the Red Lotus illusion back to the Son of God's palace. They inspected their bodies, finding no injuries or torn garments, and indeed, their cultivation and spiritual energy had genuinely increased. What is happening? What is this? They exchanged bewildered glances. Perplexed by the situation, the Red Lotus illusion does not merely draw one into a phantasm. Rather, it ensnares the spirit and soul. Where 7 days within equate to mere moments in the external world, the harm endured therein is genuinely felt by the physical body. Thus, those who enter the Red Lotus illusion face one of two fates. Either they emerge spiritually exhausted and incapable of further combat, left to the mercy of others, or they perish within, returning as mere shells of their former selves. The fact that you were able to move and consume medicinal herbs within that realm was permitted by my design, allowing you to endure punishment while simultaneously rejuvenating, stimulating your latent potential, significantly enhancing your cultivation and mental resilience. Do you comprehend now? So it is thus. Thank you, Son of God, for your thoughtful guidance. We pledge our unwavering loyalty henceforth, with no trace of treachery in our hearts. Observing the resolute expressions on their faces, Yuan Zhanxian offered a faint smile. Here it comes again. Whenever the Son of God smiles in such a manner, we find ourselves subjected to torment in the Red Lotus illusion. Could it be? Are you well rested? If so, shall we continue? We are well rested. Let us proceed. Clearly, there were those eager to endure further trials, as Yuan Zhanxian, pleased, sought to further familiarize himself with his ocular abilities. Please, no. Chapter 9, The Battle Sequence. The Divine Child challenged us. For 5 consecutive days, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yin'er found themselves entrenched in combat against Yuan Zhanxian within the Red Lotus illusion. Over this span, they endured countless defeats, suffering injuries only to recuperate repeatedly. However, their growth and strength was undeniably swift. In just 5 days, Yuan Zifeng achieved the cultivation of the 9th stage of the cave heaven, while Yuan Yin'er ascended to the 6th stage. In terms of cultivation, Yuan Zifeng was now comparable to Yuan Zhanxian of the 4th sequence, albeit with slightly lesser combat prowess, while Yuan Yin'er matched Yuan Pejuan's level. Yuan Zhanxian observed them and remarked, Zifeng, your current strength is insufficient to conquer Yuan Changkong. Your blade intent pales in comparison to Xian Wang Qi. The Xian Wang immortal body ranks 13th among the 3,000 physiques, a peerless constitution. At this moment, you may not be his match, and you might even struggle against Yuan Zhanxian. Now, I must return to rest. My eyes are weary from excessive strain. You both should also take a good night's rest in preparation for tomorrow's battle. After 5 days of exerting the power of the heavy eyes, Yuan Zhanxian was indeed feeling the toll. The Divine Child and his companions then retreated to their chambers for rest. The following morning, the training ground was bustling with activity, filled to capacity with all who could attend. Buzzing, a striking figure emerged, boasting a captivating visage with hair that was half black, half white, adorned in a robe of contrasting colors. A radiant halo shifted between white and black behind him, reminiscent of an ancient sage. He stood upon the observation platform, gazing below. That is Lord Yuan Suyu of the 3rd sequence. It is said that he possesses the light-dark body, a constitution ranked among the top 20 of the 3,000 physiques, endowed with innate attributes of both light and darkness. Alongside him were Lord Yuan Lingming of the 8th sequence, Lord Yuan Yang of the 9th sequence, and Lord Yuan Di of the 10th sequence, who had recently been bested by the Divine Child in a single strike, with the exception of Lord Yuan Ruochu of the 1st sequence, who was still traveling. All other sequences were present, creating an atmosphere of excitement. Look, here come Lord Yuan Changkong of the 2nd sequence, Lord Yuan Zhanxian of the 4th sequence, and Lord Yuan Pejuan of the 7th sequence, someone shouted, pointing towards the 3 radiant figures approaching swiftly. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 figures took their positions at the center of the training platform. Yuan Changkong nodded towards Yuan Pejuan, who scanned the surroundings and inquired, Where's the Divine Child's attendant, Yuan Zifeng? The 5 days have elapsed, and I am eager to witness his prowess and see if he can match my sequence's bravado. Oh, is that so? A voice echoed from above, and soon 3 luminous figures descended. Yuan Zhanxian, along with Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yin'er, emerged into the public's view, casting cold glances at Yuan Pejuan and his companions. A wave of gasps arose. Look, the one at the forefront is our Divine Child. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian had activated his heavy eyes, his gaze shimmering like the vast night sky, dazzling beyond compare, drawing people into its depths as if it could penetrate all veils of reality. His body radiated divine brilliance, exuding a formidable aura that instilled awe. Subsequently, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the arena, causing all present, including the sequences, to feel an intense strain. Some individuals, unable to withstand this oppressive force, began to foam at the mouth and faint. The suffocating aura emanating from the appearance of our clan's divine child was truly terrifying today. I am fortunate enough to witness it. Oh my, the divine child is so powerful. I adore him. Wow, the divine child is utterly adorable. I wish to pinch his cheeks. Humph. I would love to hold the divine child and sleep beside him. Ah, I can't help it. I want to bear children for the divine child. Upon uttering this, the woman was met with disdain from a group of others. Bear children? Have you even considered the divine child's status? Do you think you're worthy? At this moment, the crowd snapped back to reality and simultaneously proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the divine child." Very well, rise, all of you. Today, my attendant in the 7th sequence had an agreement 5 days ago. If he can defeat my attendant, then he may challenge me. I'm aware of your many grievances and doubts regarding my position as the divine child. However, it matters not. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. The one with the mightiest fist is the victor. I shall grant you an opportunity. And I hope you do not disappoint me. Now then, Yuan Pajun and Yuan Zifeng, you may ascend the stage at your leisure. As he spoke, a flash of light enveloped Yuan Yin'er, transporting her to the observation platform, where she took her seat. Yuan Yin'er then approached Yuan Zhanxian, gently massaging her shoulders. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhanxian and Yuan Zhanxian also soared to the adjacent observation platform to sit down. On the training stage, Yuan Zifeng gazed at Yuan Pajun and declared, "Though you hold a prestigious position among our clan's sequences, I am not inferior to you. If you wish to challenge the divine child, you must first defeat me. If you cannot surpass me, what right do you have to challenge the divine child? If any random individual could challenge him, he would be overwhelmed daily. As the divine child's attendant, it is my duty to alleviate his burdens. Enough of your idle chatter. Come forth, Yuan Zifeng, and let me witness the prowess of the divine child's attendant." Yuan Pajun, possessing a 6th-stage cultivation within the cave realm, harbored true combat prowess capable of contending with those of divine abilities. Setting aside his apparent identity as the 7th sequence of the Yuan clan, his innate talent, ranking within the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques, was more than sufficient to instill pride. With a single step, he brought his fists together, and a terrifying flow of energy surged from his body, a manifestation only achievable through profound comprehension of battle intent within his physique. Yuan Zifeng, wielding his blade, emanated a similarly powerful aura. He advanced a step, his presence akin to that of an ancient blade deity, as the blade's energy roared forth, clashing fiercely with Yuan Pajun's battle intent, resulting in a formidable confrontation. In this space, a terrifying storm erupted. Boom! Yuan Pajun raised his arm, divine brilliance swirling around him as his battle intent coalesced, delivering a powerful punch. An overwhelming aura surged forth, releasing a terrifying force, and a suffocating pressure blasted toward Yuan Zifeng. Yuan Zifeng, equally fierce, felt his sword intent swell. Today, he would ascertain just how formidable this battle physique truly was. With a strike of heaven and earth, he unleashed his blade, seamlessly executing the motion. The terrifying sword intent flowed from the blade's body to its tip, coalescing into a dazzling arc of light that bore down upon Yuan Pajun. The clash of blade and fist ensued. With a thunderous explosion echoing through the air, the very fabric of this space trembled. The convergence of blade and fist ignited 2 dazzling beams of light, which collided with each other, resulting in a blinding explosion that pierced the eyes. Yuan Pajun was unexpectedly knocked back several meters, blood spilling from his mouth, his face ashen. A sudden shock gripped his heart. The formidable power contained within his punch, though singular, was not something a mere mortal in the cave heaven realm could withstand. How could his strongest strike be thwarted and turned against him by Yuan Zifeng? It was inconceivable. You possess no physical prowess. How can you withstand the might of my battle body? Impossible. Yuan Pajun bellowed in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Yuan Zifeng stood resolutely, gazing at Yuan Pajun, and proclaimed, "Although I lack any innate talent, my comprehension of the blade has far surpassed that of ordinary individuals from a young age. Your battle body can condense battle intent. Yet I have mastered the essence of the blade over these past few days. I have now grasped the momentum of the blade, and my understanding of the blade art is on par with your battle body, coupled with the fact that my cultivation level exceeds yours by 3 realms. Defeating you is merely a matter of capability. Therefore, you have lost." With that, he ascended to the viewing platform without a backward glance, bowing respectfully, "Divine Son, I have fulfilled my duty. I have emerged victorious." "Indeed," the Divine Son replied. "Well done, Zifeng. Upon our return, I shall provide you with several techniques and insights regarding the blade path. You must study them diligently and strive for mastery of the blade's momentum. Thank you, Divine Son. At this moment, Yuan Pejun observed Yuan Zhifeng on the main stage, growing increasingly composed. In an instant, a faint glow emanated from his body, indicating a deeper understanding of intent. He addressed Yuan Zhifeng, saying, Yuan Zhifeng, in this battle, I have been defeated. However, I shall return to seclusion to thoroughly contemplate the potential of my battle body. When I emerge, I shall challenge you once more. With a swift motion, he exited the training platform. Witnessing Yuan Pejun, undeterred by his defeat, instead igniting his fighting spirit, Yuan Zhanxian smiled faintly. This individual's resolve is commendable. He possesses the ability to rise and fall gracefully. Should he remain unfallen, he may very well become a pivotal figure within the Yuan clan. Having concluded his thoughts, he swiftly approached the training platform and addressed the onlookers with a grave tone. The family ranks as symbols of our lineage, represent our clan in the world, and serve as exemplars for the younger generation. Yet, you audaciously conspired against me, utilizing the 7th rank, Yuan Pejun, as a pawn to test my strength. Do you not respect me, the Divine Son? Very well, I grant you an opportunity. All of you may come forth together. Now, step down. Chapter 10. The Divine Son confronts the 5 great sequences as the mysterious yellow aura surged forth. The heavens and the earth transformed in hue. A figure, enveloped in this enigmatic yellow energy, descended from the sky and landed upon the training platform. Clad in a majestic robe of yellow and black, he resembled a celestial deity, evoking awe that rendered onlookers unable to gaze directly at him. His handsome visage emanated a formidable and domineering presence, filling the entire training area with an unpredictable aura of yellow energy. The yellow hue represents the essence of the cosmos. The heavens are profound, while the earth is rich. This yellow energy embodies the very essence of the universe, sweeping through the surroundings with unrestrained force, enveloping the training platform entirely. The second sequence, Yuan Zhanxian, possessing exceptional talent. He was the second among the younger generation of the Yuan clan, with combat prowess only surpassed by Yuan Ruochu. It was rumored that he was invincible among his peers, capable of suppressing an entire era with his might. Excited murmurs erupted from the crowd gathered around the training ground, all eyes fixated on Yuan Zhanxian, who received their admiration with grace. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhanxian stood in the void above the training platform, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his features. Yuan Zhanxian was born with the indestructible body of yellow energy, ranking 13th among the 3,000 physiques. His cultivation had reached the 5th stage of divine powers. Confident in his challenge against the Divine Son, Yuan Zhanxian believed that a mere 5-year-old child posed no real threat. Little did he know that Yuan Zhanxian regarded him with equal disdain. Suddenly, a dazzling black and white light streaked across the sky, landing beside Yuan Zhanxian. A terrifying pressure radiated from this light, causing discomfort among all present. Emerging from the black and white brilliance was a figure of striking handsomeness, with hair that intertwined in shades of black and white, exuding an eerie charm. Instantly, some recognized this figure. It was the youth with the striking black and white hair, Yuan Suyu, the 3rd sequence of the Yuan clan. It was said that Yuan Su possessed the dual attributes of light and darkness, ranking among the top 20 physiques of the 3,000. His innate dual-element spiritual energy granted him unparalleled speed and healing abilities in his light attribute, while his dark attribute bestowed upon him immense offensive power, unmatched in ferocity. Some claimed that his speed rivaled that of the legendary Kunping. The Kunping clan is an ancient and illustrious lineage, said to originate from the North Sea, where a fish named Kun resides. Its enormous size is beyond comprehension. Transforming into a bird, it takes the name Peng, whose wingspan is similarly unfathomable. In its prime, the Kunping clan boasted numerous emperors, steeped in antiquity and strength. The Kunping technique, a secret art passed down through the ages, is known for its terrifying power and unrivaled speed, reigning supreme across the realms. If Yuan Siyu's speed was indeed comparable to that of the Kunping technique, it implied that he held an unbeatable advantage in this confrontation, not to mention the overwhelming attack capabilities of his dark attribute. The crowd erupted in another wave of astonishment. Yuan Siyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serious as he cast a glance at Yuan Zhanxian, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated from above the heavens. Countless spectators looked up in awe to witness a celestial figure, illuminated by a myriad of stars, descending gracefully before finally landing firmly between Yuan Zhanxian and Yuan Suyu. The 4th sequence, Yuan Zhanxian. From a young age, he awakened the celestial body of the stars. ranking among the top 20 in the 3,000 constitutions, a peerless physique endowed with the innate potential of a sage. Destined to achieve greatness from the very beginning of the sacred realm, with the Emperor's realm on the horizon, as Yuan Zhanxian had just ascended. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying countless fallen leaves, yellow, red, green, and purple, in a vibrant display of colors, beyond description in its beauty. Soon, numerous gazes were drawn to a green silhouette slowly descending. An intoxicating aura of nature enveloped the surroundings, evoking expressions of tranquility among many, including those standing on the platform such as Yuan Zhanxian, Yuan Zhanxian, and Yuan Zhanxian, whose eyes flickered and expressions became slightly solemn. A figure of light settled beside the three. As the light dispersed, it transformed into a graceful form, resembling a natural spirit descended from the heavens. With 3,000 silken tresses cascading behind her, breathtakingly beautiful. It was Yuan Lingmeng. Originally, Yuan Lingmeng was second only to Yuan Ruochu in the top 10 sequences, having attained the first stage of the Tao body realm, and possessed a nature constitution ranked within the top 50 of the 3,000. Born with the ability to manipulate natural forces, she could command anything from nature to her will, and her cultivation speed in the early stages was remarkably swift. Did she intend to challenge the divine sun? Was she one who shunned worldly conflicts? Gasps of astonishment rose once more. Who would have thought that Yuan Lingmeng would also arrive? I never expected you to come as well. It seems our challenge to the divine sun is destined for victory, Yuan Zhanxian remarked, casting a glance at Yuan Lingmeng. In his eyes, even though she had reached the first stage of the Tao body realm, he still believed he could defeat her. Yuan Lingmeng looked at Yuan Zhanxian and replied coolly, I am different from you. Your disdain for the divine sun stems from jealousy of his innate status as the chosen one. As for me, my curiosity about him is purely innocent. Suddenly, a fifth figure descended beside the four, Yuan Tianba from the 9th sequence. Possessing the indestructible body ranked within the top 100 of the 3,000 constitutions, he specialized in the Diamond Sutra. Yuan Tianba was a towering figure, bald, with well-defined muscles that radiated an overwhelming presence, akin to a statue of a Buddha, commanding the heavens and earth. Thus, aside from the first sequence, those who were traveling, and the defeated 7th and 10th sequences, as well as the 5th and 6th sequences currently in seclusion, all the unparalleled prodigies of the Yuan clan had gathered. As many had stated, these 5 individuals were unrivaled geniuses, dominating their peers in the world. The younger generation of the Yuan clan below was filled with fervor, cheering incessantly. This match would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of Yuan history, for such a 1-against-5 challenge had never been witnessed in countless epics. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian gazed at the 5 before him and lazily declared, Come at me together, let me see if the 5 great sequences are worthy of my full strength. As he spoke, a brilliant light erupted from his eyes, and a massive golden disc appeared in the sky, shrouded in mystery, emanating captivating runes. The pressure it exuded was formidable and terrifying. With the technique of the dual pupil, reversal of divine light, the golden disc suddenly unleashed 5 immense beams of light, hurtling towards the 5 great sequences. The 5, who had originally stood together, swiftly dispersed in different directions. 5 beams of light relentlessly pursued the 5 individuals. Yuan Zhanxian suddenly turned midair and unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the approaching light. A colossal hand of a mysterious yellow hue materialized before the beam, and the terrifying aura collided with the light, creating a resounding series of explosions. The immense yellow hand met the golden light, resulting in a cataclysmic eruption that generated a fearsome gust, threatening to destabilize the very fabric of space itself. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhanxian extended both hands forward, invoking the essence of darkness. The surrounding space transformed into an eerie and profound blackness. The golden light shot into this abyss, failing to create even the slightest ripple. Gradually, the golden rays melded with the obsidian void, ultimately fading into obscurity. At the same time, Yuan Zhanxian unleashed his mystical technique, starshine obliteration, summoning a multitude of twinkling stars behind him, which flickered incessantly. Subsequently, a peculiar beam of light erupted forth, dazzling and blinding, as it collided with the golden light. This explosive radiance illuminated the entire training ground, rendering all onlookers unable to open their eyes. Yuan Lingmeng, suspended in midair, twirled a floral wreath with her right hand, her lips uttering, element of water, penetrating water. With a crisp sound, several streams of water energy coalesced beside her, converging into a singular point from which a water laser surged forth, crashing towards the golden light, resulting in yet another violent explosion. Yuan Badian suddenly halted, channeling the indestructible body of Vajra, forming a luminous barrier around himself. The golden beam struck the shield, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds. Observing that the five had easily withstood his attack, Yuan Zhanxian smiled faintly. Not bad, you possess some skill, but today's contest will end here. Chapter 11. The Emergence of Power. Journey to the ancient talisman of the town. As Yuan Zhanxian concluded his words, his eyes ignited with a more brilliant radiance, and he lifted his gaze towards the heavens. A beam of golden light shot forth from his profound eyes, instantly dimming the sky. An overwhelming pressure descended from above, revealing a colossal eye in the sky, gazing down with an air of detached indifference, reminiscent of the eye of heaven surveying all creation. The five great sequences on the platform, along with the surrounding onlookers, suddenly felt like mere ants, acutely aware that a single glance from this eye could spell their doom. A glance that extinguishes, Yuan Zhanxian spoke softly, as the immense eye radiated a starlit brilliance, casting a dazzling blue glow over the entire training ground. The pressure emanating from this massive eye enveloped everyone present, as if they were crushed beneath the weight of countless mountains. The force was so formidable that those outside the arena struggled to breathe, while the five great sequences were already kneeling, desperately holding themselves up, sweat dripping incessantly to the ground. With the increasing pressure, the surrounding space shattered like fragile glass. Shattered space, no. It cannot be. Only a being of the reincarnation realm could accomplish such a feat. The divine sun has merely reached the pinnacle of body refinement. How could this be? Could it be that the divine sun's power rivals that of the reincarnation realm? This was not a reflection of Yuan Zhanxian's strength, but rather the innate ability of the profound eye itself, which possessed the power to create worlds. A fully realized profound eye could even manifest a realm of its own, let alone tear apart space. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian took a step forward, and the profound eye in the sky unleashed an even greater pressure upon the five great sequences. With a gasp, they coughed up blood, and with another step, the overwhelming force rendered them all gravely injured, sprawled across the training platform in disarray. Yuan Zhanxian declared, "You are now gravely wounded, and I have yet to exert even a tenth of my strength." Gasp, even a tenth of his strength. The five great sequences found themselves utterly powerless to retaliate. The divine sun is truly terrifying. If he possesses such power, what qualifies him to be our divine sun? Indeed, the divine sun is unparalleled, a being of unmatched caliber, both unprecedented and unparalleled. With the divine sun among us, our clan is destined for unparalleled glory, sweeping aside all opposition. The crowd below erupted with excitement, their fervor escalating as if they had been invigorated with a surge of energy. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhanxian gazed at the severely injured five great sequences, murmuring, "If I take one more step, then from this day forth, our clan shall be reduced from 10 sequences to 5. Tell me, should I take that step?" A slight smile, innocuous yet ominous, curled at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing this, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener felt a chill run down their spines, sensing that someone was about to face dire consequences. Yuan Zhanxian's smile, to the five great sequences, seemed more fearsome than the demons of the dark forbidden zone. Could it be that their demise was imminent today? Of course, if you submit to me and regard me as your sole leader, I shall overlook the past transgressions. As the onlookers were still processing the situation, Yuan Zhanxian spoke again. I am willing to submit to the divine sun." At that moment, the five great sequences no longer carried the defiant air they had at the beginning. Instead, each wore an expression of deep discontent. Having lost both their pride and their forces, they had aimed to assert their dominance over the divine sun, yet instead found themselves in submission. "Zifeng, Yener." Yuan Zhanxian called to the two standing outside. In an instant, they ascended to the stage, bowing and saying, "Yes, divine sun, what are your commands?" "These five are entrusted to you. The divine sun's palace lacks sufficient attendance. Thus, these five will assist. The men shall clean the main hall and tend to the gardens, while the women will tidy the rooms and wash the linens." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd below. Could it be? The five great sequences reduced to mere servants? Unthinkable, simply astonishing. Enough, this matter is settled. You five shall accompany Zifeng and Yener to the divine sun's palace. I must now journey to the ancestral land. With that, he vanished in a flash of golden light. Just before the duel between Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Pejun commenced, the 9 ancestors of the clan, the esteemed elder, the clan elder, and Yuan Zhanxian's grandfather, Yuan Sun, had already arrived, hidden in the void, observing everything. Aha! The divine sun is merely 5 years old and can already overpower the 5 great sequences, not even utilizing a fraction of his true strength. This divine sun, Within the entire Yuan clan? No. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there is surely no one to compare. One elder proclaimed. The divine son's innate talent is unparalleled. A rarity through the ages. In this great era, he is destined to lead our clan to higher dimensions, perhaps even enabling our entire lineage to ascend to immortality. Another elder added. At that moment, an esteemed elder pondered for a moment, stroking his beard, and remarked, Indeed, the divine son's potential is extraordinary. But I fear there may be some insidious and shameless individuals who might act from the shadows. They dare. In pure competition, each relies on their own capabilities. Should they lose, so be it. But would the divine son ever lose? What a farcical thought, impossible. Another esteemed elder declared. Yuan Zhanxian's grandfather then stated, however, should the older generation act shamelessly from the shadows, I will not hesitate to eliminate them, extinguish their lineage, and then extract their souls, reducing them to ashes with the flames of the underworld. Indeed, those who dare to reach out a dark hand against the divine son shall face annihilation, no matter where they may hide. Another esteemed elder concurred. At this moment, the 9 ancestors also spoke. I shall ensure that Tian accompanies and protects the divine son, and I shall not remain dormant in this world. Let me serve as the divine son's guardian. With the 9 ancestors safeguarding the divine son, he truly is invincible. We are grateful to the 9 ancestors, the crowd replied with slight bows. Very well, this matter is concluded. Everyone may disperse, he proclaimed, and as he spoke, a spatial tunnel appeared, through which the 9 ancestors entered. Upon emerging from the spatial tunnel in the ancestral land's forbidden zone, the 9 ancestors encountered Yuan Zhanxian, who smiled and remarked, Zhanxian, you have handled this matter well. Although our clan is a forbidden one, even the tallest trees must grow their tender leaves one by one. For them, being a higher sequence of the Yuan clan has already inflated their pride. Arrogance is a poison that will only hasten their demise. Yet, they remain unaware that beyond the realm of mortals, there exist greater beings and realms, where the clans can safeguard them. However, what are those unseen places? Who shall offer them protection? Presently, the Zhanxian ancient tablet has emerged, and the heirs of various formidable factions have also surfaced, alongside the progeny of emperors and ancient anomalies. This is a golden era, and you must shoulder all responsibilities of the Yuan clan. Do you comprehend? Zhanxian understands that regardless of the might of the heirs from various factions, I stand invincible. In this lifetime, I shall undoubtedly push through all obstacles and lead my clan to greater heights. With this declaration, a flash of brilliance emanated from his dual-colored eyes. The divine radiance of his supreme bone surged forth, while chaotic energy enveloped him. His aura was potent, and he eagerly anticipated encountering the extraordinary talents and ancient prodigies of this golden age. At that moment, Jiuzhu extended his left hand, revealing an ancient jade. He spoke, This jade contains my sealed mental energy and my soul imprint. In your most perilous moments, activating the jade will allow my mental energy to shield you from attacks below the 9th tier of quasi-emperors. The soul imprint will facilitate sensing your location. Once you shatter the jade, I will immediately be able to discern your position, allowing me to traverse time and space to appear by your side. Remember, it is to be used solely in life-threatening situations. The Zhanxian ancient tablet shall only manifest in a golden era. As the Grand Age unfolds, the path of emperors reveals itself, and each day in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Zhanxian ancient tablet will appear in random locations. Each day, the top 100 will be ranked based on a synthesis of 3 realms values, ultimately merging the 9 tablets of the 9 heavens into the Tao ancient tablet, thus determining the top 1,000 across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The location of our Tai Yuan Heavens Zhanxian ancient tablet has emerged in the territory of the Sun Dynasty in the northern region. You may set forth with the clan's mobilizable sequence. The clan elders will accompany you. Furthermore, Tian, with a gentle whisper from Jiuzhu, a figure clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 40s, materialized silently before the ancestral grounds, bowing respectfully. Yuan Zhanxian immediately utilized his dual-colored eyes to observe this individual, yet he felt as if he had plunged into an unfathomable abyss. Zhanxian, this is Tian, whose cultivation stands at the Great Sage Realm, destined to protect you during your travels. Tian, I have met the Divine Son. And after a brief glance at Yuan Zhanxian, he bowed again. There is no need for such formality, and I shall rely on you in the future. The Divine Son is too gracious. I shall devote all my strength to safeguard you. Tian, should the Divine Son suffer even the slightest harm within your capabilities, you need not return. Do you understand? Jiuzhu addressed Tian with solemnity. Yes, Jiuzhu, I shall spare no effort in protecting the divine son, even at the cost of my life. Excellent. Zhanxian, go forth. I await your ascension to the pinnacle of the Zhanxian ancient tablet rankings. I shall not disappoint Jiaozu's expectations. Subsequently, Yuan Zhanxian and Tian Yi departed from the ancestral grounds. While Jiaozu cast a glance at the 3 jade coffins deep within the ancestral site, a smile gracing his lips. The 3 jade coffins then stirred slightly. Chapter 12. The arrival of various races and the commencement of trials. The expanse of the northern region spans billions of kilometers. It is said that even a sage would require at least a millennium or more to traverse from the eastern reaches to the western edge. This gives a glimpse into the vastness of the northern region. The lifespan of a sage is merely 5,000 years. While a sage king may live for 10,000 years, a great sage for 50,000, a supreme sage for 100,000, a quasi-emperor for 200,000. And those who achieve enlightenment through alternative paths may enjoy a lifespan of 250,000 years. In stark contrast, an emperor boasts 1,000,000 years of life. As for immortals, they transcend the bounds of heaven and earth, possessing an eternal existence as long as they do not fall. This is why beings from various races defy the heavens in their pursuit of becoming emperors and immortals. The alternative is to perish and become mere dust. Only by aspiring to greater heights does one have the opportunity to attain immortality. In the Solar Dynasty, seated upon the throne of the imperial palace is a figure of imposing countenance, exuding an air of authority that commands respect, gazing down upon all with a solemn demeanor. Clad in an imperial robe adorned with 9 soaring 3-legged golden crows, he stands upon boots crafted from the same mythical creatures. A magnificent 3-legged golden crow flickers behind him, emanating a searing golden radiance, sacred and formidable. The Solar Dynasty traces its origins back to the 3-legged golden crow, rising during the ancient era, spanning several dozen epochs, each epoch lasting 12 million years, thus constituting an era. These eras are categorized into creation, myth, celestial antiquity, ancient times, remote antiquity, and primal antiquity. The earlier an era, the greater its duration. It is said that the mythical era endured for hundreds of epochs. Despite the Solar Dynasty having produced only 2 or 3 emperors over its many epochs, the might of its imperial lineage remains terrifically daunting. At this moment, the Solar Sovereign addresses a young man standing below him. Zhanxian. Before him stands a strikingly handsome youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, exuding an aura of elegance and poise. He is clad in an imperial robe embroidered with 6 flying 3-legged golden crows, and he bows slightly. Father, observing his son. Prince Zhanxian, the Solar Sovereign's stern visage softens with a hint of satisfaction. Prince Zhanxian is naturally endowed with the extraordinary Great Sun Divine Physique, ranking among the top 50 of the 3,000 physiques. Moreover, he has acquired the true solar fire and ancestral bloodline from his forebears at the place of inheritance, resulting in a 50% ancestral return in his bloodline. He is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional prodigies in the entire realm of Jiutian and Shidi. With the arrival of the ancient tablet of Heaven's subjugation in the territory of the Solar Dynasty, nearly all the prodigies of the Taiyuan realm are expected to attend, including scions from ancient immortal realms, imperial lineages, and sacred places, among them, unparalleled talents and monstrous geniuses. Do you possess confidence? Rest assured, Father. This time, I shall strive to secure a place among the top 3 in the ancient tablet as trial rankings. Recently, I have made significant advancements in strength through the inheritance I received. It is said that the top 100 will be rewarded with celestial gifts. The higher the ranking, the rarer the rewards. I certainly will not let such an opportunity pass me by. Good. My son, with your extraordinary talents, you are destined to reap abundant rewards and elevate the prestige of our dynasty. In the 10,000 great mountains, where the ancient tablet of Heaven's subjugation has descended, the area is now teeming with individuals, as various factions have already gathered. Behold, a voice echoed. A colossal warship emerged in the sky, populated by men and women of all ages. An ancient yellow character stood out prominently on the ship. This signifies the Huang family, a lineage steeped in antiquity. Look, do you see the youthful figure, merely 12 or 13 years of age, standing at the forefront? That is Huang Xiaoyu, the foremost among the 8 holy sons of the Huang clan, and the youngest son of the clan's patriarch. It is said that he possesses the extreme thunder physique, ranking within the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques, and his prowess is unparalleled. This time, he participates in the trials on behalf of his elder brother, Huang Jingwang, who boasts the innate emperor physique, ranked among the top 20. Rumor has it that the master of the innate emperor physique cultivates imperial techniques, destined to ascend to rulership upon mastery. Currently, Huang Jingwang remains in seclusion and does not partake in the trials for the Zhenxian ancient tablet. Thus, his brother Huang Xiaoyu represents him, simultaneously testing his own strength. Boom. In another part of the sky, a massive peak appeared, enveloped in swirling purple mist. Within the mountain, there were forests and pools, adorned with palatial structures. This was the Yaoqi sacred land's Yaoqi Peak. Someone pointed towards the distant mountain, declaring that the renowned beauty of the Yaoqi sacred land, by Lingxi, was said to be breathtaking, possessing unparalleled beauty. At the forefront of the Yaoqi sacred land stood an enchanting woman clad in a crimson qipao, her alluring figure strikingly prominent, evoking the imagination. Draped in a layer of sheer white silk and adorned with a black silk shawl, she exuded an air of opulence. Beside her stood Bai Lingxi, tall and graceful, with a captivating oval face, complexion like jade, skin as fair as snow, and a cascade of lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her bangs danced in the wind, framing a pair of clear, autumn-like eyes that sparkled with the purity of lotus flowers, embodying the grace of a celestial maiden. Clang! A resonant cry pierced the sky as a gigantic phoenix soared from the distance, its formidable aura stirring up fierce winds that knocked the onlookers off balance. This was the phoenix tribe residing within the ancient parasol tree, a towering entity that had existed since the age of the immortals, forming its own realm. Atop the magnificent phoenix stood an elder, appearing over 60 years of age. This was the 10th elder of the phoenix tribe, a being of great sanctity, surprising all with his presence. Following him was the phoenix maiden, Feng Yutong, who bore flowing red hair, a stunning visage, and delicate features, with a fiery mark prominently displayed on her forehead. Her indifferent crimson eyes suggested that she remained aloof from her surroundings, her cold demeanor deterring anyone from gazing too long. It is said that Feng Yutong is a bloodline variant known as the Blood Phoenix, her innate talents rivaling those of the five-colored phoenix. How terrifying! It is rumored that the leader of the phoenix tribe is akin to the four-colored phoenix, having reached the pinnacle of sanctity. Does this not imply that Feng Yutong possesses a talent and grace comparable to that of an emperor? Could she not contend with those ranked among the top 30 of the 3,000 physiques? A coarse croak resonated through the air, heralding the emergence of a colossal orb of light. Within this luminous sphere, the flickering silhouette of a three-legged golden crow could be discerned, atop which stood a throng of individuals. One among them remarked, "These are the people of the Sun Dynasty." Another swiftly interjected, "Indeed, this is the territory of the Sun Dynasty, an imperial power that surely attracts attention. Moreover, Prince Xinyang is an unparalleled prodigy, undeniably a top contender for one of the three esteemed positions." Representatives from various factions had also gathered, including the ancient Su clan, the heavenly mystic sacred land, the Divine Marsh, in the eastern extreme Divine Palace, among others. A thunderous roar erupted, drawing the attention of the crowd. In the sky, 9 enormous flood dragons, radiating a verdant glow, were seen pulling a grand palace, their fierce roars echoing throughout the heavens and earth, as if declaring sovereignty over the land. The oppressive aura emanating from these majestic creatures caused the very fabric of space to tremble. Those present, particularly the weaker cultivators without powerful guardians, turned pale under the weight of the dragon's presence, some even losing control of their faculties. Yes, it was true, some had indeed lost their composure, with the stench emanating from one unfortunate soul's rear end confirming their plight. Could it be the Azure Abyss swallowing dragon? 9 of them, each at the level of a great sage. The Azure Abyss swallowing dragon clan is a branch of the true dragon lineage, renowned for its formidable strength, ranking among the top within its kin. It is said that the clan boasts ancestors who possess quasi-emperor might. Who, pray tell, possesses such audacity to have 9 Azure Abyss swallowing dragons in service? Such extravagance is beyond comprehension, a young rotund figure exclaimed. "Look, over there," another shouted. "Where?" "Up there," came the response. At the center of the palace drawn by the dragons, a grand plaque emblazoned with the character Yuan shone with resplendent golden light. Is this the Forbidden Yuan clan? At that moment, the venerable elder of the Yuan clan, Yuan Jiuchong, emerged from the palace alongside Yuan Zhanxian. An ancient figure from the sacred land remarked, "I never expected this old fellow to make an appearance. In his prime, he was invincible among his peers. Now, he has attained the realm of the most sacred. After so many millennia, I presumed he had passed into the void, yet here he stands, truly the Eternal One." The child accompanying him appears to be the Qilan son born to the Yuan clan 5 years prior. His aura is profound, with the laws of the universe manifesting around him. It seems the Yuan clan has produced another unparalleled being. The previous Yuan Zhanxian had already overshadowed his contemporaries. Had the spiritual essence of the world not been sparse at that time, the Yuan clan might have one more emperor to boast of. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. This child, I sense, surpasses his father. I wonder what extraordinary constitution he possesses. Chapter 13. The System's Hidden Mission Ding. This system kindly reminds the host not to forget about securing the first place in the ancient heaven token. 2 years later, the system chimed once more. Oh, system. I thought you had vanished. It turns out you are still here. Host, this system. This system is not a mere pet to go missing. I merely wanted to remind you, lest you forget your mission. There is something I intended to share after you completed your initial task. But I can disclose it now as well. Currently, this system has an additional hidden task. Would you be interested? If you are willing, you can accomplish both tasks simultaneously, yielding greater rewards. What is it? Pray, enlighten me. No. The host must first accept the task, after which this system will unveil the details. However, you do have the option to decline. If I refuse, will there be any repercussions? Queried Yuan Zhanxian. There will be no consequences whatsoever, replied the system. Another hidden task. And no penalties for refusal? Is this cunning system attempting to deceive me? Yuan Zhanxian pondered for a moment before speaking. This clever system. This system would never deceive the host. You are my esteemed benefactor. How could I possibly betray you? Then let me hear you call me father. At this moment. The system was overwhelmed with frustration. See? You claim I am your esteemed benefactor and that I would not deceive you, yet you refuse to utter father? From now on, I shall ignore any tasks you issue. I shall not undertake any tasks. How absurd. What will you do? What will you do? Strike me. You fool. Yuan Zhanxian chuckled. 10 seconds countdown to automatic system destruction. Stop. I was merely jesting. The notion of automatic destruction was a mere exaggeration. I accept the task, all right? Yuan Zhanxian expressed, exasperated by the antics of this crafty system. The host is simply being obstinate, forcing me to resort to drastic measures before yielding. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian wore an expression akin to having indulged in a delightful treat. Ding. Hidden task activated. The host must unlock the ancient Dao token's eternal list and secure the first position. Eternal list? Achieve first place? Is not the previous task to secure the first position as well? What is this new first? Are you toying with me? The initial task was to claim the first position in the ninefold unity of the ancient heaven token. While this hidden task pertains to the eternal list of the ancient Dao token, the eternal list can only be unlocked by unparalleled beings of the highest caliber. The conditions for its revelation are exceedingly stringent. This list chronicles all the forbidden and formidable entities from ancient times to the present, ranking the mightiest of them all. Each contender is an unparalleled and invincible figure, with the very least among them possessing the cultivation of an emperor, while those at the forefront have already ascended to immortality. Immortality? Surpassing these immortal beings' records should prove quite exhilarating, Yuan Zhanxian remarked with a smile. Now that is intriguing, presenting a true challenge. If one cannot conquer them, what merit is there? How shall I traverse the ages and achieve unparalleled greatness? The vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. Huang Xiaoyu gazed into the distance at the figure of Yuan Zhanxian and addressed the members of the Huang family. Is this the scion of the forbidden Yuan clan? He appears merely a child, yet to fully mature, attempting to prove himself in trials. The clan elder cast a glance at Huang Xiaoyu and replied, Do not underestimate the scion of the Yuan clan. Each of the top 10 sequences of the Yuan clan boasts extraordinary talents. The current first sequence, Yuan Ruochu, possesses the unparalleled reincarnation physique. The fact that such a prodigy has not become the Yuan clan's scion speaks volumes about Yuan Zhanxian's formidable innate gifts. We must not be careless. Huang Xiaoyu, hearing the elder's words, curled his lips in disdain. Meanwhile, the members of the Yaoqi sacred land also turned their attention to Yuan Zhanxian, with Bai Lingxi's gaze particularly filled with curiosity. Before her departure, her master, the Yaoqi sacred lord, had earnestly instructed her to avoid conflict with Yuan Zhanxian and ideally foster a closer relationship. Bai Lingxi, puzzled, had inquired why. The Yaoqi sacred lord, with a sorrowful expression, had replied, Because he is my son. In his prime, he wielded unparalleled power and unmatched grace, dominating the extraordinary talents of his generation. As his offspring, I can only presume he is equally exceptional. Reflecting on her master's complex emotions when speaking of Yuan Zhanxian and Yuan Zhanxian filled her with boundless curiosity toward the latter. The members of the Phoenix clan observed in silence as the Yuan clan made their entrance, casting glances at their own Feng Nu. At that moment, Feng Nu maintained an impassive demeanor, her expression serene as she regarded the Yuan clan without uttering a word. On the side of the Sun dynasty, the true Sun Prince looked gravely at the Yuan clan, particularly at the Yuan clan scion, Yuan Zhanxian. He recalled a past encounter from his childhood. Around the age of 7 or 8, when he chanced upon Yuan Ruochu, who was then also of a similar age, in a secret realm. At that time, endowed with the great Sun divine body, he believed himself capable of overpowering his peers. However, to his astonishment, he was defeated by Yuan Ruochu in less than 10 exchanges. After returning to the dynasty, he dedicated 2 years to intensive training, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Yet, upon encountering Yuan Ruochu again at the age of 10 during another journey, he acted without hesitation, only to be vanquished in 8 moves, as Yuan Ruochu departed with nonchalance. From that moment on, Yuan Ruochu became an indelible shadow in Yuan Zhanxian's life. Until he could overcome him, Yuan Ruochu would forever remain a haunting specter, potentially hindering his future cultivation. Such power. And yet Yuan Zhanxian, who surpasses even Yuan Ruochu, is not the scion but merely the first sequence. This reveals the terrifying potential of Yuan Zhanxian. Cousin. At that moment, a voice resonated as a silhouette descended beside Yuan Zhanxian. As the figure materialized, a striking young woman emerged, around 15 or 16 years of age. Her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, exuding a delicate charm. Her skin was as smooth and luminous as jade, and her bright eyes compelled one to gaze a moment longer. A well-defined nose and charming dimples graced her cheeks, her every smile and frown revealing an effortless beauty, akin to a celestial being stepped forth from a painting. Are you my cousin Muyao? Yu Muyao. The contemporary divine maiden of the Taiyu Heavenly Jade clan possesses an extraordinary dreamlike physique, ranking among the top 50 of the 3,000 physiques. This dreamlike body is endowed with formidable mental strength, and its mystical illusions can blur the line between dreams and reality. She is the daughter of the clan's patriarch. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhanxian's mother, Yuling Qing, was the previous divine maiden of the Jade clan, and the current patriarch is her biological brother. Additionally, the patriarch has a son, who is also Yuan Zhanxian's cousin. The Jade clan's divine son has now reached the age of 18. The Jade clan is an immortal imperial lineage, slightly inferior to the Yuan clan on the surface, yet it remains one of the most powerful families across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How is it, cousin? Do you not recognize your elder cousin anymore? I visited you in the Yuan clan when you were a child, Yu Muyao remarked. I remember. How could I forget? You almost got me in trouble back then. If it weren't for my mother's quick reflexes, I would have faced your mischief. Yuan Zhanxian responded with a hint of frustration, though a faint smile graced his lips. Of course, I remember. What brings you to Taiyuan heaven? Are you here to partake in the trials as well? No. I came to see you. The old man insisted that this trial is a tremendous opportunity one must seize. I have no desire to be publicly acknowledged, she replied. Upon hearing you would be here, I begged the clan elder to help me sneak out. At that moment, the esteemed elder of the Jade clan approached and greeted Yuan Zhanxian with a respectful gesture, his right hand placed over his chest. Greetings, divine son. My mother was the former divine maiden of the Jade clan. I possess half of the clan's bloodline, so I can be considered a member, Yuan Zhanxian replied, downplaying the elder's courtesy. Why, old fellow, what brings you out this time? I thought you were waiting for your ascension in the Jade clan. Yuan Zhochong remarked at the elder. Just because you can come, does that mean I cannot? Besides, you haven't ascended yet. How could I bear to do so? The elder retorted. I accompanied our clan's divine maiden to observe the divine son and to foster our relationship. What of it? While others may not know this child, we do. His terrifying talent and physique qualify him to be our clan's imperial son. Do not forget, his mother was our former divine maiden, and our patriarch is his maternal uncle. What? Imperial son? Dual position? Nonsense. Zhanxian is clearly our clan's divine son, you shameless old fool. Yuan Zhochong exclaimed, irate. What? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to settle this in combat? The elder of the Jade clan countered defiantly. In their youth, both had been unparalleled prodigies, undefeated among their peers, and their rivalry had persisted through the years, marked by victories and defeats alike, a balance of prowess. However, their enmity had gradually transformed into a profound friendship, and they now relished the banter that accompanied their encounters. Just as the two exchanged heated words, the ancient Zhentian plaque suddenly radiated a brilliant light. What is this? The trial has commenced. With that, the assembly of extraordinary talents from both clans soared towards the Zhanxian plaque, preparing to engage in the trials. Chapter 14, Trials of the Prodigy. Reactions from all sides. The ancient town settling tablet in the void emanated an aura steeped in antiquity. Radiant light burst forth, coalescing into a colossal vortex gate. The outer rim of this swirling portal shimmered with iridescent hues, while the interior remained shrouded in ominous darkness, obscuring all that lay within. Sui has arrived, a voice rang out, though its source was unknown. The Su family, a formidable force steeped in immortal lineage, boasted the heritage of a quasi-emperor. Renowned as a lineage of sword cultivators, Sui stood as the saintly scion of this generation, embodying the esteemed 3,000 physiques with his Qinglian sword body. Ranking among the top 100. A swordsman is the blade of the heart, capable of both slaying and protecting. The distinction lies merely in intent. The inherent offensive prowess of sword cultivators is among the most formidable in the realm. Even the illustrious ancestors of the Su family, possessing the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation, could deliver a devastating blow that might severely wound an ordinary emperor. This is the might of the sword cultivator, which compels even the imperial clans to tread carefully around the Su family. At this juncture, Sui was the first to step into the inner realm of the town settling tablet to commence his trial. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a vast luminous screen materialized before the town settling tablet, displaying the unfolding scene of Sui within the inner realm. Yuan Zhanxian observed this spectacle, momentarily taken aback. His mind recalled a popular phenomenon from his days on Blue Star, akin to live streaming, realizing that after 5 years in this world, he was witnessing an otherworldly version of real-time broadcasting. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Within the inner realm of the town settling tablet, the surroundings were enveloped in a dismal gray space, instilling a sense of oppression. At the center stood a colossal trial stone, crafted from an indiscernible material, towering several dozen meters high. As Sui approached the trial stone, an emotionless voice resonated. Attention, trial seeker. The trial's varying realms will elicit different colors of light from the trial stone. Red signifies the body refinement realm. Yellow denotes the blood transformation realm, and blue represents the cave heaven realm. Upon each color manifestation, the seeker's cultivation will be temporarily suppressed to the corresponding realm. Do you understand? Understood. Sui nodded in affirmation. In response, the trial stone emitted a blood-red glow. Consequently, Sui's cultivation was suppressed to the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, and at that moment, an ancient long sword materialized in his right hand. His spiritual power surging dramatically. With a sudden, forceful sweep, a formidable sword light shot toward the trial stone with incredible velocity. This represented Sui's most powerful technique at the body refinement stage. With a resounding thud, the results were declared. Trial Seeker Sui, Body Refinement Realm, 18,000 G. The emotionless voice echoed once more. At this moment, the outside world erupted in astonishment. 18,000 G. As expected of the Qinglian sword body. A typical cultivator at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm can muster only around 10,000 G. It is essential to note that cultivators are categorized into various ranks: ordinary individuals, geniuses, prodigies, monsters, unparalleled prodigies, and the most formidable beings, the ancient monsters. Sui had evidently reached the level of an unparalleled prodigy. Barring any catastrophic downfall, his future achievements promised to ascend to the realm of the sage. The trial stone then began to emit a yellow light. Look, the blood transformation realm trial has commenced, someone exclaimed from the outside. In that moment, Sui's physique underwent a transformation, as his previously peak body refinement realm cultivation surged to the zenith of the blood transformation realm. As the realm surged, Sui's aura intensified, and suddenly, 9 emerald lotus leaves materialized around him, gradually transforming into 9 radiant swords. These swords stood upright, revolving around Sui. He then declared, Lotus Secret Method, Leaf Sword Technique. With that, the 9 swords struck the trial stone with a thunderous impact. The voice echoed, Trialist Sui. Bloodlifting Realm, 180,000 pounds. Just as the words faded, the trial stone emitted a blue glow, elevating Sui's cultivation to the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Subsequently, Sui seated himself cross-legged in midair, his hands forming intricate seals as his spiritual energy and aura surged simultaneously. 8 cave heaven seals appeared behind him, spinning continuously. Observing from a distance, an ancient being from the eternal sacred land remarked, This young man truly deserves to be called a future sage. With such talent, he would be worthy of the title of Holy Son in our sacred ground. The members of the Su family were equally exhilarated by their holy son's remarkable gifts. envisioning a future where he would be the core strength of their lineage. Once Sui emerged, Yuan Zhanxian swiftly flew to the vortex gate, casting a teasing glance at Sui as he stepped out, saying, "The future great sage, not too shabby." Sui cast a fleeting glance at Yuan Zhanxian and retorted, "Do you ever stop talking?" With that, he disregarded Yuan Zhanxian and returned to his family's ranks. Frustrated, Yuan Zhanxian stormed into the trial chamber. Inside, the same gray, misty space awaited him, along with the trial stone. As the stone glowed red, Yuan Zhanxian's cultivation was reduced to the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. With the extreme thunder body, his formidable lightning power surged, emanating an overwhelming destructive force. Yuan Zhanxian's aura exploded, flickering with violet lightning around him. As his energy grew, the surrounding lightning brightened and multiplied. With a deep roar, Yuan Zhanxian unleashed the violet lightning toward the trial stone. A thunderous crash ensued, followed by the cold, indifferent voice declaring, "Trialist Yuan Zhanxian, body refinement realm, 180,000 pounds. Gasps erupted, another future sage. It seemed this trial of the ancient town heaven plate was not in vain, yielding 2 potential sages. At that moment, the trial stone glowed yellow, elevating Yuan Zhanxian's cultivation to the pinnacle of the bloodlifting realm. Without hesitation, he summoned his spiritual energy, forming intricate seals with his hands. Terrifying lightning coalesced into a massive violet sphere, radiating an aura that threatened to reduce anything to ashes upon contact. "Congeal," Yuan Zhanxian commanded. And the violet sphere surged toward the trial stone. Explosions echoed in rapid succession, and the cold voice returned, "Trialist Yuan Zhanxian, bloodlifting realm, 185,000 pounds. What? This fellow surpassed Sui by a margin." Outside, onlookers buzzed with chatter. Just then, the trial stone emitted a blue glow once more, propelling Yuan Zhanxian's cultivation to the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. He then seated himself cross-legged, channeling his techniques to maximize his spiritual energy, and as it swelled, 8 rotating cave heaven seals manifested behind him. The trialist, Yuan Zhanxian, exists within the 8 heavens of the cave realm. Outside, the crowd began to stir once again, as 8 unparalleled prodigies emerged, each possessing talents that slightly surpassed that of Sui. The elder of the Huang family smiled with satisfaction, remarking that the saintly son, Yuan Zhanxian, already exhibited the extraordinary talents befitting a future supreme figure within the family. Moreover, his elder brother, the divine scion Yuan Zhanxian, was endowed with a constitution of a primordial emperor, rendering him even more formidable than his younger sibling. Were it not for his brother's current seclusion, he would undoubtedly contend for the top position in this trial. Meanwhile, Bai Lingxi from the Yaoqi sacred land glanced at the Phoenix clan's Feng Nu and smiled gently, asking, "Sister, shall you go first or shall I?" The Phoenix maiden remained aloof, responding, "It matters not who goes first. Then I shall take my leave," Bai Lingxi declared, swiftly advancing to the vortex gate and stepping through. Within the inner realm, as Bai Lingxi entered, the trial stone emanated a crimson glow. Her cultivation was momentarily lowered to the peak of body refinement. At that moment, Bai Lingxi formed a hand seal, and an ancient, mysterious white aura enveloped her. Upon completing the seal, the white aura transformed into a crescent moon, casting a soft white light that hung above the inner realm. This was the Yaoqi sacred land's inherited cultivation method, the Queen Mother scripture, reputedly a supreme technique of their ancestor, the West Queen Mother. When cultivated to a certain level, it could manifest the ethereal realm of an otherworldly paradise, and that white aura was known as the essence of transformation, claiming to transmute all things. Furthermore, this technique could only be practiced by the one holding the title of Yaoqi's sacred master. Swiftly, Bai Lingxi called out delicately. The white crescent spun rapidly towards the trial stone. With a resounding crash, the white explosion dissipated. A cold voice announced, "Trialist Bai Lingxi. Body refinement stage, 300,000 G." As soon as this number was proclaimed, the outside crowd erupted in astonishment. 300,000 G? This is incredible. The Yaoqi goddess is terrifying. Her talents are those of a true prodigy. The goddess not only possessed unparalleled beauty, but also remarkable gifts. Such an extraordinary woman. Who could possibly be worthy of her? The discussions outside grew fervent. Inside, Bai Lingxi awaited the second round of trials. As the trial stone shifted from a red glow to a yellow one, and her cultivation advanced to the peak of blood mobilization. Humming. Bai Lingxi slowly floated in midair, her hands weaving seals as she invoked the Queen Mother scripture. With each seal, her aura surged in intensity, coalescing into powerful streams that radiated outward. Boom, boom. At that moment, 2 streams of white transformative essence appeared beside her, swirling around her form. Bai Lingxi pointed her delicate finger forward, causing the two streams of white essence to converge at her fingertip. They erupted in a brilliant white light, transforming into a colossal white dragon that surged toward the trial stone. With a resounding roar, the voice echoed, "Trialist Bai Lingxi. Blood mobilization stage, 310,000 gene." Upon hearing this figure, Yuan Zhanxian, observing the scene, contemplated thoughtfully, "This talent is quite commendable. It seems comparable to that of Xingqian Su Yu and his companions. I have previously heard someone mention that the lord of the Yaoqi sacred land had quite an unusual relationship with his father. If I were to take the Yaoqi goddess as my maid, I wonder what expression would grace my father's face when the lord of Yaoqi comes knocking. Just the thought of it brings me joy. Engaging in a playful rivalry with my father is endlessly delightful." Chapter 15. The Trial of the Divine Offspring, astonishing all within the realm of inner worlds. As the second round of trials concluded, the final trial commenced. With the trial stone radiating a brilliant blue light, Bai Lingxi stood gracefully in the void, her long gown billowing as if caressed by an unseen wind. Her breathtaking beauty exuded an aura of sanctity that commanded reverence. At this moment, Bai Lingxi's cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Her presence exponentially amplified with formidable strength. As her aura intensified, the imprint of the cave heaven gradually manifested behind her, revealing all 9 marks before finally halting. The trial participant, Bai Lingxi, had achieved the 9th cave heaven. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The 9th cave heaven, a symbol of unparalleled genius. The divine maiden's talent was truly astonishing, leading some to speculate that, perhaps centuries hence, the Yaoqi sacred land would give rise to an extraordinary empress. A voice in the crowd expressed this sentiment with awe. Meanwhile, the leading beauty of the Yaoqi sacred land wore a faint smile, her lips curling in a way that was enchanting beyond words. The divine maiden is indeed a peerless prodigy. Our Yaoqi sacred land shall one day contend for the imperial throne, she mused. Observing Bai Lingxi's prodigious talent, Feng Yutong of the Phoenix clan smiled subtly. Her smile rivaled even that of Bai Lingxi. A normally stoic expression softened for a moment. Just then, the voice of the Phoenix clan's 10th elder resonated. "Yutong, it is your turn." Without uttering a word, Feng Yutong soared towards the vortex gate. Upon entering the inner realm, the trial stone emitted a crimson glow. Feng Yutong's cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Then, she formed a hand seal, conjuring a moderately sized halo that radiated a blood-red light. "Go." With a commanding voice, Feng Yutong released a magnificent blood-colored phoenix, measuring 7 to 8 meters, which soared forth, colliding with the trial stone with a thunderous impact. Bang! Following the sound, a cold voice echoed, "Trial participant, Feng Yutong, body refinement realm, 35,000 gene." The trial stone then glowed with a yellow light, signifying Feng Yutong's ascension to the pinnacle of the blood transformation realm. Her aura surged once more, as a blood-red moon appeared behind her, casting an enchanting glow throughout the inner realm. "Power of the blood moon," Feng Yutong whispered, as a dark crimson light coalesced at the center of the blood moon, growing increasingly radiant before shooting forth a beam of dark crimson light towards the trial stone. As the brilliance dissipated, the voice resounded again, "Trial participant, Feng Yutong, blood transformation realm, 360,000 gene." Then, the trial stone emitted a blue light once more, elevating Feng Yutong's cultivation to the cave heaven realm. She stood there, exuding an air of serene composure, as if the world around her held no significance. With her hands, she formed seals, and 9 blood-red cave heavens materialized behind her, emanating a crimson glow. "Trial participant, Feng Yutong, 9th cave heaven." Outside, the 10th elder of the Phoenix clan laughed heartily, stroking his beard. "Haha, truly, our clan's Feng girl is remarkable. This mutated bloodline indeed possesses the qualities of an extraordinary prodigy. Upon returning, we must urge the clan leader to activate the Nirvana grounds, allowing her to master the secret arts of Nirvana. Once she achieves this, her strength will surely multiply." Haha. At this moment, a colossal fireball descended upon the entrance of the vortex gate, its intense heat forcing the gathered crowd to retreat. As the fireball dissipated, a figure emerged. "Ah, it is the Prince of Xinjiang," the onlookers murmured. A descendant of the 3-legged golden crow, the members of the Phoenix clan turned to the Prince of Xinjiang, remarking, "A descendant of the 3-legged golden crow? A being of fire, much like our ancestors." And the 3-legged golden crow was one of the 10 emperors of the ancient heavenly court. "I am curious to see how this descendant compares to our Phoenix maiden." The Prince of Xinjiang strode directly to the trial stone, which radiated a crimson light. His cultivation level immediately plummeted to the pinnacle of body refinement. Gathering all his spiritual energy, a golden radiance enveloped him, forming a three-legged golden crow in midair. The crow opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. The overwhelming heat was palpable, even to those watching from outside. As the flames subsided, a voice echoed, "Tester Yuan Zhanxian, body refinement realm, 36,000 pounds." Once the voice faded, the trial stone emitted a yellow glow. Yuan Zhanxian's cultivation surged once more, and he released an even more formidable aura. With a slight lift of his right hand, he gathered a sphere of golden energy in his palm. With a forceful squeeze, the golden energy erupted into a brilliant heat that raised the surrounding temperature to terrifying levels, as if capable of melting anything in its wake. As the light faded, the voice announced, "Tester Yuan Zhanxian, bloodline realm, 380,000 pounds." The cold voice re-emerged, and as it faded, the trial stone shone with a blue light. Yuan Zhanxian's cultivation ascended to the cave heaven realm. At this moment, he stood poised in the void, palms pressed together, fingers intertwined. His entire being enveloped in true solar fire, resembling an emperor of flames. 9 fiery cave symbols manifested behind him. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered numb. An ancient presence remarked, "This world has an abundance of unparalleled talents. The number of extraordinary prodigies appearing is quite excessive. There are already several peerless geniuses emerging, and we can only speculate how many remain unmanifested. In my era, 1 or 2 extraordinary talents a day across the 9 heavens and 10 earths was already remarkable. Truly, this is the golden age." At this juncture, Yuan Zhanxian began to move, slowly ascending. His youthful and handsome visage bore a faint smile, while his garments fluttered as if stirred by an unseen breeze. With each step, he traversed the void, radiating resplendent golden light, a terrifying aura permeating the air. The sounds of the great Tao resonated throughout the cosmos, and his eyes, resembling the stars of the universe, were both mysterious and powerful, evoking a sensation of suffocation as if one were plunging into the depths of a boundless sea. "Is that a dual-eyed being?" The onlookers gasped, realizing that the divine son of the Yuan clan possessed dual pupils, the legendary eyes that had never known defeat. But wait, mere dual pupils alone would not suffice for him to ascend to the position of divine son. He must possess other extraordinary traits. Otherwise, the first of the Yuan lineage, Yuan Ruochu, would have long since claimed the title. His reincarnation body is a rare, heaven-defying constitution that emerges once in several epochs. As he approached the entrance of the vortex gate, Yuan Zhanxian proceeded with deliberate grace. Inside the inner realm, the trial stone sensed his presence and began to emit a crimson glow. Yuan Zhanxian gazed upward at the trial stone, channeling the eternal immortal scripture. As an overwhelming surge of spiritual power began to infuse his right fist, with a single, unadorned strike, he unleashed his punch, causing the very fabric of space to solidify. There were no extravagant techniques, no superfluous movements, merely a fist. With a resounding boom, the trial stone trembled incessantly. At this moment, the previously indifferent voice was tinged with astonishment. You are. Announce the results." The ancient heaven-subduing token. Yuan Zhanxian addressed the heavens. "To think, you have emerged in this grand era." The voice exclaimed in surprise. "Trial taker Yuan Zhanxian, body refinement stage, 500,000 Jin." A collective gasp echoed from the crowd outside. 500,000 Jin? This, the pinnacle of the body refinement stage is merely 100,000 Jin. Isn't it? Even the most monstrous prodigy of the ages could not possibly match this. Such a feat transcended mere terror. It was utterly unfathomable to them. In that moment, the trial stone emitted a radiant yellow light. Yuan Zhanxian smiled faintly, his entire being enveloped in golden brilliance, as he propelled himself through the realms with the force of a rocket, ascending through the blood transformation stages, first, second, third, until he reached the peak of blood transformation. Halting his ascent, he then concentrated his power once more, but this time it was different. He silently invoked the powers of the heavy eye, the supreme bone, and the chaotic body, merging the 3 forces into one. The terrifying aura he exuded transformed the surrounding environment, casting it into a hue reminiscent of the apocalypse. Once again, with no flamboyant displays or unnecessary gestures, he unleashed a punch. Crack, 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 fissures rapidly spread across the surface of the trial stone. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the stone shattered. At this juncture, the voice expressed its resignation. "You, Sai, trial taker Yuan Zhanxian, blood transformation stage, 1 billion gene. The crowd outside, mouths agape, found themselves rendered speechless, the once boisterous atmosphere now eerily quiet, save for the faint sound of the wind. After regaining their composure, one stammered, "Oh, 1 billion?" Their voices trembled with disbelief. "My goodness," someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. Another individual, speaking in their local dialect, excitedly chimed in, "Oh my, this is truly unfathomable. How is it even possible? I never imagined that a mere 5-year-old child could achieve 1 billion gene. Did you see that? Who would dare to believe this? It's unbelievable. I am utterly flabbergasted. My mind is buzzing, and I see stars everywhere." Though the trial stone lay in ruins, the trial must continue. At this moment, the voice was palpably frustrated. Yuan Zhanxian stood poised in the void, one hand resting behind his back, while the other formed a seal before his chest. An unparalleled aura radiated from him, as a golden halo appeared beneath his feet, mysterious and arcane. The terrifying presence he exuded caused the surrounding space to tremble. His cultivation, previously restricted to the peak of the blood transformation stage, surged once more. He ascended through the celestial realm stages, first, second, third, until he reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Subsequently, a series of mystical realms gradually manifested upon his back, 1, 2, 5, until the 18th emerged, marking the culmination of the trialist Yuan Zhanxian's 18 heavenly realms. The onlookers outside could no longer contain their astonishment. What was this? A timeless prodigy? The reincarnation of the heavenly emperor? Or perhaps a child of the Tao? Regardless, whether it was Huang Xiaoyu, Jin Jinyang, Bai Lingxi, or the exceedingly aloof Feng Yutong, all were on the brink of mental collapse. Only the members of the Yuan and Yu clans radiated excitement. Their eyes filled with fervor and reverence as they beheld Yuan Zhanxian on the screen. At that moment, a supreme being from the Holy Land remarked, "I am reminded that after the era of creation, there existed individuals who seemed akin to the children of the great Tao. Possessing the innate talent and power to dominate their era, they were invincible among mortals. Such beings were naturally elevated above all else and were referred to as forbidden prodigies in the aftermath of the era of creation." Chapter 16. The Ancient Tablet of Heavenly Path. Upon completing the trial of the celestial exile, the participants emerged from the inner realm and returned to the territory of the Yuan clan. The venerable elder Yuan Zhanxian and the esteemed elder of the Jade clan beamed with joy at the sight of the returning celestial exile, exclaiming, "Truly, our clan's divine progeny. A prodigy of forbidden talents. Haha. This generation's divine progeny is invincible, suppressing all foes of the world." With a smile, he addressed the ranks of the Yuan clan behind him, saying, "You too shall undertake the trial. Let the world recognize the unparalleled talents of our generation." Following his words, the ranks began to ascend towards the vortex gate in succession. Trialist Yuan Zhanxian. Physical refinement realm, 580,000 pounds. Trialist Yuan Zhanxian. Blood transport realm, 6,200,000 pounds. Trialist Yuan Zhanxian. Cave heaven realm, 10 cave heavens. Trialist Yuan Suyu. Physical refinement realm, 460,000 pounds. Trialist Yuan Suyu. Blood transport realm, 4,900,000 pounds. Trialist Yuan Suyu. Cave heaven realm, 10 cave heavens. Trialist Yuan Zhanxian. Physical refinement realm, 400,000 pounds. Trialist Yuan Zhanxian. Blood transport realm, 4,300,000 pounds. Trialist Yuan Zhanxian. Cave heaven realm, 10 cave heavens. Trialist Yuan Lingming. Physical refinement realm, 380,000 pounds. Trialist Yuan Lingming. Blood transport realm, 4,000,000 pounds. Trialist Yuan Lingming. Cave heaven realm, 9 cave heavens. Trialist Yuan Batian. Physical refinement realm, 370,000 pounds. Blood transport realm, 3,900,000 pounds. Cave heaven realm, 9 cave heavens. The crowd outside was astounded by the prodigious talents displayed by the Yuan clan's ranks. This generation of the Yuan clan is truly formidable. Could it be that in this era, the Yuan clan reigns supreme over the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Remarked an ancient being. Another ancient entity chimed in. The Yuan clan possesses profound heritage, standing proudly among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Their lineage predates even the era of creation. Such a family, if not regarded as the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, is undoubtedly one of the most powerful families of the present age. With a resounding clang, a great bell tolled, and a voice proclaimed, The trial of the celestial Yuan has concluded. Just as the trial reached its end, the voice continued. All trials across the 9 heavens and 10 earths are complete. The ancient tablet of heavenly path has returned to unity. As the voice faded, the ancient tablet began to float gracefully in the void, subsequently vanishing into the vortex. What? Is that it? Has it ended? Where are the promised rewards? Murmured the crowd in a flurry of voices. Wait, look. The vortex is still expanding. As the immense vortex grew larger, clang, clang, clang. 3 bell tolls resonated, and then, from within the swirling maelstrom, a tablet several times larger than the ancient tablet of heavenly path descended slowly. Its surface radiated brilliance, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The ancient tablet of heavenly path. This is the ancient tablet of heavenly path, formed by the unification of the 9 ancient tablets of the 9 heavens. With the appearance of the ancient tablet of heavenly path, it was poised to announce the rankings of the top 1,000 prodigies. An ancient being, awakened after slumbering for several epochs, expressed his excitement, recalling his own experience with the emergence of the heavenly Tao in his youth. At that moment, a voice, resonant with the weight of ages, echoed throughout the cosmos, heard by all within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the Taichu realm, Li Dahai, aged 16, ranked 1,000th, received the reward of the boundless martial art, Great Sea. In the Taiyuan realm, Su Yi, also 16, ranked 738th, was granted the Tao artifact, the Kanglan sword. Huang Xiaoyu, at the tender age of 13, held the 720th rank and was bestowed with the secret technique, Thunderous Flash. Wang Xian, age 15, ranked 500th, earned the Tao artifact, the Qiming Blade. Yuan Di, age 15, ranked 119th, received the reincarnation secret method, Earth-Shattering Collapse. Bai Lingxi, also 15, ranked 103rd, was awarded the reincarnation item, the Spirit Transforming Essence. Feng Yutong, age 16, ranked 100th, was granted the divine item, the Creation Blood Fusion Pill. In the Taiyu realm, Shi Jingwei, age 14, ranked 96th, received the divine item, the Moon's Essence. Jin Jinyang, age 16, ranked 95th, was awarded the saintly secret method, Solar Eclipse. Yuan Batian, age 15, ranked 92nd, received the saintly weapon, the Xuanwu Armor. Yuan Lingming, age 15, ranked 88th, was granted the sacred object, the Nature Saint Fruit. Yuan Pajuan, aged 16, ranked 80th, earned the saintly secret method, Wrath of the 8 Directions. Yuan Zhanxian, aged 16, ranked 50th, received the great saintly object, the Celestial Observation Chart. In the Taichu realm, the Taichu Saint's son, Zhu Wenxuan, aged 16, ranked 17th, was awarded the quasi-emperor weapon, the Qian Yuan Spear. Yuan Changkong, aged 16, ranked 11th, received the quasi-emperor weapon, the Tsangtian Su Huang Halberd. At this moment, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths held their breath, eager to discover the identities of the top 10 unparalleled prodigies. The ancient and resonant voice spoke once more. In the Taichun realm, the divine son of the ancient morning family, Chen Haoran, aged 11, ranked 1st in the Zhuntian ancient tablet and 10th in the heavenly Tao ancient tablet. His talent was described as an eternal prodigy, with an assessment of unmatched combat power, invincible among his peers, and the potential of an emperor. He was rewarded with the imperial weapon, the ascending immortal sword. To draw a parallel with Blue Star, if quasi-emperor weapons are akin to machine guns, then imperial weapons are undoubtedly nuclear missiles, a vast disparity indeed. In the Taisha realm, the divine son Gu Renjia, aged 13, ranked 2nd in the Zhuntian ancient tablet and 9th in the heavenly Tao ancient tablet. His talent was likewise noted as an eternal prodigy, with a commentary on his remarkable fortune at 6 years old, obtaining the supreme fruit of the emperor's path, leading to a meteoric rise in cultivation and the potential of an emperor. He was rewarded with the emperor's law, the 10,000 spirits Jintian. In the Taichu realm, the divine son Xian Lingxiao, age 14. In the realm of Taichu, the ancient heaven tablet ranks 1st, while the heavenly Tao tablet occupies the 8th position. Endowed with extraordinary talent, this prodigy is a marvel of the ages. Commentary, naturally bestowed with the domain of forbidden laws. They have been safeguarded by imperial weapons inherited from a young age. Rewards, Emperor's Law, 10 Directions of Confinement. In Taiyu Heaven, the Celestial Ancient Empire, the Crown Prince Yuhua Ji, aged 14, holds the top rank in the Ancient Heaven Tablet and 7th in the Heavenly Tao Tablet, gifted with exceptional talents. He is a prodigy of the ages. Commentary, Born under auspicious purple aura stretching 1,000 miles, his innate capabilities are unparalleled. Rewards: Imperial Weapon, Purple Gold Sky-Piercing Spear. In Tai Wang Heaven, the celestial ancient imperial clan, the divine son Wang Tong, aged 11, ranks first in the ancient heaven tablet and sixth in the heavenly Tao tablet. Gifted with extraordinary talent, he is a marvel of the ages. Commentary: he is the heir of the chaotic emperor, a child of fortune. Rewards: Emperor's Law, Stellar Slashing Technique. In Tai Ching Heaven, the mythical land of the Upper Clarity sect, the divine son Dao Wu Dao, age 15, holds the first position in the ancient heaven tablet and fifth in the heavenly Tao tablet. Endowed with innate Tao body, he is a prodigy of the ages. Commentary: the Tao is without action, yet achieves all. He possesses the qualifications of one above emperors. Rewards: Imperial Artifact, 9 Transformation Golden Pill, Emperor S Scripture, Supreme Scripture. In Taisher Heaven, the mythical land of the Sword Sect, the sword prodigy Yuan Zhanxian, age 13, ranks first in the ancient heaven tablet and fourth in the heavenly Tao tablet. Gifted with an innate sword body, he is a marvel of the ages. Commentary: with a sword pointing to the heavens, he shatters myriad laws. Longevity is to be anticipated. Rewards: Emperor's Law, Sword Drawing Technique, Emperor's Weapon, Rebellious Emperor's Sword. In Taishao Heaven, the mythical Ji clan, the divine son Ji Jingtian, aged 15, holds the first rank in the ancient heaven tablet and third in the ancient heaven tablet. Gifted with a void body, he is a taboo prodigy. Commentary: with an ancient physique, he possesses the potential for immortality. Rewards: Emperor's Law, Void Exile, Emperor's Weapon, Void Refining Vessel, Imperial Artifact, Qian Immortal Elixir. In Tai Heaven, the opening sky Tai clan, the divine maiden Tai Chiching, aged 8, ranks first in the ancient heaven tablet and second in the heavenly Tao tablet. Gifted with extraordinary talent, she is a taboo prodigy. Commentary: suspected to be a reincarnated immortal. Her beauty is unparalleled, and her battle prowess is formidable. Few throughout history can rival her. Rewards: Emperor's Law, World in Hand, Emperor's Weapon, 7 Emotions, and 6 Desires Stone. Celestial Artifact, Creation Purple Lotus. In Tai Yuan Heaven, the Forbidden Yuan clan, the divine son Yuan Zhanxian, aged 5, holds the first rank in the ancient heaven tablet and the first rank in the heavenly Tao tablet. Gifted with double pupils, supreme bones, chaotic body, he is a taboo prodigy. Commentary: incomparable, beyond words, invincible. Rewards: 9 Secrets, Secrets of Combat, Secrets of Approach, Secrets of All, 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, 3 Drops of Celestial Blood. As the rankings of the heavenly Tao tablet were announced, the crowd across the 9 heavens and 10 lands began to buzz with excitement. There were sentiments of nostalgia, exhilaration, reflection, and even anger. Chapter 17: The Emergence of the Eternal Rankings in the Realm of the Wang Family. The patriarch laughed heartily, proclaiming, "My son not only possesses the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor, but is also the child of destiny. My son, Wang Ting, is endowed with the potential of an emperor. In this era, he is destined to ascend as one." In the realm of the Chen family, Chen Haoran received an unexpected reward, a divine weapon. It is imperative to recognize that in battles of equal rank, the competition extends beyond mere cultivation, techniques, and secret arts. The weaponry is crucial for victory. Any superiority in equipment bestows an undeniable advantage. Thus, with Chen Haoran's unparalleled combat prowess and the divine weapon in his possession, few among the younger generation could hope to rival him. At the Shangqing sect, the upper echelons convened within the Shangqing imperial palace. The sect leader remarked, "This time, the ancient decree of heaven has recognized our divine son as one of the top 5 prodigies of the ages. Furthermore, the reward bestowed, the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, is a legendary elixir capable of unlocking one's latent potential. Consuming it will yield the greatest benefits as one progresses in cultivation." He then addressed Dao Wu Dao, instructing, "After the divine son consumes this pill, he should enter seclusion to cultivate and fully harness the innate potential of his Dao body." In the Sword Sect, Jian Wushuang meticulously observed the celestial sword of rebellion, a magnificent weapon forged from primordial divine iron during the mythic era. The sword radiated an overwhelming aura that compelled even the sage elders of the Sword Sect to struggle against its pressure with their spiritual barriers. The sect leader then waved his hand, dissipating the invisible oppression within the hall. He cautioned Jian Wushuang, "Prepare yourself. This era has birthed extraordinary talents and even taboo prodigies." Jian Wushuang responded calmly, continuing his examination of the divine sword. In the Ji family, laughter echoed. Ah, a taboo prodigy. How does Yuan Zhanxian fare? My son and yours are both taboo prodigies. Your son is destined to be a stepping stone for mine. He boasted of the emperor's secret arts, the void exile, a pinnacle technique that even their ancestors had never possessed, alongside a divine weapon. Most importantly, the Qilin immortal elixir. This is a miraculous potion that can allow an emperor to defy death. Such a treasure is rare among the myriad forces across the realms. In the Tai clan, astonishment rippled through as they learned that Qingcheng was indeed a taboo prodigy. The rewards bestowed upon her, including the emperor's law and divine weaponry, were commendable and suited her well. Yet, the creation purple lotus remained a mystery to them. An elder remarked, "My understanding is indeed limited." At that moment, an elder entered, exuding an aura of simplicity, akin to an ordinary person, yet his gaze was piercing, as if he could see through all illusions. This was the fifth ancestor of the Tai clan, an invincible figure from epochs past. With a voice steeped in the weight of ages, he spoke. The immortal creation purple lotus bears three extraordinary effects. The lotus leaves can revive the dead, the lotus body can manifest an extraordinary phenomenon, and the lotus seeds, 3 in total, each possess the power to break through to the peak realm without side effects, including the ascension to quasi-emperor. A collective gasp of awe escaped the assembly. If the reward for second place was so unfathomably powerful, one could only imagine the terror that awaited the divine son of the Yuan clan with his heavenly blood. Subsequently, the fifth ancestor remarked, "Speaking of the son of the Yuan clan, it reminds me of Qiqing. When the son of the Yuan clan was born, I had previously conferred with the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan regarding an engagement for you both. Once you reach maturity, you shall wed." "What?" Taya Qiqing exclaimed in disbelief. "Grandfather, how could you do this? You have made promises without my consent. I have neither seen him nor formed any feelings. This engagement is null and void. I refuse to accept it." The fifth ancestor chuckled softly. "I saw that child when he was just born. He was chubby and rather adorable. As for feelings, you can cultivate them slowly. After all, love often blossoms over time. You. Taya Qiqing was so infuriated that she nearly fainted. Stamping her foot in anger, she declared, "Whoever wishes to marry may do so. I shall not be part of it." With that, she stormed out without a backward glance. At that moment, the crowd turned their gaze towards Yuan Zhanxian, rendered speechless and filled with trepidation. With dual pupils and the supreme bone, it was astonishing enough, but to possess the number 1 chaos body as well. The chaos body, the foremost among the 3,000 physiques, has only manifested once since the dawn of creation, during the era of the primordial opening. That body was undoubtedly one of the most formidable beings of its time. The era of the primordial opening, when the universe was newly formed, was a time when emperors roamed freely, and even quasi-emperors and saints were considered insignificant, with even immortals present, truly a resplendent epoch. However, subsequent cataclysms led to the demise of 95% of the powerful. Perhaps we are now in a distinctly different era. The son of the Yuan clan, possessing 3 of the top 10 physiques, including the first-ranked chaos body, raises questions about how to proceed in the future. How shall one compete? What is there to play at? The crowd, regaining their composure, expressed their frustrations loudly. I traversed the world intending only to showcase my dual pupils and supreme bone. Little did I realize that the ancient heavenly token would expose my chaos body. I aim to be discreet, to maneuver in the shadows when necessary. But now it seems my plans have been thwarted. How disheartening, Yuan Zhanxian thought, pouting in dissatisfaction. At that moment, the ancient heavenly token erupted once more in radiant golden light, its voice resonating throughout the heavens. Yuan Zhanxian, a prodigious talent, enters the eternal rankings. Taya Qiqing, a prodigious talent, enters the eternal rankings. Ji Jingtian, a prodigious talent, enters the eternal rankings. Upon completion, a colossal golden list suddenly materialized in the skies above. Look, what is that? The eternal rankings. It is said that this legendary list appears only when a prodigious talent emerges in the present age, documenting the rankings of these extraordinary beings, surpassing even ancient immortals. Emperor Xinyu ranks 100. Emperor Wuxiang ranks 81. Emperor Lady ranks 64. Emperor Yaoguang ranks 45. Empress Hanshan ranks 27. Emperor Songtian ranks 19. Emperor Ziwei ranks 10. Emperor Shitian ranks 9. Emperor Qing ranks 8. Emperor Tianji ranks 7. In the grand hierarchy of celestial beings, the rankings reveal a formidable assembly. The demon ancestor stands at 6th, the heavenly emperor of the ancient heaven at 5th, the reincarnation emperor at 4th, the leaf emperor at 3rd, the chaos emperor at 2nd, and the human ancestor reigning supreme at first. All those inscribed upon this eternal list have either attained the status of a great emperor, transcended to immortality, or succumbed to their mortal end. Their titles shall endure through the ages, unless surpassed by a newcomer who displaces them from the top 100. At this moment, the ancient heavenly Tao plaque emitted 3 beams of golden light that descended from the heavens, illuminating Taiyuan, Tai A, and Tai Shao. Subsequently, the 3 entered the eternal ranking. Upon their entry, the names on the list began to shimmer intermittently with golden light, indicating their ongoing challenges against the ranked figures, succeeding in their endeavors and ascending further. Ji Jingtian now found himself in the inner realm of the 87th rank, where he confronted the illustrious Tai Bai, Sword Emperor, a paragon of swordsmanship from the ancient era. Renowned for his exceptional innate sword body, ranked 8th among the 3,000 physiques. Suddenly, a figure clad in white, with flowing black hair cascading down his shoulders and an ethereal countenance, appeared before Ji Jingtian. Impressive, young one, he remarked. Observing Ji Jingtian's prowess at the age of 15, having attained the 6th level of divine abilities. Your presence here signifies that your talent has garnered the acknowledgement of the eternal ranking. In this realm, we are equals. Come forth, let me witness your strength. Upon uttering these words, a terrifying sword aura erupted, manifesting countless sword lights aimed at Ji Jingtian. In response, a surge of purple light enveloped Ji Jingtian, rendering his form almost translucent. The Tai Bai Sword Emperor commanded, unleashing a multitude of sword lights towards Ji Jingtian, who remained unperturbed, deftly executing his techniques. At that moment, the myriad of light swords pierced through Ji Jingtian's body as though traversing midair, failing to strike him. Ah, what are you? A void body? No wonder the eternal ranking recognizes you. It has been eons since I have faced one of the 3,000 physiques, particularly the 5th rank of the void body. Let us see who prevails in this equal tier. The intensity of the sword aura escalated, coalescing into a massive white sword that radiated a formidable presence. The Sword of Heaven, the Tai Bai Sword Emperor proclaimed, as the colossal sword, imbued with overwhelming energy, sliced through the air, emanating a blinding brilliance towards Ji Jingtian. In that instant, Ji Jingtian completed his technique, summoning a vast vortex of emptiness before him. As the white giant sword clashed with the vortex, they engaged in a fierce collision, the radiant sword striving to penetrate the swirling void while the vortex spun, seemingly intent on consuming the sword. The Tai Bai Sword Emperor concentrated his spiritual energy into his right hand and thrust forward with great force. The white giant sword surged ahead, while Ji Jingtian channeled his own energy, fingers weaving intricate seals. The purple vortex spun with increasing velocity. A powerful clash ensued, reverberating through the inner realm, causing the winds to howl. After the thunderous impact, the Tai Bai Sword Emperor staggered back 3 steps, while Ji Jingtian retreated 8. Gazing at Ji Jingtian, the Tai Bai Sword Emperor remarked, "In my past life, I suppressed all prodigies and demons, sweeping through the ages. No one has ever traversed 10 moves against me. Yet, you remarkably hold your own. How impressive. Had you been born in my era, you might have become my greatest rival. Alas, what a pity." Chapter 18. The Empress's Gift Predecessor. As the saying goes, the new waves of the Yangtze River push the old ones aside. In this world, the young surpass the old. There is little to be gained from excessive words. Let us continue, Ji Jingtian declared, his aura reaching its zenith. He then raised both hands, tracing a clockwise circle in the air. A violet halo materialized before him, at the center of which lay the imperial weapon, the void refining cauldron, awarded by the ancient Tao plate. He lifted the halo above his head, directing it skyward. The halo transformed into a vast and intricate violet ring, while the void refining cauldron emanated a purple brilliance, as if intent on refining all that existed. Observing this, the Tai Bai Sword Emperor also stood in the void, his aura surging dramatically. With a flicker of white light from his right hand, an unparalleled imperial sword appeared. As the sword emerged, a formidable sword aura enveloped the surroundings. He then pointed the sword toward the heavens, unleashing a beam of white light tipped with golden hues, which soared skyward to form a colossal luminous sphere. Both parties had now unleashed their most formidable techniques. Ji Jingtian was the first to speak, Void Exile. Upon uttering these words, the halo erupted in brilliance, channeling immense energy toward the void refining cauldron. In that moment, both the cauldron and the violet halo coalesced into a circular spatial rift, akin to an alternate dimension, drawing toward the Tai Bai Sword Emperor with tremendous force. At that instant, The Tai Sword Emperor's enormous white and gold-tinged sphere had also taken form. Secret technique. Sword's descent. He bellowed at Zhanxian, unleashing a beam of white sword light directed at him. Boom, boom. The collision between the sword light and the circular spatial rift erupted in a dazzling display, the very fabric of space trembling under the weight of their terrifying energies, seemingly on the verge of collapse. As the radiance subsided, the Tai Sword Emperor appeared pale, while a trace of blood graced Zhanxian's lips, a clear indication of his injury. You have lost, the Tai Sword Emperor stated calmly. Zhanxian, his expression inscrutable, gazed at the Tai Sword Emperor, seemingly deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Predecessor, I concede. This battle has revealed my inadequacies. Upon my return, I shall enter seclusion to rectify them. He then bowed slightly. The Tai Sword Emperor, observing this, offered a faint smile, saying, a promising pupil indeed. With that, his figure gradually faded from view. Subsequently, Zhanxian's name lingered at the 88th position on the eternal ranking. The onlookers from the 9 heavens were astonished. Could it be that the scion of the G family is truly that formidable? He ranks among the strongest taboo prodigies of all time, securing the 88th position. Surely, this scion has the potential to ascend to the throne in this lifetime. Another skeptic interjected, ascend to the throne? Have you forgotten that the ancient Tao plate still holds the first and second places? The rankings of the city of Elegance's goddess and the scion of the Yuan clan have yet to be revealed. Moreover, the eternal ranking consists solely of participants under the age of 16. What of those above this age? It is essential to understand that the ancient Tao plate does not manifest in every era, but only during the Grand Golden Age. Do you comprehend, you rustic fool? Meanwhile, the Tai Qingqing had arrived at the 48th position in the inner realm. She was the supreme empress of the nine-tailed demon clan, the Qingqiu lineage, who achieved enlightenment during the twilight of the immortal ancient era. In the subsequent immortal ancient conflict, she single-handedly confronted 5 supreme beings, sacrificing her blood and lifespan, ultimately inflicting grievous injuries upon 3 and carrying 2 away with her. Before the reign of the unborn emperor, she was also a forbidden enchantress, unparalleled through the ages, her grace overshadowing the world. It was said among the people of her time that had the nine-tailed empress not fallen, this realm would have witnessed the emergence of another mythic sovereign, perhaps even an immortal. Alas, such potential was squandered. With the arrival of Tai Qingqing, a woman of exquisite beauty, possessing a mesmerizing figure, fair skin, and hair as smooth as silk, her alluring large eyes seemed capable of bewitching the soul, especially accentuated by the peaks of her bosom, which appeared almost ready to burst forth from her attire. Gazing upon Tai Qingqing's enchanting smile, one could not help but think that she might one day surpass her elder sister in beauty. Senior, I am Tai Qingqing, here to ascend the rankings. I hope you will not show mercy and engage in a fierce battle, Tai Qingqing stated calmly. Do not call me senior, call me sister. The nine-tailed empress replied with a playful pout. Ah, oh, sister, Tai Qingqing momentarily hesitated, then softly echoed the term. Those who reached this ancient ranking for promotion were all forbidden prodigies, and your presence here signifies your extraordinary talent. Sister, I too was once a forbidden prodigy like you, and I ascended through the ranks to my current position. However, after becoming an empress, I fell in a great battle, the nine-tailed empress said, her mood suddenly turning somber. Yet in an instant, she regained her composure, stating, each person has their destiny. Now, let us begin, dear Qingqing. With that, she produced a fan from her hand. Be cautious, sister. This is my imperial weapon. With a gentle flick of the bewitching fan, a gentle breeze wafted through the inner realm, carrying with it a wave of intoxicating fragrance. Tai Qingqing, still reeling from the effects of the aroma, felt her heart race, her spirit becoming ensnared, rendering her immobile. At that moment, she summoned her will, managing to move her fingers slightly, invoking her own imperial weapon, the stone of 7 emotions and 6 desires. The stone hovered before her, emanating a radiant light, enabling her to regain her mobility and ultimately unravel the nine-tailed empress's secret technique, stabilizing her mind in the process. Oh my, quite impressive, dear Qingqing. My bewitching fan, combined with my bewitching scripture, conjures a technique that ensnares the heart and disturbs the mind. This method, once unleashed, renders one defenseless, and even those of higher realms may fall victim, ultimately at my mercy. Yet, you managed to break it. How remarkable. However, the next move shall not be so effortless, the nine-tailed empress declared, with a delicate call, enchanting the 9 heavens. 6 figures identical to the nine-tailed empress appeared in the sky, each wielding different instruments: a sword, a pipa, a flute, and a shao, circling and dancing around Tai Qingqing. Tai Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly as the 6 musicians began to play, unleashing a far more terrifying aura of enchantment upon her. At this moment, beads of sweat formed on her smooth forehead. She understood that unless this bewitching technique was dispelled, she would be unable to fight with peace of mind. Her thoughts were now in disarray, her heart racing uncontrollably. Subsequently, the 6 performers transformed their sound into countless powerful waves of light that surged towards Tai Qingqing. At that moment, she could only instinctively evade these luminous sound waves. Seizing the opportunity, she deftly sidestepped to the rear of the nine-tailed empress. Suddenly, Tai Qingqing manipulated the stone of 7 emotions and 6 desires, which descended before the nine-tailed empress. A spectrum of radiant colors illuminated the empress's face, leaving her momentarily stunned in place. In the sky, the 6 figures manifested expressions of anger, sorrow, contemplation, grief, fear, and astonishment, halting their performance as they stood suspended in the void. The nine-tailed empress regained her composure. Gazing at Tai Qingqing in the stone of 7 emotions and 6 desires beside her, and remarked, "What an impressive imperial artifact! It can manipulate the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a person. Even my phantasmal 6 avatars are subject to its control, and they possess neither thought nor emotion. Qingqing, this item surpasses my enchanting fan and enchantment scripture. If combined with my enchantment scripture, I dare say there are few in this world who could rival you. Now, behold my final move, nine-tailed ceiling." With that, a colossal white nine-tailed fox materialized in the void, its 9 immense tails plunging from the sky to the ground. From within those tails emerged a square luminous barrier, isolating Tai Qingqing within it, as if creating a miniature realm. Sister Qingqing, this seal will rapidly drain your spiritual energy for my use. Furthermore, any attack you attempt within the seal will be futile, only hastening the depletion of your power. Without further ado, Tai Qingqing raised her right hand, softly uttering, "World in hand." At that moment, a gigantic golden palm appeared beneath the 9 tails, its back facing downward with the palm upward, grasping the 9-tailed seal. The world in hand firmly held the seal. While the 9-tailed seal braced against the pressure of the golden hand, each force evenly matched, neither able to prevail over the other. The 9-tailed empress ascended above the 9-tailed white fox, channeling her power in an attempt to free the 9-tailed seal from Tai Qingqing's grasp. Yet, Tai Qingqing poured an immense amount of spiritual energy into her right hand, a terrifying torrent surging forth. With a gentle command, she declared, "Shatter." As she exerted a powerful grip, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated, followed by a colossal explosion that unleashed a terrifying gust, fracturing the space within the inner realm. Amidst the aftermath of the explosion, Tai Qingqing found herself utterly drained of spiritual energy, unable to continue the fight. The 9-tailed empress was in a similar state, breathless and with her bosom rising and falling dramatically, as if on the verge of bursting forth. With a pale expression, the 9-tailed empress looked at Tai Qingqing and proposed, "Sister Qingqing, shall we consider this battle a draw? Neither of us has the strength to continue." "Very well. Sister, let us agree on a draw," Tai Qingqing replied weakly. The 9-tailed empress then approached Tai Qingqing, delicately touching her forehead with her slender fingers, and said, "Sister, you are destined for greatness. Consider this enchantment scripture as a gift of introduction. May it serve you well in the future. In this battle, we stand equal, and you shall ascend to take my place in the rankings, while I will fade away into the void of existence. I hope that in the future, when you encounter the younger generation of the Qingxiu tribe, you will look after them on my behalf." As these words left my lips, my form began to gradually grow faint. The 9-tailed empress then smiled, a smile that bewitched all living beings. Fortunately, the eternal rankings left us with a soul imprint, allowing me to meet you. Had we existed in the same era, we would undoubtedly have been the best of sisters, and perhaps I would not have met my demise. Alas, I must take my leave now. Dear sister, the path of immortality is fraught with uncertainty. You must take care of yourself. May you find longevity in the days to come. With these final words, the 9-tailed empress's figure dissipated into twinkling starlight. Tai Qingqing quietly gazed at the spot where the 9-tailed empress vanished and said, "I will, dear sister." With that, she transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky. Chapter 19. Challenging the Ancestors, the manifestation of forebears in the eternal rankings of heaven and earth. Yuan Zhanxian relentlessly pushed through the ranks, ultimately triumphing over the formidable ancestor ranked 11th. This ancestor, a paragon of the mythic era, was an innate Holy Spirit born at the twilight of the primordial age. From its inception, it possessed the cultivation level of a sage. However, in an era where emperors roamed the land and sages were regarded as inferior, it was deemed too insignificant. Thus, it remained in the place of its birth, hesitant to reveal itself to the world, until the great calamity that followed the primordial age ushered in the mythic era, allowing it to gradually emerge from obscurity. Its innate talents were comparable to the top 10 among the 3,000 physiques. Yet, it could not withstand the monstrous assault of Yuan Zhanxian and was ultimately displaced from its rank. After vanquishing the innate Holy Spirit, Yuan Zhanxian intended to await the guiding light that would transport him to the inner realm of the 10th-ranked contender. At that moment, a voice from the eternal rankings echoed once more. Forbidden Yuan clans Yuan Zhanxian, due to your unique physique, extraordinary innate abilities, and unparalleled combat prowess, you have pushed through the top 90 of the eternal rankings. You may now challenge any of the top 10 listed. Upon victory, you may proceed to challenge further, or you may choose to continue from the 10th position. First, allow me to introduce you to the formidable beings within the top 10 of the eternal rankings. 10th, Emperor Ziwei, a human, achieved enlightenment during the ancient immortal era. He is the creator of the Zhou Tian star formation, capable of slaying immortals, possessing innate imperial traits. He stands at the pinnacle of mythic emperors. 9th, Emperor Shi Tian, an innate human, attained enlightenment during the primordial age, one of the 3,000 physiques. He specializes in the 8-9 profound art, rendering his physical form invincible at the peak of mythic emperors. 8th, Qing Emperor, an innate spirit of the demon race, achieved enlightenment in the early mythic era. A half-step chaotic body, he practices the chaotic green lotus technique, also at the peak of mythic emperors. 7th, Emperor Tianji, a human, attained enlightenment in ancient times. Originally an ordinary being, he mastered the art of fate calculation, creating the Tianji pathway and repeatedly unraveling the heaven's secrets. This forbidden art drew the wrath of the heavenly Tao, leading to his demise. His cultivation stands at the threshold of immortality. 6th, Ancestor of Demons. A being of the primordial era, was the first emperor of the demon race and the progenitor of all demons. He was eventually slain by the human ancestor, with his cultivation at the threshold of immortality. 5th, Emperor of the ancient celestial court, a human, achieved enlightenment in the antiquity era. Gaining a complete version of the immortal scriptures in his youth and possessing an innate solar physique, he rose to become invincible in the antiquity era, establishing the celestial court to safeguard humanity, standing as the celestial emperor with cultivation at the threshold of immortality. 4th, Emperor of Reincarnation, a human, attained enlightenment in the mythic era. He is the founder of the 6 paths of reincarnation scripture and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, embodying the innate reincarnation body. His offensive power is unmatched, having protected humanity for numerous epochs. His cultivation is at the threshold of immortality. 3rd, Emperor Yi, a human, attained enlightenment at the end of the primordial era, safeguarding humanity for dozens of epochs and reversing his fate across 9 lifetimes to subdue all adversaries. His physique is that of the innate holy body. His cultivation surpasses that of immortals. 2nd, Emperor Chaos, a human, attained enlightenment during the mid-primordial era. Recognized as the first chaotic body of humanity, he possesses the innate ability to perceive the essence of the Tao, capable of manipulating chaotic energy against foes, extinguishing all attacks, and evolving into countless anomalies. Upon his emergence, his combat prowess was unmatched, and no one dared to claim supremacy in his presence. His cultivation surpasses that of immortals. The foremost figure, the ancestor of humanity, emerged during the primordial era. He was the first sovereign of the human race and the inaugural embodiment of the innate sacred body. In the nascent days of creation, the primal demon clan and the ferocious beast were formidable, dominating the world, while the primordial humans remained relatively feeble. The demon clan and ferocious beasts feasted upon the humans, drawing from their essence to enhance their own prowess. Amidst this turmoil, the ancestor of humanity defied fate, advancing rapidly to ensure the continuation of his race. Time and again, he teetered on the brink of life and death. With the might of his innate sacred body, indomitable will, and the collective strength of all beings, he vanquished the supreme beings of the demon clan and ferocious beasts, ultimately ascending to become the emperor. He safeguarded humanity across countless epochs, subsequently creating numerous unparalleled techniques for his kind. Eventually, as humanity grew stronger, more powerful beings emerged, and he eventually faded from sight. At this moment, the celestial wanderer stood in the void, silently observing the emergence of information regarding 10 formidable beings, his mind racing as he contemplated whom to challenge. Upon encountering the information of the Chaos Emperor, an involuntary aura of chaos emanated from him as he fixated on the details of this being. Just as he was about to declare his intent to challenge the Chaos Emperor, believing that battling the first embodiment of chaos would offer profound insights into his own chaotic nature, he was momentarily interrupted by further information regarding the ancestor of humanity. As he absorbed the entirety of the ancestor's introduction, he could not help but feel a profound respect for this figure who, despite the relative weakness of humanity, managed to slay the supreme beings of the demon clan and ferocious beasts, ultimately becoming the emperor. It was a testament to relentless self-improvement, and notably, the ancestor's rank surpassed that of the Chaos Emperor. This suggested that the ancestors might eclipse that of the Chaos Emperor. Respectful sentiments aside, the celestial wanderer maintained an unwavering belief in his own invincibility, regardless of whether it was the ancestor or the Chaos Emperor. He was resolute in his conviction that he could triumph over them. Subsequently, he addressed the voice with quiet determination. "I have made my decision. I wish to challenge the ancestor of humanity." The voice expressed surprise. "You are the first to defy the odds and ascend to challenge the top 90. Throughout history, none have emerged who could challenge their way into the top 10 like you. The ancestor is an unparalleled figure, his combat prowess an unknown quantity. Even someone of the Chaos Emperor's caliber has been bested by the ancestor. Are you certain?" Indeed, strength begets strength, and there are always greater heights to scale. Only by challenging the mightiest can one continually surpass oneself. The ancestor, while deserving of respect for his immense contributions to the survival of humanity, is not beyond my reach. I yearn to comprehend the true strength of the ancestor, who stands at the pinnacle of the ancient rankings. I am invincible. I am unparalleled throughout the ages. Upon concluding his declaration, the voice fell silent, and suddenly, the heavens resonated with the sound of great Tao. Countless golden lotuses of virtue descended, and then a figure clad in a golden imperial robe appeared. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, his countenance exuding an air of unparalleled authority, as if he were the very creator of all beings, emanating an aura of sovereign majesty that rendered others unable to gaze directly upon him. Descending from the heavens step by step, each footfall blossomed into a golden lotus, eventually arriving in close proximity to the illustrious Yuan Zhanxian. A countenance of unparalleled majesty softened into a faint smile as he regarded Yuan Zhanxian and remarked, "You are indeed an impressive junior. Your audacity to challenge me signifies that your innate talent surpasses even that of the most forbidden of prodigies, coupled with an unwavering confidence. Pray, reveal your name, young one." "I am from the Yuan lineage, Yuan Zhanxian." A member of the Yuan clan? It has been countless ages since I have encountered one bold enough to challenge me. "Oh, senior, do you truly recognize someone from the Yuan clan?" The ancestor of humanity chuckled, replying, "Ah, that is a matter not to be divulged." At this moment, several unknown realms emerged, some shrouded in ethereal mist, others suffused with a violet aura, while yet others were enveloped in chaotic energy, and some resonated with profound laws of reincarnation. Subsequently, 7 figures simultaneously opened their eyes, unleashing beams of golden light that pierced the fabric of time and space. With a mere thought, the 7 figures materialized within the river of time. The river of time, a place of extreme enigma. It is not merely a river but a symbol of the flow and transformation of time. Through its waters, one can glimpse future visions and reflect upon past events. The 7 figures journeyed forth to the river of time. Among them, the Chaos Emperor spoke first. "You all must have sensed it. The soul imprints we left on the eternal rankings have stirred, signaling the emergence of a prodigious being whose talent rivals our own. Moreover, I can perceive the aura of the ancestor of humanity. Could it be that this extraordinary individual seeks to challenge him?" The Emperor of Heaven then smiled, adding, "Throughout all of history, none have succeeded in challenging the ancestor of humanity. Yet, the very fact that this individual dares to confront him speaks volumes of an indomitable spirit and extraordinary confidence. Such a figure, we must certainly witness this." Following this, the Emperor of Reincarnation interjected, "Regardless of the outcome, the confrontation between this extraordinary being and the ancestor will undoubtedly be a spectacle that transcends time itself. Let us eagerly await it." Chapter 20. fierce battle of the ancestor gazed at Yuan Zhanxian and declared, to ensure fairness, I shall suppress my cultivation to match yours. With a flicker, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and his power was restrained to the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. He then continued, Come forth, Junior, and let me witness the true prowess of your extraordinary talent. Without delay, he soared into the void, his aura radiating outward, unleashing waves of terrifying energy that spread like a tempest, stirring the very elements around him. The ancestor raised one hand and proclaimed, the monarch's seal. A colossal golden handprint materialized in the air, exuding immense pressure that caused the surrounding space to tremble, rendering everything insignificant before its might. Yet, Yuan Zhanxian faced this formidable handprint with a serene smile. His eyes sharpened, and with a gentle extension of his hand, he uttered, Cycle of reincarnation. Suddenly, the enormous handprint was enveloped by a flickering violet light, becoming immobilized in the void. Freeze! Yuan Zhanxian commanded, and the massive handprint was abruptly repelled back towards the ancestor. Interesting, the ancestor mused, waving his hand to dissipate the golden handprint into countless twinkling stars that vanished into the sky. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Zhanxian appeared before the ancestor, delivering a powerful punch with his right hand. Before the ancestor could react, his body instinctively crossed his arms defensively across his chest. He was sent hurtling backward through the air, stabilizing himself hundreds of meters away. As he glanced to his side, he beheld a dark and ominous void. The sheer might of Yuan Zhanxian's punch had pierced through the very fabric of space, the inner realms unable to withstand such force. Even the 7 figures above the river were shaken by this display of power. How is it possible? One exclaimed. At such a young age, he possesses this kind of strength? The Chaos Emperor, equally astonished, replied, Even as the Chaos body, I could never wield such power at his age. Why do I sense a strangely familiar aura from this youth? Could he be your illegitimate son? At this moment, the Purple Star Emperor laughed heartily. Impossible. I, the Chaos Emperor, have lived a solitary life, never entangled in matters of love. Women only serve to weaken my abilities. The Reincarnation Emperor then remarked. That punch just now seemed to carry a hint of the reincarnation law, albeit faint. The ancestor's expression shifted in surprise. This young man's strength is indeed remarkable. He addressed Yuan Zhanxian. A contest of physical prowess? Excellent. I am the foremost innate sacred body of the heavens, unmatched in physical combat. You can engage me in close quarters. With that, he instantly appeared before Yuan Zhanxian, launching a powerful punch. In response, Yuan Zhanxian swiftly countered with his own strike. The ensuing clash of energies tore through the space around them, as the two figures transformed into blurs, exchanging blows in a dazzling display of power. The air crackled with intensity, leaving behind only the luminous traces of their fierce confrontation. The void has become a fragmented expanse, riddled with shattered spatial fissures. The innate forces of the inner world tirelessly endeavor to mend these rifts, yet the two combatants relentlessly shatter the space, rendering the pace of repair utterly insufficient. Soon, both adversaries paused amidst the void. One radiated a golden luminescence, while the other emanated a violet glow. Their auras intensified, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. At that moment, the ancestor of humanity glowed with even greater golden brilliance, executing a rapid movement to appear before the celestial exile, his right hand enveloped in golden light as he proclaimed, Junior, this constitutes 70% of my corporeal strength. Can you withstand it? With a swift sidestep, he unleashed a punch. It was astonishingly swift, surpassing even the earlier speed of the celestial exile's movement. Before the celestial exile could react, he was struck with tremendous force. The ancestor's might eclipsed that of the celestial exile's previous strike. The impact sent the celestial exile plummeting through the void. His descent marked by a series of explosive detonations. Bang, 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 boom. The celestial exile crashed heavily into the ground, creating a pit of unfathomable depth. The 7 observers in the river of time remained silent, until the heavenly emperor spoke, It is over. No one can triumph over the ancestor of humanity. He is too formidable. Meanwhile, the Chaos Emperor fixated on the deep pit, a glint in his eyes as he remarked, Not yet. I sense that this young man has not yet unleashed his full potential. At that moment, the celestial exile gradually emerged from the abyss. Ouch! That hurts, he mused. Yet it is merely pain. I had hoped to gauge whether the ancestor's punch could wound me. It appears I was mistaken. It is merely pain. Pain. The 7 in the river of time gazed in astonishment. Were a typical Tao body realm expert to endure such a terrifying blow, they would likely perish without a trace. For this young man, it was simply pain. Beyond his dual pupils, what other extraordinary constitution does he possess? The ancestor of humanity, too, was taken aback by the celestial exile's resilience. This punch had resulted only in discomfort, devoid of any substantial injury. Gradually, the celestial exile ascended into the void, and with a flash of violet brilliance from his eyes, sacred light erupted from his forehead, chest, and limbs. Profound runes instantly adorned his form, shimmering with golden radiance. The 7 observers from the River of Time were once again struck with awe. Supreme bones? Or perhaps 6 pieces. One supreme bone is already among the top 10 of 3,000 constitutions. What are these 6? What is happening? From ancient times to the present, aside from a certain epic's dual-boned emperor, even with one bone being artificially attached, that emperor was unparalleled and invincible. What manner of entity could these 6 supreme bones represent? The astonishment had yet to fade when they witnessed the celestial exile enveloped in chaotic energy. A terrifying aura of chaos emanated from him, causing the air currents to tremble and the atmosphere to shudder. A chaotic body? At this moment, the 7 in the River of Time found themselves at a loss for words, utterly astonished by the celestial exile's 3 extraordinary constitutions. The Chaos Emperor, too, exuded an aura of chaos, his presence creating tumultuous waves throughout the River of Time. Chaos, calm yourself. Your power is immense. Emanating such an aura over the River of Time will disrupt both past and future. Should time and space be reversed, the heavenly Tao will mercilessly obliterate you. Please, restrain yourself, admonished the Reincarnation Emperor. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement, never anticipating that I would encounter another chaotic entity apart from myself. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This young man is indeed a chaotic body as well. Furthermore, he possesses 6 supreme bones and possesses dual pupils. I must take him as my disciple. At that moment, the Chaos Emperor was in a state of exhilaration, his entire being trembling with anticipation. Even the ancestor of humanity found himself at a loss for words. A single individual embodying dual pupils, supreme bones, and a chaotic body. What manner of creature is this? Then, I witnessed the celestial wanderer channeling the powers of the chaotic body, the 6 supreme bones, and the dual pupils into his right hand, gathering an unfathomable force. He then slightly raised his hand, clenched his fingers tightly, and unleashed a tremendous force forward. A terrifying beam of radiant 7 colors surged straight toward the ancestor of humanity. At this moment, the ancestor's gaze grew solemn. He summoned the full might of his innate holy body, amplifying it with the power of all living beings, and similarly clenched his right hand, thrusting it forward. A powerful golden beam subsequently surged toward the celestial wanderer's 7-colored light. With a resounding clash, the 2 beams collided. Meeting head-on, the celestial wanderer then uttered a sharp command, intensifying his effort to push forward. The 7-colored light gradually engulfed the golden beam, hurtling toward the ancestor of humanity. A deafening roar echoed as yet another unfathomable chasm was created. At this moment, within the depths of the pit, the ancestor bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the celestial wanderer, he remarked, "You have managed to inflict injury upon me. Truly, you are an extraordinary prodigy, a remarkable figure from that illustrious clan. Indeed, you are as formidable as they come. Now, how will you withstand my final strike?" Chapter 21. The unparalleled system reward. Upon concluding his words, the ancestor of humanity stood suspended in the void, his hands forming intricate seals as a resplendent golden light surged forth from his being. Suddenly, a magnificent vision materialized behind him, depicting the sun, moon, and stars illuminating the mountains and rivers, while flora and fauna flourished abundantly. An ancient, primordial aura permeated the entire expanse, exuding a formidable and terrifying presence. As if the ancestor himself were the creator, responsible for the genesis of all things. The 7 beings traversing the River of Time were equally astonished, exclaiming, "This is the ancestor's manifestation of all living beings." They had not anticipated such a grand display from him. Legends spoke of this phenomenon as a superlative amalgamation of heaven and earth, a spectacle so powerful that even the ancient sacred body, immune to all manifestations, could not evade its influence. Moreover, this phenomenon not only exerted a tremendous pressure upon the heavens, but also harnessed the collective strength of all beings, instilling a profound sense of dread. Yuan Zhanxian gazed at the ancestor's manifestation of all living beings, momentarily taken aback by its overwhelming might and terror, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor. He then formed seals with his hands, his aura swelling as the chaotic energy surrounding him began to diffuse throughout the space, clashing against the radiance of the manifestation. The atmosphere crackled with tension as his eyes shimmered with a star-like brilliance, while 6 supreme bones radiated a formidable divine light. With swift hand movements, the eternal celestial scripture within him surged with boundless energy. Addressing the ancestor, he proclaimed, "Eternal kingdom, lo and behold." A colossal vision emerged behind Yuan Zhanxian, revealing a vast kingdom filled with primordial celestial energy that permeated the air, rich and abundant. Celestial beings of all ages were seen traversing its expanse, rendering the kingdom akin to a divine dynasty. A monumental figure loomed above, gazing down upon the realm, resembling the sovereign of this dominion, exuding an aura of sanctity that was beyond reproach. In that moment, the manifestation of all living beings transformed into a golden-white 9-clawed dragon, its thunderous roar shattering the very fabric of space. A terrifying aura summoned fierce gales that surged towards Yuan Zhanxian. In response, his eternal kingdom morphosed into a purple-gold 9-clawed dragon, matching the size of the golden-white dragon, yet uniquely possessing eyes of a dual gaze. The 2 dragons danced through the skies, continuously colliding and tearing at one another. Their fierce energies relentlessly rent the space asunder, the currents generated by their movements conjuring violent winds. Each clash and bite sent tremors throughout the cosmos. Suddenly, the ancestor formed seals with his hands and proclaimed, "The power of all beings." The platinum 9-clawed dragon emitted a radiant glow, embodying the essence of this power, an amalgamation of all life forces from heaven and humanity, marking one of the ancestor's most formidable techniques. Yuan Zhanxian, with a gentle smile, uttered, "Eternal power." The purple-gold dragon transformed into a beam of light, charging towards the platinum manifestation of the power of all beings. The 2 beams clashed in the void, a fierce confrontation that yielded no clear victor. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian's lips curled into a sly smile. "Let us see how this fares." One of the 9 secrets, the combat secret. Another of the 9 secrets, the approach secret. Yet another of the 9 secrets, the all secret. The combat secret possesses formidable offensive capabilities, capable of simulating any attack and evolving into myriad secret techniques. The secret of the Lin character allows entry into the realm of divine restrictions, enabling one to vanquish foes beyond their level, rendering them invincible among their peers. The secret of the Jia character can amplify strength, spiritual energy, mental prowess, and soul power, enhancing combat capability tenfold. As the 9 secrets and 3 character secrets are elevated, the purple-golden 9-clawed dragon, a manifestation of the eternal realm of Yuan Zhanxian, effortlessly pierced through the platinum 9-clawed dragon birthed by the ancestor of humanity. With a cough, the ancestor spat blood, and the celestial phenomenon behind him dissipated into scattered starlight. The 7 of the river of time, their faces awash with disbelief, were struck with successive waves of shock, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the ancestor's might. He was formidable enough to be perceived as the strongest being from the dawn of creation until now. To witness such an absolute powerhouse defeated today, and by a mere 5-year-old child at that, was unfathomable. The manifestation conjured by the ancestor was a culmination of the power of all beings, a force that even the heavenly Tao fears, yet it was shattered by a mere child. Unbelievable. The second astonishment lay in the extraordinary constitution of Yuan Zhanxian, a physique and technique defying the heavens. Could this child be the progeny of the heavenly Tao? How could such a formidable being exist in this world? They were relieved that Yuan Zhanxian did not choose to challenge one among them. The 7 of them surmised that only the Chaos Emperor, of similar standing, might withstand a few more exchanges against Yuan Zhanxian. The rest would likely fall in a single blow. They had witnessed the terror of Yuan Zhanxian's final strike. At this moment, the ancestor, rather than feeling disheartened by his defeat, erupted into hearty laughter. "Haha, what a delight. I never anticipated that the human race still harbors individuals capable of besting me. Young one, your talent is truly extraordinary. The Golden Age is not merely a great era, it is also a tumultuous one. Those with gifts as remarkable as yours are often met with untimely ends, as the world will not permit such prodigies to flourish. Although you have the Yuan clan to safeguard your path, it is imperative that you remain vigilant for your own sake, so that you may one day become the supreme being in this realm, and for the future of humanity. Hence, only those prodigies who rise to greatness can attain supreme power." He then gazed towards the heavens. The seven of the river of time had manifested in this inner world. The ancestor inquired, "Do you have anything further to say?" Yuan Zhanxian looked at the seven in confusion, prompting the ancestor to introduce them one by one. Upon reaching the introduction of the Chaos Emperor, Yuan Zhanxian regarded him with immense curiosity. "Young one, while your constitution is exceptionally extraordinary, I am the foremost chaos body in the universe. How about it? Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? I can impart to you the myriad applications and secrets of the chaos body." No thanks, Yuan Zhanxian declined. "Young man." The Chaos Emperor, undeterred, attempted to continue but was interrupted by the ancestor. "Enough, Chaos. He is of the Yuan clan." At that moment, the Chaos Emperor realized the gravity of the situation and ceased his attempts. In the era of creation, when the Chaos Emperor vanquished all enemies, there existed a family that remained aloof from worldly affairs, known as the Forbidden Family. Its origins predated the dawn of creation, shrouded in mystery. And it was only after the Chaos Emperor ascended to power that the existence of this family came to light. Subsequently, the Chaos Emperor remarked, "Young one, since you hail from the primordial clan, I shall refrain from elaborating further. The ancestor of humanity spoke wisely. The progeny of myriad races have emerged, and they shall not permit the existence of a rebellious prodigy such as yourself." The primordial exile slightly bowed to the 8 venerable figures, expressing, "I hold deep admiration for the contributions you have made to the realms of heaven and earth. I shall heed your counsel with utmost sincerity." In response, the ancestor of humanity and the other 7 elders exchanged knowing smiles before stating, "Descendant, you have already transcended your former self. Achieving immortality is an inevitable destiny for you. The path to divinity is fraught with peril, marked by the remains of countless souls. Exercise caution in all endeavors. We shall await your arrival in the celestial realm." With that, the 8 figures vanished in a flash of brilliance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of claiming the top position on the ancient Taoist rankings. You are awarded 10,000 task points. Subsequently, a shop has been unlocked for you, where you may procure any items of your desire. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the first place on the eternal rankings. Your reward is the technique, the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Sutra. The Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Sutra, crafted by a supremely powerful being in the celestial realm, harnesses strength to invoke the divine, transforming the ethereal into the corporeal. With every gesture, the power of the divine elephant manifests, composed of 800 million particles. Each particle is equivalent to a divine elephant, and each divine elephant weighs a staggering 100,000 pounds. The sutra consists of 9 tiers. The first tier grants the strength of 10 divine elephants. The second tier bestows the power of 100 divine elephants. The third tier, 1,000 divine elephants, and upon reaching the 9th tier, all will awaken, rendering the physical form truly invincible, capable of withstanding even the mightiest of celestial imperial weapons with bare hands. Chapter 22. Opening the store and threatening the masses. As Yuan Zhanxian listened to the system's introduction of the divine elephant suppressing the Abyss Sutra, a tempest of excitement surged within him. Surely, this could not merely be classified as celestial magic. It appeared to surpass even the techniques of an immortal emperor. The 9th level of the Divine Elephant Sutra could effortlessly intercept the weapons of an immortal emperor, perfectly augmenting the strength of my corporeal form. He then addressed the system. "Please elaborate on the items available in the store." The system responded, "This system store is categorized into 5 sections: physical enhancements, techniques, artifacts, secret methods, and observed items." The first 4 categories were clear. However, Yuan Zhanxian inquired, "What exactly is the observed items category?" The observed items originate from the host's memories and experiences from both their past life and the present, the system explained. "Could you provide more specifics?" He pressed. "Based on the memories in the host's mind, for instance, in your previous life on Blue Star, you avidly followed the anime Naruto from your student years until your entrepreneurial endeavors. You may utilize task points to purchase skills of characters from this anime. Similarly, elements from Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods, among others, can be materialized." Indeed, the observed items category is quite intriguing, Yuan Zhanxian exclaimed joyfully, recalling how he had followed Naruto since middle school on Blue Star, as well as the formidable techniques and artifacts from Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods. "Show me what is available in the observed items category," he requested. "Certainly," the system replied. "Chaos Green Lotus, 10 billion task points. Creation Jade Butterfly, 9. 9 billion task points. Chaos Pearl, 9. 9 billion task points. Heaven Opening Axe, 9. 5 billion task points. 3 Lives Copper Coffin, 9 billion task points. Taiji Diagram, 8 billion task points. Pinga Flag, 8 billion task points. 4 Swords of the Extermination of Immortals, 8 billion task points. Great Luo, Immortal Sword Embryo, 7. 8 billion task points. Yuan Zhanxian gasped in astonishment. Are these items truly so exorbitant? I currently possess only 10,000 task points. How long will it take to acquire even one of these? Dear system, have you intentionally inflated the task point costs? Not at all. These task point values are assigned based on the potency of each artifact, the system clarified. Then let me see some more affordable items, he urged. Investiture of the Gods, 90 million task points. 9 Yellow River Formation, 85 million task points. Mountains and Rivers Society Map, 82 million task points. God-Smiting Whip, 60 million task points. Can you present something even cheaper? Yuan Zhanxian exclaimed, his frustration mounting. Reincarnation Technique, 500,000 task points. Impure Earth Reincarnation, 480,000 task points. Immortal Technique, 450,000 task points. Super Divine Heavenly Conquest, 300,000 task points. Unheavenly God, 250,000 task points. Universal Heavenly Attraction, 200,000 task points. Amaterasu, 100,000 task points. Upon perusing the store's offerings, Yuan Zhanxian couldn't help but curse inwardly. The prices are outrageous. Yet he silently committed to memory several particularly useful items, intending to purchase them once he amassed more task points. System, let me see the categories for physical enhancements, he requested. Of course, the system replied. Eternal Immortal Body. Task points, Primordial Immortal Body. Task points, Fate Immortal Body. Task points, Chaos Body. Mission value 100 million. Innate Holy Body Tao, mission value 90 million. Heavenly Tao Forbidden Body, mission value 80 million. While Yuan Zhanxian was engrossed in examining the items within the shop, he remained oblivious to the astonished crowd gathered outside the 10,000 Great Mountains. Their jaws dropped in disbelief at the ancient rankings. Unlike the Heavenly Tao Ancient Token, the Eternal rankings lacked live visuals, displaying only the standings. To everyone's astonishment, the name of Yuan Zhanxian flickered with golden light, usurping the title of the previous number 1, the human ancestor. A pin drop could be heard amidst the silence. As disbelief painted their faces, this was not merely the Heavenly Tao Ancient Token, but the Eternal rankings, a monumental achievement akin to reaching the heavens. The Yuan clan's divine son had indeed surpassed all, vanquishing the human ancestor. An ancient being remarked, "This is the human ancestor, a legendary figure whose contributions to humanity are immeasurable. The strongest since time immemorial has been defeated by the Yuan clan's divine son. Unbelievable." Subsequently, they activated a communication stone to inform their sect, instructing all disciples to treat anyone from the Yuan clan with utmost respect and to avoid provoking them. Across the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, powerful immortal clans, imperial dynasties, and ancient holy lands exchanged thoughts, with some supreme beings employing their transcendent powers to communicate across the skies. The consensus was clear: the Yuan clan's divine son was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, a small faction plotted to eliminate Yuan Zhanxian. On the Yuan clan side, Yuan Zhouchong was equally exhilarated, stuttering as he relayed the news back to the Yuan clan. Their response was succinct: the 9 ancestors were en route. After a while, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens above the 10,000 Great Mountains, rendering the previously boisterous crowd utterly still. Is the space solidifying? A great sage marveled. Such a phenomenon could only be wrought by a being at the emperor level. Who might this formidable presence be? In the sky, a figure emerged, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, exuding an aura of simplicity, resembling an ordinary old man. Yet, his eyes bore the weight of ancient wisdom. An elder recognized him as the ancestor of the Eastern Divine Palace. What brings him here? The Eastern Divine Palace had its own unparalleled prodigy who had recently ranked 400 in the Heavenly Tao Ancient Token. The ancestor approached the assembly of the Yuan clan. Yuan Zhouchong and the elder of the Jade clan wore grave expressions, furrowing their brows, and inquired, "What are your intentions, elder of the Eastern Divine Palace?" The elder remained silent, raising his hand to summon a colossal energy shield that enveloped the members of the Yuan and Jade clans. Sensing the malevolence, Yuan Zhanxian and the Jade Clan Elder unleashed their supreme sacred techniques, relentlessly striking the energy shield. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered their efforts futile, with the shield showing no signs of damage. At that moment, the Elder of the Eastern Divine Palace uttered a single word, quake. The energy barrier suddenly generated immense pressure, causing the members of the Yuan and Yu tribes, except for the two supreme saints, to spurt blood and suffer grievously. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian continued to inquire, "What exactly do you intend to do, old man of the Eastern Extreme?" The ancestor of the Eastern Extreme Temple, with his eyes closed, gently replied, "The Yuan tribe's divine offspring possesses unparalleled talent, unmatched throughout the ages. Once the divine offspring emerges, I wish to invite him to my temple as a guest. However, I fear he may decline my invitation, thus I must reluctantly use you as leverage." What? Upon hearing this, the faces of the Yuan and Yu tribes changed dramatically. "You intend for us to serve as pawns to coerce the divine offspring into visiting the Eastern Extreme Temple? Such a dream." At this juncture, the venerable elder of the Yu tribe turned to Yuan Zhanxian and asked, "What shall we do now?" Yuan Zhanxian, observing the worried expression on the elder's face, assured him, "Do not fret, the ninth ancestor will arrive shortly. As long as he is here, the divine offspring will be safe." At that moment, an even more formidable and terrifying aura emerged. "Eastern Extreme, are you courting death? How dare you use one of my Yuan tribe members to threaten our divine offspring?" With that, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed at the ancestor of the Eastern Extreme Temple. The ancestor promptly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a white halo to shield himself from the lightning. Yet, the terrifying and powerful bolt of lightning pierced through the halo, as if it were mere parchment, crashing down upon the ancestor with tremendous force, sending him plummeting into a bottomless pit. Yuan Zhanxian. Chapter 23. The arrival of the nine ancestors in the East Extreme Divine Palace. The venerable ancestor clutched his chest as he slowly ascended from the vast chasm, a hint of crimson staining the corner of his mouth, a clear indication that the recent bolt of lightning had inflicted injury upon him. Not far away, a figure descended, revealing an individual with hair and beard as white as snow, clad in flowing white robes, his eyes profound like an unfathomable sea, seemingly transcending the mortal realm. Regrettably, his countenance bore a somber expression. An aura of terrifying might erupted from him, radiating with an air of fury as he proclaimed, "East Extreme, how dare you? A mere first-stage quasi-emperor, abduct members of my clan to threaten our divine son?" With the arrival of the nine ancestors from the Yuan clan and the wounding of the ancestor of the East Extreme Divine Palace, the oppressive stillness that had enveloped the crowd was lifted. Witnessing the immense power of the nine ancestors, the onlookers were left in trepidation, lamenting, "Who would have imagined that the divine son of the Yuan clan is safeguarded by the nine ancestors?" This underscores the significance the Yuan clan places upon him. The nine ancestors of the Yuan clan, supreme beings from eons past. In a bygone era, during a certain epoch, a Yuan clan delegation inadvertently strayed into one of the prohibited realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, known as the Netherrealm. This place barred entry to anyone other than themselves, with a strict decree of death for any trespassers. Upon identifying themselves and expressing that their entry was unintentional, the Yuan clan delegation was met with deaf ears. The formidable guardians of the Nether Realm executed them on the spot. The soul fire, which symbolizes the life essence of each individual, extinguished abruptly, signaling their demise. Upon discovering this dismal turn of events, the elder tasked with overseeing the spirit hall reported the incident. Fury ignited within the Yuan clan, prompting an immediate investigation. Their inquiries revealed the culpability of the Nether Realm, leading to the mobilization of 10 ancestral elders, including the 9 ancestors, and 100 contemporary elders to launch an assault on the Nether Realm, resulting in a battle that raged for over a month. The Nether Realm suffered catastrophic losses, with its master gravely injured and 70% of the awakened ancestral elders perishing. The contemporary elders faced a staggering 90% loss, while the disciples of the Nether Realm nearly faced total annihilation. Conversely, the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan sustained only minor injuries, with the ancestral elders suffering only 3 serious wounds among them. The elders' situation was somewhat dire, with over 30 casualties and around 50 injured. Ultimately, the master of the Nether Realm warned the 9 ancestors, stating that if the pressure continued unabated, he would prepare for extreme transcendence to restore his imperial power. Many emperors, in their twilight years, reluctant to vanish from the world, would resort to severing their own life force with a single stroke, forcibly detaching from the heavenly Tao mark, a necessary fusion for becoming an emperor. This act would reduce their cultivation from that of an emperor to the pinnacle of a quasi-emperor. Such individuals would come to be known as ancient sovereigns, subsequently entering the 10 realms, either inciting chaos and slaughtering in the star domains to absorb vast amounts of life essence, or entering a deep slumber in the source of life. They would await the opening of the path to immortality, subsequently venturing into the celestial realm for eternal life, although they would have diminished their cultivation through self-inflicted harm. When faced with imminent death, they could unseal their powers and regain their imperial might, a process referred to as extreme transcendence. However, extreme sublimation comes at a cost. Firstly, the process lasts only 5 minutes. Secondly, after those 5 minutes, death is inevitable. Thus, individuals typically refrain from extreme sublimation unless their lives are in peril. The 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan forced the Lord of the Underworld to the brink of extreme sublimation, demonstrating the unparalleled and terrifying might of the Yuan clan. Subsequently, the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan, along with their kin, departed the underworld with great swagger, leaving the Lord of the Underworld seething with rage, howling at the heavens amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses. This battle showcased the formidable strength of the Yuan clan to the world, and the 9 ancestors were hailed as the foremost power beneath the emperors, a truly fearsome presence in an era devoid of emperors. Henceforth, few dared to provoke the Yuan clan across the realms. Yet, the ancestor of the Eastern Extreme Temple audaciously attempted to use the Yuan clan's members as leverage to threaten Yuan Zhanxian. The ancestors of the Yuan clan were undoubtedly incensed. I merely wished for the son of the Yuan clan to visit my temple. I harbored no other intentions, the ancestor of the Eastern Extreme Temple insisted, his voice strained. A visit? The 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan furrowed their brows slightly. Do not feign ignorance. I am well aware of your ulterior motives. Since you have dared to injure my kin and threaten our son, you must prepare for annihilation. Now, be gone. With that, the aura of the 9 ancestors surged, and he extended his right hand, grasping at the air towards the ancestor of the Eastern Extreme Temple. A colossal white energy hand materialized, enveloping the entire figure of the ancestor. At that moment, the ancestor of the Eastern Extreme Temple was filled with terror, his eyes bloodshot. He attempted to struggle, but the energy of the white hand was overwhelmingly potent. The instant it seized him, he found himself utterly immobilized. Subsequently, the ancestor, rendered powerless, cried out to the heavens, "Save, save, save me." The 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan did not afford him the opportunity to speak further and tighten their grip. With a resounding crack, blood erupted, transforming into a crimson rain. He is dead. The onlooker's expression shifted dramatically as the once mighty ancestor of the Eastern Extreme Temple, who had commanded respect across the realms, was swiftly subdued by the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan. The strength of the 9 ancestors was astonishing. They were akin to demigods, effortlessly crushing their opponent as one might a mere chick. The swiftness of the execution was terrifying. The crowd stared wide-eyed, scarcely daring to breathe as they beheld the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan. Just as this incident concluded, Yuan Zhanxian was summoned forth by the eternal ranking. Upon arriving at the Yuan clan's gathering place, he observed the terrified expressions of those present and inquired, "What is the matter? Is this a reaction to my first-place victory? Surely, you wouldn't respond so dramatically." He sighed, such basic etiquette. Turning around, he noticed the 9 ancestors of the Yuan clan slightly bowing. 9 ancestors, what brings you here? The 9 ancestors beamed at the exceptionally gifted Yuan Zhanxian, proclaiming, "Our son is unparalleled, the number 1 on the eternal ranking. Such a prodigy of immense renown. I have come personally to escort you back to the clan. We fear that you may encounter some nefarious individuals, hence my timely arrival. Behold, that individual from the Eastern Extreme Temple sought to use our kin against you, but I have dealt with him." "Oh, they threatened me? The Eastern Extreme Temple? Rest assured, the roots of this issue have been thoroughly eradicated. Your grandfather has already taken several esteemed elders to the Eastern Divine Hall. It won't be long before the Eastern Divine Hall ceases to exist. Now that this matter is settled, we shall return." With that, he glanced upwards into the void with a cold smirk. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he waved his hand, causing the members of the Yuan and Yu clans to vanish from sight. "Space teleportation?" exclaimed a sage present, astonished. This is a technique of the quasi-emperor level. Generally, teleporting 1 or 2 individuals is quite impressive, but to transport a group requires tremendous power. After their disappearance, deep within the void of the 10,000 mountains, 5 supreme beings appeared, their forms indistinct. One figure remarked, "That fool from the Eastern Divine Hall intended to discreetly capture the Yuan clan's divine offspring. Yet he boldly revealed himself instead. I truly wonder how he managed to cultivate to the level of quasi-emperor. Does he lack intelligence?" Another shadow interjected. "The Eastern Divine Hall is of little consequence now. After all, it is merely a pawn in this game. What surprised me was the arrival of that old fellow. Yuan Zhanxian. He is a cunning one. For countless epochs, he has maintained his strength at the quasi-emperor third stage, only for us to realize post the incident in the netherworld that he had been outmaneuvering us all along." "Indeed," chimed in another voice, resonant and firm. "This old man appears benevolent, yet he is truly treacherous. Thankfully, I did not engage in a life-and-death struggle with him back then. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to his schemes. Who would have guessed that he is at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation?" A more composed voice then spoke. "Enough of this entanglement. It serves no purpose. The pressing concern is that the plan to capture the Yuan clan's divine offspring has already aroused his suspicion. I sense just now that he has detected us. Without precise coordinates for our space teleportation, we cannot ambush them. It seems this endeavor is doomed to fail. Nevertheless, the Yuan clan's divine offspring must not be allowed to live. If he ascends to emperor, the path to immortality will be forever closed to us. Among our younger generation, there are prodigies of unparalleled talent, even those deemed forbidden anomalies. It is time to unleash them against the Yuan clan's divine offspring." He instructed, "From now on, should any of you encounter the Yuan clan's divine offspring, you must ensure his demise. We, the older generation, shall strike from the shadows while the younger generation confronts him openly. I shall see how long he can survive." With that settled, the 5 supreme beings departed, while Jiuzhu led his people back to the Yuan clan. Upon arriving at the divine offspring palace, Yuan Zhanxian found his grandfather, father, mother, and a multitude of clan elders gathered within. Zhanxian, as he stepped into the palace, his mother, Yuling, rushed to embrace him. "Let me see how you are faring." After all, Yuan Zhanxian was merely 5 years old. To Yuling, you remained a child. Regardless of any accolades or titles, her only desire was for his safety. Such is the greatness of a mother. Yuan Zhanxian's father, Yuan Zhanxian, though silent, conveyed an abundance of emotions through his eyes, concern, pride, and a profound sense of honor as he silently observed his son. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian's grandfather was filled with joy, for his grandson had not only secured first place in the celestial Tao ancient tablet, but also attained the unparalleled emperor's law and extraordinary divine artifacts. Moreover, he had triumphed over the progenitor of humanity, the top-ranked figure on the eternal list. While others may be unaware of the progenitor's monumental achievements, the Yuan clan was well aware. The progenitor had quietly safeguarded humanity, while the Yuan clan had already been deemed a forbidden family in that era. It was only when the progenitor emerged as the ostensible strongest being that the Yuan clan understood the full extent of his prowess. To have such a formidable opponent defeated by his own grandson was indeed a matter of great pride. He then inquired, "Zhanxian, with the conclusion of the celestial Tao ancient tablet and the eternal list, what are your plans moving forward?" Gazing at his grandfather, Yuan Zhanxian responded with a gentle smile. "I intend to enter seclusion to study the rewards from the celestial Tao ancient tablet, particularly the essence of the celestial blood, which remains a mystery to me. During my battle with the progenitor, I sensed my own inadequacies. Although I defeated him using merely 50% of my strength, I still recognize my shortcomings in areas such as combat experience and speed." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "You used only 50% of your strength to defeat the progenitor of the same realm?" Remember, the progenitor grew amidst life and death circumstances throughout the era of creation, mastering techniques and combat experience that made him invincible among his peers. To defeat him while claiming to lack combat experience is astonishing. If the other prodigies from the 9 heavens and 10 earths learned of this, what would they think? Zhanxian, keep this matter to yourself. Understand that human strength is finite. Even an ant can bring down an elephant. Your talent is unparalleled throughout history, and it has rendered you a target of envy among the prodigies of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, potentially leading to your downfall. Such occurrences have transpired countless times across epochs, and the Yuan clan has amassed numerous enemies. Yuan Zhanxian cautioned, his brow furrowed. Looking at his father, Yuan Zhanxian softly replied, "I understand, father. Nevertheless, I have forged an indomitable spirit within myself. Should they conspire against me, I will suppress them entirely. If I cannot overpower all adversaries, then my conviction of invincibility holds no meaning. Zhanxian speaks wisely, the 9 ancestors remarked, smiling as they echoed his sentiments. Our Yuan clan stands unrivaled in this world, and Zhanxian is the most extraordinary prodigy in our history. He is destined to be invincible, if we cannot achieve total dominance. How shall Zhanxian and our clan ascend in this grand era? As he surveyed his family and kin, Yuan Zhanxian felt an unprecedented warmth of familial affection and silently vowed to protect his loved ones. No one would be allowed to harm them in the slightest. Subsequently, the others began to take their leave from the Divine Sun's palace, and Yuan Zhanxian watched as they departed. Subsequently, addressing Yuan Zifeng, Yuan Yener, and the 5 major sequences still laboring within the Divine Palace, he proclaimed, "From today onward, I shall enter seclusion, the duration of which remains uncertain. During this time, I shall bestow upon you various techniques and elixirs. I hope that upon my emergence, I will witness significant progress in each of you. Should anyone choose to be lazy or show insufficient advancement, they shall remain in the Crimson Lotus space until I am satisfied. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through the crowd, for they were acutely aware of the terrors of the Crimson Lotus space. Having witnessed the trials faced by the 5 major sequences before the ancient heaven tablet, they bowed deeply and replied, "We understand." With that, he paid them no further heed and retreated to his chamber to commence his seclusion. Jumi and Yuan Zhanxian also began their profound contemplation following the distribution of rewards from the ancient tablet of heavenly Tao. As for the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, it remained uncertain whether this technique belonged to the realm of the emperors or the immortals. Indeed, Yuan Zhanxian was still in the dark, knowing only that further research would yield clarity. Without further ado, he produced the celestial blood, revealing 3 droplets of a grayish-white hue, suspended in the air, emanating a dense aura of the great Tao. Gazing at these 3 droplets of celestial blood, Yuan Zhanxian's mind sparked with inspiration. Instead of consuming them in the conventional manner, he directly infused the 3 droplets into his own body, penetrating deep into his bones and eyes. Chapter 24. The Divine Child emerges from seclusion. The rite of passage time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade has passed. Within the sacred halls of the Divine Child Palace, in the main chamber, there stood a figure with hair as white as snow, elegantly tied with a jade hairpin. His features were strikingly beautiful, seemingly crafted by the hands of the heavens themselves, complemented by eyes that sparkled like the stars in the cosmos. This individual was none other than the 15-year-old Yuan Zhanxian. In this realm, the age of 15 is already regarded as adulthood, and at this moment, Yuan Zhanxian had attained the 9th level of the Tao body realm. His dual pupils radiated a violet starry brilliance, while the 6 supreme bones, once mere fragments, had coalesced into a golden halo adorned with mysterious symbols. This golden halo hovered behind Yuan Zhanxian, exuding an extraordinary potent aura, enveloped in a chaotic luminescence, a manifestation of the chaotic energy that had previously coursed through him. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint golden bell insignia upon his forehead, the mark of the Chaos Bell. Over the past decade, Yuan Zhanxian had learned to wield 20% of the Chaos Bell's power. Such profound transformation was attributed to the 3 drops of celestial blood he had integrated. It took him several years to comprehend that this celestial blood, also known as the essence of the heavenly Tao, not only fortified his physique and enhanced his innate talents, but also allowed him to harness a fragment of the heavenly Tao's power, amplifying the potency of his spells. However, Yuan Zhanxian was an anomaly. Unlike ordinary individuals who consumed it in the conventional manner, he fused it directly with his dual pupils, supreme bones, and chaotic body. The amalgamation of these 3 formidable attributes not only augmented his inherent capabilities, but also altered the distinctive traits of his previous constitution. Overall, these 3 drops of celestial blood significantly bolstered Yuan Zhanxian's power. Upon further research, he discovered that the 6 paths reincarnation fist was neither an imperial technique nor an immortal art, but rather akin to his own divine elephant suppression sutra, a method from beyond the realms. When he unleashed the 6 paths reincarnation fist, the paths of heaven, hell, humanity, Azura, hungry ghosts, and beasts would transform into 6 colossal black holes, their effects shrouded in mystery. Should a reincarnation body execute this technique, its might would undoubtedly astonish both heaven and earth. Moreover, the Divine Elephant Suppression Sutra had reached its 4th tier, granting him the strength of 10,000 divine statues, with each statue wielding a force of 100,000 pounds, culminating in the staggering power of 1,000,000 pounds. Now, with a single punch, Yuan Zhanxian could likely vanquish even a peak reincarnation realm expert. During his decade of seclusion, With each advancement in cultivation, the system rewarded Yuan Zhanxian with task points. Upon reaching the divine ability realm, he received 1,000 task points for each level gained, while ascending to the Tao body realm granted him 10,000 points. Now, having accrued a total of 74,000 task points, he found himself unable to procure even the heavenly illumination, as the system had yet to issue any tasks, leaving him far short of his goals. Glancing at his impeccable condition, a faint smile graced his lips. It was time to emerge from seclusion. At this moment, within the Divine Child Palace, a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a black robe and exuding a serious demeanor, conversed with an equally youthful and enchanting woman of graceful stature. They were engaged in a discussion regarding recent events in the celestial realms when a voice interrupted them, calling out, "Zifeng, Yenu?" Upon hearing the voice, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener turned towards its source, their expressions revealing a blend of surprise and speechlessness. In their eyes, this person's visage could only be described as perfection, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, utterly flawless. A divine, son of the gods? Who else but you could possibly grace the halls of the divine? Yuan Zhanxian smiled faintly, a smile that left Yuan Yener utterly mesmerized. Subsequently, the two collected their thoughts and bowed, addressing him as the divine son. There is no need for excessive formality. It has been 10 years. At this moment, I have also emerged from my seclusion. Pray, enlighten me as to the significant events that have transpired in these 10 years across the realms. With that, he took his seat at the head of the assembly. Yuan Yener promptly moved behind Yuan Zhanxian to massage his shoulders. As for the reports, Yuan Zifeng could handle it alone. Yuan Zifeng then began. Indeed, many significant events have unfolded during the Divine Son's decade of seclusion, predominantly among the younger generation. To commence, the Holy Son of the Su family, Su Yi, has been accepted as a disciple by the Supreme Elder of the Sword Sect, and he is now the second Holy Son. Su Yi, is he not the one with the azure lotus sword body from the Su family? Yuan Zhanxian recalled. Su Yi himself is unremarkable, yet the Sword Sect's Sword Son is another matter entirely. Upon emerging from his seclusion, he was specifically challenged by Dao Wu Dao of the Qingqing sect. The two clashed for 3 days and nights, with Dao Wu Dao narrowly defeating the Sword Son. Oh, one is an innate Dao body and the other an innate sword body. At that time, the heavenly Dao ancient token rewarded one with an unparalleled golden pill and the Great Emperor's method, while the other received an extraordinary imperial weapon and the Great Emperor's secret technique. Logically, the Sword Sect's Sword Son should possess superior strength. At the very least, it should have resulted in a stalemate. How could he be defeated? Yuan Zhanxian queried, perplexed. Yuan Zifeng continued, this is not as strange as it seems. A year later, the Sword Sect's Sword Son issued a challenge to Dao Wu Dao and defeated him decisively within 1,000 moves. Oh, this becomes intriguing. The initial balance of their strengths shifted so dramatically within a year. There must be a reason behind this, Yuan Zhanxian remarked with interest. Indeed, Divine Son. It was later revealed that after his initial defeat, the Sword Son of the Sword Sect was profoundly impacted and fell into a state of confusion for a time. By sheer chance, he stumbled into a canyon. When he re-emerged, he possessed the prowess of a conqueror, defeating Dao Wu Dao within 1,000 moves. Subsequently, powerful individuals, upon hearing of this, rushed to the canyon, only to find that the entrance was barred by a radiant golden light. However, recently, there have been whispers that the golden light is showing signs of waning. Some speculate that it may lead to a hidden realm, and many have sought to venture there lately. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhanxian inquired, how long before that golden light diminishes? Approximately 3 months, Yuan Zifeng replied. The notion that two initially evenly matched innate beings could diverge so significantly within a year piqued interest. Then we shall embark in 3 months to explore this mysterious canyon. Yuan Zhanxian added, what other matters remain? There is more. A year ago, the Divine Son from the Ji family of Tai Shaotian specifically sought to challenge you. As you were in seclusion, Yuan Ruochu, the foremost of our clan, fought in your stead. What was the outcome? In the end, the Ji family's Divine Son was injured, while Yuan Ruochu fell into a coma. Had it not been for the divine heir of the Ji family wielding the might of the imperial weapon, he would not have triumphed over Yuan Ruochu. Yuan Zhanxian remarked. Oh, my cousin was actually able to wound the Ji family's divine heir. It seems our first sequence possesses remarkable strength. Furthermore, I recall that the patriarch of the Ji family was defeated by my father on several occasions during his youth. He has long sought to vanquish my father. Now, with his son challenging me, it appears he wishes to fulfill his father's unfulfilled desire. However, to challenge me, one must be prepared to pay the price. With a slight smile, Yuan Zhanxian spoke, prompting Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener to silently pray for the Ji family's divine heir. For he was about to face dire consequences. Yuan Zifeng continued, in recent years, many extraordinary prodigies from immortal imperial clans, dynasties, and sacred lands have emerged. Among which are the forbidden prodigies. Forbidden prodigies? Who are they? There is Tai Huang Tian, the true dragon of the dragon clan from the demon domain's imperial mountain. Known as Longzi Ao Su, reputed to be the foremost among the young of the true dragon lineage. It is said he is a six-clawed golden dragon. The innate gifts of the true dragon clan are largely assessed by the number of claws, signifying their status. Among them, golden dragons belong to the imperial lineage, while silver and black dragons are of the royal lineage. A six-clawed dragon already possesses the potential for imperial greatness, while the clan leader is merely a five-clawed golden dragon, standing at the pinnacle of semi-imperial cultivation. Additionally, there is the young king of the golden-winged Peng clan from the imperial mountain, who boasts 80% ancestral blood and mastery over the laws of speed, also possessing imperial potential. How curious that yet another descendant of a former defeat at my father's hands arises, Yuan Zhanxian lamented. Moreover, from Tai Ching Tian, there is the divine son Xian Tianji of the Xiamen, said to be a forbidden prodigy as well. The Xiamen is an ancient sect even older than the Shangqing sect, and this individual appears to surpass Dao Wudao in strength. Then there is the divine son Song Qi of the Song clan from Tai Chin Tian, endowed with the Song Tian Ba Ti and the Hun Tian Mo Yuan body, also a forbidden prodigy. The Song clan is the only human lineage known to intermarry with demon clans, for if its Song Tian Ba Ti is born from such a union, their 9 divine forms would transform into 10, becoming exceptionally powerful and possessing the physique of the demon race. Song Qi's mother is the previous divine maiden of the Hun Tian Mo Yuan clan. Furthermore, an ancient saint body akin to the family patriarch has emerged from a hidden ancient family known as the Jun family from Taichu Tian. The divine son of the mythic Zhang family has also appeared. It seems in this golden era, many hidden families and sacred lands prodigies have emerged, rendering the situation quite intriguing. The divine son added, there is one more matter. The patriarch has instructed that upon your emergence, you should visit the main hall. Understood, came the response, followed by a wave of the hand, and he vanished from the spot. The Yuan family's main hall serves as the venue for high-level discussions among the Yuan clan. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian sat in the main seat, listening to the reports from the elder clan members regarding recent events. Patriarch, since the advent of this golden era, prodigies from various clans have emerged in droves. And the canyon where the Sword Sect's Sword Sun ventured is undoubtedly an exceptional secret realm. Even prodigies like the Sword Sect's Sword Sun have experienced significant cultivation improvements upon their emergence, and the area is now overflowing with people. Such a secret realm warrants our clan to send our own disciples. Upon hearing the Elder's report, Yuan Zhanxian contemplated the situation. Gently, he spoke, Elder, there is no need for haste. The golden light of the secret realm is said to be impenetrable even by the mightiest of quasi-emperors. We must wait for it to naturally fade before we can enter. Our clan is currently flourishing, with a continuous stream of young challengers. If we set out prematurely, I fear our clan's disciples may face relentless challenges before the gorge's secret realm is even opened, resulting in either exhaustion of spiritual energy or injury. Such outcomes would be counterproductive. It would be wise to wait until the time is right to venture forth. I intend for Ruochu to accompany Chong Kong, see you, and Xing Chun on this journey, he continued, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. Father, did you call for me? A remarkably handsome young man appeared at the center of the great hall. This is the divine son. Has he emerged from his seclusion? Seeing his son, Yuan Zhanxian felt a wave of joy as he observed the young man he had not seen for a decade. His aura was both powerful and unassuming. Justin, it is fortuitous that you have emerged. We were just discussing the gorgeous secret realm and planning for Ruochu to lead Chong Kong, Suyu, and Xingchen. Now that you are here, you shall guide them. Father, I was just about to mention that I am already aware of the situation regarding the gorgeous secret realm. A jade must be carved to become a gem. I wish to see it for myself. It is time for me to wander the world and gain experience. Ding. The dog system has finally issued a task. Please be mindful of your words, for this system is the supreme system of all realms. Referring to me as the dog system is rather undignified. Henceforth, please call me the supreme system, if you would. The supreme system expressed its dissatisfaction. All right then, dog system. Understood. Dog system. At that moment, A phantom arm wielding a knife appeared in his mind, directed at itself. I swear, if you utter another word, I will make you regret it. Silence! Yuan Zhanxian exclaimed, growing impatient. Stop dawdling and present the task. Hey, dog? Dog system? Speak up. Did not the host instruct me to be silent? Ugh, if there is a task, I shall remain quiet. I want to announce it. I'll just play. Who can surpass my cunning? Yuan Zhanxian was utterly speechless. Enough with the antics, just announce it already. Ding. Please complete the task to obtain the inheritance of the gorgeous secret realm. Reward, 500,000 task points. Accept. Observing Yuan Zhanxian's ambition, Yuan Zhanxian felt quite pleased. He then addressed his son. There is one more matter. You have now reached adulthood. We are preparing to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for you in a month. A coming-of-age ceremony? Indeed. In the immortal emperor clan, the royal dynasty, and the sacred lands, every divine son celebrates their coming of age. As the divine son of our taboo family, you too shall have a ceremony. All the immortal emperor clans and sacred lands from the 9 heavens and 10 earths will attend. Understood. Father, esteemed elders, I shall now return to the divine son's palace. With that, Yuan Zhanxian bowed respectfully and exited. The head of the family remarked that during this coming ceremony celebrating the maturity of the divine son, it was likely that numerous young prodigies would challenge him by name. Yuan Zhanxian nonchalantly replied, Zhanxian, even in the same realm, has previously triumphed over the renowned ancestor of the eternal rankings. Now, his cultivation level is comparable to that of most young talents across the realms. Should they seek to disrupt Zhanxian's coming-of-age ceremony, I am confident that he will delight in providing them with an unpleasant experience. The assembly in the Grand Hall shared a collective smile, their confidence in Yuan Zhanxian's strength unwavering. In the Divine Son's palace, Yuan Zhanxian sat regally upon the main seat. Addressing Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner, Father has mentioned that he intends to hold my coming-of-age ceremony in a month's time. After that, we shall venture to the Hidden Valley. His dual purple irises flashed, discerning the cultivation levels of the two. Yenner at the first stage of the body realm, and Zifeng at the third stage. Excellent. You both possess the capability to easily triumph over the young prodigies we shall encounter in 3 months at the Hidden Valley. However, against those ancient and even forbidden prodigies, you would lack the means to protect yourselves. As my attendants, you cannot roam and train like Chong Kong, Su Yu, and Xing Chun, hence your realms are naturally lower. But there are still 3 months left. Fear not. As my attendants, I shall provide you with special training to enhance your strength. Upon finishing, he smiled coyly. At that moment, both Zifeng and Yenner felt a chill run down their spines, trembling slightly. Yuan Zifeng stuttered, Red Lotus space? Haha. Correct, but alas, there is no reward, Yuan Zhanxian replied with a devilish grin. Chapter 25. The ceremony of adulthood and exchange conference. A month may seem fleeting yet also prolonged. In the blink of an eye, it has passed. At this moment, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner emerged slowly from the Grand Hall of the Divine Palace, their bodies weary and worn. Throughout this month, Yuan Zhanxian had taken them on joyous excursions within the Crimson Lotus space, although the one truly reveling in this delight was Yuan Zhanxian himself. Despite enduring both physical and mental hardships, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner remained profoundly fatigued. Nevertheless, their prowess had indeed advanced. Yuan Zifeng had reached the 6th stage of the Tao body realm, while Yuan Yenner had attained the 3rd stage, perched high upon the throne in the main hall. Yuan Zhanxian observed the exhausted duo as they stepped outside, muttering to himself, others would pay handsomely, yet I am reluctant to train them. Zifeng and Yenner truly do not recognize the fortune they possess. The expenditure of spiritual energy to open the Crimson Lotus space is considerable. Each activation requires me to consume 1 or 2 bottles of Holy Spirit elixir and drink a couple of jugs of rootless water to recuperate. Were anyone to overhear Yuan Zhanxian's lament, they would likely feel inclined to subject him to 1,000 cuts. The Holy Spirit elixir and rootless water are unparalleled substances for replenishing spiritual energy, typically reserved by the illustrious figures of immortal imperial clans or supreme beings for critical moments or battles when their energy is depleted. The fact that he casually consumes multiple bottles and jugs would astonish anyone who learned of it. For the two, the Crimson Lotus space was a terrifying realm. Yet for practitioners, it was akin to a glitch in existence. While it facilitated rapid cultivation for beginners, the toll on the body and mind was equally daunting. As one's cultivation level ascends, the time required for advancement increases significantly. It is not uncommon for a minor elevation to take years or even decades. In the case of the Sage realm, breaking through before the age of 100 is virtually impossible. Hence, upon the conclusion of their time in the Crimson Lotus space, Yuan Zhanxian instructed the pair to rest adequately, for their coming adulthood ceremony was to commence in 3 days. 3 days later, in Taiyuan heaven, among the Yuan clan, whoosh, a colossal warship appeared in the skies above the Yuan clan. This was the ancient holy land of Taishan, renowned for its ancestors who authored the illustrious divine source scriptures that resonated across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Today, the majority of source divine stones found throughout the realms originated from this sacred ground. Source masters are figures whom many prefer not to offend, for they possess the ability to unearth source divine stones through their source techniques. These stones are imbued with the spiritual essence of the cosmos, invaluable for cultivation. The finest among them can even extend one's lifespan, a tantalizing allure for clan elders or ancestors of sacred lands nearing the end of their days. Indeed, wars could be waged on a grand scale for the sake of these exquisite stones. As the longevity of an ancestor from an imperial clan or sacred land represents their most vital foundation, no price is too great to preserve their lifespan. Swish, swish, swish. The sky bore witness to the arrival of another group. At the forefront stood an elder exuding an aura of terrifying strength, followed closely by a contingent of young individuals. This was the Taishu sacred land of Taichu Tian, led by a venerable elder of the Taichu clan, accompanied by the Taichu Holy Son. It is said that he, like their ancestor, possesses the Taichu divine body, unmatched in battle and invincible among his peers, ranking among the top 20 physiques. Caw-caw. A gigantic, 3-legged golden crow let out a resounding cry that echoed across the skies of the Yuan clan, heralding the descent of a radiant sun from above. The Sun Dynasty, as an immortal dynasty of Taiyuan heaven, is undoubtedly participating in the coming-of-age ceremony of the Yuan clan's divine offspring. Leading their delegation is the venerable Saint Emperor from an earlier epoch, now the esteemed Grand Emperor of the dynasty. Accompanying him are the true Sun Prince and other princes and princesses of the dynasty. A tremendous hum reverberates as a colossal divine sword descends from the heavens, upon which stand a dozen individuals, men and women, young and old. This is a delegation from the mythical sword sect of Taishu heaven. At the forefront is an ancient ancestor of the sect, a peerless prodigy from countless epochs past. In his era, he was unmatched in combat, an indomitable force among peers. Following him is the sword son of the sect, exuding an aura of formidable sword energy, radiating a powerful sword intent akin to a razor-sharp blade poised for action. Suddenly, a magnificent, auspicious cloud materializes above the Yuan clan. On this cloud stand an elder and several youths. A bystander points at the cloud, exclaiming, "Look, that is Dao Wu Dao, the Taoist of the Shanqing sect." It is said that a few years prior, he engaged in a duel with the sword son of the sword sect, narrowly defeating him at first, only to succumb to him in 1,000 exchanges the following year. Upon hearing of the sword son's attendance at this coming-of-age ceremony, he too has arrived, likely drawn by the presence of the sword son. With another resounding boom, a massive warship appears in the sky, emblazoned with a large, striking banner bearing the character for G. At the helm is a middle-aged man, followed by a group of youthful companions. A member of the crowd points towards the G family's warship, stating, "It is said that the head of the G family has personally come to the Yuan clan's divine offspring's coming-of-age ceremony, along with the G family's divine offspring and their lineage." Ji Tianming wears a subtle smile as he gazes down at the Yuan clan, remarking, "This day has finally arrived. Yuan Zhanxian, aside from your son, the Yuan clan's divine offspring, all of your lineage has fallen to my son. I firmly believe that Jing Tian will also triumph over your son. This time, I shall ensure you are humiliated at your son's coming-of-age ceremony." He then glances at Jing Tian behind him, a smirk of pride gracing his features. At that moment, both the arriving guests and those present cease their conversations, their attention drawn skyward as 2 enormous mythical beasts descend from above. These are the golden divine crocodile from the Taiye family and the sky swallower from the Taiyu family. Both families have arrived simultaneously, and given their status as transcendent imperial clans beneath the taboo families, the gathered crowd regards their presence with utmost seriousness, akin to commoners receiving esteemed dignitaries. On the side of the Yu clan, the clan head and the 5 ancestors arrive alongside the clan's young heiress, the divine offspring Yu Chenfeng, the divine maiden Yu Muyao, and other younger generations to partake in the coming-of-age ceremony of Yuan Zhanxian. Similarly, the Taiye family, led by their 5 ancestors and clan head, brings their younger generation to honor the ceremony, the only notable absence being Taiye Qiqing, who remains in seclusion. Following them, the head of the Wang family, accompanied by his son Wang Ting and the younger generation of the Wang family, arrives. The Holy Master of Yaoqi's sacred land also personally leads the younger generation to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of Yuan Zhanxian. The illustrious families of Taiyuan Heaven, the ancient Su family, Tai Chen Heaven, the immortal ancient Qin family, and Tai Shao Heaven, the immortal ancient Wanling Mountain, are also present. At this moment, several figures soared out from the Yuan clan's domain, led by Yuan Zhaoxian's grandfather, the esteemed elder Yuan Sun, along with several other venerable elders of the Yuan clan. Yuan Sun smiled at the attendees of the coming-of-age ceremony and expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for attending my grandson's rite of passage. The banquet is yet to commence, so please take your seats in the banquet hall. The guests responded with great politeness. Elder Yuan Sun, you are too kind. It is indeed an honor for us to partake in the coming-of-age ceremony of the forbidden Yuan clan's divine heir. After a round of courteous exchanges, the guests were guided to their seats by the Yuan clan's servants. They were soon astonished by the grandeur of the Yuan clan's wealth. The exquisite delicacies, crafted from rare and extraordinary beasts, were items many had only heard of but never seen. Additionally, an array of fine wines and elixirs, made from precious spiritual fruits of heaven and earth, adorned the tables. Such treasures were typically reserved even by the immortal imperial clans. Yet the Yuan clan was hosting a lavish banquet. Truly, a family that has existed since before the dawn of creation possesses an immense legacy. As the guests gathered, the head of the Yuan clan and the matriarch made their entrance. Among the attendees, two individuals displayed markedly different expressions upon seeing the Yuan clan's patriarch and matriarch. The head of the Ji family exhibited a complex array of emotions: panic, resentment, fury, and even a hint of smugness. Meanwhile, the holy master of the Yao pool, glancing at Yu Linqing by Yuan Zhanxian's side, revealed a countenance marked by sorrow, yearning, and reluctance. As she beheld Yuan Zhanxian once more, she let out a long sigh. Alas! Beside her, Bai Lingxi noticed her sigh and inquired, "Master, what troubles you?" The holy master of the Yao pool regained her composure and replied, "It's nothing, just reminiscing about the past, nothing of consequence." At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian addressed the assembled guests with a warm smile. "I welcome everyone who has taken time from their busy schedules to join us for my son's coming-of-age ceremony. I hope you all enjoy the feast and drink to your heart's content." He then turned to the grand entrance of the banquet hall and announced, "Zhaoxian, it is your time to shine." Before long, a figure of perfection, flawless in form, visage, and demeanor, gracefully approached the banquet stage. Upon seeing Yuan Zhaoxian enter the hall, a maiden from a sacred ground involuntarily exclaimed, "Such a perfect man. He must be unlike any other in the mortal realm, resembling a celestial being. Is he truly the unparalleled gentleman spoken of?" Many young women from imperial clans, dynasties, and sacred grounds gazed at Yuan Zhaoxian with starry eyes, wishing fervently to win his favor. One audacious young lady even cried out, "Yuan clan's divine son, I wish to bear your children," before fainting in sheer excitement. Her elder companions swiftly whisked her away, mortified by the spectacle. The head of the Yu clan turned to the matriarch and remarked, "Shiner, our nephew is indeed extraordinarily handsome, and he holds the top spot on the eternal rankings. His looks, lineage, and prowess are beyond reproach. Perhaps we should consider betrothing him to our clan's most exceptional daughter." The matriarch of the Yu clan, however, raised her hand and playfully thumped the head of the clan on the head, exclaiming in exasperation, "Have you lost your mind? We have only one such jewel in our family. What are you suggesting? Incest? If my sister were to find out, it would certainly not end well for you. She might not kill you outright, but it would be quite a raucous affair. Moreover, are you not aware that Mu Yao's heart belongs to Yuan Ruochu?" At that moment, the head of the Yu clan, holding his head, remarked, "Exioner, there are many people here. Please show some respect. After all, I am the head of the Yu clan. And I was merely jesting." "Jesting, you say? Fine, just don't come to my bed tonight." Meanwhile, in the Taiye clan, the head of the clan addressed his wife, saying, "My dear, I find myself increasingly fond of this Yuan Zhaoxian. Such a person seems only worthy of our Qingqing, but alas, she has been in seclusion for years and could not attend this adult ceremony." The Taiye matriarch smiled and replied, "There is no rush, after all. The 5th ancestor and the 9th ancestor of the Yuan clan have already arranged a marriage. Sooner or later, they will wed, and when Qingqing emerges from her retreat, the two children shall meet." At this moment, Yuan Zhaoxian approached the ceremonial platform, smiling as he addressed the esteemed elders and the talented youths present. "Welcome, everyone, to my coming-of-age ceremony. Please indulge in the exquisite delicacies prepared for today's feast. Let the banquet commence. He then took his seat beside Yuan Zhanxian. As the banquet began, the daozi of the Zhanxian sect rose with a cup in hand and addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, I have an immature suggestion. I wonder if I might share it. Today marks the coming-of-age ceremony for the divine son of the Yuan clan, and I would like to extend my congratulations on behalf of the Zhanxian sect. With that, he nodded to Yuan Zhanxian and downed his drink in one go. Yuan Zhanxian, observing Dao Wudao finish his cup, reciprocated the gesture with a smile, raising his own cup and drinking deeply. Furthermore, since we are all here, the elite scions from various imperial clans, dynasties, and sacred lands, why not take this opportunity to engage in mutual exchange and discussion? The crowd, upon hearing this proposal, readily agreed. Daozi Wudao speaks wisely. Since we are gathered, let us indeed explore this together. Yuan Zhanxian then stood up, smiling at everyone. Since we are all in accord, I have no objections. Feel free to proceed. He then took his seat again, quietly observing the unfolding performances. At this juncture, Dao Wudao remarked, as I was the one to propose this, how about a friendly spar between you and me, Jinzi? Of course, I had anticipated this. Dao Wudao clearly sought a match with Jinzi, for both had faced defeat in their previous encounters, and as innate bodies, they were destined to determine a victor. The sword sect's Jinzi slowly rose, acknowledging, since you extend such a cordial invitation, I shall not decline. With that, they moved to the center of the open space. Jinzi began, please, Daozi. Dao Wudao surged forward, his aura expanding exponentially as innate Dao energy enveloped him. Radiant golden lights sparkled around him, dazzling the eyes of those nearby. With hands charged with power, he unleashed a mighty punch towards Jinzi, who remained unperturbed, forming a sword with his fingers in response to the assault. The clash of punch and finger met, both combatants' energies escalating, neither yielding an inch. As their spiritual powers intensified, a brilliant flash of light erupted at the point of contact, generating a formidable gust of wind. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian waved his hand, conjuring a translucent rectangular shield that enveloped the two individuals. Subsequently, a formidable gust of wind struck the shield, dissipating without a trace. The two retreated 10 paces after the brilliance flickered. The innate Dao body is inherently attuned to the great Dao, possessing an extraordinary physique that surpasses ordinary understanding of the Dao in all aspects, with its physical strength being unrivaled in combat. Conversely, the innate sword body is a constitution born of the sword path, where sword attacks are among the most formidable of all Dao arts, boasting tremendous offensive power, especially when fully realized, becoming truly fearsome. One is a paragon of physical prowess, while the other wields unparalleled attack strength. Thus, their capabilities ultimately balance each other. Then, Dao Wudao spoke, Sword Brother, I am aware of your fortuitous encounter following our last defeat. However, during my year-long seclusion, I have absorbed a portion of the 9 transformations golden elixir. My understanding of the Dao and my strength have significantly advanced. Therefore, I possess the confidence to engage you in battle once more, and I hope you will not disappoint me. With that, he ceased further discourse. Dao Wudao formed seals with his hands, and countless Dao rhythms emerged around his body, creating an atmosphere of overwhelming strength. As he completed his hand seals, the innate Dao Qi began to permeate his entire being, gradually attaching itself to the Dao rhythms. The Dao rhythms, now infused with innate Dao Qi, transformed into a golden lotus of the great Dao, emitting waves of Dao resonance and power towards the sword sect's disciple. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, this is the supreme scripture, also known as the Great Dao Scripture. That golden lotus serves as evidence. The so-called Great Dao transforming into a golden lotus can only be manifested through the power of the Great Dao. Furthermore, it is imbued with innate Dao Qi, making it even more terrifying. We can only wonder how the sword sect's disciple will counter this move. Chapter 26. The gathering of extraordinary beings. As the golden lotus of Dao Wudao surged toward the sword sect's sword child, the latter retreated several paces, his innate sword energy swelling tremendously. His aura matched that of Dao Wudao, both formidable and imposing. Subsequently, the Emperor's sword materialized in his grasp. The emergence of the Emperor's sword unleashed a breathtaking sword energy, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of compulsion. Channeling all his spiritual power into the sword, its white radiance intensified, the terrifying sword intent becoming increasingly pronounced with each infusion of energy. He then softly intoned the technique of drawing the sword to slash the heavens. With a vigorous sweep of the Emperor's sword, a dazzling white sword beam erupted forth, hurtling toward the golden lotus of the Tao. Upon their collision, a tremendous explosion resonated, the sound echoing with an ear-splitting intensity. The brilliance of the explosion was blinding, as the two terrifying forces generated a shockwave that caused even the protective barrier set by Yuan Zhanxian to flicker perilously, as if it were on the verge of shattering. A cloud of smoke billowed forth, and the onlookers remained transfixed, eager to discern which of the two innate beings would prevail. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Dao Wu Dao. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, kneeling on one knee, his hands bracing against the ground, struggling to maintain his composure. The sword child of the sword sect was in a similar predicament, also on one knee. One hand pressed against his chest while the other gripped the emperor's sword embedded in the earth, blood spilling from his lips. The outcome was a stalemate. A conclusion that none had anticipated, as they had expected a decisive victor. Yet, the prowess of both individuals had reached a level that rendered them nearly unmatched among their peers, had it not been for the constraints of Yuan Zhanxian's barrier. The spectacle would have been even more enthralling. Soon after, the elders of the Qingjing sect and sword sect approached Dao Wu Dao and the sword child, administering pills to aid in their recovery before escorting them away to recuperate. Just as Dao Wu Dao and the sword child descended, another figure rose, a disciple from the Taichu Holy Land, the Taichu Saint's son. I have long heard of the unparalleled combat prowess of the Yuan clan's Yuan Zhanxian. Invincible among his peers, I wish to experience your esteemed skills firsthand. Please, grant me this opportunity, he proclaimed. The Saint Son of Taichu. How can you presume to challenge our clan's divine scion? I shall engage you, declared Yuan Zhanxian, donned in a robe of profound yellow. He bowed respectfully to Yuan Zhanxian, stating, allow me to take this one on. I have long desired to test my mettle against the Saint Son of Taichu, to see whether his Taichu divine king body surpasses my Xian Wang indestructible body. Yuan Zhanxian regarded Yuan Zhanxian with a smile. Then let this battle be fought by my esteemed brother Zhanxian. He shall not tarnish the prestige of the Yuan clan. With a solemn affirmation, Yuan Zhanxian took flight alongside the Saint Son of Taichu into the protective barrier. The Xian Wang indestructible body ranks 13th among the 3,000 physiques, while the Taichu divine king body ranks 14th. During the era of the Golden Age, both physiques had emerged, often clashing with one another, each having experienced victories and defeats in a predestined cycle. Their fate mirrored that of the ancient sacred body and the celestial overlord body whenever they appeared together. A resolution, victory, or death was inevitable. Yuan Zhanxian, the second of the Yuan clan's hierarchy, the Xian Wang indestructible body. How intriguing to encounter a fated physique. Very well. I shall first conquer you, and then proceed to challenge the divine scion of the Yuan clan. As he spoke, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped him, and he extended both hands. Subsequently, a circular, dark-hued halo materialized around his palms, within which waves of energy coalesced. He directed his voice towards Yuan Zhanxian, exclaiming, Primordial light. The energy within the halo transformed into a beam of laser-like brilliance, hurtling towards Yuan Zhanxian. Observing the rapidly approaching primordial light, Yuan Zhanxian hastily evaded. The laser from the halo continued to fire relentlessly, prompting Yuan Zhanxian to dodge repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, he spotted a gap and retaliated with mysterious yellow qi. An explosion of deep yellow energy erupted from him, colliding with the primordial light. With a resounding crash, a cloud of smoke ascended. The two continued to unleash their respective energies, the primordial light and mysterious yellow qi, in an unceasing exchange of might. Enormous clouds of smoke billowed, and depressions in the ground formed continuously, rendering the scene utterly dazzling. As the tempo of their conflict intensified, the primordial sun formed hand seals, and a colossal divine king's apparition emerged behind him, gazing into the distance and surveying the realms. The terrifying aura of the divine king permeated the banquet hall, instilling awe in all present. In response, Yuan Zhanxian also formed hand seals, conjuring a massive apparition resembling himself. The embodiment of the indestructible, mysterious yellow body was indeed a reflection of his true essence, prompting astonishment among the onlookers. Yuan Zhanxian's apparition radiated a formidable yellow light, with swirling mysterious yellow qi enveloping it, exuding an aura of extraordinary terror. With both apparitions manifest, they stood in stark opposition. The primordial sun, having reached the pinnacle of his primordial power, raised the hand of his divine king's apparition towards Yuan Zhanxian, proclaiming primordial suppression of heaven and earth. A dark circular sphere formed in the palm of the divine king's apparition, containing an energy so fearsome it seemed capable of annihilating all, hurtling toward Yuan Zhanxian. The strength of the indestructible, mysterious yellow body lay in its formidable physicality. A fully realized mysterious yellow body, if it could not achieve instant annihilation, was nearly indestructible, ranking just below the top 10 most powerful physical forms. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian's aura surged to its zenith, his spiritual power reaching its utmost limit. The apparition behind him coalesced with mysterious yellow qi, and he struck the dark sphere with a fist. A thunderous impact reverberated as the fist collided with the sphere, unleashing a terrifying torrent of energy. Had it not been for the protective barrier, this cataclysmic force could have shattered the banquet hall entirely. At that juncture, the mysterious yellow apparition's fist and the circular sphere were evenly matched, with both combatants deepening their spiritual power. The point of intersection between the fist and the sphere erupted with overwhelming energy, and the primordial sun, unable to withstand Yuan Zhanxian's might, saw his divine king's apparition shatter, spitting blood. Simultaneously, Yuan Zhanxian's apparition flickered with a translucent hue, appearing as though it might dissipate at any moment. Yuan Zhanxian, feeling his vitality surge chaotically, struggled to stabilize his breath, quietly observing the primordial sun. At that instant, neither uttered a word. They instinctively summoned their respective quasi-imperial weapons, the primordial sun's Qianyuan spear and Yuan Zhanxian's Zhangtian mysterious yellow halberd. Subsequently, the primordial holy sun unleashed the remaining primordial power, which enveloped the Qianyuan spear as it surged towards Yuan Zhanxian, exuding an aura of terror that seemed capable of rending the very fabric of the void. In a similar vein, Yuan Zhanxian infused the remaining Xian Huang qi into the Zhangtian Xian Huang halberd, directing it towards the Qianyuan spear. The two combatants incessantly wielded their residual spiritual energy to manipulate their quasi-imperial weapons. The spear and halberd met with sharp, pointed ferocity, producing a sizzling sound as they clashed. With a thunderous bang, the Qianyuan spear was sent flying as the primordial holy sun's spiritual energy was entirely depleted. The Zhangtian Xian Huang halberd then hurtled towards the primordial holy sun. Upon impact, the overwhelming force compelled the holy sun to expel a mouthful of blood. A gaping wound, large enough to fit a bowl, appeared on his abdomen, and he subsequently collapsed to the ground. Saint. At this moment, a venerable elder from the primordial holy land urgently called out. With a swift motion, he appeared beside the primordial holy sun, crouching down to assess his injuries. Fortunately, he has not sustained damage to his essence. He is merely gravely injured and unconscious. He then addressed Yuan Zhanxian, stating, "Zhanxian, we concede this battle." Following this, he carried the primordial holy sun off the stage for treatment. It seems that in this epoch, the Xian Huang undying body triumphed over the primordial divine king's body. After the conclusion of their fierce encounter, the onlookers murmured their observations. A fleeting victory or defeat does not encapsulate the entirety of their prowess. Both possess exceptionally formidable physiques. However, Yuan Zhanxian, being of the Yuan lineage, undoubtedly benefits from its profound depth of heritage. In this era, the two great physiques suggest that Yuan Zhanxian holds the upper hand. As the crowd engaged in spirited discussions, another prodigy emerged. With a smile directed at the Yuan Zhanxian on the stage, he proclaimed, "Now that the battle between Zhanxian and the primordial holy sun has concluded, I would like to continue the challenge initiated by the primordial holy sun. I wish to challenge the Zhanxian divine sun. Might the divine sun dare to accept?" The audience responded with intense fervor. "Oh, who is this?" "The divine son of the Tai Huang Tian Wang family, Wang Tong, the head of the Wang family. Ever boastful since his son Wang Tong secured 6th place on the ancient Tao list, would often declare, 'My son possesses the potential of an emperor.'" Before he could finish his sentence, the booming laughter of the Wang family patriarch echoed, followed by his classic proclamation. "My son exhibits such audacity, haha. Truly, my son Wang Tong has the makings of an emperor." The crowd was left speechless, pondering, so what if he is 6th? Why such ostentation? Look at the Zhanxian divine son, who never brags about his first-place ranking. Can your divine son truly contend with the Zhanxian divine son? Truly remarkable. Upon hearing Wang Tong's provocation, a voice rang out, "Oh, do you dare to challenge? What are you, to question whether our divine son would accept the challenge? You wish to battle the divine son? Very well, come forth and fight me first." A figure emerged with thick brows above bright, penetrating eyes, a prominent nose, and full lips that lent his features a striking depth. His words were imbued with confidence, his cascading black hair framing an exceptionally handsome visage. This was none other than Yuan clan's foremost prodigy, Yuan Ruochu. At the moment Yuan Ruochu made her entrance, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. And the members of the Jade clan in the main seating area widened their eyes in curiosity, eager to discern the identity of the individual who could capture the heart of their goddess. At that moment, Wang Ting, filled with ire, demanded, "Who are you to act so brazenly? Oh, you do not even recognize me, yet you dare to challenge our clan's divine offspring?" Yuan Ruochu retorted with disdain. "I am Yuan clan's first sequence, Yuan Ruochu." "Oh, you are the legendary reincarnation body, Yuan Ruochu? Very well. I shall take this opportunity to experience the prowess of your esteemed first sequence," Wang Tung declared, launching an immediate punch toward Yuan Ruochu's face with formidable strength. Unfazed, Yuan Ruochu calmly extended a hand to grasp Wang Tung's fist and stated, "If we are to duel, let us do so within the protective barrier. I have no desire to see our clan's banquet hall marred by our conflict." With that, she swiftly stepped into the barrier, and Wang Tung followed suit. As the confrontation commenced, Wang Tung struck first, extending his hands to manifest a dark, ominous spatial rift before him. Simultaneously, another dark spatial rift appeared behind Yuan Ruochu. "This is the Great Void Technique," gasped the members of the Ji clan, rising in shock. The Great Void Technique was a closely guarded secret of the Ji family. Bewildered and enraged, they turned their gaze toward the Wang clan members. Wang Tung vanished into the spatial rift, re-emerging behind Yuan Ruochu, launching a palm strike at her. Sensing the impending attack, Yuan Ruochu swiftly turned and narrowly evaded the blow. Realizing he had missed his target, Wang Ting again disappeared into the rift. Within the barrier, several identical spatial rifts materialized, with Wang Ting's figure flickering in and out of them, randomly emerging to unleash bursts of energy toward Yuan Ruochu. Faced with such an overwhelming number of spatial rifts, Yuan Ruochu evaded while pondering how to counter the Great Void Technique. Otherwise, she would remain on the defensive. Suddenly, a surge of purple light enveloped her, and she extended a hand, channeling her spiritual energy. Before her, a purple black hole emerged, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. A voice cried out in astonishment. "What is this?" "The reincarnation body's secret technique, the 6 paths of reincarnation." The 6 paths of reincarnation, a unique secret method exclusive to the reincarnation body, produce 6 black holes, each possessing distinct abilities. It is said that the emergence of these 6 paths could alter the very fabric of existence, a terrifying prospect indeed. Yuan Ruochu softly declared, "Reincarnation's secret technique, the beast path." In an instant, countless monstrous creatures surged forth from the purple black hole, fixating on the numerous spatial rifts. Should Wang Ting appear in any of the black holes, the ferocious beasts would launch an assault, thereby allowing Yuan Ruochu to find an opening to swiftly dismantle the Great Void Technique. At that moment, Wang Tung emerged from one of the spatial rifts, poised to strike at Yuan Ruochu. However, before he could make his move, the swarm of monstrous beasts unleashed an array of energies, water, fire, electricity, and light, directed at him. Countless streams of energy surged towards Wang Ting. Faced with this overwhelming force, he found himself unable to retaliate, and thus concealed himself within the fissures of space. After several futile attempts, he realized the gravity of the situation. Just as Wang Ting prepared to launch another attack against Yuan Ruochu, she preemptively unleashed the reincarnation power embodied in the luminous light of reincarnation. With a resounding crash, the formidable light struck Wang Tung, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. Following this, the spatial rifts vanished without a trace. Wang Tung, clutching his chest with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, gazed at Yuan Ruochu and remarked, "I never anticipated that you would unravel the Great Void Technique." Yuan Ruochu, regarding him with an air of disdain, replied, "If this is all you have, then this battle may as well come to an end." Wang Tung, incensed by her dismissive gaze, retorted furiously, "And? It is indeed time for an end. But it will be yours." He then bellowed, "Star-illuminated heavenly technique." This technique, a grand emperor's art obtained from the ancient heavenly tablet, represented one of Wang Ting's most powerful moves. As he spoke, the environment within the protective barrier transformed into a celestial expanse adorned with countless stars. The starlight coalesced, forming a crescent shape that radiated brilliance. The once star-studded space became oppressively heavy as it advanced toward Yuan Ruochu. Unfazed by the star-illuminated heavenly technique, Yuan Ruochu merely remarked, "Is that all?" With a flick of her hand, multitudes of exotic beasts within the barrier vanished, replaced by a series of purple-black voids reminiscent of the Path of Beasts. She then commanded, "Reincarnation secret art, human path." From the depths of the purple-black void, a colossal golden dragon emerged, exuding a terrifying aura and the essence of heavenly fortune, charging towards the star-illuminated heavenly technique. This was the golden dragon of fortune, a manifestation of the collective vitality of the human realm. As the golden dragon soared towards Wang Tong, Yuan Ruochu coldly declared, "Let it end." Chapter 27. The emergence of the divine sun terrifyingly. The golden dragon of fortune roared as it surged towards Wang Tong with the stellar blade of celestial slaughter. The deafening roar resonated through the air, and then, coiling around the crescent-shaped stellar blade, it exerted a tremendous pressure. Boom! The stellar blade was crushed under the might of the golden dragon, which then darted towards Wang Tong, its jaws agape, seemingly intent on devouring him. Witnessing this, Wang Tong found himself momentarily flustered. His hands hastily formed the seals for a secret technique. But before he could complete the incantation, the golden dragon had lunged at him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to defend himself, only to feel a sharp tearing pain as his bloodied right arm was severed, blood gushing forth. At that moment, Wang Tong's complexion turned ashen, his left hand clutching his severed limb, utterly weakened. Meanwhile, Yuan Ruochu retracted the golden dragon, looking down disdainfully at the defeated Wang Tong, tauntingly remarking, "Is this all you've got? You dare challenge the divine sun? You are far too weak." At this juncture, Wang Tong's blood surged, his face flushed with rage, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. The head of the Wang family, witnessing his son's brutal defeat and severe injuries, furrowed his brow in concern, releasing an oppressive aura directed at Yuan Ruochu. The sudden, terrifying pressure nearly overwhelmed Yuan Ruochu, who struggled to maintain her composure. "Impudent!" An elder from the supreme clan bellowed, waving a hand toward Yuan Ruochu, causing the oppressive aura to dissipate instantaneously. Turning to the head of the Wang family, he rebuked, "Do you intend to bully the weak?" The head of the Wang family retorted, "This exchange was meant for mutual learning, yet Yuan Ruochu's actions were excessively ruthless. Will your Yuan clan not offer us an explanation?" In response, the elder of the Yuan clan sneered, "Explanation? The Yuan clan never provides explanations for our actions. Should you seek to stir trouble, even on the occasion of the divine sun's coming-of-age ceremony, I will ensure your downfall here." The head of the Wang family, having just reached the holy first tier, was no match for the elder of the Yuan clan, who stood at the holy ninth tier. Though anger simmered within him at the formidable Yuan clan, he could only swallow his indignation. He addressed the members of the Yuan clan, saying, "We have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave." He then departed, carrying the unconscious Wang Tong away. After this farce, Yuan Ruochu surveyed the assembled prodigies and declared, "Who else wishes to challenge our divine son?" "I do." A voice rang out, and Ji Jingtian rose leisurely to his feet. "Ji Jingtian." Yuan Ruochu's gaze fixed intently on him. "Last time, you fell at my hands. Do you wish to taste defeat once more?" A broad smile spread across Ji Jingtian's handsome face. Yuan Ruochu coldly replied, "Humph, I acknowledge my defeat to you. But you merely rely on the might of the Emperor's weapon. Without it, your fate would mirror that of Wang Tong." Ji Jingtian countered, "In battle, whether it be the Emperor's laws or weapons, they are all factors that lead to victory. If you possess the capability, acquire an Emperor's weapon, and we shall duel again. Alas, you lack such a thing." "Ha." Observing the proud figure of Ji Jingtian, Yuan Ruochu was rendered speechless with indignation. He lacked an imperial weapon, as he had surpassed the age of 16 and could no longer participate in the ranking of the heavenly Tao ancient tablet. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly contend for a top 3 position. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind to perhaps beseech the ancestor for an imperial weapon to subdue this arrogant individual. At that moment, the voice of Yuan Zhanxian resonated, "Ruochu, my esteemed cousin. I presume the recent battle against the head of the Wang family has greatly depleted your spiritual energy. Why not retreat for now? I shall take over this fight." Upon hearing Yuan Zhanxian's words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Was the divine scion of the Yuan clan about to intervene? Would 2 of the top 3 prodigies in the heavenly Tao ancient tablet soon clash? Without waiting for Yuan Ruochu's response, Yuan Zhanxian gracefully stepped forward, approaching Ji Jingtian and addressing him. "You are Ji Jingtian, the scion of the Ji family, are you not?" "Indeed." Ji Jingtian replied with an air of confidence. At this moment, Ji Tianming, the head of the Ji family, observed Yuan Zhanxian's arrival with a mix of emotions, recalling his lifelong ambition to triumph over this individual's father. However, upon hearing Yuan Zhanxian's taunts, His feelings of nostalgia swiftly morphed into rage. I have heard that you have been seeking to challenge me of late. Is this an endless endeavor? It seems you genuinely wish to engage in battle. Do you possess the strength to contend with me, Yuan Zhanxian? Am I not granting you enough respect? Your father repeatedly challenged mine in the past, only to be defeated time and again. Are you intent on following in his footsteps? Ji Jingtian retorted with arrogance. Whether history repeats itself will be revealed in our battle. With that, he stepped into the protective barrier. Yuan Zhanxian sighed, shaking his head. Why must one seek out adversity? He then swiftly entered the barrier as well. In an instant, Ji Jingtian's spiritual energy surged, and his aura became tempestuous. Countless black spatial fissures emerged within the barrier. Observing these numerous fissures, someone remarked, "This is the true manifestation of the Ji family's Great Void technique." Ji Jingtian's spatial fissures were not only significantly larger than those of Wang Teng, but also radiated a more potent aura and power. Following the display of his Great Void technique, Ji Jingtian shot a beam of light towards one of the fissures. The light traversed through the myriad fissures before striking directly at Yuan Zhanxian. As the beam approached him, Yuan Zhanxian merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the light. Subsequently, Ji Jingtian exuded a violet radiance and raised his hand to unleash another beam towards a different fissure. Upon entering the fissure, the central violet glow intensified, and an array of beams erupted from the fissures, hurtling toward Yuan Zhanxian. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian showed no inclination to move. Softly uttering, reincarnation and rotation, a violet barrier materialized before him. As the myriad beams struck the barrier, they rebounded entirely back towards Ji Jingtian. Observing this, Ji Jingtian promptly exclaimed, "Void transformation." Before one's eyes, Ji Jingtian's form transformed into a spectral transparency, allowing the rebounding violet rays to pass through him unscathed. This is the unique ability of the void body, voidification, remarked the enigmatic Yuan Zhanxian with mild intrigue. Subsequently, Ji Jingtian surged with spiritual energy, his aura intensifying with formidable vigor. He softly commanded, "Void space transformation," raising his hand with a flourish, manifesting a violet domain within the luminous shield. With his right hand slightly elevated, he channeled his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash a devastating punch towards Yuan Zhanxian. This strike infused with the power of the void bore an exceedingly terrifying might. Should any part of an opponent be struck, it would be utterly rendered to nothingness, rendering even the most extraordinary holy medicines, capable of regeneration, utterly useless. Yuan Zhanxian, unperturbed, prepared to extend his hand to defend. Suddenly, the distance of several dozen paces between them collapsed, and Yuan Zhanxian found himself directly before Ji Jingtian, a hint of surprise flickering across his countenance. The void space transformation astonishingly allowed him to forcibly teleport to Ji Jingtian's presence. In a flash of golden light, he vanished from sight, only to reappear at his original position moments later. Ji Jingtian's punch fell short, and he expressed his confusion. Impossible. The void space transformation is a secret technique unique to my void body. This entire space belongs to my domain. You cannot employ the instant body technique here. Yuan Zhanxian, maintaining his patience, elucidated, "You stated that within this domain, you cannot utilize the instant body technique. Hence, there exists another explanation that you ought to comprehend." Upon hearing Yuan Zhanxian's words, Ji Jingtian's pupils dilated, disbelief etched across his features. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Your speed cannot rival that of the instant body technique." Yuan Zhanxian replied nonchalantly, "What is impossible to you may not be so for others." Realizing his tactic had proven ineffective against Yuan Zhanxian, Ji Jingtian resolved to amplify his power. He began to form seals with both hands, his spiritual energy surging to its zenith, conjuring a terrifying tempest infused with countless bolts of lightning. He then addressed Yuan Zhanxian, "I concede that you are indeed formidable. However, this is where it ends." With a commanding shout, he declared, "Void exile." A colossal circular space manifested behind Yuan Zhanxian, exuding an aura of dread and an overwhelming gravitational pull, intent on drawing him into its depths. Confident in the potency of his domain, Ji Jingtian believed that Yuan Zhanxian could not escape the allure of the void exile. His fate was to be banished to an alternate realm. At that moment, the immense gravitational force latched onto Yuan Zhanxian, yet he remained as immovable as a towering mountain, impervious to the overwhelming pull. Observing Yuan Zhanxian's unwavering stance, Ji Jingtian swiftly extended his left hand, summoning the imperial weapon, the void refinement pot, into his grasp. Presently, Ji Jingtian's cultivation stood at the 9th stage of the Tao body, but even with such prowess, wielding an imperial weapon like the void refinement pot, he could only tap into a fraction of its might, akin to that of the imperial sword of the sword sect's disciples. As the void refinement vessel emerged, the entire space within the luminous barrier trembled. Subsequently, Ji Jingtian channeled his spiritual power to maneuver the void refinement vessel above the exiled void, directing its opening towards Yuan Zhanxian. A pale purple light emanated from the vessel's mouth, aiming to draw Yuan Zhanxian inside. Observing the intensifying gravitational force of the space and the vessel, Yuan Zhanxian reacted promptly. He slightly clenched his right fist, accumulating energy, as the power within his fist surged. A terrifying aura erupted. Crack! The barrier, akin to glass, formed a fissure. Turning swiftly, he unleashed a punch, releasing a golden radiance from his fist that surged towards the exiled void and the void refinement vessel. Bang! The golden light simultaneously struck both the exiled void and the vessel, shattering the space with its overwhelming force. The void refinement vessel, upon impact, crashed heavily against the barrier, which subsequently shattered with a resounding crack. Coughing up blood, Ji Jingtian suffered severe physical and mental damage from Yuan Zhanxian's formidable blow, leaving him in a state of extreme fatigue. Adhering to the principle of exploiting weakness, Yuan Zhanxian wasted no time and launched another punch. This time, his fist radiated a golden divine brilliance, with an even more terrifying power than before. The ensuing gust swept through the banquet hall, sending everything flying. As the brilliant golden light surged directly towards Ji Jingtian, just as Ji Jingtian seemed fated to fall, a figure materialized before him and effortlessly blocked Yuan Zhanxian's punch with a single finger. HM? Yuan Zhanxian frowned, displeased as he regarded the newcomer, who was none other than the head of the Ji family. The Ji family patriarch, filled with ire, addressed Yuan Zhanxian. Do you still wish to kill my son? Yuan Zhanxian replied coldly, in the realms of heaven and earth, your son is the most bothersome among countless prodigies and demons, persistently seeking to challenge me. He wishes to use me as a stepping stone to bolster his own resolve. Do you truly believe he can succeed? To challenge me, one must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. You must have engaged in similar acts of intimidation before. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian flashed into the presence of Yuan Zhanxian, gazing disdainfully at the once defeated foe. Fair exchanges lead to duels. Duels yield victories and defeats, and with them, casualties. What? Do you have any objections? In our time, you challenged me repeatedly, yet I spared you, recognizing you as one of the few capable of exchanging blows with me. Do not overreach your bounds. Hearing Yuan Zhanxian's words, Ji Tianming was enraged. He had always regarded Yuan Zhanxian as a target to surpass, as had his son, who had been raised to view Yuan Zhanxian as a goal for surpassing. The revelation that Yuan Zhanxian considered him merely a source of amusement was a severe blow. Yet, despite his fury, he refrained from overstepping, for they were in the heart of the Yuan clan's stronghold. Subsequently, Ji Tianming addressed Yuan Zhanxian, conceding their defeat. He then prepared to depart with Ji Jingtian and the members of the Ji family. However, at that moment, Yuan Zhanxian suddenly interjected. Wait, the members of the Ji family, perplexed, halted their steps and turned to look at Yuan Zhanxian. Did I ever state that you could take Ji Jingtian with you? The surrounding crowd expressed their confusion as well. Yuan Zhanxian continued, I have made it clear that to challenge me, one must pay the appropriate price. Either Ji Jingtian falls today, or he remains with the Yuan clan as my subordinate. You may choose between the two. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, taken aback by the formidable presence of the Yuan clan scion. Here stood the head of the legendary Ji family, a paragon of supreme cultivation. Yet Yuan Zhanxian spoke so decisively to him, revealing not only a terrifying prowess but also an extraordinary fortitude and audacity. Yuan Zhanxian's thoughts were straightforward. Ji Jingtian had sought to trouble him repeatedly. Thus, today he had two options to offer. Either Ji Jingtian would meet his demise, or he would remain in the Yuan clan as a servant. After all, the ancestor of humanity and the Chaos Emperor had foretold that during the Golden Age, myriad races would emerge, bringing forth countless prodigies. The presence of capable individuals around him would undoubtedly alleviate many of his burdens. Although he could reign supreme and sweep away all opposition, an abundance of troubles could become quite vexatious. Thus, finding opportunities for respite was indeed a welcome prospect. Chapter 28. The result given by the Ji family Ji Tianming was on the verge of losing his composure. The notion of allowing his son, the divine child of the Ji clan, to serve as a subordinate to Yuan Zhanxian was utterly inconceivable. He immediately declared, Do you truly believe that the Ji family fears you? As he spoke, the might of his sage-level cultivation erupted instantaneously, casting a shadow over the sky beyond the Yuan clan. When a sage was enraged, the very heavens and earth shifted in hue, and the terrifying aura rendered those present breathless, enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. In response, an even more formidable presence surged forth, firmly suppressing Ji Tianming's aura. It was the essence of the head of the Zhanxian family. Yuan Zhanxian calmly addressed Ji Tianming, stating, "Ji Tianming, for the sake of our prior acquaintance, I shall offer you a warning. Should you dare to lay a hand on my son, prepare for the annihilation of everyone from the Ji family present here today." Ji Tianming was well aware of Yuan Zhanxian's character. He was a man who stood by his words. Confronted by the overwhelming force of the father-son duo, Ji Tianming found his temper dissipating. He then turned to Yuan Zhanxian and Yuan Zhanxian, saying, "I am unable to provide you with an answer at this moment. I must return to my clan and confer with the ancestors. How do you propose we proceed?" Yuan Zhanxian glanced at Yuan Zhanxian and inquired, "Zhanxian, what do you think of this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Zhanxian replied to Ji Tianming, "Very well, but you shall have 5 days for deliberation. If, after 5 days, you have failed to reach a decision or choose to act as though nothing has transpired, then let Ji Jingtian remain hidden from the world for eternity. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to eliminate him, or you shall face the wrath of the Yuan clan." Ji Tianming, witnessing the unyielding stance of Yuan Zhanxian, felt his anger peak. Fearing that he might erupt if he lingered any longer, he coldly retorted, "Agreed. We shall provide you with a response after 5 days." With that, he departed alongside the members of the Ji family. As Ji Tianming and his entourage exited, Yuan Zhanxian clapped his hands and addressed the remaining guests, "Everyone, let us resume the banquet and continue our discussions." He then instructed his servants to restore the venue after the recent upheaval and led Yuan Zhanxian toward the Yu and Taie families. Upon arriving at the Yu clan, Yuan Zhanxian found the matriarch of the Yu family, Yu Lingqing, engaged in cheerful conversation with her. She promptly introduced Yuan Zhanxian to the head of the Yu family, saying, "Zhanxian, this is the head of the Yu clan, your uncle." Yuan Zhanxian slightly bowed and greeted, "Hello, uncle." The Yu family head, pleased with his remarkable nephew, remarked, "Zhanxian is indeed a prodigious talent, possessing half of our Yu clan's bloodline." He continued, "Upon returning, I shall urge the elders to bestow the title of imperial son upon Zhanxian." At this moment, both Yuan Zhanxian and the Yu clan's divine child, Yu Chanfeng, were taken aback. The former was perplexed, while the latter was astonished. Subsequently, Yu Chanfeng addressed Yuan Zhanxian, saying, "Cousin, you may not be aware that throughout the countless epochs since our clan's inception, there have only been 2 instances where a divine child and an imperial son coexisted. With your presence, we now mark the 3rd occurrence." Yu Chanfeng, the divine child of the Yu clan at the age of 28, was also recognized as an extraordinary prodigy, his talents rivaling those of the top 10 on the ancient Dao chart. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian turned to Yuan Zhanxian and inquired, "Is this acceptable, father?" Yuan Zhanxian smiled and nodded, saying, "Your grandfather is the former head of the Jade clan, and your uncle is the current patriarch. It is perfectly reasonable for you, as the son of the Yuan clan, to be recognized in this manner. The Yuan clan is in complete agreement with this arrangement. There is no cause for concern." Instantly, Yuan Zhanxian grasped the implications and acknowledged with a soft "oh." Subsequently, the conversation flowed easily among the group as they exchanged pleasantries. Once their discussion concluded, Yuan Zhanxian led Yuan Zhanxian to the Taie clan. The patriarch of the Taie clan, a contemporary of Yuan Zhanxian, enjoyed a notably amicable relationship with him, unlike that of Ji Tianming. Observing Yuan Zhanxian, the Taie patriarch expressed his satisfaction with this prospective son-in-law. Grateful that no conflicts had arisen between him and Yuan Zhanxian in the past, which had ultimately fostered such a promising alliance. Turning to Yuan Zhanxian, he remarked, "Young Divine One, you and Qi Cheng have both matured. It is time to earnestly contemplate your lifelong commitments. Consider marrying sooner rather than later." Taken aback, Yuan Zhanxian pondered these words, lifelong commitments? Marriage? With a slightly bewildered expression, he listened as Yuan Zhanxian clarified, "After your birth, the 9 ancestors and the 5th ancestor of Taie convened to discuss matters, during which they joyously agreed to arrange your engagement with Qi. Upon hearing his father's explanation, Yuan Zhanxian addressed the Taie patriarch, "Greetings, Patriarch Taie. I have just reached adulthood, and my focus is dedicated to the path of cultivation, striving to surpass my limits and conquer all challenges. Matters of romance are premature for me. I have not yet given them consideration. The Tai patriarch felt a twinge of urgency at Yuan Zhanxian's response, recalling how the fifth ancestor had previously broached this subject with Tai Zhanxian, only to be met with her staunch resistance. Now, upon raising the issue with Yuan Zhanxian, the reply echoed the same sentiments. Observing the patriarch's growing impatience, Yuan Zhanxian smiled gently and said, "Let the children navigate their own affairs. Our impatience will serve no purpose." With a knowing glance at the Tai patriarch, he continued, "Let us return to our revelry," and proceeded to lead him away for a drink, disregarding Yuan Zhanxian's presence. The ensuing gathering was filled with light-hearted banter, and thus the day of Yuan Zhanxian's coming-of-age ceremony came to a close. Meanwhile, in the Ji family's main hall, all key members of the clan had assembled, including several elders. The Ji patriarch lamented, "The defeat of Jing Tian by Yuan Zhanxian is my fault. I was overly hasty and failed to fully gauge Yuan Zhanxian's strength before recklessly permitting Jing Tian to engage in battle with him. I had not anticipated the sheer terror of Yuan Zhanxian's prowess. Jing Tian's strength is well known, possessing not only an exceptional physique but also formidable imperial techniques in the Grand Void scripture, along with imperial weaponry. While I cannot assert that he was invincible among his peers, he certainly ranked among the strongest. It is astonishing that such a powerful Jing Tian was bested by Yuan Zhanxian in a single strike. Had I not intervened to block Yuan Zhanxian's second attack, Jing Tian might have perished. How could there be such a vast disparity among beings of the same forbidden and monstrous lineage? Currently, the scion of the Yuan clan demands that Jing Tian serve as a mere attendant within his divine palace. Failure to comply would result in his immediate execution. Although our clan is undoubtedly one of the mightiest families across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, we, the Ji family, remain somewhat feeble in the face of the unfathomably terrifying Yuan clan. Feudal sacrifices hold no merit, which is why I have returned to confer with everyone. Moreover, we have a mere 5 days to deliberate. At this juncture, the 6th ancestor of the Ji family, the guardian of our lineage in this era, proposed, "Shall I awaken the 3rd ancestor to glimpse the threads of fate and derive a conclusion?" While the 3rd ancestor may not possess the formidable prowess of the other venerable elders, his mastery of divination techniques ranks among the finest in the realm. In his youth, he fortuitously acquired fragments of the celestial secrets from the great Emperor of Destiny, and through countless epochs of cultivation, he has attained his current level of expertise. Very well. Let it be so, came the consensus, as the assembly had no alternative but to allow the 3rd ancestor a moment to peer into the future. With that, the 6th ancestor vanished from their midst, journeying to the ancestral grounds of the Ji family to rouse the still sleeping 3rd ancestor. Upon awakening, the 3rd ancestor was informed of the situation and accompanied the 6th ancestor to the grand hall of the Ji family. As the 3rd ancestor entered, the members of the Ji family bowed in reverence. "We greet you, 3rd ancestor." Given the urgency of the matter, there was no need for excessive formalities. The 3rd ancestor waved his hand dismissively and stepped outside into the expansive plaza, followed closely by the others. In the center of the plaza, the 3rd ancestor exuded an aura befitting a quasi-emperor, and beneath his feet, a luminous white halo emerged, adorned with enigmatic symbols that soared toward the heavens. Suddenly, the sky above the Ji family darkened, giving rise to a colossal storm cloud. The 3rd ancestor's eyes gleamed with a white radiance as he gazed up at the massive cloud, unleashing a beam of light that pierced through it. As this light struck the storm cloud, it dispersed to reveal a vision visible only to the 3rd ancestor, who wielded the divine art of foresight. The image depicted a figure clad in white robes, with flowing white hair, wielding an unparalleled divine sword in his right hand, while a mystical bell floated above his left palm. This entity stood with his back to the masses, facing the myriad heavens. The mere presence of this vision exuded an aura that instilled profound terror within the 3rd ancestor, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, as if he were but an insignificant insect. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, striving to discern the features of this individual. Yet, as the image drew nearer, the backlash he endured intensified, causing blood to seep from every orifice of his face. Nevertheless, he persisted in harnessing the power of foresight, desperate to unveil the visage of this being. Just a moment more, he was almost there. Yet, as he neared clarity, a violent surge of blood erupted from his mouth. The 3rd ancestor could no longer withstand the tremendous recoil and began to falter backward. The 6th ancestor, quick to react, deftly caught him. The once middle-aged visage of the 3rd ancestor now appeared aged beyond measure, his countenance pale and spirit waning. In a feeble voice, he addressed the 6th ancestor, "Yuan. Yuan." Before the words were fully spoken, he fell into a deep unconsciousness. At this moment, the sixth ancestor of the Ji family was equally perplexed as to what kind of scene could cause the third ancestor to suffer such a tremendous backlash. With his life force rapidly waning, potentially leading to his demise, the sixth ancestor was well acquainted with the celestial arts of the third ancestor, who had, during several epochs of great calamity and dark turmoil, relied on these celestial arts to navigate the Ji family through perilous situations. Yet now, the third ancestor's invocation of the celestial arts had resulted in such a dire backlash. This could only signify one thing. An irreversible situation was arising in the great future, or a formidable being had emerged. Could it be the son of the Yuan clan? Quickly coming to a realization, he addressed Ji Tianming, saying, "Tianming, you must take Jing Tian to the Yuan clan immediately, but you cannot appear as a mere subordinate. See if you can negotiate with the son of the Yuan clan for a deadline, as Jing Tian is destined to be the future head of the Ji family. Moreover, inform the son of the Yuan clan that our family is willing to serve him eternally without betrayal." Upon hearing this, the Ji family members were left in disbelief, on the verge of questioning why, but before they could utter a word, the sixth ancestor retorted, "Silence. This matter is a decision of the ancestral ground. Any dissenters shall be expelled from the Ji family." Without waiting for a response, he carried the unconscious third ancestor toward the ancestral ground. Subsequently, Ji Tianming, without hesitation, led Ji Jingtian to the Yuan clan. Yuan Zhanxian stood in the main hall of the Divine Sun's palace, observing Ji Tianming, Ji Jingtian, and his own father arriving. A subtle smile graced his lips, for he understood that the Ji family had yielded. Ji Tianming then addressed Yuan Zhanxian, saying, "Divine Sun Zhanxian, we have decided to have Ji Jingtian serve as your subordinate, but may I discuss a matter with you?" "Oh, please. Head of the Ji family, go ahead. Since Jingtian is to be the future head of the Ji family, I request that you grant him a deadline. Furthermore, our Ji family shall eternally submit to your Yuan clan and shall never betray." Hearing these words, Yuan Zhanxian was momentarily taken aback. The Ji family, a legendary lineage, was undoubtedly one of the most powerful families in this realm. Such a proud and arrogant family had never allowed itself to be subjugated by anyone, and yet today, they were proposing such terms for Ji Jingtian. Yuan Zhanxian then replied, "Ji Tianming, your Ji family is, after all, a mythic clan. Several epochs ago, your ancestors were friends with our forebears. To submit to my Yuan clan might be inappropriate. Let us forego submission. However, my Yuan clan is willing to form an alliance with you. What do you think?" Upon hearing Yuan Zhanxian's words, Ji Tianming could scarcely believe it. The submission of a mythical clan was not merely a matter of 1 + 1 equating to 2. It was certainly greater than 2. Yuan Zhanxian had actually declined the offer. Nevertheless, Ji Tianming accepted without hesitation. Seeing the issue resolved, Ji Tianming, with a hint of reluctance, spoke to Yuan Zhanxian. "Yuan Zhanxian, I have lived in your shadow for tens of thousands of years, hoping that through Jing Tian's innate talents, I might escape the shadow. Yet, it seems I have come to this point." Observing Ji Tianming's stubbornness, Yuan Zhanxian sought to console him, saying, "After living for tens of thousands of years, do you still not comprehend the current situation? We have become a relic of the past. The realm now belongs to the youth. If one remains entangled in the stubbornness of bygone days, failing to recognize the present circumstances, then when this golden age emerges, the Ji family will inevitably fade into oblivion." Ji Tianming, perplexed, inquired, "They? Are you referring to the emergence of the myriad clans?" "Indeed." As Yuan Zhanxian observed the exchange between the two, he remarked, "Given your earnestness, let it be a millennium. After 1,000 years, Ji Jingtian shall determine his own fate." He then turned to the previously silent Ji Jingtian and asked, "Do you consent?" Having grasped the current situation, Ji Jingtian expressed no dissent, stating, "Jingtian apologizes to the Son of Heaven for past grievances. From this moment forth, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serve the Sun, harboring no ulterior motives." With that, he bowed respectfully to Yuan Zhanxian and took his place behind him. Upon hearing Yuan Zhanxian's words, Ji Tianming suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and solemnly bowed to Yuan Zhanxian, who accepted the gesture without reservation, for his words had indeed salvaged the entire Ji family. Subsequently, Ji Tianming imparted a few instructions to Ji Jingtian before departing the Yuan clan to confer with the ancestor regarding future matters. Yuan Zhanxian then summoned Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yener to help Ji Jingtian acclimate to the environment of the Son of Heaven's palace. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian, perplexed, questioned Yuan Zhanxian, "Father, why do you not accept the Ji family's submission?" Is it because they are too weak for our consideration? How should one articulate this? The mythical family of Ji possesses formidable strength across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, certain matters cannot be judged solely by appearances. The Golden Age is also a time of chaos, and the forces of karmic influence shall arise. The entire realm of 9 heavens and 10 earths will be affected. The mythical family's power is already formidable. If they were to submit to us, we would then bear the weight of their karmic influence. Conversely, if it were merely an alliance, they would assume the burden of their own karmic consequences. And at that juncture, how many of the immortal imperial clans, dynasties, and sacred lands across the 9 heavens and 10 earths would remain? Chapter 29. The opening of the canyon's secret realm. As Yuan Zhanxian expressed his reflections, Yuan Zhanxian inquired, "Father, you mentioned that all immortal imperial clans, dynasties, and sacred grounds across the heavens and earth are intertwined with the forces of causality. What of our Yuan clan?" Yuan Zhanxian elucidated, "Though our clan is deemed a forbidden family, its origins are far more terrifying than the world could ever fathom. The power we currently exhibit is but a fraction, less than 1/10 of our true strength. Although I am the head of the family, I comprehend merely 2 or 3/10 of our clan's genuine depth. Thus, regardless of the nature of causality or cataclysm, our Yuan clan remains unafraid. Oh, the family is so formidable, yet we reveal less than 1/10 of our power," Yuan Zhanxian mused. His curiosity about the clan's affairs piqued. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian continued, "Zhanxian, you are the chosen one of our clan, and your fate is intricately linked with our family's future. As your cultivation strengthens, all will become clear. For now, knowing too much may disrupt your Tao heart and burden your path to invincibility." Yuan Zhanxian responded earnestly, "I understand, Father. No matter what unfolds in the future, I shall diligently protect my loved ones and safeguard our clan." Pleased with his son's response, Yuan Zhanxian smiled and departed from the Divine Sun Palace. Once Yuan Zhanxian left, Yuan Zifeng suddenly appeared in the main hall, bowing to Yuan Zhanxian. "Divine Sun, Yuan Ruochu seeks an audience." "Let him in," Yuan Zhanxian replied. As Yuan Ruochu entered, Yuan Zhanxian greeted him with a smile. "Cousin, this must be our first formal meeting. What brings you here?" Yuan Ruochu bowed slightly and said, "Divine Sun, I am aware that aside from Chong Kong, Su Yu, and Xing Chun, the remaining 4 sequences have submitted to you. Now, among the 10 major sequences, I am the only one yet to yield. Today, I come to pay my respects and express my willingness to serve you." Since his defeat to Ji Jingtian, Yuan Ruochu had been in seclusion, diligently cultivating. Yet, he observed that Yuan Chongkong and Yuan Siyu seemed to progress in strength without the same level of effort. This bewildered him until he witnessed Ji Jingtian being vanquished in a single blow by Yuan Zhanxian. The terrifying prowess of this divine son, whom he had never met, made him realize that the enhancements in Yuan Chongkong and the other's cultivation were undoubtedly linked to Yuan Zhanxian. Thus, he resolved to submit to him in pursuit of greater strength. Indeed, Yuan Zhanxian had been anticipating Yuan Ruochu's arrival, confident that anyone, no matter how proud, would ultimately choose to submit before absolute strength. Moreover, Yuan Ruochu's reincarnation body was the 4th-ranked supreme physique. This made Yuan Zhanxian eager to recruit him. Observing the resolute gaze of Yuan Ruochu, Yuan Zhanxian promptly stepped forward to assist him, smiling as he said, "Well, now that even Brother Ruochu has chosen to submit to me, I shall certainly not treat you poorly." With that, he extended a finger to gently touch Yuan Ruochu's forehead, and a flash of golden light surged forth. "What is this?" "The 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist." Yuan Ruochu trembled slightly. Recognizing it as a technique that complemented his reincarnation body's 6 Paths secret method, the 6 Paths secret art and the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist are said to have been created by the Reincarnation Emperor, with the latter being forged during his ascent to immortality, possessing a might several times greater than that of the Reincarnation secret art. Yuan Ruochu firmly believed that with the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, he could undoubtedly defeat Ji Jingtian. With a trembling body, Yuan Ruochu knelt on one knee and vowed to Yuan Zhanxian, "From this day forth, I, Yuan Ruochu, pledge my allegiance to you, Yuan Zhanxian, as my master. Let the heavens and earth bear witness." As he spoke, 2 golden seals materialized in the empty hall, one imprinted upon Yuan Ruochu's brow and the other upon Yuan Zhanxian's form. These were the life and death seals, one signifying the master and the other the servant, with the master's seal wielding absolute power over the servant's fate. "Ah, cousin, why go to such lengths?" Yuan Zhanxian gently inquired. "The Divine Sun has bestowed upon me such a precious immortal technique. I have no means to repay this great favor, but to recognize him as my master and clear the obstacles in his path. Yuan Zhanxian shook his head in silence. Thus, 2 months passed. The top 10 ranks diligently practiced within the Divine Sun's palace, awaiting the opening of the canyon's secret realm. During this time, an amusing incident occurred. One day, the newly arrived Ji Jingqian happened upon Yuan Ruochu, who had just emerged from seclusion. When enemies meet, tempers flare, especially since both possessed comparable physiques. Ranked 4th and 5th respectively, each harbored disdain for the other. Ji Jingqian relentlessly teased Yuan Ruochu, questioning whether he had acquired an imperial weapon, mocking him as a defeated opponent loitering instead of training. The banter quickly riled Yuan Ruochu, prompting him to engage Ji Jingqian in battle. The resounding clash drawing the attention of others, who were astonished to witness such audacity within the Divine Sun's palace. Upon realizing the identity of the combatants, they understood the cause. As the battle progressed, Ji Jingqian felt increasingly outmatched, sensing that Yuan Ruochu had grown significantly stronger. He summoned his imperial sword, preparing for a final showdown. With a thunderous crash, Ji Jingqian struck the ground, creating a deep crater, thus concluding the fight. The victor was undoubtedly Yuan Ruochu. In disbelief, Ji Jingqian exclaimed, "Impossible! Without an imperial weapon, how could you possibly defeat me?" Observing Ji Jingqian's plight, Yuan Zhanxian chuckled as he clarified, "What is impossible about this? The Divine Sun has granted Yuan Ruochu the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. It is only natural you could not prevail." The 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist? Ji Jingqian had heard of this extraordinary technique. He then lamented, "The Divine Sun has bestowed you such a technique while I have received nothing. Truly, a case of favoritism." Instantly, he felt quite aggrieved. Now aware that with the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, he was no longer Yuan Ruochu's match, he squatted down in utter disappointment, his face reflecting a sense of defeat, as if inscribed with the words, "I have learned my lesson, no longer will I boast." Yuan Ruochu. Observing Ji Jingqian squatting there like a chastised child, playfully mocked, "The tides of fortune have turned. You were once so boastful, now look at you." Thus, this farcical episode passed swiftly. A month slipped away, and in the coming days, the golden light of the canyon's secret realm would soon fade, signaling its opening. In the Yuan clan's assembly hall, Yuan Zhanxian, along with the top 10 ranks and Ji Jingqian, stood at the center, listening to Yuan Zhanxian's directives. "This time, accompanied by your grandfather, you are set to venture forth. The secret realm of the exiled immortal has opened, and we are oblivious to what awaits within. Exercise utmost caution, as it is imperative for all of you. Upon entering the secret realm, each shall encounter their own fortuitous opportunities. Should you find yourselves outmatched, prioritize your safety, understand?" Subsequently, the group bowed in unison, affirming their comprehension. "Very well, prepare to embark. Father, I will trouble you this time." Yuan Zhanxian addressed Yuan's son. Yuan San nodded in agreement and led the group onward. Taisher Heaven, a celestial domain akin in size to Tai Yuan Heaven. The Undying Imperial Clan and the Undying Dynasty, as well as the sacred grounds, are comparable to those of Tai Yuan Heaven, with the only distinction being that Taisher Heaven lacks forbidden families. The mightiest sect is the mythical sword sect. At this moment, outside the enigmatic canyon of Taisher Heaven, a multitude had already gathered, with disciples from various clans arriving in succession. Suddenly, a colossal sword descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of the sword sect members. Among them, Jian Wushuang, the sword sect's prodigy, appeared markedly stronger than 3 months prior, surrounded by an aura of formidable sword energy. Another illustrious sacred ground, the Qingxing sect, soon followed. Dao Wu Dao, observing the sword sect's prodigy, expressed his surprise. "What brings you back? Did you not acquire an unparalleled opportunity here before?" Jian Wushuang, regarding his old rival, replied coolly, "My previous opportunity was not within the core of the canyon's secret realm, but rather at its periphery. At that time, I discovered the soul-eating sword fruit on the outskirts, and a beam of golden light was making its way toward the canyon's mouth. I hastily gathered the soul-eating sword fruit before the golden light sealed the entrance, and subsequently secluded myself in a nearby mountain alcove. The soul-eating sword fruit. That is the supreme spiritual fruit for sword cultivators, capable of devouring the essence of heaven and earth and converting it into sword energy. It is no wonder your cultivation has soared upon your emergence. I have heard that the talents of those coming this time are exceptionally strong, many rivaling your own. I hope you do not meet your demise within," Dao Wu Dao remarked. Jian Wushuang promptly responded, "The feeling is mutual. Should you fall within?" I would find myself bereft of a worthy opponent, and loneliness would ensue. Just then, a thunderous dragon roar resonated through the air, leading the way for a 5-clawed golden dragon, followed by a striking 6-clawed golden dragon and a dozen vividly colored 5-clawed true dragons. This is Taihuang Heaven, the true dragon clan of the Imperial Mountain Range. The foremost two are a venerable elder of the true dragon clan, while the latter is the dragon prince, Ao Su. Soon, the dozen true dragons transformed into human form. The dragon prince, in his human guise, possessed flowing golden hair and donned an illustrious golden dragon robe. His handsome visage bore an air of unruliness, exuding an aura of nobility, pride, and overwhelming dominance. At that moment, a clear voice echoed across the heavens as a colossal golden rock materialized in the sky, atop which stood several individuals. The golden-winged rock clan has also arrived. Someone in the crowd pointed out, and look, the one at the back is the divine child of the golden-winged rock clan, Xiaopeng Huang. It is said that the Xiaopeng Huang boasts 80% of ancestral bloodline. One must remember that the ancestors of the golden-winged rock clan were formidable figures of invincibility during the mythic era. An 80% lineage certainly harbors the potential for imperial greatness. Proud Void gazed coldly at the arrival of the little Ping Emperor, uttering, "You have come as well. If you can come, why cannot I?" The two stood in stark opposition to one another. The golden-winged Great Peng clan and the True Dragon clan were both royal families of the Demon Domain's Imperial Mountain, inherently adversaries. The Great Peng consumed true dragons, while the true dragons preyed upon the Great Peng. The Imperial Mountain was known as a gathering place for the demon race, rumored to occupy over 60% of the Tehuangshan territory. Within the Imperial Mountain resided 8 great royal families alongside countless noble clans. Suddenly, a flurry of shadows darted past, revealing a group of individuals at the mouth of the canyon. Leading them was the supreme elder of the Xianmen, followed closely by the Xianmen Divine Son. The presence of this individual was still unfamiliar to the onlookers. Xianmen was a secluded sect, shrouded in mystery, with little known about its affairs. It was said that when they emerged, they would invariably astonish the world with their prodigious talents. The Xianmen Divine Son was regarded as a forbidden genius. Clad in a cerulean robe, the Xianmen Divine Son bore an unremarkable face akin to an ordinary passerby, yet his eyes were strikingly peculiar, with a mystical pattern within his pupils, exuding an air of enigma. With his appearance, the other exceptional talents present felt a surge of combat fervor. After all, who would not wish to tread upon the path of a forbidden genius whose name resonated through the heavens? Shortly thereafter, a reclusive family from Taichin Tian made their entrance. The Tian Song clan, renowned for their formidable Song Tian body, ranked 7th among the 3,000 physiques. It was whispered that this generation's divine son of the Tian Song clan possessed not only the Song Tian body but also the mixed heaven demon ape body, rendering his physical strength comparable to that of an innate holy body, a truly terrifying prospect. The Tian Song Divine Son was an extraordinary figure, with deep-set features and striking violet eyes, his violet hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Standing at over 6 feet tall, his bronzed skin was sculpted with rippling muscles, resembling a work of art. Following this, the illustrious Jun family arrived. Upon sighting the Jun family, the Tian Song Divine Son's aura surged violently, for the Jun family's divine son, Junichen, was also ranked 7th among the 3,000 physiques, belonging to the ancient sacred body. The Song Tian body and the ancient sacred body had been bitter rivals since time immemorial. Their encounters were often a matter of life and death. The supreme elder of the Tian Song clan interjected, "Divine Son, this is not the time for conflict. Wait until the secret realm opens before you strike." After hearing this, the Tian Song Divine Son tempered his aura, casting a cold gaze upon Junichen. The latter, catching a glimpse of the Tian Song Divine Son, merely smiled and remarked, "This canyon's secret realm proves to be quite intriguing. I am eager to witness the prowess of the dual physique Tian Song Divine Son." Subsequently, the Zhang family of the divine myth, the Xian Ancient Wanling Mountain, the Xian Ancient Qin family, the Xian Ancient Taiyuan Holy Land, and the Jade clan all made their appearances in succession. The golden light at the canyon's entrance gradually transformed into a translucent state. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the air as 9 colossal azure underworld swallowing dragons emerged, towing a magnificent palace behind them. The Yuan clan had arrived. At that moment, the True Dragon clan beheld their own bloodline being utilized by the Yuan clan to pull a palace, inciting a furious response. The Dragon Prince Proud Void's aura surged dramatically, overwhelming those nearby with a palpable force that left them drenched in cold sweat. With gritted teeth, he declared, "Though the Qingming swallowing heaven flood dragon is but a collateral lineage of our true dragon clan, the bloodline of dragons must never be insulted. Curse the Yuan clan. This time, I shall annihilate all of them within the secret realm to avenge the dishonor inflicted upon our true dragon bloodline." At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian appeared at the entrance of the canyon secret realm, accompanied by Yuan Zhanxian and others. The onlookers regarded Yuan Zhanxian with a mixture of apprehension and respect, as they were well aware of Ji Jingtian's formidable strength, which had been vanquished by Yuan Zhanxian with a single blow, underscoring his terror. An unspoken understanding passed among the crowd as they exchanged glances, acutely aware of the palpable hostility emanating from Yuan Zhanxian. Turning to them, he proclaimed, "Once inside, each of you shall seek your own fortune. I possess 13 jade tokens, which can sense locations within the secret realm. Should danger arise, activate these tokens, and you will receive swift assistance, enabling you to evade peril." With a clang, the golden light at the canyon's entrance flickered twice before vanishing, signaling the immediate opening of the secret realm. The crowd surged forward like frenzied hounds, fearful that any delay would cause their opportunities to vanish. Observing this, Yuan Zhanxian shook his head and remarked, "Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. What good is acquiring fortune if one cannot survive to bring it back?" They all run so swiftly. Amidst the throng, Ao Su, the scion of the true dragon clan, approached Yuan Zhanxian and said fiercely, "Humph, Yuan Zhanxian, how dare you use the Qingming swallowing heaven flood dragon as your beast of burden? Such an affront to our dragon bloodline shall not be tolerated. Should I encounter any of your Yuan clan within, I will surely slay you." With that, he disregarded Yuan Zhanxian and plunged into the depths of the secret realm. Soon after, the sword sect's sword master, Dao Wudao, the divine son of the Xiamin, the divine son of the Taizong, and the divine son of the Jun family all followed suit and entered the realm. At this juncture, Yuan Zhanxian once again cautioned everyone to exercise utmost caution before leading them into the secret realm. Chapter 30. The emergence of enlightenment. The secret realm of the canyon is characterized by a circular, layered terrain, comprising the periphery, the interior, and the core. Upon entering this mystical domain, the members of the Yuan clan materialized randomly at various positions along the canyon's outer edge. At this moment, the perimeter of the canyon is alive with combat, as figures engage fiercely amidst the sky, trees, and lakes. Yuan Zhanxian finds himself by a small lake, observing two combatants locked in a struggle. Suddenly, he notices a grass-shaped object in the center of the lake, radiating a captivating blue glow. This is the ice-water-cold spirit sacred grass. Not only does it enhance the spiritual power of those attuned to the water attribute, but it also allows them to transform their essence from water to ice upon consumption. This ice-water-cold spirit sacred grass would be quite beneficial for Yenner, he muses. And with a swift motion, he prepares to collect it. "How dare you, you little thief!" Two furious voices erupt. Ignoring their shouts, Yuan Zhanxian continues his task, undeterred. At that moment, a bolt of lightning and a gust of wind rush toward him. With one hand still gathering the sacred grass, he nonchalantly waves the other, causing the incoming attacks to dissipate into nothingness. When he finally turns around after collecting the grass, he is met with the astonished faces of the two individuals. "Yuan clan divine son, to encounter the sacred grass and then meet you, it is truly unfortunate." Observing their bewilderment, Yuan Zhanxian calmly states, "I shall take the ice-water-cold spirit sacred grass with me. You may continue." He intends to take flight, but the two block his path, insisting, "Yuan clan divine son, you may leave, but the sacred grass must remain." "Ah, truly, the avarice of man leads to ruin. Do you not comprehend?" he retorts, with a flicker of his eyes. He activates the red lotus space, rendering the two momentarily dazed, drooling like fools. Afterward, he resumes his leisurely exploration of the secret realm, seeking further treasures. As he wanders, 5 figures materialize before him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Coldly, they address him, "Yuan clan divine son, how dare you treat the bloodline of the dragon clan as mere fodder? Today, we shall slay you to avenge our kin." Assessing the 5 extraordinary talents of the true dragon clan, Yuan Zhanxian coolly replies, "You lot? You think you can slay me? Is this a jest? Do not be arrogant. We have already summoned the dragon prince with a secret technique. We only need to hold you here until he arrives, and you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." "Oh, you seem quite confident in your dragon prince." Yuan Zhanxian chuckles at their bravado. "Indeed, our dragon prince is a primordial 6-clawed golden dragon, unmatched in the world. When he comes, you will be mercilessly annihilated." At this juncture, another remarkable talent from the true dragon clan interjects, We do not require the Dragon Prince. The 5 of us can easily extinguish you. Such misplaced confidence you possess, claiming you can extinguish me. Yuan Zhanxian shakes his head in disbelief. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage. One among the 5 steps forward, raising a hand to reveal a dragon claw engulfed in fierce red flames, the heat radiating and elevating the temperature in the vicinity significantly. As he roars towards Yuan Zhanxian. As the dragon flame claw soared towards him, Yuan Zhanxian remained unperturbed, extending a finger to flick it away. The dragon flame claw promptly rebounded towards its caster. The proud scion of the true dragon clan believed that the returning claw was equivalent to his own, thus preparing to unleash it once more in opposition, unaware that Yuan Zhanxian had infused it with the power of the heavy eye at the moment of deflection. The returning dragon flame claw was, in fact, more formidable than the one he had initially conjured. In an instant, the claw struck the exceptional dragon youth fiercely, causing blood to erupt as he crumpled to the ground, wounded. The other 4 illustrious scions of the true dragon clan, witnessing Yuan Zhanxian's effortless incapacitation of their comrade, hastily prepared to unleash their ultimate moves in unison. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian coldly remarked, "I expected more from you. This is rather dull. Vanish." With that, the radiance of the heavy eye shone brightly, and the 5 figures, including the fallen one, erupted in a gruesome display of carnage, flesh and blood scattering widely. A sight too harrowing to behold. Observing the devastation, Yuan Zhanxian suddenly pressed a hand to his forehead, exclaiming, "Alas, I forgot to leave them intact. After death, their true forms would allow me to savor the taste of dragon flesh, which I hear is quite delectable and can enhance one's vitality and spirit. How could I have overlooked that? What a pity." With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, the true Dragon Clan's son, Aosu, arrived at the scene, fury radiating from him as he beheld the carnage left behind. Enraged, he unleashed a powerful gust that flattened the surrounding forest. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Yuan Zhanxian, if I do not slay you, I shall be unworthy of my title as the son of the true Dragon Clan." He then employed secretive methods to summon the others of his clan, instructing them to abandon their pursuits and converge at his location to seek out Yuan Zhanxian. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhanxian reappeared upon a waterfall, gazing at the cascading waters and distant landscapes. He mused, "It has been a long time since I beheld such exquisite scenery." Just as he spoke, a voice suddenly emerged from beside him. "To think that the son of the Yuan clan possesses such refined taste. I had assumed that those devoted to cultivation were perpetually engaged in either training or conflict, oblivious to the beauty of the world." Yuan Zhanxian cast a brief glance, noting a figure clad in a robe of jade, a strikingly handsome man with sharply defined features, a prominent nose, ruby-red lips, and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. This was Yuan Zhanxian, the divine son of the Jun clan, renowned for his ancient sacred body. Without turning away from the view, Yuan Zhanxian replied nonchalantly, "Oh, divine son Jun, your presence here suggests that your intentions extend beyond mere admiration of the scenery. I have long heard of your formidable prowess. Yuan divine son, capable of vanquishing all foes. Thus, I have come to seek your acquaintance," Yuan Zhanxian stated directly. "What is it that you wish to convey?" "Divine son Jun?" Yuan Zhanxian inquired, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Yuan Zhanxian, recognizing Yuan Zhanxian's straightforwardness, continued, "I wish to inform you of an opportunity." "An opportunity?" Yuan Zhanxian asked, perplexed. "Indeed, precisely that." Yuan Zhanxian, still bewildered, inquired, "If this is indeed a fortuitous encounter, why does the esteemed Yuan Zhanxian not seek to enjoy it alone, but rather chooses to share it with me?" "It is as such," Yuan Zhanxian continued. "In 7 days, the Tao Enlightenment Tea will soon emerge within the secret realm." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhanxian expressed his astonishment, for he was well aware of this extraordinary tea. The Tao Enlightenment Tea is a peerless treasure. It not only allows one to comprehend the profound principles of heaven and earth, enhancing the cultivator's prowess and aiding in the breakthrough of bottlenecks, but it also augments both physical strength and agility. Most remarkably, it can enhance the cultivator's capacity for comprehension, making it one of the rarest treasures in existence. Even emperors would be driven to madness over it. Yuan Zhanxian then elaborated, "With the advent of the Tao Enlightenment Tea, countless prodigies and geniuses are flocking to partake. As I am but a solitary individual with limited strength, I wish to invite you, Yuan Zhanxian, to join forces with me in this endeavor. Afterward, we shall divide the spoils, with a ratio of 40-60 in your favor. Does this arrangement find your approval?" Hearing Yuan Zhanxian's proposal, Yuan Zhanxian chuckled and replied, "Yuan Zhanxian, you have proclaimed my invincible combat prowess. capable of sweeping away all foes. Why then should I condescend to collaborate with you? At this, Zhanxian sighed. I anticipated that you would not acquiesce so readily. Allow me to offer you a promise. Yuan Zhanxian, intrigued, responded, Oh? What kind of promise could persuade me to join you in vying for the Tao Enlightenment tea? I am quite curious. Zhanxian then spoke enigmatically. It pertains to your father, Yuan Zhanxian. Yuan Zhanxian immediately inquired, Oh? What of my father? 10 shackles. Zhanxian declared. As soon as he uttered these words, a terrifying aura erupted from Yuan Zhanxian's form. Zhanxian regarded him with a hint of surprise, acknowledging the formidable power of the Yuan clan scion. Both he and Yuan Zhanxian were ancient sacred bodies, and since the transformation of the world's laws and the thinning of spiritual energy during the ancient era, a total of 10 shackles had manifested. The first 7 shackles required an immense amount of resources to shatter, while the final 3 demanded unparalleled insights and fortuitous encounters for their release. Only by breaking all 10 shackles could one attain the great sacred body, whose might could rival that of an emperor. Currently, Yuan Zhanxian had broken through 9 shackles, yet he had not made progress on the last one for tens of thousands of years. Even if he were to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm, his lifespan would only extend to 200,000 years. If he failed to break the final shackle, his fate would be to succumb to the passage of time. This was an outcome Yuan Zhanxian could not abide, which explained his earlier outburst of energy. In stark contrast, Zhanxian was born a great sacred body capable of breaking all 10 shackles. Should he avoid calamity and continue to cultivate, he was destined to become an emperor, with talents rivaling those of Ji Tian. Thus, upon receiving this news, Yuan Zhanxian resolutely declared, Very well, I accept your proposition. If you can indeed assist my father in overcoming the 10 shackles, I shall consider you a friend. Excellent, Zhanxian replied, pleased with Yuan Zhanxian's swift agreement. I shall await you at the place where the Tao Enlightenment tea manifests 7 days hence. Agreed. With that, Zhanxian shimmered with golden light and vanished from sight. After witnessing Zhanxian's departure, Yuan Zhanxian began to converse with himself. The matter concerning my father's 10th restraint has been resolved, and I feel an immense sense of relief. There are still 7 days remaining. Where shall I prepare to go next? As he spoke, a smile graced his lips, and he subsequently vanished from the spot. On the expansive grassland surrounding the secret realm, numerous individuals gathered, their eyes fixated on the earth-shattering battle unfolding before them. Some whispered to one another, while others erupted into fits of laughter. A few even retrieved tables from spatial treasures, sitting on the ground, indulging in food and drink, comfortably listening to the narratives of those beside them while watching the distant conflict, completely oblivious to the brutal nature of this secret realm, where life and death were intertwined in a ruthless struggle for opportunities. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian squeezed into the crowd. Though he had now disguised himself as an exceedingly ordinary person, his original appearance was too striking for anyone not to recognize him. Considering that there were still 7 days until the Tao Ti would appear, he opted for this disguise to alleviate his boredom and minimize unnecessary trouble. Yuan Zhanxian then turned to a slender man nearby, whose countenance bore the traits of a shrewd merchant, and inquired, My friend, what is the situation ahead? The man, perplexed, responded, Friend? Indeed. We are merely bystanders, are we not? Yuan Zhanxian replied. At that moment, the man seemed to discover a novel concept and exclaimed, Friend. What an intriguing term. You must be well versed in various matters. He then recounted the origins of the unfolding events. One of the combatants is the son of the fallen god pavilion, while the other is the holy son of the illusory moon sacred realm. They're engaged in a deadly dance of love and strife over a mysterious orb. Love and strife? I find that perplexing, Yuan Zhanxian remarked, his confusion evident. The holy moon sacred realm traditionally accepted only female disciples. However, on one occasion, the moon sovereign discovered a male infant during her travels. Upon infusing the child with her spiritual energy, she realized his formidable potential. Bound by the sacred realm's regulations yet unwilling to abandon such a gifted boy, she decided to bring him back to the illusory moon sacred realm. Under the moon sovereign's careful guidance, the boy grew, gradually revealing extraordinary talents that marked him as a prodigy of his generation. Nevertheless, having spent his formative years among women, he adopted both their psychological traits and mannerisms. Additionally, as he matured, his strikingly handsome features allowed him to easily pass as a beautiful maiden, captivating all who beheld him. Thus, he developed an affinity for men, becoming the holy son of the illusory moon sacred realm. Later, the holy son ventured forth and encountered the son of the fallen god pavilion, who was also journeying at the time. The two engaged in delightful conversation, spending days together and forming a deep connection. On a moonless night, filled with howling winds, they shared drinks and heartfelt discussions. The son of the fallen god Pavilion, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, sought to deepen their relationship, pushing the holy sun onto the bed. Gazing at the enchanting beauty before him, he was consumed by desire. One hand hastily unfastening his own garments, while the other assisted in disrobing the holy sun. Suddenly, the son of the fallen god Pavilion's eyes widened in shock. As he stumbled back in disbelief, stammering, "Yu," at that moment, a large bird emerged unexpectedly, startling him and causing his inebriation to dissipate. As the sacred son of Ling Tian prepared to indulge in the pleasures of intimacy, he noticed the son of the divine fall Pavilion remained unresponsive. Opening his eyes, he beheld the son's face, etched with anger, confusion, and distress. Rising in haste, he exclaimed, "Son, the son of the divine fall Pavilion," visibly agitated by the towering figure of the sacred son, retorted, You are actually a man." The sacred son, equally flustered, replied, "Son, I truly love you, I can. You can what? You wretched creature." The son of the divine fall Pavilion, now at a loss for words due to overwhelming fury, spat out, "Wretched being, I never wish to see you again," and stormed out in a fit of rage. Witnessing such betrayal, the heartbroken sacred son of Ling Tian lay desolate upon the bed, his eyes now gleaming with a fierce intensity. Their next encounter, destined by fate, coincided with the emergence of a mysterious orb. Having parted ways in discord, they now faced each other as adversaries, one deceived and the other betrayed, both drawing their swords against one another. The birth of the spiritual treasure ignited their animosity, leading to a tumultuous clash of love and rivalry. At this juncture, Yuan Zhanxian comprehended that the inhabitants of this world shared a proclivity for gossip, akin to those of his previous life. He continued to inquire, "How do you possess such intricate knowledge?" The individual promptly replied, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Wanquanin, the most reliable source of inside information. My friend, this is my communication stone. Should you desire to learn anything further, I am at your service for merely a modest fee of a mid-grade spiritual stone." Indeed, within Yuan Zhanxian's spatial ring lay an abundance of mid-grade, high-grade, and even top-grade spiritual stones. However, he recognized the business acumen of Wanquanin, for the details shared about their recent affair seemed as though he had witnessed them firsthand. Chapter 31. Obtaining the mysterious pearl. As the battle raged between the divine descendant of the Godfall Pavilion and the sacred son of Ling Tian, a radiant white light began to emanate from the mysterious pearl, heralding its imminent emergence. The onlookers present were rife with anticipation, eager to seize the opportunity for themselves. Yet, the overwhelming aura generated by the two combatants created an insurmountable barrier, preventing anyone from daring to approach. The energy clashed violently against the ground, and any attempt to intervene would likely result in utter annihilation. The boastful Wanquanin, who had been incessantly bragging about his abilities, ceased his self-aggrandizement and turned to the immortal Yuan Zhanxian, stating, "My friend, it appears that none among us here shall have the chance to claim that mysterious pearl. The divine descendant and the sacred son are simply too formidable. It is impossible to insert oneself into this conflict, even if one were to obtain the pearl. The relentless pursuit by these two holy entities would render it a futile endeavor. Best to seek fortune elsewhere." Ding host, what is it? System? An urgent task has arisen. Please, host, ensure you acquire the mysterious pearl. Completion will yield 200,000 task points. Will you accept? Initially intending to depart, Yuan Zhanxian, upon hearing the system's words, turned his attention back to the impending emergence of the mysterious pearl, scrutinizing it for any peculiarities. At first glance, the pearl appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any visible spiritual energy or aura. The more mundane it seemed, the more puzzled Yuan Zhanxian became. After all, treasures of great rarity typically emerged from such a secretive valley, making it implausible for something so unremarkable to manifest. He quietly activated his enhanced vision, seeking to delve into its intrinsic essence. Within the pearl, he discerned strands of white, celestial energy. What is this? A celestial artifact? Yuan Zhanxian marveled, for celestial artifacts had all but become extinct across the vast realms of the nine heavens. A single celestial artifact could empower an emperor to overpower even the most exalted of sovereigns, rivaling the might of mythic emperors. Such was the formidable nature of these artifacts. Yet, it was inconceivable. This secret realm was evidently a mere site of imperial inheritance, incapable of housing a celestial artifact. Furthermore, The celestial might it exuded was far beyond what this realm could withstand. The release of such power would likely obliterate all present in an instant. System. What exactly is this object that prompts you to issue an urgent task? Host. I cannot divulge that information at this moment. Acceptance of the inheritance here will grant you understanding. Will you accept? Very well, I accept. At that moment, while Wang Quanan continued his discourse with Yuan Zhanxian, he turned to find that the latter had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Yuan Zhanxian appeared between the two combatants, prompting them to halt their duel and gaze at him. The divine descendant of the Godfall Pavilion was the first to speak. Who might you be? Have you been summoned by this wretched fool to contend with me? The sacred son of Ling Tian retorted, I had every intention of personally vanquishing you, the heartless one, before claiming the mysterious pearl. There was no need for assistance in dealing with you. As the two continued to provoke one another, Yuan Zhanxian could only manage an awkward smile before asserting, your love-hate rivalry is of no concern to me. However, I shall be taking that mysterious pearl. Wait for me to acquire the orb. You two may continue. Upon hearing the phrase love and hate intertwined, it seemed to strike a nerve with both individuals, their eyes revealing a fierce intensity. Subsequently, their auras surged dramatically as they charged towards Yuan Zhanxian with deadly intent. Meanwhile, the onlookers, witnessing the escalation of the battle, no longer hesitated and swiftly joined the fray, eager to contest for the enigmatic orb. At this moment, Wang Quanan stood motionless, muttering to himself, I am merely a bystander. Preserving my life is of paramount importance. As more individuals entered the fray, a chaotic melee ensued. Yuan Zhanxian regarded the swelling crowd with an icy demeanor. He then ascended into the air, surveying the throng below, and proclaimed, I grant you 3 breaths. Those who remain here after that shall perish. The crowd momentarily paused, then mocked him. Who do you think you are? A forbidden anomaly? Or perhaps the scion of the Yuan clan? With over 100 of us here, what can you possibly do? 3. One shouted. Indeed. You presume too much. A mere spit from each of us could annihilate you, and you speak of 3 breaths? Madness. Another echoed. 2. Enough with the chatter. Let us eliminate this arrogant fool. 1. Yuan Zhanxian then coldly declared, those who have not departed can no longer escape. He directed his voice towards a dozen nearby individuals. Uttering softly, bind. The Tianshu binding technique was swiftly enacted. Immediately, anguished cries erupted from the dozen individuals ensnared by the binding. It appeared as though an invisible hand gripped them, compressing their bodies until they distorted grotesquely, culminating in a series of explosive bursts amid their harrowing screams. A rain of blood mist, mingled with flesh, cascaded from the sky. To the onlookers, Yuan Zhanxian had transformed from the smiling figure he once was into a demon seemingly risen from the depths of hell. His unremarkable visage swept coldly across the crowd. Those who met his gaze, regardless of their prowess, felt as if their very souls were being drawn from their bodies, including the scion of the Godfall Pavilion and the holy son of Ling Tian. The chilling gaze and the sanguinary spectacle were likely to haunt them for an eternity. Yet, this was merely a figment of their imagination. In the moment they chose not to flee, death was inevitable. Those who opted to withdraw, however, felt immense relief, silently commending themselves for their prudent decision, retreating several dozen miles to observe the battle. At that juncture, Yuan Zhanxian's gaze fixated coldly on the scion of the Godfall Pavilion and his companions, stating, I have given you an opportunity. You did not cherish it, so now, proceed to your demise. Suddenly, an individual charged towards Yuan Zhanxian, exclaiming, do not presume that by eliminating a few insignificant foes, you have become invincible. Prepare to die. The remaining crowd, astonished, recognized the assailant as the holy son of the ghost blood-sacred land, reputed to be among the top 80 of the 3,000 physiques. His physical strength exponentially amplified in a state of fury. In response to this audacious provocation, Yuan Zhanxian's expression soured, and he retaliated with a single, forceful punch. However, this merely exemplifies the power of the body of Yuan Zhanxian. He had no desire to invoke the might of the supreme bone and the chaos body to vanquish a few inconsequential individuals, as it would be an egregious waste. As the blood saint observed Yuan Zhanxian's fist hurtling towards him, he let out a cold laugh, simultaneously charging towards Yuan Zhanxian while activating his berserk body to retaliate against the incoming strike. The blood saint was also a prodigious being, having endured countless life and death battles, numbering in the hundreds. Time and again, he had relied on his berserk body and ferocious power to crush his foes. He possessed unwavering confidence in his physical strength, believing that Yuan Zhanxian's choice to confront him with mere corporeal might, devoid of spiritual energy, was tantamount to courting death. The two fists collided, producing a cataclysmic explosion in the air. The resulting shockwave forced the onlookers to stagger back, rendering them momentarily blinded. As the tumultuous winds and smoke dissipated, only Yuan Zhanxian remained, standing resolutely in the void, while the Blood Saint had inexplicably vanished. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. One individual exclaimed, "No, the Blood Saint has not merely disappeared. He has been utterly obliterated by that single punch, reduced to naught but dust." A collective gasp filled the air, faces etched with fear. The Blood Saint's formidable strength was undoubtedly among the most formidable present, and his berserk body, one of the 3,000 physical constitutions, was unrivaled. The fact that he had been reduced to mere fragments by this individual was profoundly terrifying. At this moment, the divine offspring of the divine fallen pavilion, visibly shaken, addressed Yuan Zhanxian, saying, "My lord, should you desire the mysterious orb, we shall yield it to you willingly. Might we be granted the chance to depart?" Yuan Zhanxian curled his lips into a slight smile, a smile that appeared devilish to the onlookers. He shook his head and replied, "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. I offered you the opportunity to leave after 3 breaths, yet you chose to remain. Now, it is too late." With that, he unleashed a punch aimed at the divine offspring of the divine fallen pavilion. Though seemingly unremarkable, the blow rendered the divine offspring's body immobile, as if frozen in time, unable to move an inch. Upon impact, the divine offspring's eyes widened in sheer terror as he gradually succumbed, unable to close them even in death. Yuan Zhanxian then waved his hand, igniting the lifeless form of the divine offspring into ashes with a burst of flames. Casting a cold gaze upon the remaining individuals, he inquired, "Who else wishes to leave?" The fate of the divine offspring serves as a warning. Do not accuse me of ruthlessness, for I granted you the opportunity. And it was you who forsook your chance at survival. Now, let me witness the extent of your capabilities in your pursuit of the mysterious orb. The crowd, paralyzed by fear in the face of Yuan Zhanxian's terrifying display of power, found themselves at a loss, knowing not whether to flee or remain. Finally, one individual declared, "Since we are doomed regardless, we might as well charge together. Perhaps we may grasp at a sliver of hope." With that, the remaining 100 surged towards Yuan Zhanxian in a frenzied assault. Unwilling to waste any more time, Yuan Zhanxian summoned a holy sword into his hand and uttered a few words, "Slay the Celestials, absolute celestial sword array." In an instant, a colossal sword array enveloped the entire battlefield. In the center of the sword formation stood an ancient and colossal sword, radiating a golden gleam. Suddenly, the air reverberated with the sound of thunderous roars emanating from the giant sword as countless bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. A terrifying pressure bore down on all present, instilling profound dread within each individual, who found themselves grappling with the overwhelming force, trembling under its weight. Then, the immortal sword wielder pointed at the crowd and uttered a single word, "Swift." Countless terrifying sword lights and an array of fearsome lightning surged forth from the giant sword, targeting the onlookers. The holy son of Ling Tian, employing his utmost strength to conjure a small barrier against the golden sword light, expressed his astonishment. The 4 swords of immortal execution? The unparalleled sword technique of the Yuan clan? Is he of the Yuan clan? Before he could finish his sentence, the golden sword light shattered the barrier and struck the holy son, causing him to cough up blood and kneel on one knee. As he witnessed the relentless assault of the sword light that obliterated the surroundings, a sense of helplessness surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he ignited his essence and uttered, "Moonlit illusion." In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance, disappearing from the battlefield. Yuan Zhanxian observed the holy son's desperate escape, fueled by the burning of his own essence, and chose not to pursue him. If he had truly wished to eliminate the holy son, there would have been no escape for him. He simply did not wish to squander time. At that moment, the remaining individuals on the battlefield fought desperately against the golden sword light and the terrifying lightning. To Yuan Zhanxian, all of this appeared futile. Despite their protective barriers, spiritual treasures, and divine armors, they employed every means at their disposal to withstand the might of the immortal execution sword formation. Death itself was not frightening. Rather, it was the paralyzing despair and heart-wrenching screams that accompanied the approach of death that were truly terrifying. Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught of countless golden sword lights and myriad bolts of lightning, all present perished utterly, leaving no trace behind. As Yuan Zhanxian surveyed the now desolate battlefield, he ceased any further discourse and proceeded to retrieve the mysterious orb. Upon obtaining it, he observed the astonished King Quanin, whose jaw nearly dropped to the ground, and smiled faintly before vanishing from his original location in a flash of golden light. Regaining his composure, King Quanin exclaimed, "What the hell? I thought he was just an ordinary passerby. I intended to ensnare him. I never imagined he was such a significant figure." He then shouted in the direction of Yuan Zhanxian's disappearance, "Great one, I am King Quanin. My insider information is the most reliable. Should you wish to know anything in the future, do remember to seek me out. I shall provide my services free of charge." With another flash of golden light, Yuan Zhanxian returned to the waterfall where he had previously encountered Junie Chen. A notification chimed, "Congratulations, host, for acquiring the mysterious orb and completing the task. Reward, 200,000 task points." Eagerly examining the orb before him, he began to investigate it with anticipation. Activating his revealed several strands of white celestial energy within. He then employed the supreme power of his supreme bone to absorb it, yet there was no response. Subsequently, he utilized the chaotic power of his chaotic body. But it remained as inscrutable as an unfathomable abyss. Left with no recourse, he decided to test the system in hopes of extracting useful information. "System, oh system. I have spent half a day studying this and have discovered nothing. Please enlighten me about the nature of this object. Why are you so eager for me to obtain it? Host, spare me this charade. You lack the cultivation required to discern this object. It is imperative that you focus on your training to enhance your abilities. Keep striving." Yuan Zhanxian, in a moment of exasperation, thought, "Well, if you don't say anything, I shall resort to my secret methods to inquire of the 9 ancestors. Surely, they possess knowledge of this enigmatic orb." The system then interjected, however, "Since today marks the first instance of the host's proactive flattery towards this system, I shall disclose a fragment of information. This object is related to ascendants." "That is it? That is all? How frustrating. I suppose I will only understand its true nature once I receive the inheritance." At this juncture, the system's voice reemerged. "It is crucial that the host does not learn the function of this mysterious orb prematurely, for doing so may lead to immense karmic repercussions in the future. Once you obtain the inheritance, all will be revealed. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, you must acquire the inheritance. It is essential, but for now, let us access the system store. Do you wish to purchase something, host? Indeed, we have accumulated some resources. Let us peruse for suitable items." "Very well, host." Upon the store's opening, Yuan Zhanxian scrutinized the offerings. At that moment, a striking line of text caught his eye. "Fatal weakness, 250,000 task points." What exactly is this fatal weakness system? Yuan Zhanxian inquired with curiosity. As the name suggests, it allows the host to view the fatal weaknesses of others, encompassing their techniques, life, body, and vital points. All critical shortcomings can be examined. This fatal weakness is indeed extraordinary. Does it not place one in an unbeatable position before a battle even begins? You are overthinking it, host. Each examination requires a corresponding expenditure of task points. The greater the talent and cultivation, the more task points are required. It has such stipulations. However, upon reflection, this fatal weakness may prove invaluable at a critical moment. Very well, system, I shall acquire this. Understood. The exchange for fatal weakness will consume 250,000 task points. The host currently retains 24,000 task points. Alas, it feels as though I have returned to square one. The revolution is yet to be accomplished. I must persevere. Chapter 32. The Harvest of Treasures. Yuan Zhanxian found himself besieged, with merely 4 days remaining until the emergence of the Enlightenment tea. At that moment, he felt as though he were not in pursuit of opportunities, but rather indulging in a leisurely retreat. Each day was spent hunting beasts for a delightful feast, casting lines to fish, or simply admiring the picturesque scenery, living in sheer bliss. One day, while engrossed in fishing, Yuan Zhanxian suddenly noticed a flickering red light emanating from the distant mountains, suggesting the birth of a treasure. Thus, he concluded his joyous respite and prepared to embark on his endeavors. With a swift motion, he soared towards the mountain range. Minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of a cavern, where several individuals stood as if awaiting something. Upon noticing Yuan Zhanxian's approach, one of them raised a hand to obstruct his path, declaring, "Halt! Who are you? This place is already claimed by us. Depart at once, lest you lose your life." "Claimed? Do you presume yourselves to be bandits? The treasures and precious materials of this secret realm belong to those with the capability to seize them. I fear you may possess the ability to take, but not to utilize," Yuan Zhanxian replied with a smile. "Impudent! To insult my Xianmin is a grave offense. You shall be punished. The individual, channeling his spiritual energy, enhanced his aura and lunged at Yuan Zhanxian with a spiritual sword. Unfazed, Yuan Zhanxian extended 2 fingers, firmly pinching the blade. Despite the assailant's efforts, he could not withdraw his sword. With a gentle exertion, Yuan Zhanxian effortlessly snapped the sword in 2. What? This is my Taoist weapon. He shattered it with just 2 fingers. The onlookers were taken aback by Yuan Zhanxian's prowess. One of them hastily instructed, quickly, send word to the Divine Sun. This individual is formidable. We are no match for him. Summon the Divine Sun to eliminate him. Observing the frailty of his adversaries, Yuan Zhanxian waved his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of light that surged forth, incapacitating those struck, leaving them lifeless upon the ground. Without a backward glance, he entered the cavern. Upon entering, Yuan Zhanxian comprehended why the individuals had merely guarded the entrance. The gravity within the cavern was exceedingly formidable, nearly a dozen times that of the outside world. Had those earlier individuals ventured inside, they would have been instantly crushed by the overwhelming force. Without considerable strength or unique attributes, entry was impossible. The deeper one ventured, the more formidable the gravity became. Yet, for Yuan Zhanxian, this oppressive force posed little challenge, as his physical prowess had reached a terrifying zenith. In the cavern's depths, he encountered a spacious area where the gravity was dozens of times greater than outside. An unremarkable figure clad in a blue robe stood resolutely, directing a stream of azure light towards a barrier, striving to breach it. At that moment, sensing Yuan Zhanxian's presence, he remarked, "Your arrival here indicates you are indeed a person of exceptional strength." Yuan Zhanxian materialized behind him, gazing at a block of crimson jade beyond the barrier. The Imperial Flame Blood Jade, a legendary material for forging unparalleled divine weapons, he mused softly. You must be the divine son of the hidden sect, Xianmin. Indeed. Surely. You have come here for this extraordinary treasure, have you not? The son of the Xianmin turned to gaze at the celestial wanderer, stating, I noticed the crimson glow emanating from this mountain range, prompting my visit, and I did not anticipate discovering such a rare gem. I have set my eyes upon this treasure. Depart now, lest you lose your life. The son of the Xianmin declared with unwavering confidence. Oh, so it appears that this treasure is indeed coveted by the son of the Xianmin, replied the celestial wanderer, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, the son of the Xianmin retorted, If you wish to perish here, then I shall grant your desire. With that, an overwhelming surge of energy radiated from the son of the Xianmin, transforming into a shimmering azure sword aimed at the celestial wanderer. In retaliation, the celestial wanderer summoned his own spiritual power, manifesting it as a colossal golden hand to counter the attack. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided. Yet the celestial wanderer remained steadfast, observing the son of the Xianmin, who also stood firm, suggesting that both were merely testing each other's strength, resulting in a stalemate. However, the son of the Xianmin clasped his hands behind his back, lightly flexing his fists and shaking his wrists, revealing that the earlier exchange had caused a dislocation in his wrist. He pondered silently, who was this individual? That move could annihilate an ordinary Taoist realm expert. Yet not only did this person emerge unscathed, but he also managed to dislocate my wrist. He is certainly no insignificant figure, yet I have never encountered him before. The son of the Xianmin then employed the Xuanmin's ancestral techniques, the heavenly mystical canon, channeling the powers of heaven and earth into himself. An immense and terrifying force began to emanate from him. This formidable energy, compressed into an ethereal light, was projected forth as he extended his palms into the void, unleashing the mystical aura. The celestial wanderer, not daring to underestimate such a spectacular display of power, activated his dual pupils, glowing with a starry brilliance. He addressed the son of the Xianmin, stating, Cycle of Reincarnation. In that moment, a purple shadow materialized before him, absorbing the azure energy with an insatiable hunger. The reincarnation wheel spun, and after completing a rotation, the purple light surged, rebounding the son of the Xianmin's mystical energy back towards him. The reincarnation wheel? The dual pupils? This must be the son of the Yuan clan. The son of the Xianmin thought silently, though he refrained from voicing this realization. Observing the returning azure energy, he confidently declared, Although my mystical energy has been reflected, is it not overly simplistic to counter my own technique with my own power? You may attempt it, the celestial wanderer replied with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, the son of the Xianmin's energy surged even more fiercely than before, channeling a more terrifying essence of heaven and earth, compressing it into a beam of azure light that radiated ominous waves of energy. The shock waves reverberated so powerfully that the cave trembled. He shot forth the compressed azure energy towards the reflected force. With a thunderous roar, the two torrents of energy collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the entire mountain range into fragments. Once the dust settled, the celestial wanderer stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the son of the Xianmen, whose complexion had paled slightly, revealing signs of exhaustion and injury. Is it not surprising that the one ultimately harmed by your techniques is yourself? Yuan Zhanxian remarked with a faint smile. The wheel of reincarnation not only absorbs and rebounds energy but also infuses its own power during the process. This is what we call self-inflicted harm. Upon hearing Yuan Zhanxian's words, the son of the Xianmen displayed a look of anger, but soon calmed. Contemplating that it would be unwise to engage in a fierce battle over the imperial flame bloodshed against Yuan Zhanxian. The recent explosion had already attracted the attention of those around, and there were likely many treasures still hidden within the secret realm. If both sides were to suffer, it would be a futile endeavor. It was possible that he could meet his demise here, especially considering he faced the son of the Yuan clan. He then addressed Yuan Zhanxian, saying, "I shall leave this item to you. I have matters to attend to and shall seek your guidance another time." With that, he vanished without a backward glance. Observing the departing figure of the Xianmen's son, Yuan Zhanxian felt that this individual was no ordinary foe. During their battle, it was evident he had not exerted his full strength, and his mysterious eyes had not been utilized. It is curious how many who wish to escape a losing battle often resort to phrases such as "I have matters to attend to" or "I shall seek your guidance another time." Rather tedious. With this thought, Yuan Zhanxian unleashed a beam of light from his heavy eye, striking the barrier. With a crack, the barrier succumbed to the might of the heavy eye and shattered. After securing the imperial flame bloodshade within his spatial ring, Yuan Zhanxian ascended into the void, disappearing from sight. Moments after his departure, countless figures emerged above the mountains, gazing in astonishment at the obliterated landscape. It required immense power to achieve such terrifying destruction. Subsequently, after a thorough search, the crowd found no further opportunities or useful items and decided to leave. In a realm filled with volcanic eruptions, the air resonated with the sounds of volcanic activity. The force of the eruptions propelled the magma within the volcano in all directions. Dense volcanic ash obscured the sky. Red magma blanketed the ground, coupled with a crimson and black sky, and charred branches lay scattered, devoid of life, resembling an apocalyptic scene. At a massive volcanic vent, Yuan Ruochu gazed intently at the magma, sensing that something lay beneath its surface. Yet, the magma here was unlike that of other volcanic vents. The temperature was exceedingly high. The seething magma churned as if poised to erupt at any moment. Yuan Ruochu then focused his energy, utilizing the power of reincarnation, and with a pointed finger, sent a beam of reincarnation light into the rolling magma. With a hissing sound, the light vanished upon entering the magma. What is this? Suddenly, Yuan Ruochu recalled that this magma resembled the Qi-Yang magma described in the Family S library. This type of magma is formed from the Qi-Yang energy deep within the Earth's core. The surface temperature of Qi-Yang magma can reach millions of degrees, and the internal temperature is likely in the tens of millions, if not over 100 million degrees. Unless one is a sage, even a powerful figure in the realm of reincarnation would either perish or be gravely injured upon entering. At this moment, Yuan Ruochu, possessing an 8th-tier cultivation in the Dao body realm, found himself hesitating whether to descend. Suddenly, a breathtaking crimson light surged into the sky, its overwhelming blood essence leaving him astounded. Blood essence. Indeed, there must be extraordinary opportunities below. Consequently, Yuan Ruochu activated the Tianyuan scripture and the reincarnation scripture, enveloping himself in the force of reincarnation. With hands forming seals and fists clenched, he unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, striking downward with great force. As the 6 paths of reincarnation fist plunged into the magma, it sent forth a tremendous splash of molten rock. Seizing the opportune moment, Yuan Ruochu leapt into the fray. As the red sun magma gradually closed in around him, he executed another 6 paths of reincarnation fist, creating yet another opening in the surging magma. Thus, the cycle continued until he finally reached the depths of the molten expanse. At this juncture, Yuan Ruochu was drenched in sweat, his breath erratic, clearly indicating that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Given his current cultivation level, utilizing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist 3 or 4 times had already been taxing. Now, having employed it 7 times, he had reached his limit. The magma's depths revealed a vast chamber, and at the forefront, upon a staircase, a crimson blood essence radiated an alluring glow. Observing this captivating crimson essence, Yuan Ruochu mused aloud, the awe-inspiring red light just now must have emanated from this blood essence. Extending his hand, he grasped the essence, which materialized in his palm, emanating a potent aura of blood vitality. Without further hesitation, he sat cross-legged and consumed the essence. Immediately, a dense aura of blood vitality enveloped him, permeating the surroundings. Yuan Ruochu promptly adjusted his spiritual energy, gradually absorbing the blood vitality around him. After a while, as his aura steadily intensified, a powerful blue light began to emanate from his being. Ninth tier in the Tao body realm, Yuan Ruochu exclaimed. It turns out this blood essence not only enhances vitality and longevity, but also correlates with cultivation prowess. Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous rumble echoed as the space above him began to collapse, with the crimson magma above surging into the subterranean chamber at an alarming rate. In no time, the majority of the underground space was engulfed by the molten rock. Observing the approaching crimson magma, Yuan Ruochu, in a manner akin to his earlier actions, immediately invoked the Tian Yuan scripture and the reincarnation scripture, enshrouding himself in the force of reincarnation once more, and delivered a powerful punch. Fortunately, that droplet of crimson blood essence had not only elevated Yuan Ruochu's cultivation level, but also replenished his spiritual energy. Leveraging the opening created by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he ascended swiftly, repeatedly unleashing the fist technique. With his newfound cultivation strength, he managed to return to the surface after using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist 6 times, albeit now gasping for breath, his spiritual energy nearly exhausted. "Oh, you've made it back up." Yuan Ruochu, who had intended to find a place to recuperate, was suddenly greeted by a voice. Turning to see 20 individuals fixated on him, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed, he felt as though they were ready to devour him. "What do you want?" Yuan Ruochu inquired coldly. At this moment, 3 figures emerged from the crowd. They were the divine offspring of the ancient spirit mountain, Gu Rinjia, the crown prince of the heavenly imperial dynasty, Yuan Huan, and the scion of the Wang family, Wang Ting. With a gaze filled with hatred, Wang Ting fixed his eyes on Yuan Ruochu and declared, "What a coincidence it is to meet a nemesis. Surrender the precious treasure, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." Observing this defeated opponent, Yuan Ruochu retorted coldly, "Is that all you've got? Aren't you afraid the wind will carry your words away?" Wang Ting, unfazed by Yuan Ruochu's response, remained calm. For he knew that soon Yuan Ruochu would meet his demise, rendering a verbal dispute with a dying man unnecessary. He continued, "This time, I am not alone. I have many companions at my side. Not only shall we take the treasure you possess, but we will also unearth the essence of your reincarnation after your death." Upon hearing Wang Ting's words, Yuan Ruochu ceased to engage in further banter and immediately launched a punch at him. Wang Ting responded in kind, and their fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the surrounding withered branches and debris. The two then soared into the air, relentlessly exchanging blows. With each clash, the ground below them bore witness to deep craters forming. As time passed, Yuan Ruochu, who had already expended a significant portion of his spiritual power, began to feel the strain as the encounters multiplied. Wang Tung then called out to the onlookers, "Friends, Yuan Ruochu's spiritual energy is nearly depleted. If we do not strike now, when shall we?" The others promptly joined the fray, and as they did, Yuan Ruochu found himself overwhelmed. At that moment, Gu Rinjia, the divine progeny of the ancient spirit mountain, felt his aura surge, channeling his spiritual energy. The energy manifested into countless illusory beasts, which he directed at Yuan Ruochu, exclaiming, "Return to the origin of all spirits." The formidable and terrifying spectral beasts transformed into beams of light, launching relentlessly towards Yuan Ruochu. Caught off guard while fending off the other attacks, Yuan Ruochu was struck fiercely by the beams of light. He coughed up blood and was sent crashing to the ground by the overwhelming force of the assault. Chapter 33, Bearing My Wrath as a Formidable Light Struck. Yuan Ruochu was violently thrust into the ground, creating a profound pit. Shakily, Yuan Ruochu rose from the depths of the pit. Her icy gaze fixed upon the crowd as she declared, "Had I not expended over 80% of my spiritual energy, you would never have been able to wound me so easily. If I am allowed to escape today, I shall ensure your annihilation in the days to come." With that, she summoned the remnants of her spiritual power, forcibly invoking the 6 paths of reincarnation. 2 enormous black and purple rings materialized in the sky, emanating a violet glow and exuding an aura of mystery. Observing the emergence of the rings, Yuan Ruochu bellowed to the gathered throng, 6 paths of reincarnation, the hungry ghost path, the beast path. In that instant, countless malevolent spirits and otherworldly beasts surged forth from the mysterious rings, charging toward the crowd. Faced with the onslaught of these wretched entities, the crowd hastily unleashed their own techniques to vanquish the evil spirits and beasts, yet their numbers were overwhelming, an insurmountable tide. Amidst the chaos, Yuan Ruochu watched as the crowd struggled against the relentless onslaught. She clutched her mouth and coughed up another mouthful of blood, her strength waning. With a swift motion, she fled the scene. Wang Ting, the divine son of Wanling Mountain, and the Prince of Tianyu witnessed Yuan Ruochu's attempt to escape and quickly harnessed their own spiritual energies, unleashing powerful waves of light in an effort to bring her down. They pursued her with haste, relentless in their chase. As Yuan Ruochu felt the overwhelming waves of light closing in behind her, she hastened her pace, darting forward. Suddenly, a resounding impact echoed as one of the light waves struck her. Weakened and drained of energy, her speed was not what it once was in her prime. Gritting her teeth, she bore the pain inflicted by the light wave, pressing onward with fervor. Though the force had displaced her internal organs, she persevered, desperately fleeing. Yet, the burden was too great. Her vision blurred and consciousness waned. She escaped to the precipice of a waterfall, where she glimpsed a figure before succumbing to her injuries. Plummeting from the sky, Yuan Zhanxian, whether wandering or acquiring treasures, always returned to this waterfall, captivated by its breathtaking beauty. Each visit brought him immense joy as he stood admiring the scenery. However, in a sudden turn of events, his previously joyous demeanor shifted to one of gravity. An overwhelming aura surged forth, drying the very waterfall he cherished. At that moment, as Yuan Ruochu teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the figure she had glimpsed was none other than Yuan Zhanxian, while Wang Ting, the divine son of Wanling Mountain, and the Prince of Tianyu pursued Yuan Ruochu. He activated the jade pendant gifted by Yuan Zhanxian, sensing his location. Dragging his injured body, he ventured toward Yuan Zhanxian, leading to the events that unfolded. Observing the unconscious Yuan Ruochu descending from the sky, Yuan Zhanxian waved his hand, summoning a golden energy that gently cradled her, ensuring her slow descent. Then, with another flick of his hand, 2 sacred pills appeared, the Holy Spirit pill and the 9-aperture vitality sacred pill. Subsequently, the 2 sacred elixirs transformed into a surge of spiritual energy that melded into Yuan Ruochu's body. Gradually, Yuan Ruochu's muddled consciousness began to clear, and her physical vitality was replenished, bit by bit, with the resounding power of her bloodline. Yuan Ruochu instantly recognized that the seemingly ordinary figure before her was none other than Yuan Zhanxian. Observing Yuan Ruochu struggle to rise and pay her respects, Yuan Zhanxian promptly inquired, "Cousin, there is no need for such formalities. What has transpired?" Yuan Ruochu then recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing her account, Yuan Zhanxian smiled reassuringly at her, saying, "Cousin, rest easy and recuperate. I shall take care of everything." His gaze then turned icy. "Those who dare to harm my kin will face my wrath." With that, he stood resolute, awaiting the arrival of the pursuers. In a quarter of an hour, a flurry of figures appeared, over 20 in total, all present without exception. Yuan Zhanxian surveyed the assembly, and aside from Wang Tung and his 2 companions, he noted the presence of members from the Fan Tian Man Yo clan, the True Dragon clan, the Golden Winged Rock clan, the Tian Xin Holy Land, and the Tian Song clan, among others. Each of these individuals was an unparalleled prodigy, a being of ancient lineage. Yuan Zhanxian, regarding the crowd with a chilling demeanor, addressed them, "Gentlemen, are you intent on encircling and exterminating the Yuan clan?" At this juncture, the son of the All-Spirits, Gu Renjia, spoke up. "Each member of the Yuan clan who has entered this realm is extraordinarily powerful. With their presence, our opportunities will be significantly diminished. Thus, in pursuit of greater fortunes and rare treasures, we are left with no choice but to eliminate the Yuan clan, especially the Yuan clan scion, whose combat prowess is unmatched, making him an exceptionally formidable adversary. If we manage to eliminate all but one of the Yuan clan members, the remaining scion will pose no threat. After all, one cannot withstand the combined might of many. Behold, Yuan Ruochu stands as a prime example. Why waste breath? Surrender this individual, and I shall spare your lives." Wang Tung bellowed, seemingly possessed by some uncharacteristic fervor. "Oh, spare you from death?" Yuan Zhanxian replied coldly. At that moment, the Crown Prince of Tianyu stepped forth, proposing, "My friend, should you hand over this individual, I would be willing to bestow upon you a divine artifact." As he spoke, a dagger-shaped sacred item materialized in his hand. Yuan Zhanxian regarded the assembly with a frigid smile and inquired, "Have you finished speaking? If so, prepare to meet your demise." In an instant, Yuan Zhanxian vanished and reappeared beside a peerless prodigy from the true dragon clan. Addressing him directly, "You shall be the first to perish." With a single punch, an overwhelming force struck the prodigy, who widened his eyes in terror. Bang! In an instant, he was reduced to a mist of blood, dead beyond revival. Yuan Zhanxian then executed a series of rapid movements, resulting in 2 more prodigies meeting the same fate. Witnessing this, the remaining individuals quickly huddled together, back to back, in a desperate bid to prevent Yuan Zhanxian from dispatching them with such swiftness. Observing this scene, Yuan Zhanxian chuckled softly. Forming a circle? If that were effective, then my forthcoming techniques would indeed be rendered futile. With that, he uttered a light command. In the realm of the 9 secrets, the appearance of the divine forbidden domain centered around the figure of Yuan Zhanxian was sudden and striking. Subsequently, Yuan Zhanxian enacted the ancestral techniques of the Yuan clan, transforming into 3 distinct entities, each a mirror image of the original. The 3 Yuan Zhanxians then formed a triangular formation, enveloping the onlookers. With a single hand gesture, they conjured a magnificent golden triangular barrier that ensnared 8 or 9 extraordinary prodigies within. Yuan Zhanxian, in his original form, uttered softly, "Divine forbidden transformation." At that moment, the golden triangle began to pulsate with an enigmatic force. Inside, the prodigies unleashed a furious assault, expending their utmost strength and even igniting their lifeblood in a desperate attempt to shatter the impenetrable barrier. Alas, the hardness of the golden triangle exceeded their capabilities. As the power emanating from the triangle intensified, its golden radiance brightened, and despair seeped into the hearts of those trapped within, leading to their frenzied screams. With a blinding flash of golden light, the cacophony of cries abruptly ceased. When the brilliance faded, the 8 or 9 prodigies had been utterly obliterated, their forms scattered to the winds. If one of those struck down by Yuan Zhanxian had left behind a mere mist of blood, these unfortunate souls had been reduced to nothingness, completely vanishing. Witnessing such prowess, the onlookers were rendered speechless. After all, these were not mere chickens and ducks from a market, but prodigious beings of immense talent, all dispatched in an instant. An overwhelming wave of fear washed over them. Yuan Zhanxian glanced at the remaining individuals and declared, "It is your turn now." At that moment, one of the remaining prodigies, paralyzed by terror, screamed and attempted to flee with all the speed he could muster. Yuan Zhanxian merely shifted his lips slightly, uttering "bind." Instantly, the fleeing figure was ensnared by an invisible hand, rendering him motionless. With a resounding explosion, his body burst apart like a balloon, leaving no trace behind. The 3 ancient prodigies, witnessing the terrifying might of Yuan Zhanxian, were struck with dread. The Prince of Tianyu promptly offered, "Esteemed one, I am willing to surrender all my treasures in exchange for my life." The other 2, witnessing his cowardice, regarded him with disdain. Yuan Zhanxian, looking at the prince with indifference, replied, "Once I extinguish your lives, your possessions will naturally become mine. Why should I spare you?" At that juncture, the son of 10,000 spirits, perplexed, inquired, "Might I ask who you truly are? If you slay us today, will you not fear the retribution of our ancestors in the future?" Yuan Zhanxian responded with a sardonic smile. "Did you ever consider such a fate when you conspired against the prodigies of my clan? Did you ponder whether your backing forces could withstand the wrath of my lineage once your treachery was revealed?" As Yuan Zhanxian concluded his statement, the crowd gazed at him in astonishment. Wang Ting, equally amazed, remarked, "You belong to the Yuan clan. Yet, I have never encountered you before. In this generation, only the son of the Yuan clan surpasses Yuan Ruochu, whom I have met, and you are not he. Could it be you are an ancient anomaly of the Yuan clan? Who I am is of little consequence, for you shall all meet your demise regardless of knowing my identity. Therefore, prepare yourselves for death." Following this, 2 of the 3 avatars launched an assault on everyone except for Wang Tung and his 2 companions, while the main body observed the trio to prevent any attempts at escape. Within a quarter of an hour, all the unparalleled prodigies succumbed to despair and fear as they fell in the northwest. They then addressed the 3 ancient demons, stating, "Only you remain, perish." Upon witnessing this, the 3 made no further remarks and resolved to fight to the bitter end. Wang Tung was the first to act, delivering a powerful kick towards them. They responded by grasping Wang Tung's foot and executing a swift maneuver, sending him crashing into the ground with a tremendous impact, causing him to spit out blood. Meanwhile, the son of Wanling Mountain formed seals with his hands, summoning countless ethereal beast apparitions, and shouted, return to the essence of all beings. Instantly, myriad beasts transformed into radiant beams, hurtling towards them. In response, they unleashed a punch, generating a multitude of shadowy fists that surged towards the incoming light. The air was filled with the sound of terrifying explosions. After the chaos, the son of Wanling Mountain was sent flying for several miles before regaining his footing, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the Prince of Tianyu also brandished the imperial weapon, the purple-gold sky-piercing spear, aiming it at the formidable weapon emanated a terrifying aura as it was summoned, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Seeing the imperial weapon aimed at him, the merely smiled and remarked, "An imperial weapon? As if anyone is without one." Soon, a bell, the size of a person, materialized before him, adorned with celestial engravings on its surface. The chaotic light radiated throughout the space, exuding an imperial might that intimidated the universe. This was the imperial weapon, the Chaos Bell. As the purple-gold sky-piercing spear approached, the Chaos Bell shimmered with golden light, positioning itself before the spear struck the surface of the bell with tremendous force, causing the entire space to convulse under the weight of their combined imperial powers. The Chaos Bell produced a resonant clang, deflecting the spear, which sent the Prince of Tianyu crashing violently to the ground. Observing this, the three shared an intuitive understanding and immediately converged to unleash their most potent attacks. Wang Ting ascended into the air, forming seals with his hands, his aura swelling as he proclaimed, "Starry Radiance Slash." At that moment, Wang Tung began to dissolve, transforming into countless stars that scattered across the heavens, coalescing into a massive sphere of light radiating immense power, which he directed towards them. Simultaneously, the son of Wanling Mountain formed seals again, channeling formidable spiritual energy that morphed into a magnificent beast with the head of a dragon, the body of a lion, and enormous wings, its roar reverberating throughout the space. As it charged towards the Prince of Tianyu, utilizing the heritage techniques of the Tianyu Empire, the Tianyin Sutra was enveloped in golden light, with spiritual energy continuously flowing into the purple-gold sky-piercing spear. At this moment, the imperial might emanating from the purple-gold void-piercing spear was more terrifying than ever before. The prince of the celestial clan exerted all his strength, flinging the spear with a sweeping motion, which then shot forth a brilliant streak of light toward Yuan Zhanxian. Three formidable forces gradually merged as they surged toward their target. The purple-gold void-piercing spear transformed into a pair of sharp claws, affixed to the talons of the divine beast of the spirit mountain. Wang Tung enveloped the beast in the radiant light produced by the starry sky slashing technique. The indomitable claws radiated an aura of chilling terror, while the light surrounding the beast rendered it even more enigmatic and unpredictable. Subsequently, the beast unleashed a thunderous roar, its terrifying presence causing the very fabric of space to fracture as it charged toward Yuan Zhanxian. Observing the menacing creature bearing down upon him, Yuan Zhanxian retracted the chaotic bell, his spiritual energy erupting forth, climbing to the heavens in a terrifying display. His spiritual power surged tenfold, darkening the sky with its overwhelming force. This was one of the 9 secrets, the G character secret, capable of instantly amplifying spiritual energy and strength tenfold. He then hurled a powerful punch at the fearsome beast, the unleashed energy forming a brilliant beam that pierced through the creature. In an instant, the beast was enveloped in a flash of golden light before erupting violently, scattering spiritual energy like stars across the sky. With the beast's explosion, Wang Ting, the divine son of Spirit Mountain, and the celestial prince each spat out a mouthful of blood, their mental faculties severely wounded. Wang Ting, suddenly recalling something, looked at Yuan Zhanxian in shock and exclaimed, You are the divine son of the Yuan clan. I found it peculiar when you first employed the 9 secrets, the reward from the ancient heavenly token." Before he could finish, Yuan Zhanxian interrupted coldly. "And what of it? You should have anticipated the wrath you would incur by slaughtering my kin." The celestial prince interjected, "Yet I did not expect you to be so powerful, defeating us effortlessly without even utilizing the 3 great physiques." At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian's murderous intent surged, and he declared, "Defeated? No, you're mistaken. It is slaughter. Enough of your prattle. Perish." With that, he unleashed another horrific punch. As the terrifying light of this blow erupted forth, the 3 figures vanished from existence, consumed by regret and fear. Chapter 34. The mission of Ji Jingtian. After the demise of 3 individuals, the imperial weapon, the purple-gold sky-breaking spear, unexpectedly soared into the void. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Zhanxian promptly summoned his formidable spiritual power, transforming it into a colossal hand that firmly grasped the spear. However, the purple-gold sky-breaking spear emitted a brilliant flash of golden light, shattering the giant hand conjured by Yuan Zhanxian's terrifying power. It then vanished into the ether. Observing the disappearance of the imperial weapon, Yuan Zhanxian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. These imperial weapons are almost always imbued with the ancestral soul marks of their respective families. Once the original owner perishes, these weapons automatically return to their families, awaiting the next designated master. They represent the very foundation of a family's legacy, which must not be allowed to dissipate. Even those of the saint level cannot retain these weapons when they return to their families, unless they are supreme beings above the rank of quasi-emperor. At that moment, Yuan Ruochu, having fully recovered, opened her eyes and addressed Yuan Zhanxian, Divine Son. What about those individuals? My injuries have healed, and I must settle accounts with them for daring to ambush me. With a slight smile, Yuan Zhanxian replied, I have already sent them to the Western Paradise. Western Paradise? What is that place? Yuan Ruochu inquired, puzzled. Ah, it means I have guided them to their afterlife. No. It should be said that I have allowed them to dissipate into the cosmos. Yuan Ruochu was taken aback. Although she intended to confront those individuals, she realized that in an actual confrontation, she might only manage to exchange severe injuries with them, perhaps eliminating a few exceptional prodigies at best. After all, the adversaries included 3 ancient prodigies and over 20 unparalleled talents, a formidable force indeed. She was astonished by the Divine Son's terrifying prowess. He had not only vanquished all their foes, but had done so without sustaining any harm himself. Then, observing Yuan Zhanxian's current appearance, she pondered, Divine Son, why have you disguised yourself? For the sake of tranquility, and it also allows me to play the role of the 6th, Yuan Zhanxian chuckled. The 6th? What does that mean? Yuan Ruochu continued to be perplexed. You are full of questions. The 6th refers to a cunning character, one who specializes in subterfuge. Oh, I see. Perhaps I should also aspire to be a 6th in the future, Yuan Ruochu declared earnestly. Subsequently, Yuan Zhanxian extended his fist, raising his middle finger towards Yuan Ruochu. In response to this peculiar gesture, she asked, Divine Son, what does this mean? It signifies disdain. Oh, so this gesture conveys contempt. You truly possess a wealth of knowledge. Divine Son, I have learned something new. Yuan Zhanxian was left speechless. Following a series of events, only a day remained until the emergence of the Enlightenment Tea. Yuan Zhanxian and Yuan Ruochu hastened their steps toward the location of its manifestation. They arrived at a vast lake, at the center of which lay a small island, barely large enough for a dozen individuals to stand upon. The island floated amidst a multitude of minuscule, finger-sized green tea leaves. A radiant beam of white light ascended from the island's edge, while the heavens above continuously showered the green leaves with the essence of the universe. Each droplet of this celestial essence, as it fell upon the verdant tea leaves, emanated an aura of profound truth. However, the grandeur of this moment is fleeting and ephemeral. At this juncture, the lakeside is already teeming with people. Countless immortal imperial clans, dynasties, and disciples from sacred lands have gathered here, eager to vie for this extraordinary treasure. Even a mere leaf of tea would incite them to exert their utmost effort. At this moment, a disciple from an immortal sacred land could no longer contain himself, eagerly rushing towards the small island at the center of the lake to collect the tea. Yet, when he was still about 100 meters from the island, a flash of white light erupted, and the disciple was instantly propelled several miles away, crashing into a distant mountain and losing consciousness. The crowd then remarked, it appears that we cannot forcibly claim the Enlightenment Tea until it has manifested. Members of the Yuan clan subsequently arrived at the scene, and upon seeing them, the onlookers revealed fierce glances. Some were apprehensive of the Yuan clan's formidable strength and feared that the treasure would fall into their hands, while others sought to avenge their fallen disciples. Most present harbored their own motives as they observed the Yuan clan. Upon the Yuan clan's arrival, a voice rang out, Do you dare to show yourselves? It was Ao Su, the son of the true dragon clan. Oh, why would we not dare to appear? Ji Jingtian, representing the Yuan clan, responded, for he was the strongest among them and, as a servant of the God's Son, possessed the authority to speak on their behalf. Yuan clan's God's Son has mercilessly slaughtered our clansmen and disciples. Such a grave enmity can only be assuaged by wiping out every last one of you, he declared. After the last defeat of the Xianmin God's Son by Yuan Zhanxian, the latter's visage had been disseminated widely, and it was known that he was the one who had brutally murdered their kin. The son of the true dragon clan regarded Ji Jingtian with a cold smirk. You were once the God's Son of the Ji family. How have you degraded yourself to become a servant of the Yuan clan? You have no shame in appearing here, truly a disgrace to the name of a forbidden prodigy. Ji Jingtian calmly replied, the terror of the god's son is beyond your comprehension. In this world, he shall inevitably suppress all, reigning supreme. It is a profound honor for me to serve the god's son. You, however, are merely stepping stones on his path to becoming an emperor or an immortal. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Moreover, do you truly believe that your true dragon clan and a few misfits can encircle and eliminate us? Is your confidence not misplaced? Just then, a multitude of figures appeared beside the son of the true dragon clan, the godson of the Xian men, the godson of the golden-winged Great Peng, the godson of the Tiansong clan, the godson of the Dark Abyss White Tiger clan, the godson of the Taishian Sacred Land, the saint son of the Tianxian Sacred Land, the godson of the Fan Tian Barbarian Bull clan, the godson of the Qin family, the saint son of the illusory Moon Spirit Heaven, among others, including countless disciples from various sacred lands and imperial clans who had perished at the hands of Yuan Zhanxian. Faced with such a multitude, Ji Jingtian and the Yuan clan could only lament, this is rather excessive. We have inadvertently offended nearly half of the numerous imperial clans, dynasties, and sacred lands present here. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Ji Jingtian and his companions had no choice but to brace themselves for what lay ahead. Subsequently, addressing the gathered assembly, he declared, I have just activated the Jade Pendant and sense that the Divine Sun is hastening towards us. We cannot allow them to possess this unparalleled treasure. We must hold our ground until the Divine Sun arrives. The scion of the true dragon clan then retorted, I fear you may not last until Yuan Zhanxian arrives. Attack. Wait. The true dragon scion, poised to strike, turned towards the source of the voice in perplexity. There, the divine son of the Jun family, Junichen, along with the divine son of the Yu clan, simultaneously appeared at Ji Jingtian's side, addressing the true dragon scion, if you wish to encircle and annihilate them, you must first inquire whether we consent. Upon witnessing the arrival of Junichen, the divine son of the Tiansong clan also cast a fleeting glance, an aura of formidable combat intent emanating from his being. He proclaimed to the true dragon scion, I am unconcerned with the others, but this individual must be entrusted to me. The true dragon scion acquiesced. Very well, Tiansong divine son, this matter shall be yours to resolve. The rest, we shall exterminate. With that, he turned to the divine sons and the others behind him. Everyone, commence. Surround and eliminate the Yuan clan members. The true dragon scion, proud and disdainful, was the first to strike, launching a punch at Ji Jingtian. Sensing the attack, Ji Jingtian surged with spiritual energy, conjuring a virtual space behind him, and swiftly entered it, evading the true dragon scion's blow. The divine son of the golden-winged rock, Xiao Pengwang, glanced at the Yu clan scion beside the Yuan clan members and swiftly delivered a punch. The Yu clan scion, in response, also retaliated with a punch, and upon impact, they both staggered back several paces. Meanwhile, the Tiansong divine son engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Jun family scion, their fierce exchange generating powerful gusts of air that rippled across the lake, rendering it tumultuous, with neither side yielding an inch. Yuan Changkong then approached the Qin family scion. Both ranked 11th and 10th on the ancient Taoist tablet, their innate talents were comparable. Though Yuan Changkong was merely a few years older, he could not fathom why he wielded an imperial weapon while the other possessed only a quasi-imperial one. Driven by a sense of injustice as he confronted the Qin family scion directly, the remaining members of the Yuan clan valiantly resisted the onslaught of their adversaries. But the opposition boasted the presence of the Xianmin divine son and 4 other formidable divine sons. The strength of these 5 individuals was terrifying, compounded by the presence of disciples from various imperial clans and sacred dynasties. As the numbers swelled, the Yuan clan members began to sustain injuries. Observing his injured comrades engaged in battle with the true dragon scion, Ji Jingtian yearned to extricate himself from the fight and rush to their aid. Yet, the true dragon scion clung tenaciously to him, leaving no opportunity for Ji Jingtian to assist his fellow clan members. Noticing Ji Jingtian's anxious demeanor, the true dragon scion laughed heartily. Ji Jingtian, sever your ties with the Yuan clan and flee swiftly, lest you wish to preserve your life. Otherwise, you shall meet with our merciless annihilation. Bah, do you think I fear death? Once one has become a divine son, I shall protect the members of the divine son's family even at the cost of my life. I must fulfill my mission, Ji Jingtian replied resolutely. If that is the case, then you shall meet your demise. The true dragon clan's prince extended his hands, and the aura of his spiritual power surged dramatically. Suddenly, a massive golden ring materialized before him. The prince's formidable spiritual energy flowed into the golden ring, subsequently giving rise to a colossal golden dragon, his innate golden dragon. As the innate golden dragon soared from the ring, it radiated brilliant golden light, opening its gaping maw, imbued with world-shattering power as it charged toward Zhanxian. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the innate golden dragon, Zhanxian did not dare to underestimate it. He quickly formed seals with his hands and softly uttered an incantation, causing a square barrier to manifest around the approaching dragon. The innate golden dragon, now ensnared by the barrier, stood motionless. Both the true dragon prince and Zhanxian deepened their spiritual energies, one aiming to firmly seal the innate golden dragon, the other radiating golden light in a bid to shatter the barrier. At this moment, their spiritual energies reached a critical threshold. They both unleashed a powerful shout. A flash of golden light surged forth, and the two terrifying spiritual forces coalesced into a torrent of energy, nearly leveling the surrounding trees. The combatants in the vicinity were compelled to retreat from the overwhelming energy flow. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered. Yet the innate golden dragon remained aloft in the sky. Observing the collapse of the barrier, the true dragon prince laughed heartily, commanding his innate dragon to advance toward Zhanxian. The dragon then charged fiercely at Zhanxian, and in an instant, a blinding flash was followed by a deafening explosion, a cataclysmic force that excavated a bottomless pit in the ground. Just as the prince believed Zhanxian would be obliterated by his innate dragon, a faint purple figure appeared behind him, channeling void energy to strike at the prince's back, attempting to render him ethereal. The impact resonated like a blow against solid steel, leaving the prince entirely unscathed. He then addressed Zhanxian, the void body. Ranked 5th among the 3,000 physiques, is exceptionally formidable. My innate golden dragon allowed you to evade into the void, and you managed to stealthily appear behind me to deliver a lethal strike. However, the true dragon clan possesses an exceptionally robust physique, and my body approaches the strength of a sacred weapon. Without the power of the reincarnation realm, injuring me is impossible. Continuing to face away from Zhanxian, he elaborated. Before the void body reaches full maturity, its physical form must be materialized upon striking an opponent. Therefore, a sense of foreboding washed over Zhanxian as he realized the imminent danger. Before he could react, the true dragon prince swiftly turned and delivered a devastating punch. The prince's overwhelming physical strength sent Zhanxian flying for miles, crashing through several mountains. Bloodied and trembling, Zhanxian struggled to rise. He had underestimated the situation, never anticipating that the true dragon prince would be aware of the void body's vulnerabilities, nor the sheer might of his physical prowess. At this moment, the members of the Yuan clan were already gravely wounded by the divine sons of the Xiamen, the Savage Bull clan, the Dark Abyss White Tiger clan, and 2 other Sacred Land divine sons. Among them, Yuan Tianba of the 9th sequence and Yuan Di of the 10th sequence were on the brink of demise. Had it not been for Yuan Zhanxian's deployment of the Celestial Star Array, utilizing the power of the Zodiac Star body to withstand a substantial portion of the attacks, the two might have already perished. Yuan Zhanxian's battle with the divine son of the Qin clan was also nearing its conclusion. Both possessed equal cultivation levels and comparable talents. However, the Qin clan's divine son wielded the Emperor artifact, the Ascendant Sword, while Yuan Zhanxian lacked any Emperor secret techniques, possessing only a quasi-Emperor artifact, rendering him incapable of matching his opponent. Subsequently, he was struck down by the Qin clan divine son's sword, the Zhangtian Xianhuang halberd, suffering significant mental damage. Meanwhile, the clash between the divine son of the Jade clan and the divine son of the golden-winged Great Ping clan was equally fervent. The speed of the golden-winged Great Ping clan was renowned across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, rivaling that of the Kunping clan's techniques. Yet, the divine son of the golden-winged Great Ping clan was innately endowed with the laws of speed, surpassing the Kunping technique, launching lightning-fast assaults against the Jade clan's divine son. The Jade clan's supreme legacy, the supreme true martial cannon, possessed formidable offensive capabilities, rivaling those of swordsmanship. One exhibited unparalleled speed while the other showcased overwhelming attack power, making it difficult for either to gain the upper hand. As for the innate ancient sacred bodies, the ancient sacred body and the Zhangtian dominant body, they continued to clash in a test of brute strength, neither having invoked their physical manifestations. Their contest was a pure display of physical prowess, and at this moment, they remained evenly matched. Zhanxian observed the Yuan clan members, battered and bruised from the relentless assaults of the 5 divine sons and the disciples of various imperial clans and sacred lands. With great effort, He forced his injured body to utilize the Great Void technique multiple times, manifesting a rift in the void beside the beleaguered Yuan clan. Subsequently, a rift appeared before Ji Jingtian, and he extended his right hand, turning it slightly as he drew the Yuan clan members into the void. The individuals drawn into the rift soon emerged from the void before Ji Jingtian. However, the excessive use of the Great Void technique took a toll on Ji Jingtian, who could not suppress a mouthful of blood, causing him to stagger and ultimately collapse to the ground. Chapter 35, The Arrival of the Divine Sun and the Commencement of the Fierce Battle as the fallen Ji Jingtian lay on the ground. The members of the Yuan clan recognized that he had exerted every effort. Even in his final moments, he selflessly shielded them from the torrential onslaught, which deeply moved everyone present. At this juncture, the Dragon Clan's prince, along with several other divine sons and numerous disciples from imperial clans and sacred lands, had arrived before the Yuan clan. Observing the dire situation of the Yuan clan, the Dragon Clan's prince laughed triumphantly, declaring, "After we annihilate you today, we shall proceed to eliminate your divine son in the first sequence. Remember, in your next life, do not bear the surname Yuan." Upon uttering these words, the Dragon Clan's prince experienced a surge of spiritual energy, and a colossal dragon shadow materialized behind him. With a single wave of his hand, the dragon shadow surged toward the members of the Yuan clan. At that moment, the divine sons from the Tian Song clan and the Golden-Winged Rock clan, who were engaged in battle with the Jun clan's divine son and the Yu clan's divine son, frantically flew towards the Yuan clan. However, the divine sons of the Tian Song clan and the Golden-Winged Rock clan swiftly positioned themselves before them, effectively preventing any rescue efforts for the Yuan clan. The thought of saving them was but a dream. The Golden-Winged Rock clan's divine son coldly remarked. Meanwhile, the weary members of the Yuan clan gazed at the approaching formidable dragon shadow, radiating an overwhelming aura. With eyes gently closed, they braced themselves for the impending arrival of death. Just then, a golden barrier materialized before them, enveloping the Yuan clan. The massive dragon shadow collided with the golden shield, resulting in a violent explosion. Once the dust settled, the dragon shadow had dissipated. Yet the golden barrier continued to shimmer with a faint golden light. Who is it? The Dragon Clan's prince and his companions surveyed their surroundings, eager to discern the identity of the one who had shielded the Yuan clan from this lethal blow. Their gazes abruptly shifted skyward, where two figures descended from above. One bore a head of lustrous black hair and an exceptionally handsome visage, while the other had silvery white hair, embodying an ethereal perfection, as if crafted by the hands of the divine. The newcomers were none other than the rejuvenated Yuan Ruochu and the unmasked Yuan Zhanxian. Upon witnessing the injured members of the Yuan clan, Yuan Zhanxian's expression turned frigid, remaining silent. In contrast, Yuan Ruochu's face contorted with fury as he directed his ire towards the Dragon Clan's prince, exclaiming, "You dare to harm my kin of the Yuan clan. You are truly deserving of death." Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Yuan Zhanxian conjured forth dozens of sacred spirit pills and 9 aperture vitality pills, which materialized in the void before merging into a vast reservoir of spiritual energy that flowed into the bodies of the Yuan clan members. Meanwhile, the divine sons of the Tian Song clan, Jun clan, Golden-Winged Rock clan, and Yu clan, who had been engaged in combat, ceased their hostilities and swiftly retreated to their respective factions. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian slowly advanced, speaking with measured calmness. "The last group that harmed my Yuan clan has already met their demise. Now, how do you wish to perish?" The tale of Hao Wang Tong, the divine son of the Wang clan, the divine son of Wanling Mountain, the crown prince of Tianyu, and other disciples from imperial clans and sacred lands had been ruthlessly vanquished by Yuan Ruochu, had already spread far and wide. Yet, hearing Yuan Zhanxian speak with such composed authority left the Dragon Clan's prince and his companions momentarily astounded. After all, the prowess of Wang Tong and his companions is well known among the Dragon Clan. At this moment, the scion of the Chun family stepped forward and declared, "Yuan Zhanxian, you have recklessly slain numerous prodigies from mere treasures of heaven and earth. How is it that only your Yuan clan is permitted to eliminate others, while we are forbidden from striking down your kind?" Yuan Zhanxian regarded the Chun scion with a frigid gaze and replied, "Survival of the fittest is the law of existence. The secret realm is rife with unparalleled opportunities, and to seize them, one must possess the strength to do so. It is not that I prohibit you from targeting my Yuan clan. Rather, I question whether you are capable of it in my presence." The Chun scion, incensed by Yuan Zhanxian's words, retorted, Do you truly believe yourself invincible against our multitude of gifted individuals? I find that hard to accept. He continued, Yuan Zhanxian. Though you rank first on the eternal list and the ancient Tao tablet, that was a decade ago. In these 10 years, my cultivation has advanced remarkably. It is time for me, the 10th on the ancient Tao tablet, to challenge you, the first on both the eternal list and the ancient Tao tablet. At this juncture, an ancient sword of indeterminate rank materialized in Yuan Zhanxian's hand, a gift from his father, Yuan Zhanxian, before he ventured into the secret realm. He pointed the sword menacingly at the scion and coldly stated, Are you prepared? I shall make my move. In response, the scion summoned his imperial weapon. The ascendant sword, its formidable aura pressing heavily upon those of lesser cultivation, rendering them breathless. Observing the imperial weapon in his grasp and the unknown ancient sword wielded by Yuan Zhanxian, the scion brimmed with confidence and exclaimed, Come forth. I can hardly wait. Yuan Zhanxian. Meanwhile, Zhijing gradually recovering from the infusion of the Tian Yuan pill and the 9-aperture vitality sacred pill, stood and glanced at his scion. He was acutely aware of Yuan Zhanxian as terrifying might. Addressing Yuan Ruochu beside him, he said, I wager a sacred herb that the scion will be defeated by our scion in a single strike. Yuan Ruochu immediately extended his fist with a thumbs up and cheerfully responded, The gesture taught by our scion feels exhilarating. I wager 10 sacred herbs that he will vanquish him in one blow. Huh. Zhijing was momentarily taken aback by Yuan Ruochu's gesture and inquired, What does that mean? Yuan Ruochu, perceiving Zhijing's eagerness to learn, relayed Yuan Zhanxian's words verbatim. As the scion's imperial weapon manifested, Yuan Zhanxian softly intoned. The 4 swords of extermination, the killing sword, and a terrifying sword aura enveloped the ancient blade. In an instant, Yuan Zhanxian vanished, only to reappear several dozen meters behind the scion. He turned, wielding the sword with one hand, and coldly announced, Next. The scion before Yuan Zhanxian was instantly cleaved in two by the killing sword, which possessed the innate ability to obliterate the soul, rendering its target utterly annihilated. The scion's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon his bisected form, fear etched across his visage, and thus he perished, his soul extinguished. This shocking turn of events left not only the Yuan clan, but also the members of the true Dragon clan in utter astonishment. To have one's soul obliterated meant there would be no chance of reincarnation. Yuan Zhanxian's ruthlessness was indeed extraordinary. The holy son of the illusory moon, along with the last encounter, felt an escalating fear towards Yuan Zhanxian. His thoughts were clear. He resolutely chose not to provoke this formidable being, as he was utterly unfamiliar with the Dragon Prince and his entourage. No, it wasn't merely unfamiliarity, he didn't recognize them at all. Reputation? Such trivialities could wait. Preserving his life was paramount. With a swagger, he approached Yuan Zhanxian, slightly bowing as he spoke, Holy Son. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance in slaying that treacherous figure from the divine fallen pavilion. Therefore, I am willing to lead all disciples of Illusory Moon to serve under you, Holy Son. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Yuan Zhanxian was repulsed. A chill creeping up his spine, and his stomach churned. He interrupted, exclaiming, Silence, you wretched creature. Prepare to accompany the fallen son of the divine fallen pavilion. With that, he unleashed the killing immortal sword, sending forth a crescent blade of light. The overwhelming force compelled Ling Tian to summon every ounce of strength he possessed to defend himself. Yet the disparity in their powers was akin to that of a full moon against a firefly. He was cleaved in two by the sword's radiance. Yuan Zhanxian then waved his hand, summoning a chaotic flame that incinerated the remains of Ling Tian, leaving no trace behind, mirroring the fate of the divine fallen pavilion's son. With a lack of decorum, he muttered, Ugh, how filthy. I shall need to cleanse my hands with rootless water for the better part of a week. The members of the Yuan clan and the Dragon Prince's group were left in shock. What? Rootless water? Bathing? For 7 or 8 days. Rootless water not only replenished spiritual energy, but also nourished the soul. Even the Dragon Prince and a few other deities possessed but a couple of vials. The fact that Yuan Zhanxian intended to use it for bathing was nothing short of sacrilege. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian resumed his frigid demeanor, coldly regarding the Dragon Prince and his companions. Next, observing the obliteration of their holy son and the son of morning. The members of the Morning Clan and Illusory Moon disciples rushed forward, eager to avenge their fallen kin. They attempted to confront Yuan Zhanxian, but he swiftly interrupted. Silence. The dead need not speak. With a swift motion, several waves of sword energy were unleashed. A chorus of agonized screams erupted as over 20 disciples from the Morning Clan and Illusory Moon were reduced to mere blood mist, their essence dissipating into the air. The chasm in strength between them and Yuan Zhanxian was insurmountable. The Dragon Prince, witnessing the continuous slaughter of his comrades, declared, "Everyone. He aims to exhaust our strength one by one. We cannot allow this to continue. Let us unite and vanquish him." At his urging, the others swiftly understood the gravity of the situation and advanced towards Yuan Zhanxian. Meanwhile, the Yuan clan, having regained their strength after a brief respite, felt emboldened by the arrival of their holy son and stepped forward, eager to resume the battle. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian raised his hand to halt them, stating, "Allow me to handle those 8 holy sons." As the others dealt with their affairs, the divine heir of the Jun family, Zhanxian, addressed Yuan Zhanxian, saying, "Divine heir, may I take charge of the Tian tribe's divine heir?" A flash of brilliance ignited in Yuan Zhanxian's dual pupils as he grasped the underlying meaning, and he replied, "Jun divine heir, your assistance in aiding my Yuan tribe will not go unrecognized. I shall reward you handsomely after this matter is resolved." Zhanxian smiled in return. "We are already bound by our prior agreement, are we not, friends? Matters concerning our families are as significant to me as they are to you." He then strode forward to the Tian tribe's divine heir, proclaiming, "Come, let us finish the battle we left unfinished." With that, he vanished in an instant, followed closely by the Tian tribe's divine heir. Observing the departure of Zhanxian and the Tian tribe's divine heir, the members of the Yuan tribe wasted no time. They charged towards the remaining opponents, excluding the 7 divine heirs and holy sons. With Yuan Ruochu and the Yu tribe's divine heir joining their ranks, the Yuan tribe surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Addressing the 7 before him, Yuan Zhanxian turned to the Dragon Prince of the True Dragon tribe and remarked, "Little mudfish, you are the one stirring up trouble, are you not? And you, divine heir of the Xianmin, you fled rather swiftly yet relished in scheming from behind. Very well, come forth to meet your demise. I await the emergence of the Enlightenment tea." At that moment, the radiant white light on the central island of the lake began to shimmer into visibility, heralding the imminent arrival of the Enlightenment tea. Yuan Zhanxian sheathed his ancient sword and addressed the Dragon Prince once more. "You boast of formidable physical strength. Let us see if my own can overpower you." With that, he soared toward the Dragon Prince of the True Dragon tribe. Seeing Yuan Zhanxian charge at him, the Dragon Prince advanced as well, eager to engage in a contest of physical might. The Dragon tribe is inherently endowed with exceptional physical prowess, and the 6-clawed golden dragon, the Dragon Prince, possessed a physical strength rivaling that of the primal sacred body and the celestial overlord's body. As for Yuan Zhanxian, he was no less formidable. Having mastered the divine elephant suppression sutra to its 4th layer, he wielded a staggering power of several 100 billion caddies, a truly terrifying figure. Upon the collision of their fists, the Dragon Prince felt as though he were an infant striking against a titan. The overwhelming force of Yuan Zhanxian's punch sent the Dragon Prince crashing into the depths of the earth. Witnessing the seemingly bottomless pit, the divine son of the golden-winged Great Peng tribe soared into the sky, summoning his formidable spiritual power to confront Yuan Zhanxian. "Great Peng spreads its wings," he cried, invoking the secret art of his tribe, a technique of considerable might. A colossal golden-winged ping, materialized from spiritual energy, rushed toward Yuan Zhanxian with tremendous speed. Caught off guard, Yuan Zhanxian instinctively extended a hand, conjuring a barrier to intercept the golden-winged peng, as he successfully defended against the assault. The divine sons of the Tianxian sacred land and the Taixian sacred land simultaneously formed hand seals, channeling their powerful spiritual energy into 2 immense, mighty hands that struck toward Yuan Zhanxian, one a light azure, the other a deep azure. The Tianxian and Taixian sacred lands, in ancient mythic times, were once unified as the Xinxian sacred land. Subsequently, due to differing philosophies among the 2 ancestors of the divine mysterious sacred land, each founded their own sacred grounds, leading to the emergence of the present 2 grand sanctuaries. Witnessing the colossal hands conjured by the sons of these sacred domains, Yuan Zhanxian extended another hand to counter the force. At that moment, the divine son of the Dark Abyss White Tiger clan and the divine son of the Turning Heaven Savage Bull clan simultaneously unleashed their powers. They directed their energies towards Yuan Zhanxian, proclaiming, "Dark Abyss Cataclysm, piercing the heavens." The divine son of the Dark Abyss White Tiger clan transformed his hands into claws, experiencing a surge of spiritual energy. With a swift motion, he grasped at the air, creating a black cross-shaped fissure that appeared before him. Upon thrusting both hands forward, the dark light flickered, and the initially modest fissure expanded immensely, hurtling towards Yuan Zhanxian. Simultaneously, the divine son of the turning heaven savage bull clan formed intricate seals with his hands, feeling his spiritual power intensify. Two formidable horns atop his head emanated a radiant azure glow, which coalesced into a gargantuan azure spiritual bullhorn. The terrifying aura radiating from this horn seemed poised to rend the very fabric of reality, as it too soared towards Yuan Zhanxian. At that moment, the son of the mysterious gate gathered the celestial energies of the universe, witnessing an augmentation of his spiritual power that transformed into two energy forms resembling spinning tops, one black and one white. These two energy constructs swirled around each other, generating luminous trails of contrasting colors, ultimately coalescing into a colossal, spiraling energy form of black and white, which advanced towards Yuan Zhanxian. Observing the six individuals each employing their secret arts, Yuan Zhanxian radiated with a resplendent golden divine light. This luminescence coalesced into a magnificent, intricately inscribed golden hexagonal supreme ring that materialized behind him. Gradually, this golden hexagonal supreme ring began to expand as Yuan Zhanxian calmly addressed the assembly, uttering, "The Hand of the Celestial." Chapter 36. The Fusion of Essence and Blood. The Awakening of the Inheritance Realm. The Hand of Heaven, a supreme secret technique of the transcendent celestial. Wielding the power of six supreme bones, emanated an aura of terrifying destruction. With a commanding voice, the transcendent celestial summoned forth a colossal golden hexagonal supreme ring, which suddenly radiated an overwhelming and cataclysmic energy. From within this magnificent ring, a gigantic golden hand emerged, its arm inscribed with arcane symbols, descending upon the gathered crowd with formidable intent. As the immense hand of heaven passed through the transcendent celestial, the golden-winged rock and two massive hands, which had been resisting with their spiritual force, appeared diminutive in comparison. The overwhelming pressure from the hand of heaven proved too much for the golden-winged rock and the colossal hands, which swiftly disintegrated into motes of spiritual energy, dispersing towards the son of the mystic gate, the son of the dark abyss white tiger clan, and the son of the overturning wild bull clan. The swirling energies of black and white, emblematic of the cosmic forces, collided with the hand of heaven, alongside the formidable techniques of the dark abyss white tiger clan and the overturning wild bull clan. Yet, the hand of heaven was far too terrifying. Within moments, the energies from the dark abyss and the mystic gate dissipated into nothingness. The six individuals, witnessing the relentless advance of the hand of heaven, felt a twinge of panic and retreated several miles, readying their formidable spiritual energies to counter this overwhelming force once more. Meanwhile, the true Dragon Clan's prince, who had been driven into the earth by a powerful blow, approached the son of the mystic gate, his expression grave as he regarded the fearsome hand of heaven. He began to concentrate his spiritual energy, ascending towards the void, his hands forming intricate seals. In an instant, his formidable energy coalesced into a majestic six-clawed golden dragon, swirling around him with ceaseless vigor. This was the true Dragon Clan's imperial technique, the imperial dragon annihilation, whose thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, causing the very skies to shift in hue. At this moment, the son of the mystic gate's eyes sparkled with intensity, and two enigmatic symbols materialized within his gaze, exuding an aura of mystery. Two beams of black light shot forth from his eyes, piercing the heavens and forming a diamond-shaped emblem, embodying the essence of the law of destruction, a power only comprehensible to saints. The Holy Son of the Heavenly Mystic Sacred Land and the Holy Son of the Supreme Mystic Sacred Land joined forces, channeling the Supreme Mystic Scripture and the Heavenly Mystic Scripture. Their spiritual energies surged dramatically as they aligned their palms, creating a colossal human figure behind them. This figure, with hands forming a powerful seal, manifested a terrifying beam of energy. This was the divine mystic formless technique, a legendary imperial art from the days of the divine mystic sacred land. Meanwhile, the son of the golden-winged rock stood suspended in the void, his body aglow with radiant golden light, as a complex circular design materialized beneath his feet. A formidable force of law manifested beside the scion of the golden-winged rock tribe, causing him to become ethereal. In an instant, the void was filled with countless avatars of the golden-winged rock scion, each appearing as his true self, emanating a terrifying and potent aura. At this moment, the aura of the scion of the dark abyss white tiger tribe surged dramatically, unleashing spiritual energy that transformed into a colossal white tiger behind him. The tiger's roar echoed through the heavens, its terrifying sound waves shaking the very fabric of the surrounding space. Similarly, the scion of the overturning savage bull tribe channeled his formidable spiritual power, morphing into a fearsome divine bull, its massive horns radiating an eerie blue glow. The 7 individuals, now enveloped by their own overwhelming auras, generated a maelstrom of terrifying energy that expanded relentlessly, each having already coalesced their formidable techniques. They exchanged glances, and without hesitation, launched their attacks in unison. Witness the 6-clawed golden dragon, born from the dragon prince of the true dragon tribe, soaring forward with a dreadful aura. At the center of the diamond-shaped emblem held by the Shinmen scion, a terrifying destructive force gathered, unleashing a beam of annihilation. The 2 scions from the heavenly Xian sacred land and the Tai Xian sacred land combined their strengths to manifest a colossal figure through the divine Xian Wuxiang technique, forming intricate seals with their hands. Surrounding them were countless energy talismans, each imbued with a unique power: fire, water, ice, wind, lightning, and more, before they surged forward. The speed law of the golden-winged rock scion propelled him to unprecedented swiftness. The myriad manifestations of the golden-winged rock scion were but echoes of his presence at the pinnacle of speed. Though the speed law may not rival the might of the time law, it allowed him to leave behind his essence and terrifying aura in the fleeting moment of several thousand seconds. Subsequently, the countless figures of the golden-winged rock scion unleashed golden beams of energy towards the front. The fearsome white tiger behind the scion of the dark abyss white tiger opened its gaping maw, releasing a wave of white light. Meanwhile, the formidable divine bull of the overturning savage bull scion charged forward, as the 7 wielded their terrifying secret arts towards the hand of the celestial. Yuan Zhanxian's cold demeanor unexpectedly revealed a hint of excitement. After all, there were 3 taboo prodigies among them, and 2 who, when combined, equated to a singular taboo prodigy, alongside 2 others nearing that threshold. It was rare to encounter adversaries capable of compelling Yuan Zhanxian to wield the power of 6 supreme bones and one of the chaos bodies. Then, 6 earth-shattering forces collided against the colossal palm of the celestial, successfully halting its advance. The 7 then fervently intensified their own formidable spiritual power, amplifying their secret arts to an extraordinary degree, to the point where the celestial's hand began to show signs of retreat. Oh! Yuan Zhanxian observed the slightly retreating hand of the celestial with mild astonishment, a flicker of excitement blending with a newfound seriousness on his face. His body and spiritual energies surged in tandem, transforming into a terrifying golden stream that radiated outward, proclaiming the annihilation of the celestial. The once resisting hand of the celestial, still entwined in a struggle with the 7 secret techniques, erupted in blinding golden light, rapidly expanding to an immense size once more. The 7 individuals gazed upon the immense and terrifying hand of the heavens, feeling for the first time a profound sense of helplessness, their bodies trembling slightly. The mystical powers they had collectively summoned seemed insignificant, akin to mere grains of sand before this colossal celestial hand. Gradually, the enormous hand flipped over, its palm facing upward. And then it clenched tightly. In that instant, the arcane arts wielded by the dragon clan's heirs were obliterated. With a painful gasp, each of the 7 coughed up blood, their forms becoming unsteady as they collapsed to the ground, casting venomous glances at Yuan Zhanxian. They were astonished by the overwhelming might of Yuan Zhanxian, realizing that even their combined forces had failed to inflict the slightest harm upon him. The thought of annihilating him seemed utterly ludicrous. Observing the fallen figures of the dragon clan, Yuan Zhanxian revealed a cold smile, remarking that in light of their spirited play, he would grant them the mercy of leaving their corpses intact, at least for now. With that, the celestial hand began to move once more, bearing down upon the 7 with an air of dread. A wave of despair washed over them as they faced the ominous approach of the heavenly hand. However, at that moment, the sky of the secret realm suddenly radiated with a mystical, 7-colored glow, reminiscent of an unparalleled treasure emerging into existence. Yuan Zhanxian halted the celestial hand and turned his gaze skyward. An ancient, resonant voice echoed throughout the secret realm. Destiny, tribulation, and fate. The will of heaven is inexorable. Fearless and undaunted, humanity can triumph over the heavens. The core of the secret realm is on the verge of awakening, to unlock the portal of inheritance. 8 drops of are required. As the voice faded, the enchanting 7-colored light also dissipated. Yuan Zhanxian pondered the meaning of, considering whether it was related to the drop of blood obtained by his brother Ruochu. Observing Yuan Zhanxian deep in thought, the 7 seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope, igniting their own blood, and frantically fleeing in all directions. Meanwhile, the battle among the Yuan clan had nearly eradicated the remaining foes, with no one among them sustaining injuries. With the support of Yuan Ruochu, Ji Jingtian, and the prince of the Yu clan, their collective strength had multiplied exponentially, with the terrifying seven no longer present. The remaining adversaries were hardly a match for the combined might of Yuan Ruochu, Ji Jingtian, and the prince of the Yu clan. After vanquishing their enemies, Yuan Ruochu, alongside Ji Jingtian, the prince of the Yu clan, and the remaining members of the Yuan clan, approached Yuan Zhanxian, just in time to witness the seven making their escape. They then bowed and inquired, "Your Highness, shall we simply let them go?" Yuan Zhanxian, observing the rapidly fleeing seven, smiled faintly and replied, "The portal to the inheritance is about to open. Seeking is paramount. It would be easy to slay them as they flee separately, but that would consume a great deal of time. Besides, who among those left is stronger than us?" Yuan Ruochu, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Yuan Zhanxian, with a meaningful smile, explained, 8 drops are required. These 7 will undoubtedly seek ways to obtain it by allowing them to pursue. We can avoid the arduous search ourselves. A crop must hold its own value. Once the value of the chives reaches its peak, I shall reap the harvest without hesitation. The members of the Yuan clan quickly grasped the intentions of Yuan Zhanxian, all bowing respectfully and acknowledging the wisdom of the Son of God. Subsequently, Yuan Ruochu, with a serious expression, addressed Yuan Zhanxian, "The drop of red essence that I obtained is the fusion blood, which not only enhances spiritual power but also amplifies cultivation strength. However, the fusion blood has already merged with my being. It can only be expelled from my body through my demise or by my own volition." Yuan Zhanxian, observing the grave demeanor of Yuan Ruochu, calmly inquired, "What is the cost of expelling the essence?" Yuan Ruochu replied, "The price is variable, as it is contingent upon the individual, resulting in a random decrease in one's cultivation level." Upon hearing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment, as they had not anticipated that Yuan Ruochu had acquired the fusion blood. They were equally surprised by the revelation that this essence could indeed enhance one's cultivation strength. And it dawned on them that those who had integrated the fusion blood could either be slain or choose to expel it, thereby regaining the essence. The son of the Jade clan remarked, "It seems this secret realm will soon be drenched in blood and chaos. The ensuing slaughter will be far more brutal than the competition for extraordinary treasures." Yuan Ruochu remained silent, approaching Yuan Zhanxian, bowing deeply, and declared, "For your sake, I am willing to willingly expel this fusion blood, even at the cost of my cultivation." Moved by the resolute expression on Yuan Ruochu's face, Yuan Zhanxian responded with profound emotion, "Cousin, I must obtain this inheritance, but now is not the time for you to expel the fusion blood. We shall discuss it further when we reach the site of the inheritance." As Yuan Zhanxian finished speaking, the brilliant white light emanating from the island in the center of the lake abruptly vanished, and the celestial essence from the heavens ceased to descend. The Wu Dao tea leaves shimmered with a verdant glow, surrounded by an ethereal aura of the great Dao. "The Wu Dao tea has emerged," a voice cried out, igniting a frenzy among the gathered crowd as they rushed towards the island and the lake. Suddenly, a colossal eye with a heavy pupil appeared above the island, radiating a dazzling light akin to the stars, exuding a formidable pressure that rendered it both mysterious and terrifying. The crowd, initially eager to soar towards the island, halted in their tracks, gazing in shock at the imposing eye, exclaiming, "The son of the Yuan clan." Yuan Zhanxian's figure materialized beneath the immense eye, coldly regarding the crowd and declaring, "Those who dare to advance shall face obliteration." At that moment, an exceptional prodigy retorted, "The extraordinary treasure has appeared. Those who witness it should share in its bounty. Do you intend to monopolize it?" No sooner had the words left his lips than the immense eye unleashed a blinding purple light, instantly engulfing him, leaving naught but annihilation in its wake. Yuan Zhanxian then proclaimed, "Does anyone else have objections? Those who wish to avoid obliteration should depart swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre." Faced with the overwhelming authority of Yuan Zhanxian, the crowd reluctantly began to disperse. What does it matter if there are many, even with numbers? They are powerless against the terror of Yuan Zhanxian's celestial hand. Even the 7 formidable sons and holy sons were effortlessly subdued by Yuan Zhanxian. What chance do they have to contend against him? As the crowd hastily departed, Yuan Zhanxian waved his hand, and countless shimmering green leaves of enlightenment tea were swiftly gathered into his spatial ring, amounting to approximately 12 pounds. He then flashed before the members of the Yuan clan, presenting around 2 pounds of the tea before them. Yuan Zhanxian addressed the assembly. This tea is imbued with the power of the Tao. You may share these 2 pounds. However, each of you should consume only a single leaf at a time, for excessive intake will do more harm than good to your cultivation. At that moment, Zhanxian, the scion of the Jun family, returned, battered and disheveled. Observing his disarray, Zhanxian inquired with concern, "Did you lose? You appear quite injured." Zhanxian shook his head in response. Zhanxian then remarked, "So you won?" Zhanxian replied, "It's more of a draw. He is not in much better condition than I am." He reflected on the astonishing strength of the celestial body of this world. Excluding the Zhaoxian scion and the yet-to-appear innate saint body, he believed his perfected ancient saint body to possess the greatest physical strength. To his surprise, however, the celestial scion's physique was not inferior to his own. Regrettably, the gate of inheritance was about to open, necessitating their retreat. Otherwise, the outcome of their battle would soon be determined. Yuan Zhanxian, observing the injured Zhanxian, promptly transformed a sacred spirit pill and a 9-aperture vitality pill into pure energy, infusing it into Zhanxian's body. Given that Zhanxian's injuries were not severe, the absorption occurred swiftly. Yuan Zhanxian then waved his hand again, conjuring approximately 6 or 7 pounds of enlightenment tea before Zhanxian. "Brother Jun, this is the enlightenment tea you rightfully deserve." As Zhanxian beheld the substantial quantity of tea, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he hastily stored it in his spatial ring, wary of potential theft. He then assured Yuan Zhanxian, "Rest assured, upon exiting the secret realm, I shall personally visit the Yuan clan to fulfill our agreement. I shall look forward to your arrival, my friend, Zhanxian," Yuan Zhanxian replied with a smile. Chapter 37. The Enlightenment Tea Tree. As the dispute commenced, Yuan Zhanxian observed that the states of the crowd had largely returned to normal. He then proclaimed, "Well, the matter here is settled. Let us prepare to journey to the core of the secret realm." The members of the Yuan clan and the divine son of the Yu clan began to stow away the enlightenment tea leaves in anticipation of departing with Yuan Zhanxian. However, at that moment, Yuan Zhanxian noticed that the enlightenment tea leaves continued to emit a vibrant green luminescence, which was illogical. The leaves, having left their nourishing ground, should have reverted to their usual form. Consequently, Yuan Zhanxian activated his profound vision to scrutinize the enlightenment tea leaves, yet he discerned nothing amiss. Shifting his gaze to the small island at the center of the lake, he utilized his heightened perception to unveil that the area surrounding the island was aglow with flecks of green light, an observation only possible through his enhanced sight. What could this be? Following the direction of the island, Yuan Zhanxian peered into the depths of the lake. There, he beheld a tree of modest stature, radiating a green light, standing resolutely at the lake's bottom. He instructed the others to await his return at the shore while he swiftly submerged, arriving beside the ancient tree. As he witnessed the immense force of the Tao emanating from this venerable tree, Yuan Zhanxian exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" The Enlightenment Tea Tree. Legends spoke of its origins during the era of creation, where countless extraordinary natural treasures were born, each capable of igniting bloody wars. The Enlightenment Tea Tree ranked among the most legendary of these unparalleled treasures, and here it stood before me. Joyful laughter escaped Yuan Zhanxian's lips. Initially, he had feared a shortage of enlightenment tea leaves, but now those worries dissipated entirely. With the presence of the Enlightenment Tea Tree, an inexhaustible supply of leaves was assured, and the profound power it harbored was even more formidable. Sitting beneath the tree would facilitate a swifter comprehension of the Tao, and sipping a cup of enlightenment tea would exponentially enhance one's understanding. Without further ado, Yuan Zhanxian gestured toward the tree, which transformed into a stream of green light and entered his spatial ring. He then emerged from the lake's depths, shimmering with golden light, reappearing before the assembled group. At that moment, Yuan Ruochu inquired, "Did the Divine Son make any discoveries?" With a smile, Yuan Zhanxian responded, "Indeed, a momentous discovery, a tremendous opportunity." "What opportunity, Divine Son?" The curious crowd pressed on. "The Enlightenment Tea Tree." Upon hearing these words, the crowd gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. After all, the Enlightenment Tea Tree was infinitely more precious than the leaves themselves, a legendary treasure of unparalleled worth. They could hardly fathom that such a tree lay beneath the lake's surface. Had they known, they would have risked their very lives to obtain this fabled gem. Fear not. There is no longer a need to worry about the insufficiency of enlightenment tea leaves. We now have an abundance. Let us proceed. Time has been wasted. We must set off for the place of inheritance. As we approached the core of the realm, chaos reigned. Blood and remnants of limbs littered the ground, transforming the area into a veritable hell on earth. Greed, a desire harbored within every heart, drove individuals to turn against even their closest friends for the sake of the precious blood essence. The dragon prince of the true dragon clan had narrowly escaped the grasp of Yuan Zhanxian. He arrived at a secluded location to recuperate and heal his wounds. Once his injuries had nearly mended, he hastened to search for the precious essence of melding. As he emerged from his hidden refuge, he witnessed a group of individuals surrounding a peerless prodigy. This prodigy, named Duke, was clad in tattered garments and covered in numerous wounds. Clearly overwhelmed by the sheer number of assailants, one of them declared, "Duke, surrender the essence of melding, and we shall spare your life and allow you to depart. Just half a day ago, you were at the pinnacle of the divine passage realm, yet now you have ascended to the third stage of the Tao body realm. This essence must possess extraordinary effects on cultivation, and such a rare treasure is beyond your grasp. Hand it over." At this moment, Duke, the unrivaled prodigy, found himself at a loss. He replied, "If I force out the essence, my own cultivation will plummet. If you could compensate me with some sacred pills or spiritual herbs, I would willingly extract the blood without complaint." Hearing this exchange, the scion of the true dragon clan, having grasped the significance of the essence, swiftly materialized before Duke and struck him down with a single, devastating blow. He then scoffed, "A mere insect dares to seek sacred pills? You are unworthy." As Duke fell, a drop of crimson essence of melding materialized in the air. The onlookers, captivated by its appearance, prepared to seize it. At that moment, the true dragon scion's aura surged, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. One individual among the crowd pointed at him, exclaiming, "That is the scion of the true dragon clan, Aosu." The crowd trembled at the mention of such a formidable figure, a being of taboo and monstrous power, far beyond their capacity to resist. They quickly abandoned their desire to contest the essence and fled the scene. Gazing at the essence, the true dragon scion mused, "Fortune truly favors me. I have scarcely recovered when I encounter the essence of melding. Once my cultivation strengthens, I shall avenge this wrong." With a sweeping gesture, he conjured a barrier and sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the essence. Approximately an hour later, a golden radiance enveloped the true dragon scion as an immense power emanated from him. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he had progressed from the pinnacle of the Tao body realm to the first stage of the reincarnation realm. Looking at his newfound strength, he declared fiercely, "The realm of the Yuan Zhanxian immortal shall be your demise." Just then, his communication stone illuminated, revealing messages from the divine son of the Xian Gate, the divine son of Tian Song, and the divine son of the golden-winged Great Ping. They informed him that they had acquired the essence of melding and had also broken through to the reincarnation realm. They were now en route to assist the divine sons of Tian Xian and Tai Xian, where further essence had reportedly appeared. Aware that half of the essence had already been claimed by his group, the true dragon scion swiftly took flight to join them. In a vast expanse of the core secret realm, the divine son of the dark underworld White Tiger, along with the divine sons of Tian Xian and Tai Xian, fixated intently on a drop of blood-red essence of melding not far ahead, eager to acquire it. However, three formidable figures stood ready to contest them from the opposite side. One was the Taoist of the Shangqing sect, Dao Wudao. Another was the sword master of the sword sect, Jian Wushuang. Alongside them stood the scion of the Zhang family, Zhang Yuhang, along with disciples from their respective clans. The trio from the Anming White Tiger clan felt an immense pressure from the trio of the Shangqing sect, not to mention the additional 30 or so disciples from various clans behind them. At that moment, their sole objective was to hinder the Taoist from the Shangqing sect from approaching the vital blood of fusion. Then, the sword master spoke, "If you do not step aside, do not blame us for your demise today." As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from his being, and a formidable sword energy enveloped him as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, several figures descended from the heavens. They were the scions of the Xiamen, the Tiansong clan, the Golden-Winged Dapeng clan, and the Fantion Barbarian Bull clan. Upon their arrival, the trio from the Anming White Tiger clan released a collective sigh of relief. The Anming White Tiger scion then arrogantly declared, "Previously, we were outmatched by you, but now, who shall be the one to fall?" He turned to the four and urged, "Let us resolve this swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. Attack." With that, he transformed his hands into claws and lunged towards the Taoist of the Shangqing sect. Seeing the Anming White Tiger scion approach, the Taoist felt a surge of innate energy, radiating a powerful white light. The Anming White Tiger scion quickly raised his claws to block, retreating several hundred meters in the process. Observing this, the scion of the Xianmen moved forward, only to be intercepted by the sword master. The sword master regarded the Xianmen scion, stating, "I have heard of your prowess. I wish to test it." The Xianmen scion, exuding confidence, replied, "Unfortunately, you lack the qualification to contend with me," as he unleashed his reincarnation realm aura. In an instant, he gathered a formidable essence of the cosmos and swept his right hand towards the sword master, unleashing a stream of dark energy aimed directly at him. The sword master, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly countered by emitting a powerful sword light. The collision of the dark energy and the sword light resulted in a tremendous explosion, sending the sword master stumbling back several paces, astonished as he gazed at the Xianmen scion. Reincarnation realm? The Xianmen scion remained motionless, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, I have ascended to the reincarnation realm. Do you believe you still possess the ability to challenge me? What of the reincarnation realm? One must test their limits to know their potential," retorted the sword master defiantly as he summoned the heavenly rebellion sword to his hand. The overwhelming presence of the sword filled the entire space with an aura of imperial might. The sword master then concentrated his formidable sword energy upon the blade, proclaiming, "Heavenly sword technique." He swung the heavenly rebellion sword, unleashing a terrifying white sword light towards the Xianmen scion, recognizing the imperial technique emanating from a divine weapon. The Xianmen scion no longer underestimated his opponent. His eyes gleamed with intensity, and mysterious patterns appeared within them as he unleashed a beam of black annihilation energy to counter the heavenly sword technique. With a thunderous roar, an immense light erupted, radiating in all directions. As the brilliance dissipated, the sword master clutched his chest with one hand, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, the Xianmen scion had only retreated a few steps, showing little sign of injury. Observing the injured disciple of the sword sect, he remarked, "Although you possess formidable imperial weapons and techniques, your cultivation merely allows you to unleash around 20% of your true potential. Without the reincarnation realm, you are undoubtedly no match for me." The sword sect disciple remained silent, gazing intently at the divine son of the Xianmen, fully aware that without the cultivation of the reincarnation realm, he could not withstand the might of the Xuanmen's divine son. Meanwhile, the Taoist of the Qing sect and the divine son of the Zhang family confronted the divine son of the celestial Tsang and the divine son of the golden-winged Duping clan. Regrettably, like the sword sect disciple, they too failed to hold their ground and were swiftly injured by their opponents. At that moment, the divine son of the Xianmen appeared in the center of the battlefield and addressed the sword sect disciple, the Taoist of the Qing sect, and the divine son of the Zhang family, saying, "Depart at once. You are no match for us." Moreover, the dragon prince of the true dragon clan is soon to arrive. Do you truly believe you have a chance of victory? Leave now to avoid your demise. Do not let them escape, interjected the divine son of the dark underworld white tiger clan. The divine son of the Xianmen waved his hand, silencing the protest. Recognizing the futility of their situation, the sword sect disciple turned to the others and said, "It appears our fate is not intertwined with this matter. Let us depart." With that, he led the group away. Watching them leave, the divine son of the dark underworld white tiger clan felt a sense of dissatisfaction. The divine son of the Xianmen then stated, "We have but one enemy. Now is not the time to create new foes. Furthermore, eliminating them would come at a cost. Let us not forget they are also formidable talents close to the forbidden realm. We cannot ascertain their hidden cards. It is prudent to allow them to depart. Our objective is solely the fusion of vital blood." He then addressed the divine son of the dark underworld white tiger clan, "Brother Tiger, you currently possess the highest cultivation among us. You should absorb this drop of vital blood and swiftly elevate yourself to the reincarnation realm. Once the dragon prince of the true dragon clan arrives, we shall settle accounts with the Yuan Zhanxian." Without further ado, the divine son of the dark underworld white tiger clan sat cross-legged and began to absorb the drop of vital blood. During this interval, the dragon prince of the true dragon clan arrived. Upon understanding the situation, he declared to the others, "We now have 6 drops of vital blood and 6 experts in the reincarnation realm. This time, we must eradicate the Yuan Zhanxian." The others nodded in agreement. For the defeat they had suffered at the hands of the Yuan Zhanxian lingered in their minds like a haunting nightmare. Failing to eliminate them could jeopardize their future resolve. At this juncture, the divine son of the dark underworld white tiger clan completed his absorption, attaining the first level of the reincarnation realm. The group then proceeded toward the gate of inheritance without further discussion. The inheritance ground was a picturesque paradise with mountains, lakes, and forests all showcasing the area's beauty. The Yuan Zhanxian had arrived early and, Upon beholding the stunning scenery, their spirits lifted, and they exchanged laughter while awaiting the arrival of those absorbing the vital blood. Suddenly, 8 figures descended. The divine sons of the true dragon clan had arrived. The Yuan Zhanxian, lounging in the grass, lazily waved his hand and said, "You are all so slow, my dear chives. We've been waiting for you for ages." The dragon prince of the true dragon clan, irritated by the idle Yuan Zhanxian, retorted, "How did you manage to procure the remaining 2 drops of vital blood so quickly?" "The remaining 2 drops of vital blood? How is it that you have acquired 6 drops?" Yuan Zhanxian inquired softly. "Indeed, we now possess 6 formidable beings of the reincarnation realm. You should prepare for your demise." "Wait a moment," interjected Ma. "You possess 6 drops, while our side has only secured 1 drop thanks to Brother Rishu. Where, then, lies the final drop of the essence blood?" Yuan Zhanxian expressed his confusion at this juncture. "What? You possess only 1 drop? How can you initiate the inheritance?" The dragon prince of the true dragon clan exclaimed, visibly agitated. "I had assumed you had 7 drops. It appears I was mistaken. You are truly inept if you cannot even gather this." Yuan Zhanxian did not miss the opportunity to deride the 8 of them at that moment. You. The 8 members of the true dragon clan were rendered furious by Yuan Zhanxian's remarks. At this point, Yuan Ruochu, standing beside Yuan Zhanxian, quietly suggested, "Divine Son, shall we take action? Perhaps we should eliminate these 8 first." Yuan Zhanxian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We still do not know the whereabouts of the last drop of essence blood. If the one who possesses it arrives early and conceals themselves, witnessing our slaughter of these 8 without revealing themselves, it could spell trouble for our inheritance." As Yuan Zhanxian spoke, he seemed to recall something suddenly and proceeded to activate the communication stone. Meanwhile, a lean individual with a shrewd merchant's demeanor, observing the stone light up, immediately declared, "I am the safety king. My insider information is the most reliable. Which esteemed patron seeks my services?" Chapter 38. Harvesting Chives and the Terrifying Beast. At this moment, the communication stone of the King of Quanin suddenly echoed with another voice. "King Quanin, do you remember me? I am the one who previously promoted the business to you on the grassland, the son of the Celestial Descent Pavilion and the holy son of Ling Tian." The King of Quanin exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, of course, I remember you. You are the esteemed individual. What instructions does the boss have?" Yuan Zhanxian then inquired. "Did you not say that insider information is the most reliable? I wish to inquire about a piece of news." "What does the boss wish to know?" "Whatever you ask." "I shall know," the King of Quanin replied confidently. "Are you aware of the recently emerged fusion essence blood?" Yuan Zhanxian tested the waters with his question. 8 drops of essence blood. The first of the Yuan clan, Yuan Ruochu, possesses 1 drop, as do the dragon prince of the true dragon clan, the son of the Xianmen, the son of the heavenly Song, the son of the golden-winged rock clan, the son of the dark underworld white tiger clan, and the son of the transcendent bull clan, each holding 1 drop. Are you seeking the whereabouts of the 8th drop of fusion essence blood? You know? Yuan Zhanxian's expression shifted slightly. "Of course. Otherwise, how could I claim to have the most reliable information? However, this information is not free," he added. "Didn't you previously state that you would provide me with information at no cost?" Yuan Zhanxian lamented. "This particular piece of information is not complimentary, my dear boss. I have been running around tirelessly. Stop. 100 top-tier spirit stones," Yuan Zhanxian interjected. Cough, cough. 100? Top-tier spirit stones? Very well. I shall inform you immediately. The King of Quanin responded eagerly. "Sir, there lies a cave several thousand kilometers south of the place of inheritance, and the 8th drop of fusion essence blood is within. However, a terrifying beast guards it." Yuan Zhanxian was slightly taken aback. Since the opening of the heavens, all ferocious beasts have vanished. How is it that one remains here? Indeed, you are quite knowledgeable, sir. The issue is that this beast possesses the realm of a quasi-saint, which is exceedingly terrifying. Many ancient prodigies have perished here. Do you still wish to proceed? The King of Quanin asked solemnly. While a quasi-saint realm beast is indeed formidable, that is precisely what makes it interesting. I desire to ascertain the limits of my current capabilities. I understand. Once this is concluded, I shall ensure that 100 top-tier spirit stones are delivered to you. And please, refrain from addressing me as sir. It sounds rather odd. I am called Yuan Zhanxian. The King of Quanin exclaimed in excitement. Ah, you are the son of the Yuan clan, Yuan Zhanxian? My goodness, I have truly made a remarkable acquaintance. Yuan Zhanxian disregarded the King of Quanin and stowed away the communication stone, then addressed the members of the Yuan clan. Follow me. We shall retrieve the 8th drop of essence blood. With that, He soared southward, and the others followed closely behind. Observing Yuan Zhanxian's departure, the dragon prince of the true dragon clan expressed confusion, while the son of the Xianmen urgently called out, "Quickly, keep up with them. They must know the whereabouts of the 8th drop of fusion essence blood. We cannot allow Yuan Zhanxian to gain it. Otherwise, we shall surely perish here today." Upon finishing, the 8 individuals hastened to follow suit. At a distance of 8,000 kilometers from the place of inheritance, a colossal cave emanated a terrifying aura intermittently. At this moment, the group led by Yuan Zhanxian arrived, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from within. Yuan Zhanxian narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "This must be the place." The members of the Yuan clan, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, were equally astonished. The mere aura radiating from within was enough to instill a profound sense of dread. Shortly thereafter, the dragon prince of the true dragon clan reached the scene. The 8 individuals felt the menacing energy and their bodies trembled slightly. "Ah, you're quite swift. Do you all wish to claim the 8th drop of essence blood? Then please, go ahead," Yuan Zhanxian said with a hint of a smile. The son of the mysterious gate observed Yuan Zhanxian's words and sensed an underlying malice, so he chuckled. "You go first. How about you enter?" Yuan Zhanxian, noting that the son of the mysterious gate was not easily swayed, replied, "Very well, I shall venture in first. The 8th drop of essence blood will be mine. Oh, those who are timid can remain outside and forfeit the treasures that await. Why pretend?" With that, he spat disdainfully and strode towards the cave. With the conversation reaching this point, the expressions on the faces of the 8 members of the true dragon clan were exceedingly complex, caught in a dilemma of whether to enter or not. After a moment of mutual glances, the son of the heavenly Tsang clan declared, "The essence blood must not fall into Yuan Zhanxian's hands. Since we have come this far, we must compete for it. Besides, with 6 of us being reincarnation realm experts, what is there to fear?" He then swiftly maneuvered past Yuan Zhanxian, stating, "Let us go first," and without waiting for a response, the 8 of them flew directly into the cave, heading deeper within. Seeing the 8 enter the cave, Yuan Zhanxian smirked slightly and said to the others, "Let us wait outside. The harvest of chives is about to commence." The group fell silent, remaining in their positions as they awaited the outcome. Inside the cave, flashes of lightning were visible, and the oppressive aura intensified as they ventured further. The 8 slowly reached the depths of the cave, where they discovered a vast space, within which the 8th drop of essence blood radiated a crimson glow. Upon sighting the 8th drop of essence blood, the 8 could no longer maintain their composure. The dragon prince of the true dragon clan swiftly ascended, reaching out to grasp the drop. However, just as his hand extended, a lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, shot towards him. Instantly, the dragon prince surged with spiritual energy, conjuring a barrier to shield himself from the bolt. "Who goes there?" the dragon prince called out in confusion. At that moment, a booming voice echoed, "Vol insects. You are truly insatiable. To desire this treasure, you must be prepared to face your demise here." With that, a formidable beast materialized before them, possessing the head of a lion, the body of a horse, a cat's tail, and 8 wings sprouting from its back, exuding a terrifying presence. The 8 were astonished by this never-before-seen creature, yet they quickly regained their composure and launched their attacks in unison. The dragon prince's aura surged as powerful spiritual energy coalesced into 2 golden dragons that spiraled around his right fist. With a mighty punch, he sent the 2 golden dragons swirling towards the beast, intertwining in their assault. At this moment, the son of the mysterious door's eyes manifested enigmatic patterns, and with his hands, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, he unleashed a beam of annihilating light. This light, interwoven with the primal energies, surged forth as a dark, profound energy towards the ferocious beast. Behind the son of the heavenly Tsang clan, 10 divine forms emerged, each representing a distinct power: a dragon's head, a serpent's tail, a white tiger's claw, phoenix wings, a cheilant's armor, a black tortoise's back, an eagle's gaze, a lion's fang, crocodile scales, and the form of the chaos demon ape. Each divine entity struck with a mighty fist towards the beast. The son of the golden-winged rock felt his aura swell tremendously, and with a fleeting motion, 3 colossal spirit rocks appeared above him, soaring rapidly towards the beast. Simultaneously, the son of the dark underworld white tiger and the son of the overturning wild bull revealed their true forms. A massive white tiger, adorned with striking black stripes, emanated a terrifying aura as it conjured a dark energy sphere from its gaping maw. Upon completion, the tiger unleashed a tremendous black wave of energy forward. The overturning wild bull's true form was a titanic bull, its azure hide and formidable horns radiating an overwhelming presence as it charged directly at the beast. The heavenly profound saint and the supreme profound saint exchanged glances, their energies surging as they invoked the heavenly profound scripture and the supreme profound scripture. Together, their powers manifested a colossal golden seal in midair, which emanated a mysterious essence that pressed down upon the ferocious beast. Infuriated by this combined assault, the beast roared, "Insignificant ants, how dare you provoke me? Die." With that, it vanished, only to reappear as a terrifying sphere of purple lightnings, darting through the air with the speed of a bolt, evading the 8 spells. In an instant, it confronted the dragon son of the true dragon clan, swinging its tail with devastating force. The dragon son immediately transformed his essence into a 6-clawed golden dragon, entwining himself in an effort to withstand the blow. Yet, the might of the beast's tail was overwhelming, shattering the dragon into a cascade of spiritual starlight before crashing heavily into the dragon's son. Gasping, he could not endure the ferocity of the strike, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. The beast then turned its attention towards the golden-winged rock son, who, witnessing this, swiftly utilized his speed to evade. For a moment, the beast, taken aback, failed to keep pace with him. However, its aura surged once more, its speed intensifying. Within the confines of the cave, flashes of purple and gold danced chaotically, seizing the opportunity while the two were entangled. The son of the mysterious door sought to absorb the essence of the beast's blood. Yet, this move did not escape the beast's formidable mental prowess, which redirected its focus, swiftly returning to the essence of the blood. Seeing such a rapid beast, the golden-winged rock son addressed the others. "Wait. I shall employ the laws of speed to confine its velocity, allowing us to strike together and eliminate it." With a surge of energy to its apex, the surrounding space darkened ominously. The droplets within the cavern descended as if time itself had slowed to an infinitesimal crawl, causing those present to feel as though their own movements were similarly hindered. The divine scion of the golden-winged rock tribe, gritting his teeth, liberated the constraints upon the group and urged them, "Hurry. I can only maintain this for 20 seconds. Act quickly." Upon hearing his words, the assembly immediately recast the spells they had only just begun to invoke, uniting their strength to strike at the fearsome beast. At that moment, the creature stirred, realizing its own speed had been curtailed. Instantly, its aura surged, and the presence of a quasi-saint emanated forth. The terrifying aura of the quasi-saint shattered the realm of speed that the scion had established. With a sudden opening of its maw, the beast unleashed a cataclysmic torrent of violet lightning, which, upon collision with the collective strike of the 8, engulfed their spells and erupted in a burst of purple radiance around them. Within this violet glow resided countless terrifying bolts of lightning, which mercilessly struck the 8, causing them to cough up blood. Quasi-saint? In that moment, the 8 comprehended the dire nature of the being they faced. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, they soared toward the cave's entrance. However, before they could reach it, they beheld the formidable presence of the celestial exile and his companions, who staunchly guarded the threshold. Heavily wounded, the 8 found themselves beset by predators both in front and behind, uncertain of their next course of action. "Oh, you've emerged? What happened to you all?" The celestial exile quipped, unable to suppress his mockery. The dragon prince of the true dragon clan, gravely injured and eager to escape, retorted, "Celestial exile, what are you planning?" "What am I planning? Why, I am preparing for a bountiful harvest," the celestial exile replied with a calm smile, which swiftly turned icy as he continued. "When you conspired to annihilate my kin, your demise was already sealed. I merely allowed you to linger a while longer to serve my needs. Now, the time has come to reap what you have sown. Perish." With that declaration, the celestial exile's aura surged, radiating golden divine light, which coalesced behind him into a magnificent golden hexagonal ring adorned with mysterious symbols. A terrifying energy manifested at the center of this golden ring, merging with his being. Extending his right hand forward, he commanded, "Supreme Cataclysm." The horrific energy that had entered his body surged forth, unleashing a blinding beam of golden light aimed directly at the injured 8. In response, the 8, despite their grievous wounds, strained to counter the celestial exile's formidable strike. They fervently summoned their remaining spiritual energy, invoking their most potent spells, the Imperial Dragon Annihilation, Destruction of All Life, Overlord Fist, Great Rock Spreading Wings, White Tiger Shaking Heaven, Overturning Heaven Suppression, Supreme Shin Talisman, and Heavenly Shin Talisman. Following this united strike, it was evident that their energies were nearly exhausted, their bodies swaying precariously as they barely held their ground. Humph! The thrashings of a dying creature are the most futile. the celestial exile proclaimed as his aura swelled once more. The terrifying spiritual power surged into the golden light, expanding it considerably. As the terrifying golden radiance collided with the final strike of the eight, it effortlessly shattered their most formidable spell. The eight were consumed by an expression of helplessness and despair, dissolving into ashes, their forms utterly obliterated. Following their demise, the essence of their blood manifested in the void. Observing the 6 droplets of their essence floating in the air, Yuan Zhanxian remarked coolly, "Even without the beasts within, I could effortlessly eradicate you from the cycle of reincarnation." With a wave of his hand, he drew the 6 droplets into his spatial ring. At that moment, the beast that had pursued the 8 emerged, only to find them vanished without a trace, their presence entirely extinguished. Soon after, a group of individuals appeared at the entrance, casually exclaiming, "Ants. Where have the 8 just gone? Ants?" Yuan Zhanxian's demeanor hardened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He responded, "I have slain them." "Oh, Ant, are you also here for the essence?" The beast retorted, its terrifying aura radiating forth. "Previously, yes. However, now I intend to eliminate you before claiming the essence." Yuan Zhanxian replied coldly. "What? Eliminate me? You, an ant at the peak of the Tao body realm? Just moments ago, 6 of those 8 were in the cycle of reincarnation, and I severely injured them all with a single blow. By what right do you challenge me? Such arrogance is laughable. Prepare to die." The beast declared, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of violet lightning toward Yuan Zhanxian. Undeterred, Yuan Zhanxian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he opened his, revealing eyes that sparkled like stars. A beam of violet light, imbued with the power of his, struck back fiercely against the violet lightning, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. As the echoes of the explosion faded, both beast and man remained rooted in place, silently regarding one another. The beast then spoke. "So it is that? No wonder you possess such confidence to provoke me. Nevertheless, you two cannot escape the fate of annihilation." With that, the aura of a quasi-saint erupted from the beast, as it bellowed at Yuan Zhanxian. "Ant, descend into hell and repent." Chapter 39. The Awakening of Heritage and the Secrets of Creation. The members of the Yuan clan, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the quasi-saint beast, found themselves immobilized under its overwhelming pressure. Aside from Yuan Zhanxian, their strongest warrior, Yuan Ruochu, was merely at the 9th stage of the Tao body realm. The disparity in cultivation levels was indeed significant, allowing the mere presence of a quasi-saint to render the Yuan clan powerless. Gradually, however, they regained their composure, bolstered by their unwavering resolve, and prepared to assist Yuan Zhanxian. To their surprise, Yuan Zhanxian raised a hand and instructed, "You need only observe. I shall vanquish this minor beast." With that, he soared into the void, his spiritual energy surging, and his dual pupils coalescing once more. A colossal spatial rift materialized in the sky, within which a gigantic eye emerged, radiating a brilliance akin to starlight as it gazed down upon the earth. Yuan Zhanxian then commanded the beast with a powerful voice, "Eye of creation, open." Instantly, the immense eye within the rift unleashed a terrifying beam of radiant light, aimed directly at the beast. At that moment, the creature was enveloped in a multitude of small purple circular patterns, each shimmering with crackling lightning. Subsequently, each purple ring emitted a harrowing bolt of lightning, converging with the starlit beam from the Eye of Creation in a magnificent clash of energies, each opposing force illuminating the surroundings. Yuan Zhanxian's divine radiance re-emerged, transforming into a colossal golden hexagonal ring adorned with mysterious symbols. The supreme power infused into the light of the eye, causing a golden divine glow to envelop its surface, which then overwhelmed the beast as formidable lightning strikes, piercing through its very being. Drip, drip. As blood fell to the ground, the beast widened its eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Supreme bone? You possess a supreme bone. Even with your dual pupils and supreme bone, how could you wound me with your peak Tao body cultivation? I am a quasi-saint." With a thunderous roar, the beast bellowed to the heavens, its terrifying cry resonating through the skies, obliterating the cave behind it and leveling the mountains connected to it. After regaining its composure, the beast addressed Yuan Zhanxian, "You have indeed earned the right to be arrogant for inflicting harm upon me, but now you shall perish." With that, it transformed into a sphere of lightning, hurtling toward Yuan Zhanxian at breathtaking speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, its tail hardened like a sacred artifact, striking out fiercely. Yuan Zhanxian smirked coldly, "So we are to compete in raw physical strength?" He then unleashed the power of the divine elephant suppression technique, countering with a punch. In the ensuing clash, the formidable tail met the terrifying fist, and both combatants were propelled backward for several dozen meters. They quickly resumed their fierce battle, exchanging claws and punches in a relentless display of physical prowess. Their figures flickered amidst the void as the powerful shockwaves from their confrontation wreaked havoc on the terrain for over 1,000 kilometers, creating a bottomless chasm beneath them. Then, the celestial being Yuan Zhanxian ascended into the higher voids, while the golden hexagonal supreme ring behind him began to gradually expand. Subsequently, Yuan Zhanxian commanded the ferocious beast with a resounding decree, heaven's judgment. As he uttered these words, an ominous energy coalesced atop the hexagonal ring. With a graceful motion of his right hand, 6 immense beams of golden light erupted from the terrifying energy, hurtling towards the beast. Upon witnessing the formidable technique unleashed by Yuan Zhanxian, the beast felt a surge of quasi-saintly power emanating from its entirety as terrifying spiritual energy flowed into its right claw. Extending its claw, palm facing upwards, it commenced compressing this formidable spiritual force, resulting in the emergence of a moderately sized sphere pulsating with purple lightning at its core. It then hurled this compressed orb into the void, causing it to expand instantaneously into a colossal sphere of purple lightning, aimed directly at heaven's judgment. When this gigantic orb of purple lightning clashed with heaven's judgment, both forces found themselves in a standoff once more. However, this time, the beast had learned its lesson. Instead of waiting for Yuan Zhanxian to channel the might of his dual pupils, it cast another compressed orb of purple lightning. As the two spheres overlapped, they gradually began to suppress heaven's judgment, directing it back towards Yuan Zhanxian. Observing the beast's newfound cunning, Yuan Zhanxian smiled faintly and raised his right hand, palm upwards, to clasp it. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of gold illuminated the ongoing confrontation, culminating in a tremendous explosion. The explosive energy not only detonated the overlapping spheres of purple lightning, but also unleashed a torrent of force that struck the unsuspecting beast with great ferocity, creating a bottomless pit beneath it. Witnessing this spectacular display, the members of the Yuan clan, along with the sons of the Yu clan and the Jun family, were rendered speechless, their astonishment at Yuan Zhanxian's power profound. It was utterly incredible that a being at the pinnacle of the Tao body realm could vanquish a quasi-saint. It was likely that no other individual from the era of creation to the present could achieve such a feat at this moment. A hint of fatigue crossed Yuan Zhanxian's countenance, for the numerous skirmishes with the beast had drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the beast, battered and bruised, began to ascend slowly, bellowing at Yuan Zhanxian, "You have forced my hand. You have forced my hand." In a frenzy, it harnessed its ultimate quasi-saintly energy, gathering it in its mouth, and unleashed a beam of purple light into the sky. As the light pierced the clouds, they gradually dimmed, transforming into a colossal, swirling mass of dark clouds. Within the heart of this tempest, immense purple lightning flickered, its terrifying energy threatening to obliterate the very fabric of this space. With a thunderous roar, it proclaimed ultimate thunder annihilation. Countless purple bolts coalesced into a gigantic purple lightning dragon adorned with 8 wings, surging toward Yuan Zhanxian with cataclysmic energy. In response, Yuan Zhanxian emanated a radiant chaotic light, a manifestation of the chaotic essence birthed from the absorption of celestial blood. Subsequently, he extended his right hand, and in an instant, a mysterious grayish-white square symbol materialized. The celestial being, Yuan Zhanxian, directed his gaze towards the colossal purple dragon and uttered, "Annihilate all existence." The enigmatic grayish-white square then pierced through the dragon's head, reaching the midpoint of its body, whereupon a radiant burst of grayish-white light erupted. The immense purple thunder dragon was instantaneously transformed into countless specks of ethereal starlight, and the grayish-white square promptly proceeded to suppress the ferocious beast. At this moment, those who witnessed the scene could scarcely breathe, previously intimidated by the divine son as fearsome prowess, only to have their understanding of his terrifying strength utterly reshaped. They could only conclude that the divine son was an unconquerable deity, a being against whom none could prevail. The mere essence of the ferocious quasi-saint beast had been obliterated, rendering them motionless. After vanquishing the beast, Yuan Zhanxian's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, for the consumption of employing 3 distinct primordial techniques was indeed considerable. He had come to a realization regarding his current combat prowess. While he could slay those of quasi-saint rank, he was still not a match for those of saintly stature. The chasm between quasi-saints and saints was as vast as heaven and earth, and the notion that all beneath a saint were but ants was not unfounded. Yuan Zhanxian then waved his hand towards the now leveled cave, and a drop of vital essence, shimmering with a crimson glow, materialized in his palm. Having secured the vital essence, he led the group away towards the sacred site of inheritance. Upon their arrival, they beheld a magnificent golden halo in the distant sky. Without hesitation, Yuan Ruochu stepped forth, hands forming intricate seals, as a crimson light enveloped him. A drop of crimson vital essence soon appeared suspended in midair. Yet, Yuan Ruochu's pallor was striking, his aura remarkably feeble, his cultivation having plummeted from the 9th stage of Tao body to the 6th stage. Observing his weakened state, Yuan Zhanxian swiftly conjured a Gu Yuan solidification sacred pill, which transformed into spiritual energy and fused into Yuan Ruochu's body, stabilizing his frailty. As color gradually returned to his visage, eager to speak but unable to utter a word, Yuan Zhanxian waved his hand once more, summoning the Imperial Flame Blood Jade before Yuan Ruochu. The sight of this Imperial Flame Blood Jade astonished the onlookers. They recognized it as an unparalleled material for forging supreme Imperial weapons. As the jade appeared before him, Yuan Ruochu's hands trembled slightly. Although his cultivation had diminished due to the expulsion of vital essence, acquiring such a remarkable treasure would undoubtedly propel his strength to an unparalleled level. Kneeling on one knee, Yuan Ruochu addressed Yuan Zhanxian, Divine Son. Yuan Zhanxian smiled faintly, extending his right hand to gently support Yuan Ruochu with a surge of spiritual energy. I have never been harsh with my own, he declared. Brother Ruochu, this is well deserved. He then immediately seated himself in a meditative posture, integrating 8 drops of fusion essence blood into his being. With a thunderous roar, as these 8 drops merged within him, a terrifying aura emanated from Yuan Zhanxian, compelling those around him to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, his cultivation surged from the pinnacle of the Tao body realm to the 4th stage of the reincarnation realm. Slowly opening his eyes, he rose to his feet, observing his newly ascended self in the reincarnation realm. Yuan Zhanxian felt a profound confidence, knowing he could effortlessly vanquish that fierce beast should they meet again. He instructed the others to remain, while he ascended into the void, soaring towards the golden halo. Extending his right hand, he unleashed a crimson stream of essence blood towards the golden ring. Upon sensing the 8 drops of fusion essence blood, a radiant beam of golden light enveloped Yuan Zhanxian, and he subsequently vanished from the place of inheritance. When Yuan Zhanxian reappeared, he found himself in a space filled with the luminous brilliance of countless stars. Above him, a swirling mass of multicolored clouds undulated. At this juncture, an ancient, resonant voice echoed, "You have arrived, the Defier of Fate." The Defier of Fate? What does that mean? Yuan Zhanxian inquired, perplexed. The ancient voice responded, "One who rewrites the lives of all beings, reshapes the myriad things of the heavens, and alters destiny itself. Such a singular individual is known as the Defier of Fate. To rewrite the lives of all beings, reshape the myriad things of the heavens, and alter destiny. These seem like 3 distinct tasks," Yuan Zhanxian remarked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "On what grounds do you consider me a Defier of Fate?" He pressed further. The ancient voice replied, "After the great calamity that befell my clan, we established the secret realm, awaiting the arrival of the Defier of Fate. For countless epochs, many seekers of inheritance have ventured here, yet none have manifested as the Defier until your arrival." "My arrival?" Yuan Zhanxian echoed, still bewildered. "Indeed. It is due to the 2 extraordinary treasures you possess, along with the imminent acquisition of a 3rd. The voice continued. "These 2 unparalleled treasures only emerge in the presence of a Defier of Fate. Furthermore, the Defier's destiny is ethereal and their strength unparalleled throughout the ages. Without these attributes, one cannot claim the 2 treasures nor the ultimate inheritance." Yuan Zhanxian then inquired, "Esteemed elder, I understand the significance of the Enlightenment Tea Tree. But what of this mysterious orb? I fail to perceive its uniqueness. Allow me to elucidate," the ancient voice began. "In the primordial chaos of creation, as eons unfolded, the innate essence began to manifest, nurturing countless primal races. Among them, the most formidable were the fierce beasts, the demon clan, the spirit race, and humankind. The fierce beasts were powerful and bloodthirsty, followed by the demon clan, while the spirit race consisted of ethereal beings born of mountains and flora, remaining indifferent to worldly affairs. In contrast, humanity, though vast in numbers, was exceedingly frail. Thus, the fierce beasts in the demon clan perpetually preyed upon humankind, consuming their essence to augment their own cultivation and longevity, until a terrifying family emerged, altering everything. This family, shrouded in mystery and elevated above all, was unable to directly confront the brutality of the ferocious beasts in the demon clans due to the constraints imposed by the heavenly principles. Thus, They dispatched their kin to the human realm to impart the art of cultivation to humanity. Gradually, the human race began to flourish, while the formidable family receded into obscurity. It was not until a person of extraordinary constitution arose among humanity, referred to as the innate sacred body Tao, that the tides began to change. This individual, through countless brushes with life and death, honed their strength to an unfathomable degree. Ultimately, they led humanity in a fierce resistance against the ferocious beasts and demon clans. As the cultivation of this innate sacred body Tao reached a daunting pinnacle, the heavenly principles bestowed a mark upon them. Upon merging with this mark, their power ascended to a terrifying realm, which they named the Great Emperor's Domain. This innate sacred body Tao became revered among humanity as the ancestor of humanity. Thus, several epochs passed, during which humanity, under the guidance of the ancestor, grew increasingly formidable. Subsequently, numerous individuals with terrifying constitutions emerged, and humanity gradually acquired the strength to suppress the ferocious beasts and demon clans. However, at this juncture, 10 formidable races of ferocious beasts inexplicably appeared, and a terrifying figure known as the ancestor of demons emerged from the demon clans. Simultaneously, the spirit race witnessed the rise of a formidable ancestral emperor. Emboldened by their numerical superiority, the ferocious beasts and demon clans coerced the spirit race to either ally with them against humanity or face annihilation. The spirit race, traditionally indifferent to worldly affairs, found themselves in a precarious position. Reluctantly, the ancestral emperor of the spirit race acquiesced to their demands to avert extinction. Thus, the stage was set for an impending war between humanity and the ferocious beasts, demon clans, and the spirit race. Chapter 40. The World Seeds. The secrets of creation. These 10 formidable and fearsome beast clans are collectively referred to as the Beast Emperor clans. Each clan is led by a terrifying powerhouse of the ancestor emperor realm, and each commands 1,000 beast species under its dominion. Although the demon race possesses but a single emperor-level powerhouse alongside countless demon beasts, this solitary demon ancestor is no less formidable than the combined strength of the 10 Beast Emperor clans. The strength of the Spirit clan's ancestor emperor is slightly inferior to that of the demon ancestor. As the war erupted, the human ancestor led the strong of the human race into fierce battle against the myriad beast clans, the demon race, and the spirit race. Armed with the heaven's Dalmark, the human ancestor exerted a firm suppression over the 12 emperors of the beast, demon, and spirit races. As the conflict persisted over countless years, several new emperors emerged from the human, beast, demon, and spirit races. The human ancestor was initially able to maintain his control over these new emperors through the heaven's Dalmark. However, as time progressed, the 10 Beast Emperor clans and the 12 ancestor emperors of the demon and spirit races gradually ascended in power, leading the human ancestor to realize that the heaven's Dalmark could no longer restrain them. Through communication with the heaven's Dalmark, the human ancestor finally discerned that beyond the peak of the emperor realm existed 2 transcendent and mythical realms, known as the Supreme Emperor Realm and the Mythical Emperor Realm. The heaven's Dalmark could only suppress those below the Supreme Emperor level, proving ineffective against them. Although the human ancestor and the emperors of the beast, demon, and spirit races had all ascended to the Supreme Emperor Realm, rendering the heaven's Dalmark powerless, the human ancestor, leveraging his innate holy body, still managed to contend with the 12 Supreme Emperors. Countless years later, a formidable being with a terrifying physique emerged from the human race. This individual was unmatched in combat prowess, undefeated among peers, and swept aside all challengers. Upon ascending to the Emperor Realm, he astonishingly contended against over a dozen emperors from the beast, demon, and spirit races without the aid of the heaven's Dalmark. This powerful emperor, known as the Chaos Emperor, possessed a physique even more formidable than the human ancestor's innate holy body. To ensure the safe maturation of the Chaos Emperor, the human ancestor single-handedly sealed the 12 emperors of the beast, demon, and spirit races outside the celestial realm for several epochs. During these epochs, the Chaos Emperor continuously battled the 3 races' emperors, advancing from the Emperor Realm to the pinnacle of the Mythical Emperor Realm. Over the course of these epochs, the human race witnessed the emergence of numerous powerful mythical emperors and thousands of supreme emperors, alongside countless others. Under the leadership of the Chaos Emperor, the human race gradually ascended to prominence, while the myriad beast clans, demon race, and spirit race, deprived of the 12 ancestor emperors, ceased to pose a significant threat. Meanwhile, the human ancestor, having accumulated profound cultivation over countless epochs, had approached the threshold of the quasi-immortal realm. while all but the quasi-immortal demon ancestor among the 11 other emperors had ascended to the pinnacle of the mythical emperor realm, just when it seemed the situation had stabilized. A terrifying powerhouse of the immortal realm unexpectedly emerged from the myriad beast clans, a being hailing from the immortal realm. Through the flying immortal platform, one traverses the reverse space to enter this realm. Subsequently, the immortal of the ferocious beast races leads the myriad beasts, the demon clan, and the spirit clan in a frenzied act of retribution against the protagonists. Upon learning of this grave situation, the ancestor of humanity is compelled to abandon the 12 ancestral emperors meant to block their advance, coming forth to rescue the human race. Thus, the ancestor of humanity, along with the chaotic emperor and numerous human emperors, engages in a cataclysmic battle against the immortal and the 12 emperors of the ferocious beasts, demons, and spirits, as well as countless other emperors from various races. In the end, the human race suffers devastating casualties, with nearly all of its emperors on the brink of annihilation. The chaotic emperor is gravely injured, and the ancestor of humanity is also on the verge of falling. After all, the distinction between the quasi-immortal and immortal realms is akin to that between the bright moon and a firefly, a chasm of difference. The might of the immortal realm is terrifying, capable of single-handedly opposing the entirety of the human race. Just as extinction looms over humanity, a surge of power enters the body of the ancestor of humanity. This is the power of all beings, a force that amalgamates the energy of the entire human race. In an instant, the ancestor's injuries heal, and his realm ascends to that of the immortal. Ultimately, relying on the formidable physique of the innate holy body, the ancestor of humanity manages to vanquish the immortal opponent. He then slays the demon ancestor and severely wounds the 11 fleeing ancestral emperors. Subsequently, the ancestor, along with the chaotic emperor and the remaining emperors, returns to the human race to recuperate and thrive. In the wake of this world-shattering battle, the realm itself is divided into 19 regions, which the ancestor designates as the 9 heavens and 10 earths, marking this era as the era of creation. Countless years pass, during which the human race experiences extensive development, giving rise to numerous powerful emperors, supreme emperors, hundreds of mythic emperors, and several beings of the immortal realm. Among them are the second innate holy body of the immortal realm, Emperor Yi, and the formidable reincarnation body Immortal, Emperor Six Paths. Meanwhile, the ferocious beasts, demons, and spirits, after a period of recuperation, also witness the emergence of powerful emperors and those beyond the emperor realm. Thus, after several decades of peace, the flying immortal platform appears once more, heralding the arrival of numerous immortals. Upon sensing the immortal aura emanating from the platform, the ancestor of humanity and his kin promptly make their way there, only to discover that they are all powerful immortals from the ferocious beast races. Without hesitation, they launch an attack. A multitude of human emperors, along with those from the ferocious beasts, demons, and spirits, rush to support their respective races. Thus begins a protracted conflict at the flying immortal platform, a war that endures for a millennium. As the last of the ferocious beast immortals falls, the human race suffers grievous losses, with the ancestor of humanity, the chaotic emperor, and Emperor Yi all gravely wounded, and Emperor Six Paths perishing. Only 3 or 4 immortals remain, while merely a score of mythic emperors survive, with countless others from various realms having perished. On the side of the ferocious beasts, 10 of the ancestral emperors have been slain, leaving only a handful of mythic emperors alive. The demon empire has dwindled to merely a few formidable emperors, while the spirit race boasts not only the ancestor emperor but also several mythic-level emperors, countless supreme emperors, and hundreds of powerful beings at the emperor level. The battlefield thereafter became known as the immortal path, symbolizing the place of celestial demise. Following this conflict, the human ancestor, witnessing the hard-won strength of humanity once more diminished by a large-scale war that resulted in the fall of many formidable beings, feared that if the celestial beings continued to descend from the immortal realm, humanity would inevitably face extinction. Thus, after conferring with the human populace, he resolved to seal the flying immortal platform, the ferocious beast clans, and the spirit race to prevent future calamities that might endanger humanity. However, sealing the flying immortal platform would effectively sever the path for ascension to the immortal realm from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the immortal spiritual essence would no longer flow through the platform into the realms below. Although immortals possess boundless lifespans, those in the immortal realm would eventually fade from existence if they exhaust their immortal spiritual power without replenishment from the celestial essence. The human ancestor was also perplexed by the frequent descents of the celestial beings from the ferocious beast clans. Consequently, he decided to ascend to the immortal realm with several powerful beings of the immortal level to seek the root of this calamity. Before his ascent, he left a soul imprint with the Tianming clan to facilitate the discovery of the source of misfortune and to inform them of the method to resolve it afterwards. He then prepared to seal the ferocious beast clans and the spirit race before ascending. Currently, the demon race, lacking any supreme beings of significant strength, posed no threat to humanity, and thus they were allowed to exist freely within the realms. The ancestor emperor of the spirit race realized that being sealed alongside the ruthless, ferocious beasts would undoubtedly lead to their annihilation. Therefore, he approached the human ancestor, expressing his willingness to allow all spirit race emperors to willingly transform into celestial essence to nurture humanity in exchange for their survival within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The spirit race, originally derived from the spiritual essence of mountains, rivers, and flora, returning to nourish humanity was a form of penance. Witnessing the spirit race's sincerity, the human ancestor agreed, acknowledging that they would no longer pose a threat to humanity. The ancestor emperor of the spirit race kept his word, immediately transforming all spirit race emperors into formidable celestial essence, which subsequently dispersed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The human ancestor then harnessed the power of all beings to forcefully transport the ferocious beast clans to the outer heavens. Just as he prepared to seal them, he sensed a reminder from the heavenly Tao and subsequently lifted the seal. He then addressed the ferocious beasts, proclaiming, "In the golden age, those who defy fate shall emerge, and all clans shall enter the world." With this, he wielded tremendous immortal power and the strength of all beings to seal the ferocious beast clans. Furthermore, he employed his celestial power and the collective strength of beings to forge a mysterious orb named the Breaking Immortal Pearl, which was the key to dismantling the human ancestor's seal on the flying immortal platform. He entrusted this pearl to the Tianming clan for safekeeping, stating, "The Breaking Immortal Pearl shall not emerge unless fate is defied." After sealing the flying immortal platform, he, accompanied by several powerful beings of the immortal level, ascended to the immortal realm. Consequently, the Breaking Immortal Pearl, having sealed the flying immortal platform and the ferocious beast clans, resulted in no further ascensions to the immortal realm from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, bringing forth the karmic forces decreed by the heavenly Tao. The subsequent possessor of the broken immortal pearl shall be the one who resolves this causal power. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian, upon hearing the tale of the primordial creation, could not help but exclaim, "I never imagined that the calamity of creation would manifest as a trial of existence." The continuation of humanity is fraught with insurmountable challenges. This broken immortal pearl, it seems, is the key to the survival of humankind. Regardless of the ferocious beasts or the myriad races, or the causal powers of the flying immortal platform, I shall accept them all. After all, I am also a member of humanity. Moreover, I stand invincible. I fear no causal power. Yuan Zhanxian then inquired, "Esteemed elder, what is the name of that terrifying clan you mentioned?" The ancient, weathered voice replied, "They call themselves the Celestial Clan." "The Celestial Clan? I had thought it to be the Yuan clan." Yuan Zhanxian murmured, "You are aware of the Yuan clan?" The Yuan clan is in existence even more mysterious than the Celestial Clan. Now it was the ancient voice's turn to be astonished. "I am Yuan Zhanxian, the current divine scion of the Yuan clan," he declared resolutely. "You are indeed of the Yuan clan, and the divine scion at that. The Yuan clan, the defier of fate." "I seem to grasp something now," the ancient voice, after expressing surprise, returned to its calm demeanor. Yuan Zhanxian's curiosity about his lineage grew, prompting him to ask, "Elder, you existed during the era of primordial creation. Do you know the origins of my Yuan clan?" The ancient voice responded immediately, "I do not know, and even if I did, I cannot speak of it." Yuan Zhanxian was about to inquire further when the ancient voice interrupted, "Enough. Some matters will be revealed to you when your strength has grown. As a defier of fate, if you are willing to resolve this causal power to reshape all beings in the universe, then accept the ultimate inheritance." The ancient voice spoke once more. Suddenly, the entire space trembled. A colossal golden tree appeared as a phantom, with a golden seed at its center radiating a spectrum of colors. "What is this?" Yuan Zhanxian asked in astonishment, for the sheer size of the phantom tree was beyond description. The ancient, weathered voice responded with grave authority, "This is the world seed." "The world seed? What kind of unparalleled treasure is this?" Yuan Zhanxian inquired. The ancient voice clarified, "It is not merely an unparalleled treasure, it is the foundation of the realm, the essence of existence, the embodiment of the great Tao." Yuan Zhanxian continued to question. The embodiment of the great Tao? Esteemed elder, could you elaborate? According to the messages passed down from the ancestral beings, our world is divided into 3 tiers, the 3,000 small worlds, the 10 intermediate worlds, and the great 1,000 worlds. The realm of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is one of the 10 intermediate worlds, while the immortal realm represents the ultimate great 1,000 world. The world tree, nurtured by the world seed, serves as the foundation of the entire universe. Its 3,000 branches symbolize the 3,000 worlds, the 10 trunks represent the 10 intermediate worlds, and the entire trunk embodies the great 1,000 world. Furthermore, the world tree not only allows one to comprehend and cultivate the power of the great Tao, but each blossoming branch can harness the world power of its respective leaf, a capability attainable only beyond the realm of immortals. How could such an extraordinary entity appear here? Yuan Zhanxian inquired, perplexed. The exact reason eludes me, for the ancestor of humanity has not yet ascended, leaving me uncertain of the nature of this object. However, the fact that the ancestor entrusted it to me alongside the broken immortal pearl signifies that there must be a profound rationale behind it. This truth necessitates your own exploration. Nevertheless, the message conveyed by the ancestor indicates that this seed of the world is, in essence, the fateful instrument through which you, the defier of destiny, will rewrite the fates of all creation. The ancestor's cryptic demeanor raises questions. What is the ultimate purpose of it all? As thoughts swirled, Yuan Zhanxian felt increasing frustration and chose to dismiss the matter, believing that when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Moreover, armed with an unwavering belief in his invincibility, he resolved to suppress any challenges he might face. Then, the ancient voice, laden with the weight of time, spoke once more. This seed of the world must be placed within the depths of your soul's sea, nurtured by unparalleled celestial treasures. Remember, if your strength is insufficient, it is best not to utilize this object. Otherwise, even one of the Yuan lineage may find themselves in considerable trouble. Subsequently, the venerable voice echoed for the final time. Our lineage, from the era of creation until now, has fulfilled the ancestor's mandate. From this point forward, the fate of humanity shall rest in the hands of you, the defier of destiny. As for the ultimate act of rewriting fate, I cannot discern that. It is a journey you must undertake alone. Proceed with caution. As the radiant cloud dissipated following the ancient voice's pronouncement, Yuan Zhanxian inclined his body slightly in gratitude for the countless epochs the ancestor had awaited his arrival. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable force manifest within him, an intangible essence reminiscent of the powers of fate and consequence, an ineffable presence that defied definition. Soon after, Yuan Zhanxian soared from the secret realm and rejoined the assembly. Curiosity piqued, Ji Jingtian inquired, Divine Son, what is the nature of the heritage? We are all eager to know. Could you enlighten us? Yuan Zhanxian pondered briefly before responding. This matter is far too intricate for you to grasp at present. I must confer with my clan and the ancestor. The inheritance from the secret realm has been secured, and this place is on the verge of vanishing. With that, he led the group away from the secret realm. Returning to the esteemed elder, Yuan Sun, of the Yuan clan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the secret realm inheritance. Reward, 500,000 task points. Yuan Zhanxian smiled subtly, exclaiming, Ah, prosperity awaits. Chapter 41. Surrendering the Yuan clan's divine child. At this moment, chaos erupted at the entrance of the secret canyon. Yuan clan's supreme elder, if you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, we shall exact our vengeance. A supreme elder from the Aming White Tiger clan bellowed at Yuan Sun, the grandfather of Yuan Zhanxian. Indeed, once the Yuan clan's divine child emerges, should you fail to surrender him, we will not rest until we have settled this matter, declared another elder from the Xianmin. The supreme elder of the true dragon clan added, the Yuan clan's divine child has slain our dragon prince. This matter shall not be overlooked, and we will pursue it relentlessly once he appears. Subsequently, numerous elders and disciples from various imperial clans, dynasties, royal families, and sacred lands demanded Yuan Sun hand over Yuan Zhanxian. Observing the unwavering stance of countless imperial clans and dynasties, Yuan Sun could no longer tolerate their demands. An overwhelming aura of the utmost sanctity surged forth from him as he addressed the crowd. You dare to demand my grandson as surrender? Have you forgotten the terrifying legacy of my Yuan clan over countless epochs? Speak again, and I shall strike you down. Yuan clan's supreme elder. Are you not being excessively arrogant? Do not forget, there are others of supreme sanctity present. Do you wish to oppose us all alone? spoke the supreme elder of the golden-winged rock clan. Indeed, while your Yuan clan may be a forbidden lineage, we, too, are not to be trifled with. Each of us has our own ancestors backing us. If you fail to provide a reasonable explanation today, none of you shall depart unscathed. Echoed the two supreme elders from the Tianxian sacred land and the Taiyuan sacred land. Although divided into two factions, their legacies still traced back to the Xinjiang sacred land, ensuring a long-standing alliance, with only a few members emerging from their sacred lands. The loss of their two disciples at the hands of Yuan Zhanxian had ignited their fury. Our divine child was unparalleled, destined to be the future emperor. Yet he fell victim to the treachery of the Yuan clan's divine child. Why waste words? Let us surround and eliminate the Yuan clan's supreme elder, and capture him when the Yuan clan's divine child appears, declared the supreme elder of the Tianxian clan, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As his words hung in the air, Yuan Sun's terrifying aura surged anew. In an instant, he appeared before the supreme elder of the Tianxian clan, seizing him by the throat. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as Yuan Sun hurled him away with tremendous force, sending him hurtling several hundred kilometers before crashing into a towering mountain range. The sheer force obliterated the mountain, reducing it to ashes. Everyone present stared in shock, unable to fathom that the Yuan clan's supreme elder would dare to strike openly, and that his power was so formidable that the Tianxian clan's elder had not a shred of opportunity to retaliate, rendered unconscious by the brutal force. Yuan Sun then addressed the crowd. Who else wishes for me to surrender my grandson? To slay your divine children would be a mere act of kindness. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to confront me together. You are but a swarm of insignificant insects. Outrage surged among the onlookers, their anger palpable as they witnessed such affront. Subsequently, all the disciples slain by Yuan Zhanxian, along with the elders from the imperial clans, empires, and sacred lands, surged forth to confront Yuan Sun. Observing this, Yuan Sun could not help but exclaim, "Good, good, good. It has been tens of thousands of years since I last engaged in battle. Come forth, and today, let you experience the terror I once wielded." As he spoke, a quasi-emperor sword materialized in his right hand, emanating an overwhelming aura of formidable sword energy. Yuan Sun, being a master swordsman, possessed a swordsmanship that could rival even the esteemed elders of the sword sect. With a single strike aimed at the elders from various clans, empires, and sacred lands, he unleashed a powerful force infused with sacred energy, accompanied by the terrifying sword aura of the quasi-emperor sword. This strike bore an essence that only a quasi-emperor level expert could manifest. The elders and supreme elders from all factions swiftly summoned their own sacred powers to counter this assault. With a thunderous roar, Yuan Sun stood unwavering, while the elders were forced to retreat several miles from the impact of his strike. You cannot withstand even this mere manifestation of my consciousness, yet you dare to demand I surrender my grandson and conspire to take my life. Truly, you are ignorant of your own limitations, Yuan Sun scoffed. The elder of the true dragon clan, filled with fury, retorted, "You rely solely on the might of a quasi-emperor weapon. Do you think we lack such power?" As he spoke, the elders from the true dragon clan, the golden-winged rock clan, the Xiamen sect, the dark-winged white tiger clan, the heavenly bull clan, the heavenly Xian sacred land, the Taishan sacred land, and the elder of the Tianxian clan, who had just regained consciousness after being knocked out by Yuan Sun, all brandished their quasi-emperor weapons. The emergence of these 8 quasi-emperor weapons sent ripples of oppressive energy throughout the valley's secret realm. Those among the elders and supreme elders without quasi-emperor weapons hurriedly shielded their disciples to prevent them from being crushed under the weight of this overwhelming force. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian and his companions also made their appearance. As soon as they emerged, the 8 elders exhibited a murderous intent, preparing to strike Yuan Zhanxian down in an instant. However, at that moment, others reacted even faster. 2 figures appeared before Yuan Zhanxian, radiating a terrifying sacred energy that securely protected him and his companions. Each of these individuals wielded a quasi-emperor weapon. One was an elder from the Yu clan, and the other was an elder from the Jun family. The elder from the Jun family had already received reports from his family's disciples regarding the situation of their young master and was aware of the subtle connection between the Jun family and the Yuan clan. Thus, the instant Yuan Zhanxian emerged, he swiftly positioned himself by Yuan Zhanxian's side. Given the disparity in their cultivation levels, the difference was akin to heaven and earth. The 8 sacred elders understood that to eradicate Yuan Zhanxian would require only a single wave of their sacred pressure, capable of instantaneously annihilating him. Witnessing the 2 figures swiftly shield Yuan Zhanxian, the 8 elders realized why they had refrained from attacking. They had been waiting for the opportune moment to protect him. At this moment, they had missed the best opportunity to eliminate Yuan Zhanxian. Upon witnessing Yuan Zhanxian being shielded by the two, Yuan Sun let out a sigh of relief and bowed slightly, smiling as he addressed them. Yuan Sun expresses his gratitude to both esteemed friends here. The elder of the Jade clan responded with a chuckle. There's no need for such formality between us. We have been old friends for many years. The elder of the Jun clan immediately returned the gesture, saying, My friend, you are too courteous. I have come to understand the connection between our divine offspring and the Yuan clan's divine offspring, hence I shall not remain idle in this matter. Especially since our divine offspring is still with yours. Very well, I shall rely on both of you to oversee their safety while I eliminate these intruders. What are you looking at? Keep staring. I'll make you regret it. Come here and meet your end. With that, Yuan Sun unleashed his sacred power, brandishing the quasi-emperor sword and directing 8 terrifying sword energies at the 8 elders. The 8 elders swiftly employed their own quasi-emperor weapons to counter the oncoming assault. After a series of thunderous clashes, the 8 elders remained unharmed, which left Yuan Sun slightly astonished. The presence of quasi-emperor weapons indeed multiplied their strength. Yuan Sun then pointed his sword towards the void, and his formidable sacred power surged skyward, forming a massive golden ring in the heavens. Subsequently, a terrifying spectral sword descended from the ring, radiating an overwhelming sword intent and glowing with a golden light. Yuan Sun proclaimed, Heavenly Extermination 4 Swords, Extermination Sword. The formidable sword soared rapidly towards the 8 elders, shattering the space in its wake with its dreadful sword intent. The 8 elders felt a jolt of trepidation and summoned their most powerful techniques to confront the approaching sword. As they unleashed their spells to counter the extermination sword, Yuan Sun uttered a single word, exterminate. In an instant, the terrifying sword transformed into countless miniature golden swords, obscuring the sky with their sheer number. These golden swords hurtled towards the 8 elders at an astonishing speed. Despite their desperate resistance against the multitude of golden swords, each strike was equivalent to Yuan Sun's mightiest blow, rendering the relentless assault overwhelming. The elder of the Tianxian sacred land, unable to withstand the onslaught of the golden mini-swords, was pierced through, resembling a beehive, before dissipating into the void. Another cry echoed, as the elder of the Taiyuan sacred land met the same fate, also reduced to a beehive form before vanishing. The elder of the Anming White Tiger clan and the elder of the Fanteon Barbarian Cow clan similarly succumbed to Yuan Sun's golden mini-swords, their forms lying lifelessly upon the ground. The elder of the True Dragon clan and the elder of the Tiansong clan, relying on their physical prowess, barely managed to endure, though they were severely injured. Meanwhile, the elder of the Xianmin utilized the arcane techniques of the Xianmin to minimize the devastating attacks of the golden mini-swords, avoiding fatal harm yet still sustaining grievous injuries. The situation of the supreme elders of the Golden Winged Rock clan is somewhat better. They rely on their extraordinary speed to continuously evade the attacks of the golden small divine swords, sustaining only a few superficial wounds. As the terrifying swordsmanship of the 4 swords of extermination, the extermination sword, waned, they surveyed the devastation on their side, where half of their forces had perished. The supreme elders of the True Dragon clan, alongside 3 other supreme elders and the high elders, felt a tumultuous storm brewing within their hearts. At the same time, they pondered why the saint-level experts battled against Yuan Sun as if it were a contest between adults and children, instilling a newfound fear of Yuan Sun's formidable prowess. Observing that half of his forces had fallen, Yuan Sun prepared to launch his final, lethal strike. Just then, a presence far more terrifying than that of the saint descended from the heavens. An emperor? Yuan Sun squinted, contemplating whether this was a call for the older generation to stabilize the situation due to their inability to match him in strength. In the sky, an elderly man clad in a golden dragon robe stepped through the void, covering a distance of several dozen kilometers with each stride. Arriving before the supreme elder of the True Dragon clan in mere breaths, the supreme elder immediately bowed and clasped his hands in respect, saying, I pay my respects to the ancestor. The other 3 supreme elders and the high elders followed suit, offering their greetings. We pay our respects to the senior. The elderly man in the golden dragon robe murmured lightly, causing everyone around to feel as though a colossal mountain pressed down upon them, rendering them breathless. Addressing Yuan Sun, the golden-robed elder remarked, You are quite impressive. It is remarkable that the Yuan clan possesses someone of your caliber. Should you ascend to the emperor realm, your future path may hold great promise. What? Are you mocking me for not being at the emperor realm? Or do you believe that your supposed attainment of the emperor status grants you the right to look down upon others? Yuan Sun retorted with unwavering strength. The sparrow knows not the ambition of the swan, and the swan knows not the aspirations of the rock. You are not yet a saint-level expert, and cannot comprehend the chasm that lies between us, the golden-robed elder replied indifferently. Emperor, I have fought against such beings before. Do not elevate yourself too high. Even if you are a saint, I can still engage you in battle, Yuan Sun said, his face slightly flushed with excitement. Many millennia ago, Yuan Sun had faced an emperor-level ancestor from a hidden, immortal sect for the sake of Yuan Zhanxian, although he ultimately suffered defeat. That battle significantly enhanced his strength, and it was only after several emperor-level ancestors from the Yuan clan intervened that the matter was resolved. Now, after thousands of years, the prospect of clashing with an emperor-level expert stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. The golden-robed elder, intrigued, responded, "Oh, is that so? Then let me demonstrate the disparity between the saint and emperor realms." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from his being, transforming into 9 massive golden 5-clawed dragons that encircled him. He then addressed Yuan Sun, 9 extreme heavenly dragons. Faced with the 9 colossal golden dragons, Yuan Sun dared not be careless. He immediately surged with spiritual energy, radiating golden brilliance. He then directed his energy towards the 9 golden dragons, declaring, "A sword in an instant." This was a legendary sword technique from a renowned sword emperor of the Yuan clan, wielding terrifying power. That emperor had once employed this technique to annihilate 3 emperor-level foes of the same realm with a single stroke. Subsequently, Yuan Sun transformed into a radiant beam of golden sword light, moving with such velocity that he swiftly appeared before the 9 colossal golden dragons. In an instant, the golden sword light shone brilliantly, and to everyone's astonishment, the 9 massive golden dragons were severed in half by the sword light manifested from Yuan Sun. The remnants dissipated into shimmering motes of spiritual energy before continuing their trajectory towards the elderly man clad in a golden dragon robe. The elderly figure, momentarily taken aback, conjured a dragon-headed staff, striking down upon the incoming sword light. Upon collision, a dazzling brilliance erupted from the dragon-headed staff, and both combatants were forced to retreat several dozen miles, witnessing Yuan Sun's formidable might. The elderly man in the golden robe could no longer maintain his composure and invoked a powerful spell, the ancestral dragon's heavenly strike. This was one of the sacred techniques passed down through the true dragon lineage, originally conceived by an unparalleled emperor of ancient times, wielding terrifying power. Soon, a colossal storm cloud materialized in the heavens above the golden-robed elder, dark and foreboding, intermittently crackling with blue lightning. An oppressive force descended from the sky, shattering the surrounding void into fragments under its weight. From the depths of the immense storm cloud emerged a gigantic 7-clawed dragon claw, descending menacingly towards Yuan Sun. In response to this terrifying ancestral dragon's heavenly strike, Yuan Sun promptly raised the emperor's sword before his chest, channeling his utmost spiritual energy into the blade. At that moment, the emperor's sword radiated an overwhelming and fearsome sword intent, rivaling the might of the ancestral dragon's heavenly strike. With a commanding voice, he called out to the elderly man in the golden robe for Swords of the Immortals, Second Sword Unification. Chapter 42: The Arrival of the 9 Ancestors. The 4 swords of extermination possess an awe-inspiring power, each wielding an extraordinary might. The combined sword technique of the 4 swords, however, can only be executed by those of the saint level. As for the more formidable 3-in-1 sword technique, it is reserved for the supreme beings at the quasi-emperor realm, whose terrifying prowess can not only withstand an emperor, but can also vanquish foes of higher tiers. Yuan Sun's rendition of the 4 swords, where 2 swords merge into one, fuses the extermination sword technique with the slaughter sword technique, creating a terrifying martial art that poses a significant threat even to quasi-emperor level warriors. In the void, 2 colossal and fearsome divine swords materialize. One radiates a golden brilliance, exuding an aura that instills a sense of impending destruction. The other emanates a white light. A mere glance at it sends shivers deep within one's soul. Subsequently, the 2 divine swords unite, transforming into a singular sword of unparalleled beauty, shimmering in white with golden glimmers. The dreadful aura emitted by this extraordinary sword shatters the surrounding space. With a resounding impact, the merged divine sword clashes against the terrifying 7-clawed dragon's paw, creating an ethereal spectacle of 2 semicircular energies that shimmer and resist each other. Instantly, these 2 formidable forces unleash torrents of powerful lightning and blinding radiant currents, reverberating with explosive force. The ground trembles as lightning and luminescent currents spread outward, compelling some to flee while others erect energy shields to protect themselves and their disciples. Tragically, some are obliterated by the onslaught of lightning and radiant energy. Then, with a crack, the clash of these terrifying techniques rends the space itself, twisting it into a colossal black hole that devours everything in its vicinity. A flash of light is followed by a deafening explosion. Yuan Zhanxian, spitting blood and clutching his chest, bursts into laughter, declaring, "Is this all the might of a quasi-emperor?" At this moment, the elderly man in the golden dragon robe pales, blood trickling from his lips, though his injuries are evidently less severe than Yuan Zhanxian's. Gazing at Yuan Zhanxian, he remarks, "Madman, you dare to expend all your spiritual power to unleash such a technique? How reckless of you! You truly are insane." No sooner had the golden-robed elder spoken than 3 more voices echoed within the void. "What? You cannot even subdue a single saint? This is a disgrace to our quasi-emperor ranks. You have been wounded by this saint." Another voice interjected, "Enough. Do not speak further. This individual possesses formidable strength. Capable of withstanding a quasi-emperor, he is a potential threat to us. To prevent future repercussions, we must eliminate him." The golden-robed elder, observing the 3 who had joined him, replied, "You have arrived too late. This Yuan clan elder is indeed powerful. I too will have to pay a price to vanquish him. Since you are here, let us act together." Yuan Zhanxian, witnessing the arrival of the 3, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Although he had confidence in his abilities, facing a single quasi-emperor was manageable. Now, with 4 confronting him, he felt genuine trepidation. Silently, he implored, "9 ancestors, why do you not come to my aid?" The 4 quasi-emperors gazed at Yuan Zhanxian, expressing their dissatisfaction. "The Yuan clan has gone too far this time. Our divine heir, cultivated through countless heavenly treasures, has been slain by your clan's progeny. They merely sought an explanation, yet you were the first to strike and injure them. Given this, prepare for your impending downfall." As they spoke, they readied themselves to unleash their might. At that moment, as cold sweat trickled down Yuan Zhanxian's brow, time itself seemed to freeze, as if everything around, including the very air, was ensnared in stillness. An elderly figure, clad in white and with hair as white as snow, emerged from a rift in space-time. It was the 9 ancestor. Yuan Zhanxian, witnessing his grandfather's arrival, felt a surge of concern over the impending confrontation with the 4 quasi-emperors. However, the arrival of the 9 ancestor brought him immense relief. He called out to the 9 ancestor of the Yuan clan. The 9 ancestor regarded Yuan Zhanxian with a gentle smile and nodded. With a wave of his hand, the members of the Yuan clan, along with the elders of the Yu clan and the Jun clan, vanished in an instant, reappearing beside him. In a swift motion, Yuan Zhanxian approached the 9 ancestor and bowed, saying, "Grandfather." "Yuan Zhanxian, you have performed admirably," the 9 ancestor replied. "This battle should have granted you valuable insights. Upon your return to seclusion, you will likely ascend to the quasi-emperor realm soon." Yuan Zhanxian, filled with joy, responded, "Indeed, this battle has enhanced my understanding, and I believe my upcoming retreat will pave the way for my advancement to the quasi-emperor realm." Yuan Zhanxian, seeing his grandfather on the verge of ascension, exclaimed, "Grandfather, allow me to extend my early congratulations on your impending success." Laughter echoed among them, yet amidst their merriment, the 4 quasi-emperors felt a heavy dread. They had not anticipated the arrival of the 9 ancestor, a veritable harbinger of death. Even the ancient sovereign, the lord of the underworld, had been nearly forced to transcend his limits by this formidable being. How could they, mere first-tier quasi-emperors, hope to contend with the 9 ancestor? Turning to the 4, the 9 ancestor inquired, "I hear you intend to slay my clan's divine heir and elder?" As his demeanor grew increasingly nonchalant, the 4 felt their fear intensifying. The elder of the true dragon clan hastily interjected, "Esteemed elder, it was merely a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" The 9 ancestor scoffed, unleashing his peak quasi-emperor aura upon them. The overwhelming pressure struck the 4 like a divine thunderbolt, causing them to involuntarily spit blood. "Hold on, my friends." Just as the 9 ancestor prepared to act, a voice resonated from the heavens. Turning to look, he beheld 4 figures emerging, each seemingly harmonized with the universe, exuding an aura of primal purity, devoid of any discernible presence. I did not expect you, old mudfish, to make an appearance, along with your 3 ancient companions," the 9 ancestor remarked coolly. The newcomers were none other than the 4th ancestor of the true dragon clan, a being from countless epochs past, accompanied by the 3rd ancestor of the Tian Song clan, the 3rd ancestor of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, and the third ancestor of the Xianmin clan. The four individuals before us are undoubtedly the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, serving as the central pillars of their respective families. Typically, they would not emerge unless their clans faced annihilation. However, the matter at hand concerns the very lives of their quasi-emperor level warriors, compelling them to step forth. The strength of quasi-emperors represents the core foundation of their families and must not be jeopardized. Are you four here for these individuals? The ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan inquired, casting a glance at the four injured quasi-emperor level elders in the distance, their lips still stained with blood. Yuan Zhanxian, your clan's divine son has slain our divine sons, and they have come seeking reparation. It would seem reasonable, would it not? Moreover, the injured party is in a weakened state while your divine son remains unscathed. Perhaps it would be prudent to let this matter pass? What say you? The third ancestor of the true dragon clan proposed. At this moment, he was equally reluctant to engage in conflict with the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan. For the golden age had dawned, and they needed to conserve their strength for future endeavors. At their current levels of cultivation, every engagement would diminish their lifespan, and they were loath to act unless absolutely necessary. Let it pass? Just moments ago, someone boldly declared their intent to slay our divine son and our esteemed elder, displaying utmost arrogance, while accusing our Yuan clan of overstepping. The treasures of the world are rightfully claimed by the capable. If one is weak and falls, they have no one to blame but themselves. Yet, to condescend to our Yuan clan in such a way, do you believe we can simply overlook this? The ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan retorted with a tone both mocking and sardonic. What would you propose to resolve this matter? The third ancestor of the golden-winged rock clan immediately inquired. Here is my proposition. Each of the four of you shall present 3 imperial herbs, and this matter shall be settled. The ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan made his audacious demand. 3 imperial herbs? The four individuals inhaled sharply. For imperial herbs are unparalleled elixirs that can extend the lifespans of quasi-emperors and emperors alike. Not only do they lack such treasures, but they could not possibly part with what little they possessed. The third ancestor of the Mystic Gate erupted in anger. Yuan Zhanxian, do you jest with us? 12 imperial herbs. What clan can afford such a bounty? Do you believe it is as common as cabbage in the marketplace? I can procure them. What say you? If you cannot even produce a dozen imperial herbs, how do you expect to uphold the dignity of your ancestors? You would be better off meditating into oblivion. I only engage in this discussion with you because I perceive some sincerity, unlike your impoverished state. The ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan spat derisively. You have gone too far. I have endured your insolence for far too long. The third ancestor of the celestial Song clan shouted in fury. At this moment, the third ancestor of the true dragon clan also bore an expression of ire, but quickly regained his composure. Restraining the furious third ancestor of the celestial Song clan and proposing, let us 4 families contribute 1 imperial herb, along with 30 quasi-imperial herbs. How does that sound? Agreed. Let it be settled thus. Deliver the items to the Yuan clan in 3 days. Should there be even 1 herb missing, I shall have your heads. The ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan declared, dismissing them with a wave of his hand, thereby creating a massive rift in space-time. Preparing to return with the Yuan clan members. At this juncture, the divine son of the Jun family turned to Yuan Zhanxian and said, Brother Yuan, I must take my leave now, but I shall visit the Yuan clan in due time. Yuan Zhanxian smiled in reply. Very well, I shall personally welcome you, Brother Jun, when the time comes. Subsequently, after a slight bow towards the esteemed elders of the Jun family and the Yu clan, the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan stepped into the space-time rift. Observing the conclusion of this matter, the elders of the Jun and Yu families exchanged pleasantries before departing with their disciples, leaving a group of bewildered onlookers behind. At this moment, the third ancestor of the golden-winged great Peng clan remarked, given the strength of the 4 of us, we should be capable of detaining the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan. Why then, do we acquiesce to his demands for compensation? The third ancestor of the true dragon clan responded, do you truly believe that the 4 of us can restrain the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan? Let us not forget that eons ago, he single-handedly forced the lord of the underworld to the brink of ascension. I ask you, who among us can achieve such a feat? Moreover, the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan is formidable. Unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from antagonizing him. Should we then allow the Yuan clan's divine son to slay our own? Queried the third ancestor of the Xianmin. You have witnessed the strength of the Yuan clan's elder. Despite not having reached the quasi-emperor realm, he can contend with those who have, and it is said that the head of the Yuan clan possesses remarkable power as well. The talent of the Yuan clan's divine son is indeed terrifying. The trio of prodigies from the Yuan clan is truly formidable. Is there no means to eliminate this Yuan clan divine son? The third ancestor of the golden-winged Great Ping clan continued. The secret realm of divine source, which has remained dormant for several epochs, is on the verge of opening. Our ancient prodigy has been in slumber within this realm for countless eras. It is high time to awaken him. Furthermore, our true dragon clan's imperial offspring is also about to emerge. Their extraordinary talents are unparalleled through the ages, invincible among their peers. Once they arise, I wonder how the Yuan clan's divine son will fare. I believe that in a confrontation among equals, should the divine son of the Yuan clan fall, the ninth ancestor would have little to say. Your words remind me that our ancient prodigy also lies in slumber within the secret realm of divine source. Upon our return, I shall prepare for the emergence of our imperial offspring. The third ancestor of the Tian Song clan concurred. Indeed, when our imperial offspring and ancient prodigy emerge, it shall be the moment of the Yuan clan divine son's downfall. At this juncture, the ninth ancestor of the Yuan clan had already returned to the Yuan clan with Yuan Zhanxian and the others. He turned to Yuan Zhanxian and said, "Zhanxian, come to the ancestral land." With that, he vanished from sight. Yuan Zhanxian addressed the others, instructing, "You all may return to the divine son's palace. I must visit the ancestral land." He then bowed slightly to Yuan Sun before disappearing in a flash of golden light. In the ancestral land of the Yuan clan, the ninth ancestor looked at Yuan Zhanxian with a smile, increasingly pleased with this descendant. Not only was his talent unparalleled, but he also exhibited humility, politeness, and an unwavering belief in his own invincibility, a truly flawless individual. "Zhanxian, did you acquire anything of note from the canyon's secret realm?" The ninth ancestor inquired curiously. "I obtained 3 extraordinary treasures from the secret realm," Yuan Zhanxian replied candidly, having no intention of concealing anything from this elder, whom he respected deeply. "Oh, pray tell what they are," the ninth ancestor urged with interest. "The first is the Enlightenment Tea Tree," Yuan Zhanxian promptly stated. "The Enlightenment Tea Tree, marvelous treasures indeed, legendary artifacts of unparalleled worth, not only capable of enhancing one's comprehension of the Tao, but also of imparting profound insights into the Great Way. This is truly a remarkable item, one that is rightfully yours to possess," the ancestor of the Yuan clan remarked with a serene smile. Observing the ancestor's lack of reaction, Yuan Zhanxian felt a twinge of curiosity. Were it anyone else, upon hearing of the Enlightenment Tea Tree, they would have likely leaped in excitement, speaking incoherently. Yet, his own ancestor remained unfazed. Was it that the family's profound heritage rendered the Enlightenment Tea Tree insignificant, or did the ancestor find it utterly unremarkable? The second item is a mysterious orb, Yuan Zhanxian stated with an air of intrigue. "Oh, what is this mysterious orb?" the ancestor of the Yuan clan inquired, perplexed. "The breaking immortal orb," Yuan Zhanxian replied. At this, the ancestor displayed a hint of astonishment, exclaiming, "You have actually acquired the breaking immortal orb?" He then seemed to recall something. Observing the ancestor's reaction, Yuan Zhanxian surmised that he must be familiar with the breaking immortal orb and cautiously probed, "What is it, ancestor? Do you possess knowledge of this orb?" "It is a celestial artifact, after all." Upon hearing the words breaking immortal orb, the ancestor fell into a reverie. Yet upon hearing Yuan Zhanxian's voice, he casually remarked, "Of course I know, it is a hem." Once the ancestor regained his composure, he added, "Zhanxian, are you aware that the breaking immortal orb contains the power of heavenly causation? The bearer must resolve this causation." Seeing the ancestor's reaction, Yuan Zhanxian smiled and replied, "Of course I am aware. During the transmission of the legacy, that esteemed elder imparted the significance of the celestial creation to me. I am also cognizant of the orb's function and the nature of its causative power." The ancestor of the Yuan clan, curious, asked, "Which esteemed elder do you refer to?" The elder identified himself as a member of the Celestial Destiny clan, Yuan Zhanxian answered. This revelation caused the ancestor to be taken aback once more, exclaiming, "You mean to say it is the Celestial Destiny clan? This clan is the soothsayer among the innate human races, endowed with the ability to foresee the future, comprehend yin and yang, and particularly adept in the great celestial destiny art, capable of divining future events through the river of time. It is astonishing that the breaking immortal orb has been passed down to you by this clan. Why would they choose to bestow the breaking immortal orb upon you?" The ancestor of the Yuan clan mused aloud, perplexed. Yuan Zhanxian, overhearing the ancestor's musings, articulated each word with clarity. "He refers to me as the one who defies destiny." "What? The ancestor of the Yuan clan exclaimed, his composure shattered. Chapter 43. The shock of the 9 ancestors as the sun descended to the mortal realm. He noticed the astonishment etched on the faces of the 9 ancestors. Yuan Zhanxian's lips curled slightly. She had previously assumed that nothing would faze the 9 ancestors. What did you say? They refer to you as the reversal of fate? The 9 ancestors sought confirmation once more. Indeed, they claimed that I possessed the ability to rewrite the destiny of all beings and the very fabric of the universe, Yuan Zhanxian replied, astonished to discover that the reversal of fate was one of her kin. It seems there are matters that require my preemptive attention. The 9 ancestors continued to ponder aloud. Not only were the 9 ancestors aware of the broken immortal pearl, but they also possessed knowledge of the reversal of fate. It was evident that they were well-versed in the events surrounding the opening of the heavens. Previously, when I inquired about the origins of my clan from the elder of the Destiny clan, he was reticent to divulge any information. My curiosity about this matter has only intensified. At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian inquired, "Do you know of the Celestial clan?" The Celestial clan? The 9 ancestors narrowed their eyes upon hearing this phrase. The Celestial clan is one of the 3 clans of the Heavenly Tao. Priding itself as the overseer of the Heavenly Tao, tasked with managing the myriad beings of the universe, yet forbidden from directly intervening in their affairs. Yuan Zhanxian pressed further. The 3 clans of the Heavenly Tao? Where does my Yuan clan fit into this? There is no significant connection. Our clans merely had fleeting encounters countless epochs ago due to certain circumstances. However, I have long suspected that this clan is scheming something grand, replied the 9 ancestors. And how does our clan compare to theirs? Yuan Zhanxian asked with childlike curiosity. Zhanxian, I am aware of your inquisitiveness, yet your power remains insufficient. There are matters you need not concern yourself with at present. Once your strength has matured, many truths will be revealed to you. Remember, whatever you undertake, pursue it fearlessly. We shall always stand behind you, even should you confront the Celestial clan's son, the 9 ancestors said with a smile. And what of the final legacy? The 9 ancestors inquired with renewed curiosity. The seed of the world, Yuan Zhanxian responded, as soon as the words left her lips. A terrifying aura began to pervade the ancestral grounds, and violent winds stirred the air, causing the space to tremble. The 9 ice coffins at the forefront began to sway gently, as if yearning to unveil their contents, while the 3 jade coffins atop emitted radiant glimmers of light. As though these 4 words held immense power. Yuan Zhanxian glanced back at the 9 ancestors, who now had their eyes wide open, their bodies exhibiting a slight tremor. They confirmed once again, "Are you certain it is the seed of the world tree?" "Yes, ancestor," Yuan Zhanxian affirmed. In that instant, a colossal, golden tree emerged behind her. And a seed, radiating with a spectrum of colors, materialized before her. "It truly is the seed of the world. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Zhanxian, you must remember. Do not wield the power of this seed until you reach the realm of the mythical emperor. This object is of utmost importance. You must not forget." The 9 ancestors instructed, and Yuan Zhanxian promptly agreed. The 9 ancestors continued. "This revelation is too astonishing for me to process immediately. I must take some time to reflect. You should visit your father. He has matters to discuss with you." Yuan Zhanxian then bowed and said, "I shall take my leave." As soon as Yuan Zhanxian stepped out of the ancestral grounds, the 9 ancestors spoke to the void. Who would have thought that the object our clan has sought for countless years would actually reside within the Zhanxian? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the 8th ice coffin at the forefront began to shake violently. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted from the coffin's opening, and a middle-aged man, who had likely not moved for countless years, sat up, stretching lazily and emitting creaking sounds from his joints. The middle-aged figure then gazed at the 7 ice coffins before him and the 3 jade coffins at the top, which radiated a mysterious glow. Nodding, he swiftly appeared before the 9 ancestors and declared, "I comprehend the gravity of this matter. Let me take on the duty of safeguarding this child, Zhanxian." The 9 ancestors responded in agreement, "Understood, 8th brother." At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian arrived at Yuan Zhanxian's study, looking at his proud son. Yuan Zhanxian set aside his work and smiled warmly. "Zhanxian, you have returned. Today, I have instructed the servants to prepare a meal, and your mother will join us shortly. We shall enjoy a family dinner together." Observing his father, who had been so distant, Yuan Zhanxian felt a wave of emotion. Since his birth, he had never had the opportunity to share a meal with his parents. Now, he could finally take this chance to bond with them. Before long, Yu Lingqing also arrived, and the servants had completed the meal preparations. The family gathered around the dining table, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Yuan Zhanxian began, "Zhanxian, In this age of great prosperity and conflict, with numerous exceptional talents emerging, your grandfather has informed me about the recent secret realm events. Your mother and I are quite concerned. While we firmly believe in your ability to overcome all challenges, we fear that some shameless old relics may act in the shadows. Therefore, you must exercise caution and prudence in all matters moving forward. As he ate, Yuan Zhanxian replied, I understand, father. I will remember those who act covertly. And when I grow stronger, I shall personally eradicate their legacy. You need only focus on your growth. The family will support you in all else. Yuan Zhanxian reassured him with a smile. He continued, now that you have come of age, it is time to consider leaving a legacy. It is known that the stronger one's cultivation, the more difficult it is to conceive a child. I believe the goddess of the Tai clan would be a fine match. When do you think? Father, please, stop. My primary focus is on cultivation. We can discuss this matter later, Yuan Zhanxian replied, somewhat helplessly. Meanwhile, Yu Lingqing remained silent, attentively listening as she served food to Yuan Zhanxian. The family enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Afterward, Yuan Zhanxian took Yuan Zhanxian to the Yuan clan's assembly hall. Inside, the clan elders, leaders, and core figures were present. Yuan Zhanxian surveyed the gathering and announced, it is said that a divine treasure has emerged in the lower realm, and I propose that Zhanxian descend to investigate. What are your thoughts on this matter? An elder replied, the divine child is the essence of our clan's fortune. He is indeed the rightful candidate for this expedition. Another elder of the clan remarked, the son has just returned from the secret realm of the gorge, and before he has had a chance to properly rest, he is set to venture into the lower realm. Such arduous travel may jeopardize his esteemed health. I suggest we send forth other prodigious talents from our clan instead. At this moment, another venerable elder interjected, the mightiest beings in the lower realm are those at the quasi-saint level. Dispatching our other exceptional talents may not suffice to overcome them. Thus, I too believe the son is the most suitable choice. Zhanxian, what is your opinion? Yuan Zhanxian, uninterested in the elder's debate, directly posed the question to Yuan Zhanxian. The lower realm? A wondrous opportunity? It sounds promising. I shall descend this time. Bringing along my brothers Zifeng, Yenner, Ruochu, and Jing Tian. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Zhanxian promptly declared, very well, return to the sun's palace to prepare. You shall depart shortly. Yuan Zhanxian gestured to Yuan Zhanxian with a wave of his hand. Yuan Zhanxian bowed respectfully and replied, Father, I shall take my leave. As Yuan Zhanxian exited the conference hall, a voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Ah, has the dog overseer summoned you for a mission again? Ahem, host. Please mind your language. What do you mean by dog overseer? I have remained silent thus far. The system retorted, clearly agitated. What is the matter? Do you have any objections? The system threatened, if you continue to call me dog overseer, do you believe I want to deduct your mission value points? Ah, how amusing. Not self-destructing. But now resorting to threats? You've certainly gained some audacity. Whether I have gained audacity is unclear, but for a host as troublesome as you, it is necessary. All right. Enough of the jests. Don't trifle with mission values. Yuan Zhanxian responded with a grave demeanor. Please complete the sign-in for the Tianlan realm. Reward. Special technique. Sisanu manifestation. Please acquire a forbidden item. Reward. 200,000 mission points. Sisanu manifestation? Yuan Zhanxian pondered, intrigued. He recognized the Sisanu from a popular anime of his past life as an exceptionally powerful skill. However, what exactly was this Sisanu manifestation? Once the sign-in is completed, the host will naturally understand the function of this skill, the system stated before falling silent. At the Sun's Palace, upon seeing Yuan Zhanxian's return, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner were particularly delighted. Previously, Yuan Zhanxian had intended to take them to the gorge's secret realm, but considering their insufficient strength, he had opted to leave them in the Sun's Palace. He subsequently presented them with some elixirs and sacred herbs he had acquired in the secret realm, including the ice-water cold spirit grass, and said, inform Ruochu and Jing Tian. The four of you will accompany me to the lower realm shortly. The lower realm? Splendid. Yuan Yenner exclaimed, overflowing with joy. Since her arrival in the Yuan clan, she had seldom ventured out. This rare opportunity to explore excited her immensely. What girl does not relish the prospect of shopping and discovering new wonders? Yuan Zifeng, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, inquired, Son, what is the purpose of this sudden descent into the lower realm? I heard from Father that an extraordinary item has emerged in the lower realm. Our mission is to investigate, Yuan Zhanxian responded. Yuan Zhanxian elucidated, I see. Upon grasping the situation, Yuan Zifeng promptly went to inform Yuan Ruochu and Jing Tian. Subsequently, the four gathered within the grand hall of the Divine Sun's palace. At present, Ji Jingtian had attained the 8th tier of the Tao body realm, while both Yuan Ruochu and Yuan Zifeng stood at the 6th tier and Yuan Yin'er at the 3rd tier. Even the weakest among them, Yuan Yin'er, could single-handedly vanquish all prodigies and monsters of the lower realms. Thereafter, Yuan Zhanxian led the quartet to the location of the Yuan clan's spatial teleportation array. A clan elder, upon seeing Yuan Zhanxian, immediately bowed and said, "Divine Sun, the interdimensional teleportation array is prepared and ready for departure at any moment." After speaking, he produced a jade pendant, stating, "When the Divine Sun returns, simply infuse spiritual energy into this pendant, and I shall activate the interdimensional teleportation gate to welcome you back. Thank you for your efforts." Elder, Yuan Zhanxian replied with a bow. He then guided the four into the teleportation array. The Tianlan realm is but one of the myriad small worlds, where the mightiest among its inhabitants barely reach the threshold of the quasi-saint level. Once one achieves sainthood, they may only linger in this realm for a few days before being ushered to the upper realms by the guiding light. The maximum power that this lower realm can sustain is that of a saint, should a being of greater strength descend. Their mere presence could rend the fabric of this world asunder. Once, a disciple of a great saint was slain by adversaries who, fearing retribution, sought refuge in the lower realm. In a twist of fate, the great saint descended in corporeal form to avenge his disciple, causing the lower realm to collapse under the weight of his immense power, leading to the demise of countless denizens. Consequently, the heavenly Tao unleashed divine retribution, obliterating the great saint in an instant. The entirety of the Tianlan realm is divided into 5 continents: East, South, West, North, and Central. Among them, the Central continent is the most formidable, with the Eastern continent following closely behind. In a remote area of the Northern continent, within a family hall of the Yin nation, a youth appearing to be around 16 or 17 furrowed his brow as he listened to some individuals above him. "Lin Yin, do you truly believe you are worthy of Zhixian? Were it not for the old man's saving of Zhixian's grandfather and the subsequent betrothal, you would never even dream of conversing with her. Zhixian has now become an inner disciple of the Xianlin sect, even catching the attention of the esteemed core disciple, Lord Huixing, a powerful figure at the 4th tier of the blood transformation realm. What right do you have to compete with him? With both the old man and your father no longer present, you should annul your engagement to Zhixian, yet you obstinately refuse. What do you intend? Do you wish to invite calamity upon our Lin family?" Lin Yin gazed at the detestable faces of his relatives above, inwardly scoffing. The 3rd tier of the body refinement realm? How laughable. I am now a formidable being at the 1st tier of the cave heaven realm. Had I not concealed my true capabilities, I would never have discerned the true nature of my family. Lin Yin, a member of an ordinary family in a remote region of the Yin nation, possessed merely average talents, destined for an unremarkable existence. Yet, several years prior, he unknowingly acquired a batch of black soil from an unknown source, which he utilized to cultivate various spiritual herbs and elixirs. The herbs and elixirs nurtured by this black soil enabled Lin Yin to rapidly elevate his cultivation. As the elder of the Lin family concluded his words, a handsome young man wielding a fan strode forward with a fierce expression, declaring, "Lin Yin, I have come personally to annul the engagement with Zhixian. Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness." With that, he cast a longing glance at the woman beside him. This woman, strikingly beautiful yet exuding an air of aloofness, was none other than the daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhixian. At this moment, Lin Yin held back his words, gazing at Zhao Zhixian and inquired, "Zhixian, what is your perspective?" With her cherry-red lips, Zhao Zhixian coldly retorted, "We have no prior connection. How dare you attempt to bind my life with a mere piece of paper? I certainly refuse, and I hope that you, young Master Lin, will also dissolve the engagement, so that we may all find peace." Just as Lin Yin was about to respond, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the plaza outside the Lin residence. A magnificent beam descended from the heavens, and as the radiance faded, 5 youthful figures emerged. Is this the lower realm? Why is the spiritual energy so sparse here? One of the newcomers remarked, "We must thoroughly explore this lower realm." Hearing their conversation, Yuan Zhanxian took a moment to assess the situation and turned to his companions, saying, "In the presence of mortals, do not refer to me as Divine Son, call me young master instead." The 4 looked at him in confusion. But since their Divine Son had issued a command, they complied, replying, "Yes, young master." Yuan Zhanxian then observed a gathering in the hall across the plaza, where a crowd surrounded a young man. Above him stood an elderly man with a fawning expression, alongside a proud young man and a coldly beautiful woman. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Zhanxian seemed to grasp the situation, a slight smile gracing his lips as he muttered to himself, a marriage annulment drama? This storyline is familiar to me. Chapter 44. Sleepless night. The gathering in the hall, drawn by a dazzling light, emerged to investigate the source. Upon beholding the 5 individuals clad in resplendent attire, each exuding an air of grandeur, they could not help but sense that these were no ordinary beings. Among them, Yuan Zhanxian stood out, possessing an unparalleled beauty and elegance reminiscent of celestial beings. Intrigued, one among the crowd inquired, "May I ask who you are, and what brings you to the Lin family?" Yuan Zhanxian smiled gently in response, saying, "We hail from a hidden lineage. Our purpose in venturing into the mortal realm is merely to experience its wonders. As dusk approaches, we seek a place to rest." The moment Yuan Zhanxian smiled, the hearts of all the women present fluttered, captivated by the exquisite visage of this man. Nearby, Huixing observed Zhao Zishuan fixated on Yuan Zhanxian with palpable irritation, yet he maintained his composure and said, "In that case, esteemed friends, please take a seat in the hall." He subtly gestured to the elder of the Lin family. The elder, realizing the situation, promptly invited, "Yes, please. Allow me to escort you to the seating area." He then led Yuan Zhanxian and his companions to the hall, where Yuan Zhanxian noticed Lin Yan still present. At that moment, a vibrant light flickered within the seed of the world in his soul. He then employed his divine sense to observe Lin Yan's condition. Discovering that the man was rather unremarkable in every respect, save for a peculiar aura surrounding the elixirs he possessed. Consequently, he withdrew his divine sense from Lin Yan. At this juncture, the elder of the Lin family addressed Yuan Zhanxian, saying, "Please bear with us for a moment as I handle some family matters." "Not at all." Yuan Zhanxian waved his hand dismissively. The elder then turned to Lin Yan, stating, "Given the circumstances, you must relinquish your engagement for the sake of harmony." Yuan Zhanxian found this scene rather amusing, as he had encountered countless narratives of this nature in his past life, tales of fortune's fickleness and the folly of underestimating the youthful and impoverished. Lin Yan replied, "Very well. I shall annul the engagement." "Indeed, wise is the one who recognizes the situation," remarked the elder, smiling at Lin Yan. Huixing also smiled in agreement, while Zhao Zishuan remained silent, occasionally glancing at Yuan Zhanxian. Yet, Lin Yan continued, "To annul the engagement signifies the shattering of my dreams. Will you not offer me some form of compensation to soothe my tender heart?" Yuan Zhanxian was taken aback, finding this twist in the narrative somewhat unexpected. Shouldn't such a moment be filled with grand declarations of ambition rather than supplications for compensation? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the elder and Huixing exchanged puzzled glances before asking, "What do you desire? Perhaps a dozen or so elixirs or herbs will suffice. My fragile heart requires such remedies to find solace." Observing the shameless Lin Yan, the elder of the Lin family felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Huixing's expression also darkened slightly as he remarked, "Do you think this is merely a matter of a dozen or 20 cabbages? I possess 5 spirit-enhancing pills. Take them if you desire." "Very well. I shall annul the engagement immediately." Subsequently, Lin Yan produced the marriage certificate penned by his grandfather and Zhao Zishuan's grandfather. Igniting it with a flame, he turned to the elder of the Lin family and stated, "Since this matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave." Casting a fearful glance at Yuan Zhanxian, he promptly exited the hall. What a waste of space. The elder of the Lin family did not expect Lin Yan to be so absurdly foolish. He turned to Yuan Zhanxian and said, "I apologize for the spectacle. Please allow me to escort you to the guest quarters for some rest." He then led Yuan Zhanxian to the guest room. Within the guest quarters, Yuan Ruochu and others stood before Yuan Zhanxian, inquiring, "Divine One, that Lin Yan felt rather peculiar today." Yuan Zhanxian, seated at the tea table, held a cup in one hand and poured tea with the other, replying calmly, "Did you notice it as well, cousin? Indeed, this individual possesses neither exceptional talent nor aptitude. Even falling short of that Huixing logically, his greatest achievement should be limited to the blood transformation realm. Yet, he astonishingly stands as a formidable figure in the cave heaven realm, and his aura is remarkably stable. Could it be that he harbors an extraordinary opportunity?" Yuan Ruochu asserted. "Precisely, Divine One. Unless he possesses a rare opportunity, it would be impossible for one with such ordinary talent to ascend to the cave heaven realm in the lower realms." Jijing Tian added. Yuan Zhanxian took a gentle sip of tea and remarked, "You are both correct. This individual indeed possesses mediocre, if not poor, talent. He must have encountered a remarkable opportunity. Today, I scrutinized his essence and found nothing unusual except for some peculiarities regarding his medicinal pills. I believe we should investigate this aspect further. He then addressed Yuan Zifeng. Zifeng, please look into the matters concerning Lin Yan's medicinal pills. Yuan Zifeng vanished in an instant. While Yuan Ruochu, Ji Jingtian, and Yuan Yin'er exited Yuan Zhaoxian's chamber to return to their own quarters. As night descended, Yuan Zhaoxian sat by the window, savoring tea while gazing at the luminous crescent moon, a faint smile gracing his features. He softly uttered, since you are here, why not come in and share a cup of tea? At that moment, Lin Yan's figure materialized in Yuan Zhaoxian's room. You knew I would come? Lin Yan questioned, a hint of tension in his voice. My intuition suggested you would seek me out, and indeed, it would be tonight, Yuan Zhaoxian replied nonchalantly. You intend to capture me? Lin Yan gritted his teeth. Capture you? We have never met, nor do I know you. Why would I wish to apprehend you? Yuan Zhaoxian continued to respond with composure. You are certainly not ordinary individuals. Who are you? And what brings you to the Lin family? Lin Yan pressed on. We are from a hidden family. Journeying through the mortal realm, Yuan Zhaoxian answered. Lin Yan's heart raced as he internally pondered. A hidden family? It is rumored that the reclusive family remains indifferent to worldly affairs, yet possesses formidable power, such that even the imperial court or certain sacred lands dare not provoke them lightly. Remarkably, this individual exhibits no trace of spiritual energy, while his companions radiate a strong aura of power, presumably his subordinates. A descendant of a hidden family? It appears I must plot accordingly. Subsequently, I proposed. Since you are a scion of a reclusive lineage, might we engage in a transaction? Do tell, he replied. Yuan Zhaoxian seemed intrigued by the prospect of a deal, perhaps perceiving this individual as exceptionally noteworthy. Recently, I acquired a treasure, yet there are those with nefarious intentions seeking to seize it, compelling me to flee. I fear they will eventually come after me, thus I wish to enlist your assistance in dealing with these adversaries. As a token of gratitude, I am willing to offer some spiritual elixirs. My elixirs possess efficacy several times over. What say you? After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Zhaoxian assented to my request. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, Lin Yan then exited Yuan Zhaoxian's chamber. At that moment, four figures flickered into existence before him. Yuan Zifeng bowed respectfully to Yuan Zhaoxian, stating, Divine Son, I have discovered that all the spiritual elixirs this man possesses are self-cultivated, and astonishingly, they exhibit growth rates that yield effects several times to over a dozen times their original potency. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian were equally taken aback. Such potency, even the most skilled herbalists of the upper realms could only achieve a few times greater efficacy. How could Lin Yan attain such extraordinary results? Did he possess the innate talent of a master herbalist? Spiritual elixirs and herbs, once discovered, are often taken back to one's family for cultivation, and those who cultivate them are known as herbalists, distinct from alchemists who refine them. Divine Son, you have acquiesced to his request. This could become quite troublesome. Perhaps I should capture him and search his soul. Everything would be made clear, suggested Yuan Ruochu. Unthinkable. Yuan Zhaoxian firmly rejected. Why not? Yuan Ruochu inquired, puzzled. Yuan Zhaoxian elaborated. This individual possesses, first and foremost, exceedingly ordinary talent. Secondly, he lacks the innate spiritual energy typical of a herbalist. Yet he can cultivate elixirs with efficacy several times greater. This suggests the anomaly lies within the soil itself. Earlier, he mentioned acquiring a treasure and being pursued. I suspect that treasure pertains to this soil. While he may not be a child of fate, he undeniably harbors an extraordinary opportunity. If we were to search his soul, we would learn of the soil's origin, yet we would also be barred from accessing it due to the nature of the opportunity. Only someone endowed with exceptional fortune could guide us there. Otherwise, no one could enter. That location may very well be our objective in descending to this realm. Thus, it is imperative to retain him, not to harm him, but to utilize him. I have my plans in place. Upon hearing Yuan Zhaoxian's reasoning, the others grasped the situation. And Yuan Yin'er, filled with admiration, exclaimed, Wow, Divine Son, you are truly remarkable. Not only have you identified the issue, but you also intend to cleverly leverage him. Unlike certain individuals who resort to soul searching at the slightest provocation, she added, playfully sticking out her tongue at Yuan Ruochu. Very well. Yuan Zhaoxian waved his hand and said, Let us set this matter aside for now. You may all leave. The four disciples of the Divine Son bowed respectfully and exited the room. Once they had departed, a faint smile appeared on Yuan Zhaoxian's face as he murmured, It seems this night is destined to be sleepless. At that moment, a figure re-entered Yuan Zhaoxian's chamber. Without turning his gaze from the luminous white moon, Yuan Zhaoxian addressed the newcomer, My lady, what brings you here at such a late hour? A graceful figure emerged slowly. It was Zhao Zishuan. I have heard that you are a descendant of a hidden sect, she began, and thus I seek your wisdom on a matter of great importance. What is it? Yuan Zhanxian inquired. Are you familiar with the Xianing Cha tea? Zhao Zishuan asked, her face brimming with anticipation. With a slight smile, Yuan Zhanxian replied. The Xianing Cha tea is a body of extreme cold, and those who possess it suffer daily from the corrosive effects of cold toxins. Most importantly, those afflicted do not live beyond the age of 20. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zishuan's body trembled slightly, for she was indeed afflicted with the Xianing Cha tea. With great hope, she pressed on, is there a way to rescue me? Indeed, there exists a remedy, Yuan Zhanxian stated. Could you share this knowledge with me? Zhao Zishuan asked urgently. Why should I divulge this to you? Even if I did, you would be powerless to act, Yuan Zhanxian replied calmly, observing her distress. This. Zhao Zishuan was thoroughly alarmed. Then, in an uncharacteristic manner, Yuan Zhanxian said, however, saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels. My dear Zishuan, I can assist you, but what? Zhao Zishuan inquired swiftly. To dissolve the cold toxins within a Xianing Cha tea, one requires a substance of utmost yang. This substance generates intense heat during the purification process, and if you were to wear clothing, it might harm your skin. Therefore, you must remove your garments, Yuan Zhanxian elucidated. Zhao Zishuan was taken aback, her mind racing with thoughts. Surely he does not intend to take advantage of me. Rest assured, my lady, I am a man of integrity and would not lay a finger upon you. If you believe I am attempting to exploit this situation, I can simply close my eyes. If even that does not suffice, then I am truly powerless to assist you, Yuan Zhanxian declared with utmost sincerity. Then, very well, Zhao Zishuan acquiesced, choosing to trust Yuan Zhanxian for the sake of alleviating her suffering from the cold toxins. Her cheeks flushed. She slowly began to unfasten her garments, revealing a flawless form before Yuan Zhanxian, curvaceous, proportionate, with skin as fair as an infant's. She covered her chest with one hand while shielding her lower body with the other. Yuan Zhanxian promptly closed his eyes and gently guided Zhao Zishuan to lie upon the bed. As Zhao Zishuan lay there, gazing at the closed eyes of Yuan Zhanxian, her heart raced uncontrollably, her entire being flushing with warmth. It was impossible not to be captivated by his perfect visage, noble character, and formidable lineage. Yuan Zhanxian then waved his hand, summoning an extreme yang sacred pill into the air, and announced, "We are ready to begin." With a flick of his finger, the extreme yang sacred pill immediately entered Zhao Zishuan's body. Subsequently, Zhao Zishuan's form intermittently emitted a faint red glow, accompanied by agonizing moans. Yuan Zhanxian, witnessing the completion of the process, proceeded to the window, seated himself in a meditative posture, and awaited the extreme yang energy to purge the cold poison from Zhao Zishuan's system. Thus, the night passed, and by the dawn of the following day, the grand elder of the Lin family, along with the Lin disciples and Huashing, arrived at Yuan Zhanxian's chamber early. Sensing their presence, Yuan Zhanxian opened his eyes and rose to answer the door. "Did you rest well last night, young master?" inquired the grand elder of the Lin family upon seeing Yuan Zhanxian. "Very well, and I am grateful for your hospitality, grand elder," Yuan Zhanxian replied. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Zishuan emerged from within the room, fully awakened, the cold poison within her nearly eradicated, and her cultivation subtly on the verge of breaking through to the blood transformation realm. Stretching languidly and adjusting her attire, she stepped outside. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Under the bright daylight, Zhao Zishuan had emerged from Yuan Zhanxian's room, her complexion radiant and her attire neatly arranged, provoking a flurry of speculations among the onlookers. You, Huashing, with bloodshot eyes and clenched fists, released an aura of the blood transformation realm as he beheld his beloved stepping out from another man's chamber, his heart bleeding profusely. Enraged, he launched a fist towards Yuan Zhanxian without a second thought. Yuan Zhanxian, unfazed by Huashing's attack, gazed upon him with an expression of indifference. Impudent. Yuan Zifeng suddenly appeared before Huashing, his finger poised against Huashing's fist. How dare an ant show such audacity towards the young master? With a flash of golden light from his fingertip, Huashing was forcefully propelled against the wall by the recoil, gradually rising to his feet while clutching his chest. Huashing, now gravely injured, looked at Yuan Zifeng in disbelief. He sensed the formidable strength emanating from Yuan Zifeng, yet never anticipated it to be so overwhelming. A mere finger had left him severely wounded. In a fit of rage, he bellowed to the heavens, "Elder, assist me in eliminating them. I desire their suffering to be beyond death." Chapter 45. the news of the extraordinary artifact as Huixing roared towards the heavens. An elder of the ninth stage of the cave heaven realm descended slowly from the sky. He cast a glance at the injured Huixing and then coldly addressed Yuan Zhanxian and Yuan Zifeng. It is said that the hidden families possess countless precious treasures and techniques. As a descendant of one such family, you must have an abundance of valuable items. If I slay you, everything you possess shall belong to me, the elder declared with palpable excitement. Driven to madness? Do you truly intend to commit murder for riches? Yuan Zhanxian retorted, eyeing the elder with disdain. You have only yourselves to blame for being so ostentatious and failing to conceal your identities. Without a guardian, you dare to flaunt your affiliation with a hidden family, the elder continued, his demeanor brimming with confidence. I had intended to wait until you left the Lin family, but it appears that I must act now. You, a walking treasury, shall be mine. At this moment, Zhao Zishuan stepped forward, interjecting, Elder, how can you behave this way? Are you not afraid of the hidden family seeking retribution? Can you not spare these young gentlemen? Humph. Zhao Zishuan, you are merely an inner disciple. Is it your place to question my actions? The elder replied with an air of superiority. But Zhao Zishuan attempted to speak, only to be interrupted by the elder. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall have you dealt with according to the sect's rules. Meanwhile, Huixing's expression darkened as he glared at Zhao Zishuan for defending Yuan Zhanxian. Anger consumed him as he cried out, Zhao Zishuan, you wretched woman. After all the years I admired you and sought to win your favor, you choose to stand by this man. No, it cannot be like this. Zhao Zishuan wished to counter his accusations. But Huixing's next words left her utterly stunned. You claim to be reserved, yet you willingly offer yourself. I was so naive. Had I known you were such a base creature, I would have taken you long ago. Your dual cultivation with the profound Yin body not only enhances one's cultivation but is also reputed to be an exquisite experience in bed. Rest assured, once I eliminate them, I shall cherish you properly. Huixing's visage twisted into a grotesque expression as he spoke. These words struck Zhao Zishuan like a bolt from the blue, overwhelming her with disbelief. She had never anticipated that Huixing could be such a despicable person. Seeing Zhao Zishuan's distress, Yuan Zhanxian offered a charming smile and stepped closer to comfort her. A person so vile as him is unworthy of you, my dear Zishuan. It is a blessing to recognize this sooner rather than later. If you wish to cry, do so. My shoulder is always here for you. You will feel better after a good weep. Originally choked with emotion, Zhao Zishuan gazed at the gentle and handsome Yuan Zhanxian and replied, Why did you appear so late? How I wish I had met you sooner. With that, she leaned on Yuan Zhanxian's shoulder and wept, her tears soaking his garments. Witnessing this scene, Huixing felt as though his heart would burst. He turned to the elder and exclaimed, Elder, what are you waiting for? Quickly slay this pair of traitorous lovers. The elder responded, even in their final moments, they wish to linger in tenderness. Very well, I shall grant you this wish. Enough of this noise. Yenner, annihilate them. Yuan Zhanxian commanded, gently patting Zhao Zishuan's back while addressing the air. Indeed, young master, at this moment, a golden light flashed before the elder and Huixing, revealing the figure of Yuan Yenner. Subsequently, Yuan Yenner summoned her spiritual energy, causing several droplets to materialize in the void. She then addressed the two with a gentle tone, Weak ice, 3000. Instantly, the droplets coalesced into hand-sized diamond-shaped ice cones, moving with astonishing speed. Before the two could react, they were pierced through by multiple ice cones and collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. The elder beside them stared wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably. How could a formidable being at the 9th rank of the cave heaven realm be eliminated so swiftly? What kind of terrifying cultivation did this young girl possess? Then, Yuan Zhanxian spoke to the elder, saying, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for the servants to take Miss Zishuan to rest. After speaking, Zhao Zishuan, who had fallen asleep crying on Yuan Zhanxian's shoulder, was lifted by his spiritual energy and taken by the servants to her room. Yuan Zhanxian himself stretched lazily and remarked, This matter is quite exhausting. My head aches. Elder, I wish to rest a little longer. Very well, my lord, take your time, the elder responded, his manner of address changing. He then departed with his entourage. Upon entering the room, Yuan Zhanxian immediately turned to Yuan Yenner and said, Yenner, quickly, the rootless water. I need to wash my hands. Also, I seem to have misplaced my clothing. This won't do. Observing Yuan Zhanxian's overly dramatic reaction, Yuan Yenner was taken aback and inquired, Son of God, you were so kind to Miss Zishuan just now. Why the sudden change? Though this woman serves as a tool to control Lin Yin, I am a person of particular cleanliness. Moreover, how can I expect her to serve me wholeheartedly if I do not treat her well? Yuan Zhanxian replied. At this moment, Yuan Yin'er and the others began to understand that Yuan Zhanxian's actions were part of a larger scheme, realizing that as the Son of God had stated, one should employ their intellect rather than resort to violence. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber of a sacred site within the Tianlan realm, a middle-aged man in seclusion suddenly opened his eyes, witnessing the extinguishing of the soul fire within the jade stone he held. He then roared within the chamber, my son, who dares to take his life? I shall not let this matter rest. I will exact 1,000-fold vengeance upon the one who has slain you." Days later, Yuan Zhanxian brought the 4 companions to the hall of the Lin family. Addressing the elder of the Lin family, he remarked, "I apologize for the disturbances over the past few days. Today we intend to continue our journey through the mortal realm." The elder of the Lin family inquired, "May I ask, where does my lord wish to go next?" Yuan Zhanxian feigned contemplation for a moment before responding, "To the royal city of the Yin kingdom. Please inform Miss Zixuan that we have departed, so she may rest well." "Understood. I wish my lord a smooth journey through the mortal realm," the elder of the Lin family replied, bowing respectfully. Subsequently, Yuan Zhanxian and his 4 companions departed from the Lin family. In the void, the 5 of them soared through the air. Ji Jinqian asked, "Son of God, did we leave without doing anything?" Yuan Zhanxian smiled and replied, "What do you think will happen now that the sect's elder and core disciples have perished in the Lin family?" The 4, still perplexed, shook their heads in confusion. "Certainly." The elders were dispatched to investigate the matter, ultimately discovering that we had slain an elder and a core disciple of the Lin family. The demise of these 2 individuals would undoubtedly incite the wrath of their sect, rendering the Lin family a target for retribution, and their annihilation was inevitable. "And what of Lin Yin and Zhao Zixuan?" Ji Jingtian inquired with curiosity. "Lin Yin possesses the strength of the cave heaven realm and has great fortune. He is not so easily dispatched, though he will certainly be pursued. As for Zhao Zixuan, she is already a disciple of the inner sect. It is likely that her sect will not impose difficulties upon her. One seeks to evade pursuit, while the other has developed feelings for me. They will both come seeking me. We shall simply await their arrival in the royal city of Yin. The amusement is only just beginning." Upon concluding his words, Yuan Zhanxian led the 4 of them soaring toward the royal city of Yin. A few days later, the Lin family was suddenly beset by a multitude of powerful figures. With over a dozen at the cave heaven realm, led by a formidable being of the divine ability realm. At that moment, the grand elder of the Lin family, perspiring profusely, cautiously inquired, "May I ask what commands you esteemed lords have?" The leader responded, "I must ask you, did the elder and core disciple of the Xianlin sect encounter misfortune at your Lin family?" To respond, "Esteemed lord, it is true that the elder and Lord Huixing met with misfortune at my Lin family, yet this matter bears no relation to us. The perpetrators have already made their way to the royal city," the grand elder said, his body trembling slightly. "Humph. Since they have departed, what use do you serve? With 2 core figures of the Xianlin sect slain within your Lin family, your entire clan shall accompany them in death. Attack." In the end, the Lin family was reduced to ruins under the relentless bombardment of the formidable practitioners, nearly leading to their total extinction. Only 2 individuals from the Lin family survived. One was Lin Yin, who, sensing the dire situation, fled immediately. Though he was pursued by a throng of cave heaven realm experts, the other was Zhao Zixuan, a disciple of the Xianlin sect, who was taken back by the crowd. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian and his companions arrived in the royal city of Yin, a bustling metropolis teeming with people, merchants, and vendors in abundance. Yuan Zhanxian proceeded to a premier establishment in the city known as Ju Yuan, reputed to be the finest inn in the entire Tianlan realm, with branches in nearly every significant city across the realm. As Yuan Zhanxian stepped through the door, the attendant, noticing the 5 individuals adorned in splendid garments and exuding exceptional grace, greeted them with a beaming smile. "Esteemed lords, do you wish to dine or seek lodging? We offer the finest cuisine and the most exquisite accommodations. May I inquire as to your preferred level of service? What levels are available?" Yuan Zhanxian asked with curiosity. The attendant elaborated, "Esteemed lord, we offer 4 tiers based on the realms of heaven and earth. The earth tier requires only spirit stones for accommodation, priced at 1 low-grade spirit stone per day. The 10,000 tier is for those of the cave heaven realm, costing 10 low-grade spirit stones per day. The earth tier is for divine ability and Tao body realm experts, priced at 100 spirit stones per day. Lastly, the heaven tier is reserved for the progeny of major sacred lands or core members of the sects, or those of the reincarnation realm, at a cost of 1 medium-grade spirit stone per day." The attendant grew increasingly animated as he spoke. "Book 5 rooms of the heaven tier," Yuan Ruochu commanded directly. At this moment, the attendant was somewhat taken aback and could not help but inquire, "Esteemed gentlemen, may I ask what your identities are?" Although the few individuals from the Yuan family bore an air of distinction that set them apart from ordinary folk, they emitted no discernible aura, appearing as commonplace as any other. Yuan Ruochu promptly responded, "Our identities are not for you to question. Here are 10 high-grade spirit stones. Do you think this amount suffices for our party of 5 to stay for several days? Esteemed guests, this is not in accordance with the rules," interjected a patron dining nearby. "Are you the attendant of this establishment?" Yuan Zhanxian asked. "No, this gentleman is also here to dine," the attendant replied. "Be gone," Yuan Zhanxian commanded. "Yes." Subsequently, Yuan Zifeng pointed at the man, and a flash of golden light ensued. The man was hurled out, crashing into the entrance of the restaurant and creating a substantial dent in the ground. At that moment, within the Tianzi Binghao room, a middle-aged man bowed to another and said, "Holy Son, I just sensed the presence of a formidable being at the Tao body realm, whose strength is certainly on par with my own." This middle-aged figure possessed the cultivation of the reincarnation realm. "Oh, such a powerful individual in this small nation of Yan. We must make their acquaintance. Perhaps we can persuade them to assist us, which would enhance our odds in the competition for the unparalleled treasure," the Holy Son remarked. With that, he proceeded to the entrance of the restaurant, producing a jade token inscribed with the character for divinity, addressing the attendant, "These gentlemen are my friends. You have no objections, I trust?" The attendant was astonished by the jade token, a symbol of the divine feather sacred land, which could only be worn by those of the Holy Son rank. He immediately bowed and said, of course, since they are friends of the Holy Son, there is no issue at all." With that, he quickly retreated. Observing the handsome young man before him, Yuan Zhanxian smiled and inquired, "And you, my friend, are?" "I am the Holy Son of the divine feather sacred land. Observing you all, I see a remarkable aura and extraordinary demeanor. You are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. I would like to make your acquaintance. Would you be willing to join me in my private room for a gathering?" At this moment, Yuan Yin'er felt displeased. Her Holy Son was the most esteemed figure in the world, not someone to be acquainted with just anyone. She was about to speak, but was interrupted by Yuan Zhanxian's wave of his hand. "Yin'er, entering the world signifies the understanding of human experiences, which is a form of cultivation. Set aside your lofty status and relish the myriad facets of life. You will discover something different, which will contribute to your path." Upon hearing Yuan Zhanxian's words, the 4 members of the Yuan family nodded in agreement. The Holy Son of the Divine Feather, a formidable being at the 6th stage of the Divine Powers realm, was also taken aback by Yuan Zhanxian's statement. Entering the world? Could it be that he was a descendant of an ancient hidden sect? The Holy Son pondered internally. Yuan Zhanxian then addressed the Holy Son. "Since you have extended an invitation, we shall accept." With that, he ascended to the private room alongside the Holy Son. Once inside, the Holy Son spoke first, "Esteemed guests, are you here for leisure?" Yuan Zhanxian replied, "We are descendants of a reclusive family. Our purpose in entering the world is merely to wander through the mortal realm and cultivate our Tao heart. Indeed, as heirs of a hidden lineage." The Holy Son of Divine Feather felt reassured in his decision. "Might I inquire if you have a specific destination in mind?" He continued. "At present, we do not." Yuan Zhanxian replied nonchalantly. "We have only recently entered this world and are not well acquainted with it. Perhaps the Holy Son has some recommendations or is aware of any intriguing recent events. The Tianlan realm boasts an abundance of breathtaking landscapes. It would take you at least a decade or 2 to explore them all. However, there is indeed a most curious event that has transpired recently." The Holy Son of Divine Feather elaborated. "Oh, pray tell, what is this curious matter? I have heard that a few years ago, a mysterious space suddenly emerged in the northwest of the Tianlan realm. It is said to be suffused with radiant light and possesses a concentration of spiritual energy tenfold greater than that of the outside world. Consequently, formidable beings have asserted that this place must harbor countless unparalleled treasures. Some powerful individuals formed their own expeditions to investigate, but they entered and never returned. Their soul flames extinguished in their respective sections." After finishing his account, the Holy Son cast a glance at Yuan Zhanxian and continued, "Subsequently, even more potent beings endeavored to explore, yet the outcome remained unchanged, until a young man appeared, possessing merely the cultivation of the body refinement stage, who astonishingly entered that realm and emerged safely." "Oh, what is peculiar about that? Every individual encounters their own opportunities," Yuan Zhanxian remarked. "The crux of the matter lies here. Initially, there were those who sought to capture this individual and coerce him into leading them inside, but for years, they could not locate him. It was only recently that someone discovered him. Strangely, in the span of just 2 to 3 years, he ascended directly from the body refinement stage to the cave heaven stage. He must have acquired some extraordinary treasure from within. Otherwise, such a terrifying advancement would be impossible. Now, nearly all the powerful beings across the continent are in pursuit of him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhanxian realized who this individual was and comprehended the entirety of the situation. A sudden emergence of a space in the Tianlan realm had led numerous powerful beings to seek it out, only to meet their demise. Yet Lin Yin was a fortunate one, navigating the perilous space as if it were his own backyard, ultimately acquiring a miraculous soil. With this soil, his cultivation soared to unprecedented heights. Thus, Yuan Zhanxian surmised that this space might indeed contain the extraordinary treasures his father and the system had alluded to. Chapter 46. A Knight's Venture into the Mysterious Realm. Might it be that the divine Feather Saint Sun also seeks the unparalleled treasures concealed within this enigmatic space? Yuan Zhanxian then inquired. With the emergence of such extraordinary artifacts, all major factions yearn to partake in the bounty, and I am no exception, however. The current imperial courts and holy lands of the Tianlan realm have dispatched formidable warriors, leaving me at a disadvantage due to my limited strength. If only the noble Sun could accompany me, I believe our expedition would yield abundant rewards, the divine Feather Saint Sun lamented. I almost forgot that the noble Sun has only recently entered this world and may not be well versed in the circumstances of the Tianlan realm. The realm is divided into 1 palace, 2 pavilions, 3 dynasties, and 4 lands. The palace is the Dragon Palace. The 2 pavilions are the 10,000 Beast Pavilion and the 8 Desolations Pavilion. The 3 dynasties consist of the Great Emperor Dynasty, the Great Xia Dynasty, and the Qing Dynasty. The 4 lands are the Bloodslaughter Holy Land, the 4 Symbols Holy Land, the Great Wilderness Holy Land, and my own Divine Feather Holy Land. Each of these entities has produced saints in the past, and currently, the Dragon Palace boasts 6 quasi-saints, while the 2 pavilions each have 4, the 3 dynasties have 3, and the 4 holy lands each possess 2 quasi-saints. Yuan Zhanxian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing of over 30 quasi-saints in the Tianlan realm. However, he quickly regained his composure. At his current 4th stage of the reincarnation realm, he is undoubtedly invincible against any force below the saintly level. His only concern lay with Yuan Ruochu and the others, as they had yet to ascend to the reincarnation realm. Upon hearing of the 30-plus quasi-saints, Yuan Ruochu and her companions felt a chill run down their spines. The aura of a single quasi-saint beast had already weighed heavily upon them in the canyon's secret realm. And now, there were more than 30. Yet, the presence of their divine son offered them some comfort. Yuan Zhanxian then declared, such a mysterious space, replete with unparalleled treasures, ignites our enthusiasm. You are correct, divine Feather Saint Sun, there is strength in numbers. Let us embark together on this exploration. Excellent. With your involvement, we are sure to reap considerable rewards. All that remains is for that young man to lead the way. He then addressed Yuan Zhanxian. I shall take care of the matter regarding that individual. As the hour grows late, I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. He then turned to the middle-aged man. Elder Feng, please escort the young lords and ladies to the Tianzi guest rooms for their repose. The middle-aged man respectfully led Yuan Zhanxian and the others to their accommodations. As night descended, in Yuan Zhanxian's chamber, Yuan Ruochu and her companions stood side by side. Gazing at Yuan Zhanxian in confusion, Divine Son, is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour? Yuan Zhanxian replied, I have made my decision. We shall venture to that location tonight. Without Lin Yin, the one destined for great fortune, we may not reach our full potential. Upon hearing this, the 4 responded, we shall heed the Divine Son's command. Time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately. With that, the 5 of them vanished from the room in a flash of light. In the northwest of the Tianlan realm, a vast forest harbored a colossal swirling vortex emanating a blue glow, ceaselessly rotating. The territory of the Flame Nation lay adjacent to this mysterious space, allowing Yuan Zhanxian to swiftly arrive at the entrance of the swirling vortex. Due to the numerous formidable beings who had previously perished within, this place seemed to have transformed into a forbidden zone, with not a soul in sight beyond the vortex gate. The divine offspring must be here, Yuan Ruochu remarked, gazing at the swirling portal. Indeed, let us proceed and explore, Yuan Zhanxian promptly replied. The 5 then stepped through the vortex gate into that enigmatic space. Upon entry, a profound aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. Yuan Zhanxian, sensing its depth, remarked, this emanates from an inner realm. No wonder the spiritual energy is so dense. Not a trace has leaked into the outside world. Yuan Yin'er inquired with confusion, "What is this inner realm?" The inner realm refers to an independent world, beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly law. It may form naturally or be created by supreme beings. For instance, the ancestral land of my clan is an inner realm, and this particular one appears to be naturally formed, Yuan Zhanxian explained as he continued deeper into the space, the other four following closely behind. Soon, they arrived at a peach grove, where pink petals drifted down with the gentle breeze, creating a delightful scene. At that moment, however, the fallen petals unexpectedly soared into the air, radiating a soft pink light before hurtling towards the five. Yuan Zhanxian waved his hand, summoning a golden energy shield that enveloped them. The petals struck the shield, producing a resonant clang, indicating their formidable force. As the petals continued to bombard the energy barrier, roots as thick as a waist began to emerge from the ground. With no time to ponder their next move, the five had no choice but to scatter for cover. Yuan Zhanxian ascended into the void, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, encircled by the energy shield, blocking the relentless assault of petals and encroaching branches. At that moment, Zhijingtian utilized his ethereal form to become intangible, allowing the petals and branches to pass through him harmlessly. Yuan Ruochu, meanwhile, employed a vortex of reincarnation to continuously devour the incoming petals and branches. Yuan Zifeng, in his straightforward manner, summoned a sacred blade and fervently slashed at the oncoming petals and branches. Yuan Yin'er, too, raised 4 massive ice pillars around herself for protection. However, as the numbers of petals and branches multiplied, their power intensified, and Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yin'er found themselves struggling against the onslaught. Yuan Zhanxian swiftly appeared beside them, seizing both and tossing them into the safety of his energy shield. He then directed Yuan Ruochu and Zhijingtian, "We must leave this place at once." The five, while evading the relentless petals and branches, gradually distanced themselves from the area. Unbeknownst to them, they entered a murky swamp. Panting, Yuan Yin'er exclaimed, "At last, we have escaped that place. I nearly succumbed, thanks to the divine offspring. Shall we rest a moment before proceeding?" Yuan Zhanxian scanned their surroundings and immediately replied, "Do not let your guard down. I sense something amiss in this place." No sooner had he spoken than the sky erupted with thunder, and a multitude of lightning bolts filled the heavens, an overwhelming sense of dread washing over the four, with only Yuan Zhanxian remaining composed. Boom! A bolt of lightning swiftly descended upon the crowd, prompting 5 individuals to hastily evade its path. Almost immediately, another flash of lightning struck, followed by a torrential downpour of countless bolts from the heavens. Yuan Zhanxian shielded Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yin'er, activating his dual pupils to conjure a formidable barrier against the onslaught of lightning. Yuan Ruochu unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, launching a direct assault on the myriad bolts. Meanwhile, Zhijingtian summoned the void refinement cauldron, incessantly absorbing the innumerable lightning strikes aimed at him. Suddenly, 2 resounding crashes echoed through the air as Yuan Ruochu's 6 paths of reincarnation fist failed to withstand the terrifying lightning, nearly resulting in a catastrophic hit. Zhijingtian's ethereal weapon, the void refinement cauldron, was also struck down from the void and fell into his grasp. Both were struck by a mix of astonishment and dread. Despite being ranked 4th and 5th among the 3,000 physique cultivators, their current Tao body realm cultivation seemed inadequate against the might of a reincarnation realm expert. They had resorted to their strongest techniques, yet remained unable to fend off the relentless barrage of lightning, recognizing the sheer terror of its power. With a thunderous roar, as Yuan Ruochu and Zhijingtian's defenses faltered, the multitude of lightning surged once more towards them. As the deadly bolts approached with alarming speed, they prepared to summon their utmost spiritual energy for another defense. At that moment, a figure appeared before them, delivering a powerful punch towards the sky. The multitude of lightning collided with the strike, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The figure then addressed Yuan Ruochu and Zhijingtian, urging them, "Brother Ruochu, Jingtian, stay close to me." In a mere quarter of an hour, Yuan Zhanxian and the 5 returned to the entrance of the vortex gate. Observing the 4, who were utterly exhausted and drained of spiritual energy, Yuan Zhanxian remarked, "Indeed, only those with extraordinary fortunes like Lin Yin can traverse this inner realm with such ease." "What is this inner realm, truly? It is so terrifying. If I were to venture into that space alone, I might not return," Zhijingtian expressed, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Jingtian, if you were to enter alone, it would not be a matter of uncertainty. It would be a certainty that you would perish," Yuan Zhanxian replied gravely. He continued, "Just moments ago, I utilized my dual pupils to survey our surroundings. We merely circled within that inner realm. The core gathering place remains far from our reach. However, the power of those peach blossoms and branches was already comparable to the full force attacks of a 5th or 6th tier reincarnation realm expert. While the subsequent lightning strikes were nearly equivalent to the full might of a peak reincarnation realm master, the four finally grasped the absurdity of this inner realm. To be faced with such peril even before reaching the core area, where the lightning equaled the full force of a peak reincarnation expert, was daunting. What then awaited them in the core region? Surely, it would be akin to the full force of a quasi-saint or even a saint. They silently vowed that upon returning, they would diligently cultivate to enhance their strength, no longer relying solely on their divine companion for protection. Yuan Zhanxian added, "It appears this inner realm is indeed the target we have been seeking. Fortunately, I possess Zhao Zishuan as a trump card, and now is the time to unveil it." He then instructed the four, "Let us return for now. Everyone should take the time to rest today." With that, he led the group back to the gathering Fade Inn in the Yin Kingdom. A few days passed, and a young man arrived at the gathering Fade Inn. Upon entering, a waiter promptly approached him, inquiring whether the guest was there to dine or to lodge. He then recited the same welcoming spiel he had delivered to the previous guest. "Yuan Zhanxian, I am here to seek someone. Might there be 4 men and 1 woman residing here, approximately my age, each possessing exceptional grace? The leader among them resembles a celestial being." Indeed. Are you their friend?" the waiter asked eagerly. "Precisely. I am a friend, and I have urgent matters to discuss with them." "Oh, you are a friend of that esteemed individual. Your friends are currently in the Tianhao room. Would you like me to escort you?" the waiter said, trying to curry favor. "There is no need for your assistance," the young man replied, producing a low-grade spirit stone. "Ah, thank you, esteemed sir. Please, follow me," the waiter exclaimed. The young man followed the waiter upstairs, navigating a winding path until they reached the door of Yuan Zhanxian's room, at which point the waiter bowed and retreated. Just as the young man was about to knock, a voice emerged from within. "Since Master Lin has arrived, please enter for a discussion." Upon entering, Lin Yin addressed Yuan Zhanxian. "You have quite the refined taste, indulging in the exploration of ancient landmarks. Are you aware that after you killed that Wuxing, my Lin family has been obliterated? Oh, yet you seem quite alive. Moreover, I can discern from your eyes that the downfall of the Lin family does not seem to sadden you. Rather, it appears to have granted you a sense of liberation." Yuan Zhanxian replied leisurely. Lin Yin was taken aback, surprised by how perceptive Yuan Zhanxian was. Noticing Lin Yin's silence, Yuan Zhanxian continued, "You have come here seeking my assistance to extricate yourself from your current peril, am I correct?" At that moment, Lin Yin found himself unable to fathom Yuan Zhanxian, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. He replied, "Then may I inquire what your intentions are? I possess some knowledge of your situation. Since only you can enter that mysterious space, let us make a transaction. I will ensure your safety, and you will grant us access to that realm. What say you?" Yuan Zhanxian proposed. "Although you are a scion of a reclusive family, your cultivation is still insufficient. Given the imminent danger, I find myself compelled to seek refuge with a quasi-saint. This would not only guarantee my safety, but may even afford me the opportunity to become a disciple of a quasi-saint," Lin Yin retorted. "Oh, if that is your stance, I shall not press you further, Master Lin. Rest assured, I will not disclose your whereabouts to anyone," Yuan Zhanxian responded magnanimously. "In that case, I am grateful for your understanding," Lin Yin replied, feeling an urgent desire to leave the room. The more Yuan Zhanxian assumed the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman, the more unsettled Lin Yin became. Without further ado, he exited the room and hurried away. Yuan Zhanxian watched Lin Yin depart, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Days passed once more, and on one such day, a woman, her face veiled and her figure alluringly curvaceous, appeared at the entrance of the gathering Fade Inn. Much like Lin Yin before her, she was met with the same words and the same accommodating waiter, before she too made her way to Yuan Zhanxian's door. The young woman took a deep breath and gently tapped on the door of Yuan Zhanxian. Moments later, the exquisitely perfect visage of Yuan Zhanxian appeared before her. As she beheld his countenance, the woman felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks, her heart racing with fervent anticipation. She addressed him, saying, "Young master, it has been several days since we last met, and I have greatly missed you." Yuan Zhanxian responded, "Ah, so it is you, Zishuan. Please, come in." Previously, he had referred to her as Miss Zishuan, and now his familiar address brought her great joy. Upon entering the room, she discovered that Yuan Ruochu and 3 others were also present. She inquired, "Am I interrupting? Are you discussing something important? Yuan Zhanxian reassured her. Not at all, Zishuan. You are not an outsider to us. Hearing him affirm her place among them filled Zhao Zishuan with delight. Then, with an unperturbed demeanor, Yuan Zhanxian said, Zishuan, I have something to share. We are soon to return. Our initial mission was to explore a mysterious realm, a place where many formidable individuals have met their demise. We later learned that only Prince Lin Yin could enter safely. I approached him about the possibility of accompanying him, but he deemed us of little worth and declined. Thus, our mission has effectively ended in failure. In a state of urgency, Zhao Zishuan asked, what will happen if we return after failing? Is there no chance of venturing out again? Yuan Zhanxian continued his solemn discourse. I cannot say for certain what lies ahead. However, I do know that should we fail this mission, it is likely I shall never leave my family again. Is there truly no other way? Zhao Zishuan's mind raced with turmoil. Observing her distress, Yuan Zhanxian quickly interjected, there is a possibility, but it hinges on whether you are willing to assist me. Chapter 47. Settling accounts with Zishuan. Upon hearing Yuan Zhanxian's words, Zhao Zishuan immediately declared, I am willing. No matter the nature of the task or the difficulties that may arise, I shall do anything for my lord. The four onlookers, who were bewildered by the unfolding events, could not help but admire Yuan Zhanxian, for in merely 2 encounters, he had captivated Zhao Zishuan to such an extent. Yuan Zhanxian continued, if you, Zishuan, are willing to approach young Master Lin Yin, I believe we can accomplish this mission. Approach him? What does my lord mean? Zhao Zishuan inquired. Inspire him to fall in love with you. With such a request, he should be inclined to grant us access to that mysterious space, allowing us not only to complete our mission but also to ensure that I need not remain confined within my family, and I could see you every day. With her heart already anxious about the prospect of not seeing Yuan Zhanxian again, Zhao Zishuan, upon hearing that she could see him daily, responded without a moment's hesitation. As long as I can see my lord every day and aid him, Zishuan is willing to do anything. Yuan Zhanxian then gently tapped her forehead with his finger, saying, Then I shall trouble you. Zhao Zishuan's face flushed slightly, a warmth spreading across her cheeks, and she tenderly caressed the spot where his finger had touched. Reluctant to let go, Yuan Zhanxian remarked, You must be hungry after rushing here without a meal. Yinchu, please instruct the server to prepare a delicious feast for us to share. Zhao Zishuan joyfully replied, I will follow my lord's wishes. They shared a meal together, during which Yuan Zhanxian playfully elicited giggles from Zhao Zishuan, who felt this was the happiest moment of her life. Time passed swiftly, and as the meal came to an end, Zhao Zishuan reluctantly left the Jiyuan restaurant, ready to fulfill Yuan Zhanxian's request. As Zhao Zishuan walked away, Ji Jingtian remarked, I used to believe that our divine son relied solely on his formidable strength to impose his will. But now I realize he possesses a remarkable charm that can win over women with just a few words, effortlessly securing Zhao Zishuan's affection. It truly is impressive. Yuan Yinshu added, Indeed, our divine son not only boasts unparalleled strength and a formidable background, but his looks are also unmatched. What girl would not be moved? Especially one like her? Now, we simply await the outcome, Yuan Zhanxian interjected, waving his hand to silence the chatter. Days passed, and in the ethereal space above Jiyuan restaurant stood 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, while the woman, clad in a form-fitting qipao, was in her 30s, her curves accentuating her timeless grace. Their faces were etched with malice as the woman questioned, Is this the place, Ping? The man glanced down at the restaurant, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he affirmed, Indeed, this is the place. The one who murdered Xinger resides within. The individuals who arrived were none other than Hu Xing's parents. The father, Hu Ping, was one of the esteemed elders of the blood-killing sacred land, a formidable figure at the 6th level of the reincarnation realm. The mother, Yimin, was the biological sister of the reigning emperor, possessing a cultivation level of the 4th tier of the reincarnation realm. Upon learning of their son Hu Xing's tragic demise, the 2, who had been in seclusion, immediately emerged to seek information. Eventually, they discovered that the perpetrator resided within the Jiyuan restaurant. Thus, they called out into the void, addressing the establishment below, You vile wretch. Do you think you can escape retribution for slaying my son by hiding here? As they spoke, Hu Ping unleashed a wave of energy directed at the window of Yuan Zhanxian's room. The energy swiftly penetrated the glass, resulting in a tremendous explosion within. Who dares to be so audacious? At that moment, 4 figures soared from the Jiyuan restaurant, led by a 1st-tier reincarnation realm expert, accompanied by 3 9th-tier Dao body realm cultivators. These 4 were the overseers of the Jiyuan restaurant. Observing the audacity of the attack, they swiftly confronted the intruders. "Who are you, and why do you disturb our establishment without cause?" inquired the leader among them. Huaping replied resolutely, "I have come solely to exact vengeance on the one who harmed my child. Those who are uninvolved, leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to unleash a massacre." The leader, undeterred, declared, "You possess great courage, then come forth." The four of them advanced towards Huaping and Yimin, forming a square to encircle the pair. They launched an onslaught of strikes. However, the disparity in strength became evident, and gradually, apart from their leader, the three were struck down by Huaping and Yimin, creating a deep pit in the ground. The leader was also forcefully driven to the earth following the relentless assault by the two. "Are you not afraid of the repercussions from Zhi Yuan's powerful allies?" the leader questioned. "Repercussions? You shield a scoundrel and dare to speak of retribution?" Huaping retorted furiously. "Why waste words, brother Ping? Slay them, and then we shall seek out the one who took our Xinger. I shall employ the sacred fire of the Supreme Emperor to torment their souls, ensuring they find no solace in life or death," Yimin added, her eyes ablaze with vengeance. Thereupon, Yimin invoked the Supreme Emperor's ultimate technique, the sacred fire incantation. Flames began to swirl around her, their intense heat vaporizing the very clouds above. She unleashed the inferno upon the four adversaries. In response, they desperately summoned all their spiritual energy to form a protective barrier against the searing flames. Yet, the chasm of strength proved insurmountable, and they were ultimately consumed, leaving no trace behind. With their obstacles eliminated, Huaping and Yimin strode purposefully towards the Zhu Yuan restaurant and approached the entrance of Yuan Zhanxian's chamber. Huaping unleashed a surge of energy, shattering the door into fragments. Inside the now ruined room, Yuan Zhanxian sat calmly, sipping tea, while Yuan Ruochu and the others stood silently behind him. Huaping gazed at the unscathed Yuan Zhanxian, slightly taken aback. His recent strike had clearly struck the room, and one would expect that even a master of Dao body realm would be gravely injured. Yet Yuan Zhanxian remained entirely unharmed, leisurely sipping tea. Observing the ire of the two, Yuan Zhanxian remarked nonchalantly, "Not bad. One at the 6th stage of the reincarnation realm and another at the 4th stage. They shall serve well as sparring partners. Zifeng, Yaner. Why don't you give it a try?" "Understood, young master," they replied. Huaping and Amon were once again astonished, realizing that Yuan Zhanxian's two subordinates were, astonishingly, of the Dao body realm, one at the 6th stage and the other at the 3rd stage, and they were surprisingly young. Their murderous intent intensified considerably. Such prodigies must be eliminated today. Otherwise, they would pose an endless threat. Subsequently, Yuan Zifeng faced Huaping while Yuan Yaner confronted Amon. The four engaged in combat, transitioning from the confines of the room into the void. As time progressed, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yaner began to be overwhelmed by Huaping and Amon. Although they were extraordinary prodigies capable of defeating enemies across stages, the disparity in their strengths was too great, having crossed a substantial realm. Ultimately, they were defeated. As they watched the fallen duo, Huaping and Amon prepared to press their advantage and eliminate Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yaner. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian addressed Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian, saying, "Ruochu, brother, Jingtian, deal with them." Yuan Zhanxian was confident in their abilities, as they were indeed formidable forbidden prodigies. He then contemplated that the innate talents of Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yaner were somewhat lacking and pondered ways to enhance their potential. Just as Huaping and Amon were about to pursue, they suddenly sensed two powerful auras materializing before them. They halted, scrutinizing the newcomers. One at the 8th stage of Dao body realm and the other at the 6th stage, their presence far more formidable than before, causing a flicker of seriousness in their eyes. Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian then addressed Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yaner, saying, "Zifeng, Yaner, you should withdraw. We will handle these two." Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yaner nodded in agreement. Yuan Ruochu then turned to Ji Jingtian, declaring, "Jingtian, I'll take the male, you handle the female." Ji Jingtian shot back, "On what grounds? Why does the male go to you, and the female to me? What gives you that right?" "Simply because I have bested you before," Yuan Ruochu asserted boldly. "A hero does not dwell on past glories, you, whose cultivation is waned. How can you speak so confidently? Besides, can you even defeat me now?" Ji Jingtian retorted. As the two engaged in their incessant bickering, they completely forgot their purpose of confronting Huaping and Amon. Yuan Zhanxian, face-palming, remarked, "These two truly are a pair of quarrelsome fools." Huaping and Amon, witnessing the duo's self-absorbed argument in the face of their threat, grew increasingly incensed. No matter how you argue, death awaits you, Huaping shouted, charging towards Ji Jingtian, channeling spiritual energy into his hands. A crimson glow emanated from his grasp as he commanded, Purgatory Blood Dragon. A massive blood-colored dragon materialized in the air. Its gaping maw aimed directly at Ji Jingtian. In response, Ji Jingtian calmly uttered, Void Transformation. Subsequently, Ji Jingtian's body began to transform into a translucent form, flickering in and out of visibility. The blood-red dragon incessantly wove through Ji Jingtian's ethereal figure, while Huaping, witnessing the ineffectiveness of his technique against Ji Jingtian, promptly formed hand seals and summoned the 9 kills blood dragon. The blood-red dragon spiraled and morphed into an enormous crimson sphere, which then split into 9 equally sized blood-red dragons that continued to weave through Ji Jingtian's intangible body. Meanwhile, the battle involving Yuan Ruochu was equally fierce. At that moment, Yiman resembled a deity of fire, enveloped in searing flames as she engaged in a brutal melee with Yuan Ruochu. Despite Yuan Ruochu's inferior cultivation compared to Yiman, as a forbidden prodigy with a reincarnation body ranked 4th among the 3,000 physiques, she possessed the ability to transcend levels and even engage in cross-boundary battles. The intensity of the combat escalated as Yuan Ruochu, leveraging her reincarnation body and the power of the reincarnation scripture, gradually gained the upper hand. Observing her dwindling advantage and inability to subdue Yuan Ruochu, Yiman's frustration grew. She then surged with energy, her spiritual power transforming into a colossal firebird, which she commanded towards Yuan Ruochu with a fierce cry. Seeing this, Yuan Ruochu extended her right hand, summoning a gigantic purple ring before her. Calmly, she declared, 6 paths of reincarnation, beast path. Within the massive purple ring, countless exotic beasts surged forth, rushing towards the immense firebird. The beasts collided with the firebird, creating a series of explosive sounds, ultimately overwhelming the firebird through sheer numbers until it dissipated. Realizing her technique had no effect on Yuan Ruochu, Yiman summoned her maximum spiritual power and shouted, Supreme Emperor's sacred fire technique, flames of devastation. A tremendous wave of crimson flames erupted behind her, rolling like a tumultuous sea, crashing down upon Yuan Ruochu. Faced with this formidable torrent of flames, Yuan Ruochu responded with her own declaration, 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 6 enormous black holes, radiating purple light, appeared behind her. From one of the black holes emerged a colossal arm, its fist aimed directly at the raging flames, delivering a powerful blow. When the fist collided with the flames, a blinding flash ensued, and the overwhelming fire was forcefully extinguished by the might of the punch. The massive fist then continued its advance toward Yiman. Meanwhile, Ji Jingtian observed Huaping's 9 blood-red dragons incessantly darting towards his intangible form, attempting to exploit their numerical superiority and the passage of time to strike him. Noticing his wife in peril, Huaping immediately commanded the 9 blood-red dragons to intercept Yuan Ruochu's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yet, Ji Jingtian would not allow him to succeed. As the 9 blood-red dragons surged toward the colossal fist, he proclaimed, Void Transformation. A vast black spatial rift opened before the 9 dragons, mirroring another immense rift that appeared behind Ji Jingtian. As the 9 blood-colored dragons vanished into the black rift of space, they ultimately emerged from a fissure behind Ji Jingtian. With a cold smirk, Ji Jingtian addressed Huaping, saying, Do you think I am dead? How navi? Observing the dissolution of his 9 blood dragons, Huaping was gripped by an overwhelming panic, disregarding Ji Jingtian's words as he swiftly propelled himself towards Yiman. Meanwhile, Ji Jingtian employed the same tactic once more, conjuring a massive rift in front of Huaping. Due to inertia, Huaping plunged directly into the rift, only to reappear behind Ji Jingtian. As he emerged, Huaping's face contorted with rage, exclaiming, You dare! I will kill you. He charged at Ji Jingtian. On the other hand, Yiman, feeling abandoned by Huaping's inability to assist her, succumbed to a profound sense of despair, confounded by the fact that, despite her cultivation in the reincarnation realm, she was no match for an opponent of the Tao body realm. She watched in horror as a colossal fist approached her. In desperation, she cried out to Huaping, Brother Ping, remember to avenge me and our child. Moments later, she was struck by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, plummeting from the sky and crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater, her life extinguished. No, Huaping bellowed, his heart wrenched in agony. His eyes, now bloodshot and filled with fury, trembled uncontrollably. It was unfathomable that just moments ago, he had lost his son, and now his wife lay lifeless before him. He turned to Yuan Ruochu and Zhanxian, declaring, "I will make you pay for this. I want you dead." He retrieved a crimson elixir and consumed it. Feeling a surge of energy as his cultivation ascended from the 6th to the 7th, then to the 8th stage, finally halting at the 9th. Yuan Zhanxian, upon glimpsing the red elixir, expressed mild astonishment, murmuring, The life-devouring sacred pill. Chapter 48. The celestial clan comes to the mortal realm at this moment. Yuan Zhanxian stood behind Yuan Zhanxian, perplexed, and inquired, "Divine Son, what is the life-devouring sacred pill?" Yuan Zhanxian elucidated. The life-devouring sacred pill is a forbidden elixir capable of forcibly enhancing the cultivation level of those below the saint realm, albeit at the cost of one's lifespan. The closer one approaches the saint realm, the greater the lifespan sacrificed. This forbidden pill is solely found in the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and it has been prohibited from manifesting in the lower realms. Could it be? Yuan Zhanxian trailed off, as this matter seemed rather amiss. Logically, he would be aware if any being from the 9 heavens and 10 earths descended to the mortal realm. Thus, he fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, after consuming the life-devouring sacred pill, Huaping experienced a meteoric rise in both his cultivation and terrifying aura. Yuan Ruochu and Zhanxian gazed at Huaping. Now at the 9th tier of the reincarnation realm, their expressions turning grave. Huaping's entire being radiated a crimson glow, and the surrounding spiritual energy transformed into a blood-red mist, swirling around him continuously, eventually coalescing into a massive crimson dragon. The dragon coiled around Huaping, emanating an aura of dread. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, it fixed its gaze menacingly upon Zhanxian and Yuan Ruochu. The inhabitants of the king city of Yin, witnessing the colossal and fearsome dragon, fled in terror from the city. After all, a full-force strike from a 9th-tier reincarnation realm expert could undoubtedly obliterate the entire city. Zhanxian and Yuan Ruochu, observing the panic-stricken crowd, heard their screams, roars, and cries of despair. They turned to Huaping and exclaimed, "You wretch, do you wish to destroy this city? Or do you intend to slaughter all the innocents here?" At that moment, Huaping, his hair disheveled, exuded a terrifying malice, his eyes aflame with rage, his face contorted in madness, bellowed, "My wife, my child, are already dead. I have lost everything. Why should I care for the lives of the people in this city? You, and all of you shall accompany my wife and child to the grave." With that, he gestured, commanding the enormous blood dragon to charge toward Yuan Ruochu and Zhanxian. The two exchanged determined glances and swiftly separated to evade the dragon's assault. Noticing their divergence, Huaping directed the blood dragon towards Yuan Ruochu, who hastily evaded its wrath. In response, Zhanxian utilized void transformation, creating a vast spatial rift in front of the blood dragon. Yet, the dragon shattered Zhanxian's spatial rift with ease, continuing its relentless pursuit of Yuan Ruochu. At this juncture, Yuan Ruochu felt immense frustration. Why did Huaping's blood dragon relentlessly pursue her? She cursed Zhanxian inwardly, "That fool. Are you incapable of reasoning? Capture the mastermind before the minion. Attack the one controlling the dragon, not the dragon itself." At this moment, Zhanxian appeared to grasp the implication, extending his right hand towards Huaping, declaring, "Void exile." A massive violet space materialized behind Huaping. Within the expanse of space, a swirling purple-black black hole emanated a terrifying gravitational pull, threatening to engulf Huaping. Despite Huaping's mastery of the 9th level of reincarnation, his immense power struggled against the overwhelming force of the black hole, gradually drawing him closer. In a moment of desperation, Huaping raised his voice towards the blood-red dragon, commanding it to divide. To his astonishment, the dragon split instantaneously, producing an identical twin that soared towards Zhanxian. Faced with the approaching menace, Zhanxian was compelled to abandon his void exile, mirroring Yuan Ruochu's evasive maneuvers. As the two continued their retreat, Huaping felt his spiritual energy nearing its limit. In a flash of inspiration, he directed the blood-red dragon towards the structures and populace of the royal city. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon the city and the countless casualties, Yuan Ruochu and Zhanxian were ignited with fury, realizing the necessity to neutralize the blood-red dragon lest the city be obliterated. Without hesitation, they unleashed their secret techniques. Yuan Ruochu's aura surged dramatically, channeling her spiritual energy as she shouted, "Six Paths Reincarnation Fist." 6 immense black holes appeared behind her, from which 2 colossal, clenched fists emerged, radiating a terrifying presence that reverberated through the void. These fists hurtled towards the blood-red dragon with devastating force. Simultaneously, Ji Jingtian summoned the imperial artifact, the Void Refinement Cauldron. As it manifested, the cauldron's overwhelming power caused the very fabric of space to tremble. A horrifying beam of void-refining light shot forth towards the blood-red dragon. Confronted with such formidable techniques and the might of an imperial weapon, Hoping's face twisted with a mix of hatred and greed. What level of technique is this? What caliber of weapon do you wield? Who are you? Ji Jingtian, regarding Hoping as a mere fool, retorted, you lack the qualifications to know who we are. Vanish. The colossal fists and the terrifying void-refining light struck the blood-red dragon simultaneously. After a brief struggle, the dragon succumbed to their might, dissipating into a cascade of crimson starlight. The formidable fists and the void-refining light then redirected towards Hoping. At that moment, Hoping faced the oncoming torrents of energy, a flicker of conflict stirring within him. Gritting his teeth, he formed a spiritual seal with his hands, enveloping himself in a shroud of red mist. As the mist expanded, he vanished from sight, causing the colossal fists and the void-refining light to strike nothing but air. Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian, witnessing this, dispelled their techniques and advanced to investigate. Once the red mist dissipated, Hoping had completely vanished, his presence erased from the realm. Afterward, the two returned to Yuan Zhanxian's side and bowed, saying, Divine Son, I am incompetent, and allowed him to escape. Yuan Zhanxian responded, It is of no consequence. He is merely a buffoon. He must have employed some secret technique at a cost. However, this method feels peculiar to me. Unlike anything from the lower realms, and that soul-devouring sacred pill as well. It seems this individual has someone backing him. For now, let us set this matter aside. Brother Ruochu and Jingtian, you should have gained a better understanding of your own strength by now. Generally, those at the 6th stage of the reincarnation realm are no match for you, and even those at the 9th stage cannot contend with your combined strength. Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian replied, Indeed, Divine Son. This battle has granted us valuable insights, and upon our return, we have resolved to enter seclusion and enhance our cultivation, striving to reach the reincarnation realm as soon as possible. Yuan Zhanxian looked at the two with satisfaction and then addressed Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner, saying, Upon our return, I will find a way to elevate your innate talents. At that time, you will follow their example and remain in seclusion until you reach the reincarnation realm. Upon hearing that their talents could be enhanced, Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yenner were filled with joy and vowed, We shall not disappoint the Divine Son's nurturing. Subsequently, Yuan Zhanxian glanced at the battered Zhu Yuan restaurant and remarked, I wonder if there are any decent rooms left. Such daily turmoil is exhausting. Let us first find a room to rest. He led the four to seek out the waiter for an undamaged room. In a secret chamber of the Bloodkill sacred land, Ping, who had originally appeared as a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, suddenly transformed into an elderly figure with white hair, resembling someone in their 60s or 70s. Sitting on the bed, he coughed up blood repeatedly. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed, I never expected that after consuming the soul-devouring sacred pill, someone could injure you to such an extent and force you to resort to the blood mist escape technique I taught you. Do you not realize that this comes at the cost of 1/3 of your lifespan? Adding to that, after consuming the soul-devouring sacred pill, you now have only 200 to 300 years of life remaining. Have you encountered a quasi-saint level powerhouse? Ping's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he replied, If it were a quasi-saint level powerhouse, do you think I would have returned? My wife and children are dead, killed by someone no older than a mere teenager, whose cultivation is only at the 6th and 8th stages of the Tao body realm. What? The 6th and 8th stages of the Tao body realm could slay your wife, who was at the 4th stage of the reincarnation realm, and they could inflict such injuries on you, who consumed the soul-devouring sacred pill? The voice expressed astonishment. Please recount the entire sequence of events in detail. Ping recounted the events verbatim. The voice then grew solemn, stating, 6 paths reincarnation fist? Void refining vessel? I never anticipated that the Ji family's Divine Son and the Yuan clan's foremost lineage have descended to the lower realms. This indicates that the Yuan clan's Divine Son is also present at this moment. In this era, I never expected our celestial race to encounter members of the Yuan clan once more. I must report this matter to the elders. Ping interjected, What Yuan clan? What Ji family? In the Tianlan realm, I have never heard of these two families. A solemn voice then pronounced, Do not inquire into matters that are not meant for you to know. Focus on your recovery. Remember the promise you made to us. Once you assist in conquering the Bloodkill sacred land and capture that young man, You shall allow the elder spirits of my clan to enter your body, and then proceed into that realm. At this moment, Hua Ping, with keen eyes, replied, I have one more condition. I care not for any Yuan clan or the Ji family. I only desire the death of those who harm my wife and child. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not comply with your wishes. The voice then bore a hint of menace as it stated, Do not dare to challenge the authority of my clan. You know well the consequences. It will leave you in a state worse than death. It continued, We shall relay your demands to the elders. For now, focus on your recuperation. After uttering these words, the voice vanished. Hua Ping, his face etched with fury, declared, Just wait. I shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths to honor my wife and child. In an unknown, mysterious space, several voices echoed throughout. Reports from below indicated that the Yuan clan's divine son might currently be in the Tianlan realm. The Yuan clan? The divine son of the Yuan clan? This enigmatic clan, recorded in our ancient texts, once contended with my clan for dominion over the Taiyuan heaven. Alas, my clan was ultimately defeated. Who would have imagined that the divine son of that clan would venture here? Should we seek to eliminate him? I believe our ancestors would reward us handsomely if we succeeded. For now, we shall refrain from action. The Yuan clan is shrouded in mystery. Our ancestors once attempted to divine their origins, but were met with backlash, leaving them gravely injured, and their current state is unknown. Fourth brother, tread carefully. The matters of our ancestors are not for us to discuss. At this juncture, we must await the elder's decision after he employs his secret arts to possess that individual. With that, silence enveloped the space. In a forest teeming with demonic beasts, Lin Yin relentlessly hunted, gathering inner elixirs to use as medicinal catalysts for cultivating spiritual herbs. He had already spent over 10 days in this place, slaying countless beasts of varying sizes. Recently, however, he had set his sights on a 9th-tier demonic beast of the cave heaven realm. If he could vanquish it and obtain its inner elixir, it would surely enhance his strength once more. At that moment, his expression shifted, and he queried, Who goes there? From the thicket emerged a woman of alluring figure. Radiating beauty and an air of coldness, it was Zhao Zishuan. Upon seeing her, Lin Yan's countenance reflected a tumult of emotions, regret, hatred, and a trace of confusion. He then spoke, Have you not caused me enough suffering? What do you want? Zhao Zishuan responded, Lin Yan. I understand that you hold me responsible for the Lin family's plight, but this was never my intention, and I did not foresee it unfolding this way. Observing Lin Yan's expression devoid of emotion, she continued, Though we are bound by a marriage contract, we have only met a few times, devoid of any genuine affection. Am I not justified in asking if you would willingly take me as your bride under such circumstances? At this moment, Lin Yan's expression remained impassive as he said, Given the circumstances, the marriage contract has been destroyed. Discussing it now holds no significance. We are now even. You may leave. Zhao Zishuan then added, Now that the Lin family has been annihilated, I realize you are the only one left. Our families have always shared a close bond. The marriage contract that led to the downfall of your lineage fills me with profound remorse. Therefore, I cannot bear to let you remain alone. I wish to stay by your side to atone and perhaps to get to know you anew. You once had feelings for Huixing, did you not? Even though he has passed, Lin Yin tentatively inquired. I never anticipated that Huixing was such a person. Had I known, I would have preferred to marry you than to associate with someone so repugnant, Zhao Zishuan replied. She continued, Moreover, various factions are currently searching for you. I possess a communication stone from my sect. Should they learn of your whereabouts, they will undoubtedly relay the information. Rest assured, I will not disclose any of your movements to the sect. Instead, I will inform you of any news from them in advance, allowing you to prepare accordingly. Why would you do this? Lin Yan asked, perplexed. It is quite simple. This matter arose due to my actions, and I merely wish for you to survive. I do not want the last member of the Lin family to perish, Zhao Zishuan said earnestly. Your kindness seems suspicious. You must have ulterior motives, Lin Yan replied. Still skeptical. Believe it or not, time will reveal everything, Zhao Zishuan reiterated with sincerity. Lin Yan remained cautious and said, Do as you wish. After all, my life is but a wretched existence, living day by day in hardship, unlike you, a young lady of privilege. If you wish to accompany me, then so be it. In the following days, Zhao Zishuan trailed behind Lin Yan as they hunted beasts in the demon beast forest. During this time, Lin Yan observed that no one seemed to pursue him, which gradually led him to trust Zhao Zishuan's words, allowing his guard to lower slightly. Chapter 49. The affectionate Lin Yan sets off for the sacred land. Time swiftly passed, and over the course of several days, Zhao Zishuan diligently attended to Lin Yan's daily needs. Each time Lin Yan defeated a ferocious beast, Zhao Zishuan would skillfully prepare a delectable meal from its remains. It must be said that her culinary creations were truly delightful, and Lin Yan had noticeably gained a few pounds during this period. In the evenings, Zhao Zishuan often helped Lin Yan with his blankets, showcasing her attentive care. Through their daily interactions, Lin Yan gradually grew accustomed to Zhao Zishuan's presence, and his demeanor towards her became increasingly warm. After all, since the passing of his grandfather and parents, no one had shown Lin Yan such meticulous consideration. One day, Lin Yan finally discovered the 9th-tier beast of the cave heaven realm. He turned to Zhao Zishuan and said, "Zishuan, wait here for me. This beast is exceptionally ferocious. I fear for your safety." Feigning concern, Zhao Zishuan replied, "Can you manage alone? If it's too dangerous, you should abandon the pursuit, considering this is a 9th-tier beast." Lin Yan offered a confident smile and assured her, "Do not worry, I shall be fine." Thus, Lin Yan engaged in battle with the ferocious creature. By continuously consuming the spiritual elixirs he had cultivated, Lin Yan, at the 1st tier of the cave heaven realm, surprisingly held his ground against the 9th-tier beast. However, the physical prowess of the beast outweighed that of a human. In a moment of inattention, the beast's tail struck Lin Yan's back, forcefully causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The beast then swung its tail again. And fearing for Lin Yan's life, in the completion of the task entrusted to her by Yuan Zhanxian, Zhao Zishuan rushed to his side. Summoning her artifact, a red umbrella inscribed with runes appeared before her. This item had been bestowed upon Zhao Zishuan by her master, an elder of the Xianlin sect, capable of withstanding an attack from any adversary below the 9th tier of the cave heaven realm. As the red umbrella materialized, it radiated a crimson glow, effectively blocking the beast's tail. "Zishuan, step aside. You are no match for this beast," Lin Yan urged anxiously. Ignoring his warning, Zhao Zishuan channeled all her spiritual energy to withstand the beast's strike. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the red umbrella was shattered by the beast's tail, sending the remnants crashing into Zhao Zishuan. Her cultivation was still too low, having just ascended to the blood transformation realm. Despite the artifact absorbing most of the force, the residual impact rendered Zhao Zishuan unconscious, leaving a gory wound on her arm. Zishuan, witnessing Zhao Zishuan collapse, Lin Yan's eyes turned red with fury. He swiftly consumed 2 elixirs, feeling his strength surge. Grasping his spirit sword, he plunged it into the heart of the beast. The creature let out a mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Yan, limping, approached Zhao Zishuan and gently lifted her, administering a healing pill. Gradually, she began to regain consciousness. As Lin Yan gazed at Zhao Zishuan, he promptly inquired, "Are you all right? How severe are your injuries? What has become of the beast?" The warmth blossomed within Lin Yan's heart as he noticed Zhao Zishuan's immediate concern for him upon awakening. Apart from his parents and grandfather, no one had ever risked their life to protect him in such a manner. At that moment, Lin Yan began to develop a fondness for Zhao Zishuan. He replied, "I have slain the beast." Zhao Zishuan was taken aback. She had harbored doubts during Lin Yan's earlier battle with the creature, pondering how Lin Yan, who was merely at the body refining stage, could contend so evenly with a beast of the cave heaven realm. Noticing the look of curiosity in Zhao Zishuan's eyes, Lin Yan explained, "I apologize, Zishuan. I had no control over my actions previously, which is why I concealed my true cultivation level. However, from this day forth, I shall harbor no more secrets from you." Hearing this, Zhao Zishuan felt a wave of joy within her. Her efforts over the past days had not been in vain. It seemed that Lin Yan had begun to harbor feelings for her, which would expedite the fulfillment of the tasks entrusted to her by Yuan Zhanxian. With understanding, Zhao Zishuan smiled and replied, "It is nothing. Everyone has their own secrets, and I shall not conceal anything from you as well." Lin Yan felt a surge of happiness from her response. The greatest joy in life is knowing that the person one cherishes reciprocates those feelings. Days passed, and Lin Yan had completely fallen for the enchanting woman before him, while Zhao Zishuan continued to care for him with meticulous attention, making him increasingly reliant on her. One day, they finally discovered a clear lake within the beast forest. Eager to indulge in a refreshing bath after a month in the wilderness, Zhao Zishuan playfully instructed Lin Yan, "No peeking," before seeking a secluded spot to bathe. Lin Yan felt a tumult of emotions, reminiscent of a cat's claws, as visions of the lovely figure in the lake ignited a fire within him. However, recalling their mutual expressions of affection, he resolved to endure and seated himself cross-legged. After Zhao Zishuan emerged from her bath, adorned in a flowing white silk dress, her alluring figure and the sight of her smooth, fair legs glistening with water droplets captivated Lin Yan's gaze. The low neckline of her dress subtly accentuated her curves, revealing glimpses of her alluring silhouette. With a gulp, Lin Yan approached her, saying, "Zixuan, take this medicine, and I will apply some ointment. Your injuries will soon be mended." He produced the elixir and brought it to her lips, gently lifting her arm to apply the healing salve. As the enchanting woman drew nearer, enveloped in a fragrant aura, Lin Yan's eyes glazed over with desire. In a moment of impulse, he pressed Zhao Zixuan down. She briefly exhibited a flicker of disdain in her eyes, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by her composure. Perceiving Lin Yan's burning longing, Zhao Zixuan firmly pushed him away, leaving him bewildered. With a serious expression, she declared, "Lin Yan, there is something I must tell you." Lin Yan, with a face flushed with confusion, inquired, "What is the matter? Why so serious?" Zhao Zixuan then replied, "Lin Yan, you may be unaware, but I am afflicted with the Xianin Cha Ti." "Xianin Cha Ti? What kind of physique is that?" Lin Yan continued, perplexed. "The Xianin Cha Ti is a frigid constitution, subjected daily to the invasion of cold toxins. It's truly unbearable." "What?" Lin Yan exclaimed, astonished. Zhao Zixuan continued, "This condition not only endures daily assaults from cold toxins, but most importantly, it does not allow one to survive past the age of 20. Upon hearing that Zhao Zixuan would not live beyond 20, Lin Yan grew anxious and immediately asked, "What can we do? Is there any way to eliminate this?" "Zixuan, rest assured, no matter the peril, be it climbing mountains of knives or traversing seas of fire, I shall fear nothing for your sake," he declared. Seeing Lin Yan's earnestness, Zhao Zixuan responded, "There is a remedy, and I have already eradicated the cold toxins of the Xianin Cha Ti, breaking the curse that prevents me from living beyond 20. Upon hearing that Zhao Zixuan had resolved the issue, Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief and curiously asked, "Zixuan, how did you manage to cure this Xianin Cha Ti?" "It was Prince Yuan who helped me, without any conditions attached," Zhao Zixuan replied. "Prince Yuan?" Lin Yan inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar name. "He is the scion of a reclusive family," Zhao Zixuan said with a smile. "Ah, so it is he. Did he truly make no demands of you?" Lin Yan asked, still somewhat skeptical. "Upon learning of my Xianin Cha Ti, Prince Yuan could not bear the thought of my untimely demise before the age of 20. He subsequently used the extreme Yang Holy Pill to cure me," Zhao Zixuan explained. "The extreme Yang Holy Pill? Such a divine elixir. It seems the reclusive family indeed possesses precious remedies," Lin Yan remarked enviously. Zhao Zixuan continued to elaborate, "In truth, many have misunderstood Prince Yuan. As a member of a hidden family, he lacks neither techniques nor medicinal pills. His emergence into the world is merely a journey of exploration. Hearing of the appearance of a mysterious realm, he wishes to broaden his horizons, having lived within the confines of his family since birth. This is his first venture into the world, and it is only natural for him to harbor curiosity." Listening to Zhao Zixuan's words, combined with what Yuan Zhanxian had previously conveyed, that he would not disclose his whereabouts to anyone, Lin Yan felt a sense of tranquility while spending time in the beast forest with Zhao Zixuan. Consequently, his hostility towards Yuan Zhanxian diminished considerably. Turning to Zhao Zixuan, he asked, "Zixuan, what are your feelings for that Prince Yuan?" Zhao Zixuan immediately understood Lin Yan's implication and replied, "My feelings for Prince Yuan are solely one of gratitude for saving my life. There is no romantic sentiment involved. My heart now belongs entirely to you." Hearing this, Lin Yan was filled with joy and exclaimed, "Prince Yuan asked for no reward in saving you. We ought to express our gratitude. He had previously invited me to explore the mysterious realm together, and I initially suspected his intentions. It seems I misjudged him. Let us do this. Once we exit the beastly forest, we shall seek out young Master Yuan, for I wish to express my gratitude to him in person, and I shall invite him to enter that realm with us." Observing that the matter concerning Yuan Zhanxian is nearing completion, Zhao Zixuan feels a surge of joy. In her excitement, she plants a kiss on Lin Yan's cheek, before regaining her composure and stating, "Although my Xianin Cha body has been thoroughly healed, it still requires time to fully recover. Once I am restored, I shall bestow upon you the same." Lin Yan, still lingering in the bliss of Zhao Zixuan's kiss, responds dreamily, "It matters not. I can endure." He chuckles softly. After spending 3 more days in the beastly forest, Lin Yan and Zhao Zixuan emerge. And Lin Yan reflects on their journey, deeming it a bountiful harvest. He feels he has not only collected numerous beast cores, but has also found love. He now fulfills his promise to Zhao Zishuan and hastens toward the gathering restaurant with her. Meanwhile, the gathering restaurant, having been ravaged by Huaping, has been restored to its former glory in just a few short weeks, a testament to the remarkable speed of those who practice cultivation. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian is in a room, quietly awaiting news from Zhao Zishuan, accompanied by Yuan Ruochu and the other three. Yuan Ruochu speaks up. It has been nearly 50 days since we last heard from the Divine Sun. Do you truly believe that Zhao Zishuan will assist us in ensnaring Linyan? Yuan Zhanxian, sipping tea with a smile, responds, It seems, Brother Ruochu, that you have little faith in me. And please, remove the word believe. Zhao Zishuan will indeed assist me in ensnaring Linyan. A woman's eyes do not lie. Zhao Zishuan is utterly captivated to the point of obsession. Thus, I possess a measure of confidence. Hearing Yuan Zhanxian's assurance, they fall silent, patiently awaiting news from Zhao Zishuan. At that moment, a voice calls from the doorway, Young master, may I enter? Yuan Zhanxian replies calmly, Please do. The visitor is none other than the Holy Son of Divine Feather. Since his last return, the Holy Son has informed his sect of Yuan Zhanxian's affairs. The sect was astonished to learn of a descendant from a hidden family, and further astonished to hear that a subordinate of this descendant had severely wounded a formidable opponent from the reincarnation realm. Consequently, they dispatched the Holy Son and the Elder of Divine Feather to invite Yuan Zhanxian to visit the Divine Feather sacred ground. Upon entering the room, the Holy Son addresses Yuan Zhanxian, Young Master, I have conveyed your matters to the sect, and the Master and Elders regard them with utmost importance. Therefore, I have come with the Elder to invite you to the Divine Feather sacred ground. Might you consider gracing us with your presence? Yuan Zhanxian looks at the Holy Son and replies, When shall we depart? The Holy Son promptly responds, We can set off immediately. Please hold on, Young Master, while we procure a flying beast to escort you to the Divine Feather sacred ground. Unprepared for Yuan Zhanxian's swift agreement, the Holy Son and the Elder exit the room to find a suitable flying beast. As they observe the two individuals exiting the room, Yuan Yin'er inquired with confusion, Why must the Divine Son humble himself to venture to that modest sacred ground? At that moment, Yuan Zhanxian responded, Although the 31 quasi-saint realm powerhouses do not pose a significant threat to me, I am apprehensive that they might take advantage of my unguarded moments and clandestinely target you. Thus, my purpose for visiting the sacred land of Divine Feather is straightforward, to subdue this sacred realm, thereby providing you with greater security. Furthermore, I sense that entering that inner world will be anything but simple. Hence, I require a few quasi-saint level warriors to discreetly safeguard you. Upon witnessing Yuan Zhanxian's concern for their well-being, the four were profoundly moved, realizing their own deficiencies in cultivation had hindered Yuan Zhanxian's efforts. This strengthened their resolve to retreat and enter seclusion for further training. Subsequently, the five departed the room and arrived at the entrance of the Gathering Fate restaurant. At that moment, in the plaza of the restaurant, a colossal bird-like beast was crouched in the center of the expansive square, adorned with a magnificent pavilion upon its back. The Divine Son of Divine Feather and the esteemed Elder stood beside the beast, awaiting Yuan Zhanxian's arrival. As they observed the five approach, they promptly declared, Young Master, this beast is the finest flying creature. We kindly invite you to take your seat in the pavilion. Yuan Zhanxian, accompanied by the five, gracefully ascended to the pavilion's plush seating. Yuan Ruochu and the others settled beside him. The Divine Son and the Elder swiftly took their positions atop the pavilion on the beast's back and announced, Let us depart. With a melodious call reminiscent of a bird's song, the flying beast unfurled its wings and set forth towards the sacred land of Divine Feather. Chapter 50, The Surrender of the Holy Land. Undercurrent stirring the sacred Feather Holy Land stands as one of the 10 most prestigious powers in the Tianlan realm, encompassing a vast expanse of territory. After nearly half a month, Yuan Zhanxian and his companions had finally entered the domain of the sacred Feather Holy Land. The Holy Son of the Sacred Feather promptly introduced, Young Master, our Holy Land boasts over 100,000 outer disciples, 1,000 inner disciples, more than 20 core disciples, and myself as the Holy Son. Only those who have attained the Cave Heaven realm may serve as outer elders, while those in the Divine Ability realm hold the position of inner elders, and core elders are formidable beings of the Tao Body realm. As for those in the Reincarnation realm, they represent the foundation of our Holy Land, with each being a supreme elder. Upon hearing this introduction from the Holy Son, Yuan Zhanxian nodded with a faint smile, while Yuan Ruochu and the others exchanged disdainful glances. In no time, they arrived at the grand entrance of the sacred Feather Holy Land. The words Sacred Feather Holy Land were inscribed in gold on an aged plaque, standing out prominently. The Holy Sun then led Yuan Zhanxian and his companions toward the Sacred Feather Grand Hall, where disciples constantly bowed in respect to the Holy Sun, who graciously acknowledged each gesture. Observing this, Yuan Zhanxian remarked, "It seems you are quite esteemed in this holy land." The Holy Sun smiled in response. "I treat these disciples well, which in turn earns their recognition for me as the Holy Sun." He then added, "Young master, we have arrived at the Grand Hall. Please." As he spoke, he ushered Yuan Zhanxian inside. Within the Grand Hall stood several formidable figures awaiting their arrival. At the forefront was an elderly man, frail and slightly hunched, his vitality evidently waning, giving the impression that he might fade at any moment. Yet, a terrifying aura emanated from him, compelling the entire hall to regard him with reverence. Beside the elder stood a middle-aged man of the 8th stage of the reincarnation realm, his deep-set eyes exuding a serious demeanor. Flanking the hall were powerful beings of the reincarnation realm. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the Holy Sun, upon seeing the elder and the middle-aged man, bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the ancestor and the Holy Master." The Sacred Feather ancestor promptly replied, "No need for formalities, Holy Sun." Then, an elder of the reincarnation realm observed Yuan Zhanxian and his companions remaining unmoved and remarked that you are a scion of a hidden family. In this world where strength reigns supreme, failing to bow before a quasi-saint is rather inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhanxian cast a calm glance at the elder. In this world, only a select few whom he held in utmost respect warranted his bow. Not even the mightiest of kings could compel him to bend the knee. However, Yuan Ruochu and the others were incensed. What stature did a mere quasi-saint possess to demand their young master's reverence? They immediately retorted, "You are but a quasi-saint. How dare you presume to command such respect? Even saints and saintly kings would not dare to require our young master to bow. Who do you think you are?" With that, Yuan Ruochu's aura surged as he advanced toward the elder. The venerable elder, a formidable figure at the 5th stage of the reincarnation realm, felt the overwhelming aura of Yuan Ruochu approaching him and immediately unleashed his own aura in retaliation. However, upon their first encounter, he was compelled to retreat repeatedly under the might of Yuan Ruochu's powerful presence. Astonished, he remarked, "A 6th stage Tao body realm possesses such an aura. I find myself unable to contend with it." Observing this, the Divine Feather ancestor addressed the elder, saying, "Do not be alarmed. The purpose of inviting the young master here is to discuss matters regarding entry into that mysterious realm. I wonder what thoughts the young master has on this." Upon hearing the Divine Feather ancestor's words, Yuan Zhanxian replied nonchalantly, "Thoughts? Indeed, I have thoughts. I wish for your Divine Feather sacred land to submit to me." What audacity! How brazen! The sacred Lord of Divine Feather, along with the other venerable elders, seethed with indignation, wishing fervently to tear Yuan Zhanxian and his companions apart. The Divine Feather ancestor retorted, "I honor you as a guest and have summoned you to discuss important matters, yet you jest in such a manner. Do you not fear that you may not leave this hall today? Oh, you believe I am jesting? Or do you intend to act against us?" Yuan Zhanxian chuckled lightly. "Since you display such a lack of sincerity, I must ask you to depart. Young master, please escort them out." The Divine Feather ancestor, wary of the might of the secluded family, refrained from taking action and promptly instructed them to leave. The sacred son of Divine Feather, feeling somewhat awkward, hesitated. "Do you not comprehend my words? Escort them out." The Divine Feather ancestor barked in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhanxian maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "I have reiterated that my purpose today is for you to submit to me. Do you truly believe us to be easily trifled with?" As the Divine Feather ancestor unleashed his quasi-saint aura towards Yuan Zhanxian, the latter's eyes transformed into a striking dual pupil, emanating an aura even more terrifying than that of the Divine Feather ancestor. When the two formidable auras collided, Yuan Zhanxian remained steadfast, while the Divine Feather ancestor let out a suppressed groan, already wounded. What? The Divine Feather ancestor could hardly believe it. How could Yuan Zhanxian, despite being at the reincarnation realm, inflict injury upon him merely through aura? Upon seeing Yuan Zhanxian's dual pupil, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Who on earth are you? Your power is astonishing. You cannot possibly belong to a secluded family. Though they are powerful, they could never produce such an extraordinary individual as yourself. Furthermore, the emergence of dual pupils signifies divine favor from the heavens, a portent of auspiciousness. Such phenomena have never occurred in the Tianlan realm." Yuan Zhanxian replied, "I am indeed not from a secluded family." The Divine Feather ancestor then inquired, "Then who are you?" "I am Yuan Zhanxian, a being from the upper realm. He stated calmly. At this revelation, everyone present widened their eyes in shock, staring incredulously at Yuan Zhanxian. They had never anticipated that he and his companions were from the upper realm, a realm that had been their ultimate aspiration throughout their lives. Now, living embodiments of the upper realm stood before them, and they could scarcely believe it. Yuan Ruochu, witnessing the astonishment of the crowd, dropped another bombshell, declaring, "Our young master is the divine son of the forbidden Yuan clan." At this moment, aside from the venerable elder Xinyu, who was agape, the others were equally perplexed by the implications of his words. Subsequently, elder Xinyu elucidated, according to the ancient text of our sacred land, the powers of the upper realm are classified into several categories: the sacred land, the sacred dynasty, the immortal sacred land, the immortal sacred dynasty, and also the imperial dynasty and imperial clan, along with the concept of the forbidden. Only the contemporary heirs of the upper realm's immortal and superlative powers are entitled to be referred to as divine sons. The term forbidden is succinctly defined as above all beings. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless, their eyes wide with awe and trepidation as they gazed at Yuan Zhanxian. Elder Xinyu could not help but believe Yuan Zhanxian and Yuan Ruochu's assertions, for it was inconceivable that such figures could emerge in the Tianlan realm. Moreover, Elder Xinyu sensed that Yuan Zhanxian could effortlessly extinguish his existence if he desired. At that moment, Elder Xinyu relinquished his identity as a quasi-saint and immediately bowed before Yuan Zhanxian, saying, "We were unaware of the esteemed status of the divine son and spoke foolishly. I beseech your forgiveness." Yuan Zhanxian, with a gentle smile, replied, "Ignorance absolves one of guilt. Your vitality seems to be waning. I surmise your lifespan is nearing its end. If you do not ascend to the realm of saints soon, it is likely that you will pass on within a few decades." Elder Xinyu, resigned, acknowledged, "Indeed, the words of the divine son ring true." Following this, Yuan Zhanxian waved his hand, and a verdant pill materialized before Elder Xinyu, radiating an astonishing life force. "What is this?" Elder Xinyu inquired, astonished by the overwhelming vitality emanating from the pill. "This is the essence-transforming saint pill. It replenishes the life essence of those below the saintly realm, prolonging life by 400 years. Given that a quasi-saint's lifespan is merely a little over 2,000 years, the prospect of extending life by 400 years was undeniably enticing for one on the brink of death." Subsequently, Yuan Zhanxian waved his hand again, and 6 yellow pills appeared beside the essence-transforming saint pill. He then addressed the assembly. "These are the 9 refinement-returning essence saint pills, which can assist those at the 9th stage of the reincarnation realm in breaking through to the quasi-saint level." 7 saintly pills then floated towards Elder Xinyu and the 6 esteemed elders of the 9th stage of the reincarnation realm. "What is this? For us?" the 7 exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, this is my sincerity. Now, I await your sincerity in return," Yuan Zhanxian stated. In response, Elder Xinyu hastily knelt, accompanied by the sacred master Xinyu and the other esteemed elders, prostrating themselves with hands to the ground, declaring, "We pledge to unwaveringly follow the divine son's commands. And should we defy, may our forms be utterly obliterated." This was a vow of the heavenly Tao, and once the oath was established, failure to adhere would invite divine retribution, leading to the obliteration of the oathbreaker's form. Satisfied, Yuan Zhanxian observed the assembly and permitted them to rise. He then proceeded directly to the main seat and addressed the gathering. "In the lower realm, refer to me as the young master. As for the one who can access the mysterious space, there is no need for you to search. He shall guide us within. You 7 should diligently refine the saintly pills in seclusion and await my summons. When the time is right, we shall enter that enigmatic space. We shall faithfully obey the divine son's command." The assembly responded with respectful bows. After completing the task, Yuan Zhanxian promptly returned to the gathering fade-in with Yuan Ruochu, awaiting the arrival of Zhao Zishuan. Meanwhile, the holy son of Xinyu, having seen Yuan Zhanxian depart, found himself at leisure and indulged in revelry with his core disciples. During their merriment, numerous disciples inquired of the holy son, "Who is this esteemed individual? Indeed, holy son, do enlighten us. Please, holy son, satisfy our curiosity." The holy son, with a rosy complexion from the drink, replied, "I cannot divulge the identity of this esteemed figure. However, I can share one piece of information." The disciples, intrigued, pressed on. "What is it, holy son?" Shortly thereafter, the holy son revealed, "Our elders above the reincarnation realm, along with the holy master and the ancestor, will venture into that mysterious space." "Mysterious space?" one core disciple remarked. "I have heard that countless powerful beings have perished within. What are the Holy Master and the Ancestor thinking? Another core disciple chimed in. Indeed, it is said that only one person has entered and emerged safely. And now that individual is being sought after throughout the Tianlan realm, as everyone wishes to capture him to guide them into that mysterious space. You are unaware, for that esteemed figure has already resolved this matter. He has promised to lead our elders, the Holy Master, and the Ancestor into that enigmatic realm. The Holy Son drunkenly declared. Then, Holy Son, when will this esteemed figure embark for the mysterious space? Another disciple inquired. At that time, the Holy Son began, but was abruptly interrupted as he retched and collapsed onto the table. One core disciple, with a gloomy expression, muttered to himself. Did that person truly promise to enter that mysterious space? Another disciple admonished him. Go Shuang, stop daydreaming. Come, drink. After the banquet concluded, Go Shuang cautiously returned to his chamber, glancing left and right as he closed the door. Once inside, he retrieved a communication stone, channeling his spiritual energy into it, prompting a voice to emanate from the stone. What is your purpose for contacting me? Go Shuang promptly replied, My lord, I have an important matter to report. Oh, what is it? The voice inquired, puzzled. Today, while drinking with the Holy Son of Xinyu, he, inebriated, revealed that a prominent figure would escort the Holy Ancestor, the Holy Master, and several elders into that mysterious space. The voice responded dismissively, apart from that young man, all others who have entered have perished. What can they achieve? Their fate will be the same. The Holy Ancestor has lost his senses. Does he seek to annihilate the entire Xinyu Holy Land? This may facilitate my Dragon Palace's effortless acquisition of the Xinyu territory. Go Shuang added, But my lord, you mentioned that young man has already been dealt with by that esteemed figure, who promised to take him along with the Holy Ancestor and the Holy Master to that mysterious place. Oh, is that so? Who is this esteemed figure you speak of? A voice, filled with astonishment, inquired, to which Go Shuang replied, I am equally unaware. The divine Feather Holy Son has not disclosed the identity of this individual, nor do I know the means by which he persuaded the divine Feather Ancestor, the Holy Master, and the assembly of esteemed elders. At that moment, the voice responded, You have performed commendably in this matter. Continue to monitor them closely and notify me immediately of any developments. I shall reward you handsomely for your efforts. Go Shuang, elated, responded, Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Palace's assembly hall, a multitude of powerful figures had gathered. The Dragon Palace Master promptly inquired, What urgent matter compels the 5 elders to summon us so hastily? The 5 elders replied, We have just received intelligence indicating that the divine Feather Holy Land is preparing to mobilize towards that enigmatic realm. What? Mobilizing? Are they attempting to bring the divine Feather Holy Land to an end? One elder exclaimed. The 5 elders continued. The young man capable of entering has already consented to guide them. What? At this moment, not only the elders, but even the Dragon Palace Master rose in astonishment, exclaiming, Have they already located that individual? Is it through coercion or enticement? The 5 elders responded, We do not know. But it is said that a significant figure is subtly influencing the situation. A significant figure? The 5 elders then posed the question, What should we do, Master? The Dragon Palace Master pondered for a moment before stating, The divine Feather Holy Land's mobilization will undoubtedly create considerable upheaval, attracting the attention of other factions. Moreover, there is a mysterious individual behind this. It would be prudent for us to inform the other powers in advance, allowing us to negotiate for some resources. Upon hearing the Dragon Palace Master, the assembly echoed, The Master is wise. The Dragon Palace Master then declared, Let the 5 elders take charge of approaching the major factions. Time is of the essence. We must depart at once. By your command, Master, the 5 responded, bowing respectfully before departing to engage with the various powers. Chapter 51. The gathering of the great saints at the spatial gate. As Yuan Zhanxian returned to the Juyuan Inn, he had scarcely settled when a waiter hurriedly approached him, saying, Young master, a gentleman and a lady have been awaiting you for some time. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhanxian smiled slightly, realizing that Zhao Zishuan's matters had been resolved. He then instructed the waiter, Please invite them in. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yan entered the room, accompanied by Zhao Zishuan. Upon seeing Yuan Zhanxian once more, Zhao Zishuan felt a surge of excitement. It had been over 50 days since their last encounter, yet her expression remained one of cool indifference. Acknowledging Lin Yan and Zhao Zishuan, Yuan Zhanxian feigned ignorance and inquired, What brings you both here? Lin Yan immediately smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. young Master Yuan. We have come to express our gratitude for your treatment of Zixuan's profounding body. Waving his hand dismissively, Yuan Zhanxian replied, such matters are trivial. Miss Zixuan is a friend of mine. Witnessing her suffer from such a condition weighs heavily on my heart. I could not bear to see her fall. Hence I intervened to cure her profounding body. Isn't that right, Miss Zixuan? Emphasizing his last few words, Yuan Zhanxian looked at Zhao Zixuan with a smile. Seeing the charming smile of Yuan Zhanxian, Zhao Zixuan felt a blush rise to her cheeks, and she gently replied, indeed. I am immensely grateful for young Master Yuan's life-saving assistance. I shall remain steadfast, no matter the circumstances. Lin Yan, witnessing Zhao Zixuan's sentiments, turned to Yuan Zhanxian and said, I had not anticipated your noble character, young Master Yuan. Previously, I underestimated you. Please allow me to pay my respects. As he prepared to bow, Yuan Zhanxian lightly waved his hand, using a gentle force to lift Lin Yan. There is no need for such formalities, young Master Lin. Our encounter is a matter of fate. It was meant to be that Miss Zixuan would not meet her downfall. Indeed, fate is a significant force, Lin Yan replied joyfully. This time, we not only wish to thank you in person for saving Zixuan, but also hope to invite you to explore the mysterious space with us. Yuan Zhanxian, intrigued, responded, I appreciate young Master Lin's kind offer. When shall we embark? I wish to prepare accordingly. Let us rest for the night and set off tomorrow at noon. Lin Yan suggested. Agreed, Yuan Zhanxian affirmed. He then asked Yuan Zifeng to summon the waiter to arrange 2 rooms for the guests to rest. After the two departed, Yuan Zhanxian took out a communication stone to contact the ancient ancestor Shunyu, instructing him to prepare for their meeting at the mysterious spatial gate the following noon. Upon receiving Yuan Zhanxian's message, Shunyu summoned all-powerful beings above the reincarnation realm to convene at the Divine Feather Hall. Over 20 individuals gathered, including a quasi-saint ancestor, alongside 6 ninth-tier reincarnation realm experts who had ascended to the quasi-saint level thanks to the 6-9 refinement returning essence pills previously provided by Yuan Zhanxian. With over 20 strong individuals from the reincarnation realm, this newfound force was indeed recognized as the foremost power in the Tianlan realm. The high-ranking officials of the Sacred Feather Sanctuary have gathered in the Sacred Feather Hall, and all disciples are aware that significant actions are imminent. At this moment, Go Shuang returns to his chamber and retrieves a communication stone to contact the 5 elders of the Dragon Palace. He promptly informs them about the Sacred Feather Sanctuary's plans to venture into the mysterious realm the following noon. The 5 elders of the Dragon Palace immediately relay this information to the Palace Master, who, having received benefits from several factions, disseminates the news to the major powers without delay. The blood-killing sanctuary, too, is undergoing a transformation. The former blood-killing sovereign has inexplicably vanished, and subsequently, 2 ancient ancestors of blood-killing have announced their seclusion, vowing not to emerge until they reach the Sage Realm. Shortly thereafter, 2 formidable figures claiming to be the masters of the blood-killing ancestors have taken command of the sanctuary. In this upheaval, Huoping has been named the temporary sovereign by the newly arrived elders. Upon receiving the message from the Dragon Palace Master, Huoping reflects on the earlier assertion that the individuals behind the Sacred Feather Sanctuary are likely the ones responsible for the demise of his wife and child. He approaches the new elders to discuss this matter. Once arrangements are made, Huoping smirks darkly, declaring that vengeance for Xing and Man is imminent. Within half a day, the entire Tianlan realm is aware of these developments. Lin Yan, upon learning of this, is perplexed by how swiftly the news of their expedition to the mysterious space has spread throughout the realm. He visits Yuan Zhanxian to inquire, young Master Yuan, how is it that the entire Tianlan realm knows of our plans for tomorrow? Yuan Zhanxian, equally puzzled by the rapid dissemination of information, seeks to reassure Lin Yan, lest he become displeased and decide to exclude him from the venture. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Zhanxian responds earnestly, it was I who spread the word. Please do not hold it against me, for I did this for your benefit. Lin Yan, still perplexed, asks, what do you mean by that? Yuan Zhanxian continues in a serious tone. When you and Zixuan visited me today, I sensed the presence of several quasi-saint level experts outside the Gathering Fate restaurant. Based on their auras, it was evident that they hail from different factions. Lin Yan is taken aback, exclaiming, what? Quasi-saint level experts? Indeed, Yuan Zhanxian confirms. I anticipated that dozens of quasi-saints from the Tianlan realm would show up. Rather than dealing with them one by one, I thought it prudent to send my subordinates to spread the word that we would be heading to the mysterious space tomorrow at noon. This way, We can catch them all in one fell swoop. Moreover, I share a friendship with the sacred son of the sacred feather sanctuary, who has assured me that they will mobilize to assist us. At this moment, Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian are left in a state of astonishment, silently wondering when the sacred son instructed them to spread the news, as they had spent the entire day in his company. Lin Yin gazes at Yuan Zhanxian with a serious expression, questioning, is this truly the case? Subsequently, Yuan Zhanxian remarked, indeed, young Master Lin. Consider this. If it were not for the purpose of safeguarding you from their grasp and capturing them all at once, why would I bother to disseminate such information? The treasures we acquire together within should be divided equally between us. Does that not seem advantageous? Why would I want the entire Tianlan realm to be aware of it, only to have them come and claim a share? Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Yuan Zhaoxian's reasoning, Lin Yin found it somewhat convincing and his doubts began to dissipate. He then addressed Yuan Zhaoxian, saying, young Master Yuan, your intentions are truly commendable. I apologize for questioning you. It was indeed impolite of me. Yuan Zhaoxian responded, no offense taken, young Master Lin. How could I blame you for your rudeness when I acted unilaterally? He continued, as long as I am present here, they dare not act recklessly. Young Master Lin, please rest well today and rejuvenate your spirit. Tomorrow we shall prepare to catch these vermin. Lin Yin nodded in agreement and expressed, very well, young Master Yuan, I shall also take my leave to rest. After Lin Yin exited the room, Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian, along with the others, inquired, Divine Son, was it truly you who spread the word? I remained in my room all afternoon and did not venture out. Could it have been Zifeng and Yinner who did so? Yuan Zifeng and Yuan Yinner immediately shook their heads, denying involvement. At that moment, Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian seemed to grasp the situation. Speculating, could it be that the Divine Son is merely toying with him? What do you think? I have not left my room all day, Yuan Zhaoxian remarked. Observing the four, at this moment, they felt a twinge of sympathy for Lin Yin, who was not only deceived by the Divine Son, but also ensnared in a web of manipulation. Simultaneously, they held a deep admiration for their Divine Son, who exhibited such remarkable cunning. Thus, a peaceful night passed without incident. The following midday, Lin Yin and Zhao Zishuan arrived early at the dining hall, awaiting Yuan Zhaoxian. Soon, Yuan Zhaoxian and his companions arrived, and upon seeing Lin Yin, he stated, time is of the essence. Let us set forth. Lin Yin promptly nodded in response. The group then proceeded to the Zhu Yuan restaurant plaza. Due to Lin Yin and Zhao Zishuan's insufficient cultivation, the latter was unable to fly. Hence, Yuan Zhaoxian raised his right hand slightly, summoning a powerful surge of spiritual energy beneath Lin Yin and Zhao Zishuan's feet. The seven of them soared together toward the mysterious realm. With the augmentation of Yuan Zhaoxian's spiritual power, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the enigmatic space. At that moment, the members of the Divine Feather Holy Land were already awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Yuan Zhaoxian, they attempted to step forward to pay their respects, but he promptly interrupted them, introducing Lin Yin, young Master Lin. This is my esteemed friend, the Divine Son of the Divine Feather. And the individual behind him is the ancestral elder of the Divine Feather Holy Land, along with the Holy Master and all esteemed elders. Lin Yin, having never encountered so many illustrious figures, bowed respectfully. I am honored to meet all esteemed predecessors in the Divine Son. At this juncture, the ancestral elder of the Divine Feather finally responded, since he is a friend of young Master Yuan, there is no need for excessive formalities. Being a sage of over 1,000 years, he instantly comprehended Yuan Zhaoxian's intent. Moreover, the venerable ancestor Xinyu was well aware that the entire Tianlan realm anticipated their arrival today. He immediately addressed his surroundings, declaring, since you have come, there is no need for concealment. Step forth. Instantly, a formidable aura enveloped the entire forest. Subsequently, hundreds of figures materialized in the sky, led by 29 formidable beings at the threshold of sainthood. The sight of so many quasi-saint powerhouses rendered Yuan Ruochu and Ji Jingtian solemn, while Lin Yin, Zhao Zishuan, and the Holy Son of Xinyu found it increasingly difficult to breathe under the oppressive presence of the 29 quasi-saints. Zhao Zishuan, in particular, appeared gravely pale. Despite his own distress, Lin Yin endeavored to channel spiritual energy to Zhao Zishuan, hoping to alleviate her burden. Zhao Zishuan, taken aback by Lin Yin's gesture, fell silent. At that moment, Ancestor Xinyu waved his hand, creating a subtle barrier around Lin Yin, Zhao Zishuan, and the Holy Son of Xinyu, shielding them from the overwhelming aura of the 29 quasi-saints. Gradually, the three began to regain their composure. Then, Ancestor Xinyu spoke first. What is your intention, esteemed guests? Do you seek to wage war against my Xinyu Holy Land? At this juncture, the master of the Dragon Palace stepped forward, retorting, Old man Xinyu. Your bluster may deceive others, but not me. Your vitality is waning, and your years are numbered. With over 20 quasi-saints on our side, I fear a single battle may lead to your demise. Treasures belong to the capable. You cannot hope to hoard them all. Surrender the youth, and perhaps I shall spare you some scraps. Otherwise, mark this day as your last. Cease your foul bluster, you old mudfish. If you possess the courage, then try me. Ancestor Xinyu's anger flared. In an instant, the aura of the quasi-saints surged as they advanced toward the master of the Dragon Palace. The latter commanded his followers, leave this one to me. Go deal with the others. With that, he unleashed his quasi-saint aura, charging at Ancestor Xinyu. After a fierce clash of energies, the master of the Dragon Palace, astonished, remarked, Your vitality? Impossible. You should be nearing the end of your days. How can your vigor be so robust? Ancestor Xinyu chuckled. You short-sighted fool, there are matters beyond your comprehension. Prepare to meet your end. Meanwhile, the remaining 28 saints advanced toward Yuan Zhanxian and his companions. With a gentle sigh, Yuan Zhanxian remarked, Isn't it better to live? Why seek death? He then pointed at Lin Yan's forehead, adding, Young Master Lin, you and my subordinates should enter first. Leave this to me. I have left a trace of my energy on your forehead. I will join you shortly. Aware that he could be of no assistance in this moment, Lin Yan led Zhao Zishuan and Yuan Ruochu into the spatial realm. As they departed, Zhao Zishuan cautioned Yuan Zhanxian, Please take care, young master. I will await you inside. Yuan Zhanxian nodded in acknowledgement. He then addressed the assembly from Xinyu Holy Land. You need not intervene. Allow me to handle this. The people of Xinyu Holy Land, intrigued by the strength of this heavenly scion, acquiesced, As you command, son of God. As Yuan Zhanxian emerged, the 28 quasi-saints erupted in laughter. One of the formidable quasi-saint experts remarked, If you fear death, there's no need to send a mere reincarnation realm child to his doom. Do you really think you can take on 28 of us? I am so terrified. What should I do? Yuan Zhanxian, upon hearing their mockery, felt a chilling rage. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before the mocking quasi-saint, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual power as he delivered a devastating punch directly to the saint's abdomen. The once smirking quasi-saint was reduced to ashes in an instant. The remaining 27 quasi-saints gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. A powerful quasi-saint had been obliterated by a single blow from a reincarnation realm fighter. In that moment, they hesitated to advance, paralyzed by fear. The onlookers from the Divine Feather Holy Land stared at Yuan Zhanxian, their minds racing as they realized how wise their submission had been. Otherwise, they might have met a fate similar to that of the fallen quasi-saint. The expressions of the Divine Feather Holy Land's people turned to profound terror, their hearts gripped by fear of such overwhelming power. The dread of Yuan Zhanxian's might was indelibly etched into their souls. With one hand resting behind his back, Yuan Zhanxian regarded the remaining 27. He then declared, Next. The 27 quasi-saints stood frozen, fearful of becoming the next to be reduced to nothingness. At that moment, one of the 3 supreme elders of the Dragon Palace stepped forward, stating he merely took advantage of the moment when Saint Baiguang was unguarded to launch a surprise attack. This individual is not truly formidable. Upon hearing this, the others began to agree, reasoning that a reincarnation realm fighter could not possibly surpass a quasi-saint's strength. However, Yuan Zhanxian, sensing another challenger, swiftly appeared before the Dragon Palace's supreme elder. The elder, anticipating the move, conjured a protective black energy barrier. Yuan Zhanxian, undeterred, summoned the power of the divine elephant suppression and struck with a forceful punch. With a resounding crack, the energy barrier shattered, and Yuan Zhanxian's fist collided with the elder's form. In an instant, he reappeared in his original position, coldly stating, Next. Chapter 52. A dreadful presence enters the mysterious realm at this moment. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Palace was marginally stronger than the previous sage-level warrior. While the latter had maintained a lifeless visage, the Grand Elder at least displayed a flicker of fear, uttering 2 phrases, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Soon after, the Grand Elder met his demise, completely extinguished in both body and spirit. The remaining 26 quasi-saint realm warriors could no longer deny that Yuan Zhanxian possessed the capability to annihilate them all. The Lord of the 10,000 Demons Pavilion then inquired, Such a formidable individual we have never encountered. Who are you, esteemed one? Yuan Zhanxian replied nonchalantly, Who I am is beyond your right to know. I shall state but one thing. Those who dare to advance shall perish. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Palace interjected. You are being rather tyrannical, are you not? I acknowledge your strength. One-on-one, I would be no match for you. However, we number over 20 quasi-saint warriors here. How would you contend with us if we united our efforts? Oh, you wish to be the vanguard? Yuan Zhanxian retorted calmly. The Grand Elder, now filled with trepidation, exclaimed. Are you implying that this individual intends to eliminate us one by one? We must stand united. Do you think mere numbers will save you? At this juncture, another elder from the Divine Feather Sacred Ground, accompanied by 6 other quasi-saint elders, materialized beside Yuan Zhanxian. You, the Divine Feather Sacred Ground harbors 8 quasi-saint warriors? How insidious of you to conceal 6 such powerful beings. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Palace let out a faint sigh. He had initially believed that once the lifespan of the Divine Feather Ancestor came to an end, the Sacred Ground would be left with just one quasi-saint, allowing the Dragon Palace to seize the opportunity. Now, however, the Divine Feather Sacred Ground had proven to be deviously formidable, hiding 6 quasi-saint warriors. Meanwhile, 2 elders from the Bloodslaughter Sacred Ground found themselves exceeding their original plans, with the emergence of 6 additional quasi-saint warriors from the Divine Feather Sacred Ground. They deduced that the terrifying figure they had just encountered must indeed be the Yuan clan's divine son, and they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. The 2 then remarked, It seems we must expedite our plans. Another quasi-saint replied, It must be done. We shall have the leader possess a body early. For against the terror of the Yuan clan's divine son, it is impossible for us to execute our plans. They then turned their gazes toward Huaping. Meanwhile, the battle between the Divine Feather Ancestor and the Dragon Palace Lord was exceedingly fierce. The Dragon Palace Lord, a 3-clawed golden dragon of the true Dragon clan and a core descendant, possessed talents akin to those of a great saint. The Divine Feather Ancestor, renowned for being one of the most formidable sword cultivators, found the 2 evenly matched in combat. At that moment, the Divine Feather Ancestor scoffed. After all these years, you still resort to the same old tricks. You have made no progress whatsoever. The Dragon Palace Lord retorted, as though you have improved in any way. The Divine Feather Ancestor chuckled coldly. That may not be the case. As he spoke, the venerable ancestor of the Divine Feather brandished his holy sword, which emanated a brilliant yellow glow. A terrifying aura swiftly radiated from him, stirring the 26 quasi-saint powerhouses present. The astonished individuals gazed upon the formidable energy exuding from the ancestor, exclaiming in wonder, What kind of magical technique is this, so immensely powerful? This technique was the ultimate sacred art bestowed upon the Divine Feather Holy Land by its ancient ancestor many years ago. That ancestor, a prodigious talent, was an unparalleled genius. After ascending to the higher realms, he was taken as a disciple by a venerable elder of an immortal holy land, who subsequently imparted this technique to him. On one occasion, a fellow disciple and dear friend of that ancestor, a quasi-saint level powerhouse, was tasked with a mission to descend into the Tianlan realm. The ancestor approached his friend, requesting that this profound technique be passed on to the Divine Feather Holy Land, thereby endowing it with a lineage that could be preserved. Following his elder brother's wishes, the disciple dutifully conveyed the technique to the Divine Feather Holy Land. This technique is a sword art of great might, however. Forcibly activating it without reaching the saint realm would dramatically deplete one's lifespan. The ancestor of the Divine Feather, confident in the presence of Yuan Zhanxian, dared to employ this life-consuming art, sacrificing over 100 years of his own lifespan to execute it. He then addressed the Lord of the Dragon Palace, proclaiming, Tai Chi Fun Guang Sword Art. Instantly, several yellow orbs of light appeared behind him. With his hands forming seals, the orbs transformed into radiant yellow swords. The ancestor raised his sword, directing the array of yellow swords toward the Lord of the Dragon Palace. The latter, witnessing such a formidable sword art, was taken aback. Surrounded by flickering lights, a golden radiance enveloped him, and a colossal 3-clawed golden dragon materialized in the void. The dragon's scales glistened with resplendent gold, and its formidable aura erupted forth. Opening its maw, it unleashed a massive golden orb of light. The yellow swords clashed with the gigantic golden orb, engaging in a fierce stalemate, neither side yielding ground. The ancestor of the Divine Feather then directed his holy sword towards the golden orb, channeling his spiritual energy and exclaiming once more, Merge. The sword in his hand surged towards the center of the yellow swords, merging with them to form an enormous yellow sword. This colossal blade then pierced through the golden orb, advancing towards the Lord of the Dragon Palace. With a swift motion, the massive yellow sword penetrated the Lord's form, who subsequently transformed back into human shape, descending to the forest floor. His complexion turned pale, a trickle of golden blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, and a gaping sword wound manifested in his abdomen. Golden blood flowed incessantly from the grievous injury, illustrating that the ancestor's strike had grievously wounded him. The other 4 elders of the Dragon Palace hurriedly flew to support their leader, while the Grand Elder of the Dragon Palace produced a medicinal pill for him to consume. At this moment, the ancestor of the Divine Feather felt a sharp decline in his vitality, a hint of age creeping into his visage. Observing his successful strike against the Lord of the Dragon Palace, he scoffed. A beast is but a beast. One should not roam aimlessly when there is no business to attend to, lest they invite trouble. Upon hearing those words, the Lord of the Dragon Palace flushed crimson and spewed forth a mouthful of blood, promptly fainting. In that moment, the venerable ancestor of the Divine Feather swiftly appeared before the immortal Yuan Zhanxian and proclaimed, "Son of God, I have fulfilled my duty and severely wounded that old mudfish." "Well done," replied Yuan Zhanxian. "Take the time to recuperate." He then presented the Divine Feather ancestor with a precious essence transformation pill, which filled the ancestor with immense joy. Realizing that his application of the Tai splitting light sword technique had been commendably executed, granting him an additional 700 years of lifespan. Turning to the remaining 26 quasi-saints, Yuan Zhanxian inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to enter this realm? Speak freely, there is no harm in doing so." The gathered individuals hastily shook their heads, refraining from uttering a word. Only the Grand Elder of the Dragon Palace, witnessing their silence, boldly declared, "Esteemed colleagues, as I mentioned earlier, if we were to unite, we could surely vanquish them. After all, we have 26 quasi-saints on our side. What is there to fear?" Yuan Zhanxian, exasperated by this repeated incitement, swiftly closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch. The Grand Elder of the Dragon Palace, having anticipated Yuan Zhanxian's action, transformed into a colossal black dragon, believing that his true form would withstand the force of Yuan Zhanxian's blow. However, the outcome was devastating, as Yuan Zhanxian's strike cleaved the Grand Elder's entire dragon form in two, leaving no chance for him to revert to his humanoid shape, resulting in his immediate demise. Casting a disdainful glance at the bisected Grand Elder, Yuan Zhanxian remarked, "Your intentions were commendable, yet reality is unforgiving. Did you truly think that transforming into your true form would enable you to endure my strike? How naive! Master! Master!" Witnessing the death of their leader and the 3rd elder, the 2nd, 4th, and 5th elders of the Dragon Palace surged furiously towards Yuan Zhanxian. You have slain our master and the 3rd elder. We shall bring about your end," they proclaimed, immediately reverting to their true forms. 3 immense black dragons materializing in the void. The 3 colossal black dragons conjured terrifying spheres of darkness in their maws, uniting their might and unleashing a single enormous black sphere, crackling with ominous electrical energy, seemingly poised to annihilate everything in its path as it hurtled towards Yuan Zhanxian. With a blink, Yuan Zhanxian closed his eyes only to reopen them, revealing twin orbs of light reminiscent of stars. These radiant eyes emitted a violet glow, and he directed a beam of light from his powerful gaze towards the massive black sphere. Upon impact, the colossal sphere dissipated instantly. The beam of light then split into 3, hurtling towards the 3 black dragons. With astonishing speed and formidable power, the 3 transformed dragons had yet to react before being pierced by the overwhelming force of the beam, evaporating in a cloud of despair. The swiftness of the events left the onlookers in shock. The once mighty Dragon Palace, a dominant force in the Tianlan realm, was now reduced to a single unconscious lord of the Dragon Palace. When Yuan Zhanxian beheld the Dragon Palace, now reduced to a solitary comatose sovereign, he remarked, "Let us pursue the path of benevolence. You are the last remaining here, and I fear solitude weighs heavily upon you. Thus, you may accompany them into the void." With that, another beam of profound light emanated, and the unconscious ruler of the Dragon Palace was swiftly reduced to ashes, dissipating into the ether. Turning to the remaining 23 quasi-saint powerhouses, Yuan Zhanxian inquired, "Do you linger here with the intent of sharing the same fate as that wretched Dragon Palace? Do you wish to be utterly erased?" At that moment, a quasi-saint from the Wanwan Pavilion hastily replied, "We beg your forgiveness, esteemed one. We shall depart at once." Consequently, the 23 quasi-saints promptly withdrew with their respective retinues. Yuan Zhanxian then addressed the gathering of the Divine Feather Sanctuary, saying, "Let us proceed. The troublesome vermin have been sufficiently intimidated. We shall now enter the mysterious realm." He led the members of the Divine Feather Sanctuary into the enigmatic space. Meanwhile, As the blood slaughter sanctuary was in the process of retreating, two elders from the celestial clan paused to address the assembly, stating, "The sovereign has urgent matters to attend to. You must return to the sanctuary." The elders of the blood slaughter sanctuary bowed in response and immediately made their way back. Once the crowd had dispersed, one elder turned to Huaping and remarked, "We have facilitated your ascension to the position of sovereign of the blood slaughter sanctuary. It is now time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain." Huaping replied, "Yet I have not avenged the deaths of my wife and child." Another elder interjected, "That dread figure was none other than the son of the Yuan clan. The one responsible for your family's demise is among his subordinates. Do you believe you possess the capability to exact vengeance? You have witnessed the terror that the son of the Yuan clan embodies." Huaping had just witnessed the formidable might of Yuan Zhanxian, who could annihilate even quasi-saints with a single strike. What could a mere sixth stage of reincarnation realm individual achieve against such power? "Fear not," the elder reassured. "Once our leader possesses your body, he will temporarily control your form. We shall then retrieve what we seek from that realm, and he will depart from your vessel. Furthermore, our leader will assist you in vanquishing the Yuan clan, as they are our adversaries as well." Skeptical, Huaping responded, "If even a quasi-saint was obliterated by that Yuan clan's son with a mere punch, can your leader truly slay him and those who murdered my family? Do you comprehend why our clan selected you as the vessel for our leader? Your unique constitution allows a spiritual entity to inhabit your body while retaining at least 40% of its original strength. The Nirvana rebirth pill I provided you is a secret elixir of our clan, enabling the spiritual entity to maintain 60 to 70% of its power. I assure you, once our leader possesses you, he will wield at least the strength of a saint. You must understand, there exists a chasm between the strength of a saint and a quasi-saint. Beneath the saint, all are but ants, as you surely know. Such power is more than sufficient to slay several of the Yuan clan's sons." Upon hearing their assurances, Huaping contemplated that as long as he could avenge his wife and child, he would spare no effort. Resolutely, he declared, "Very well, I agree to your terms. But you must ensure my vengeance is realized." The two individuals reassured him, "Rest assured, our clan is comprised of individuals who honor their commitments. We will certainly assist you as promised." They then continued, "Now, you merely need to circulate the techniques we have imparted to you." Without hesitation, Huaping settled into a cross-legged position and began to practice the methods taught by the duo. Almost immediately, a radiant crimson light enveloped him. Observing this, the two promptly produced a white orb, which emanated waves of white light before merging into Huaping's body. At that moment, the glow surrounding him gradually transformed from red to white. Before long, Huaping opened his eyes, unleashing a formidable and terrifying aura. The two, witnessing this transformation, quickly bowed and addressed him, "Boss." Huaping's voice had changed, no longer the same as before. It now resonated with a profound gravitas. He then inquired of the two, "What is the current status? What of the third and fourth?" They immediately replied, "The third and fourth will arrive shortly. All plans are proceeding as scheduled, but..." Here, they hesitated. "But what?" Huaping pressed. "There has been a slight complication. The son of the Yuan clan has descended to the mortal realm and has entered the inner world alongside Lin. The son of the Yuan clan? I never expected that after countless years, our celestial clan would once again encounter a member of the Yuan clan, and it is the son no less. It seems we are poised to achieve great merit," the leader remarked with delight. However, the son of the Yuan clan possesses terrifying strength, capable of effortlessly slaying quasi-saint level experts with his reincarnation realm cultivation, and he is also a wielder of dual pupils. Oh, a wielder of dual pupils. Given that those with the top 10 physiques among the 3,000 can already transcend their limits in battle, this is not surprising. Yet, what of the legendary invincible dual pupil wielder? Before my saintly power, everything is but a mere trifle, the leader confidently asserted. He then added, "Let us proceed. The third and fourth have just communicated with me. They have arrived at the entrance of the spatial gate. I currently have only 1 hour to suppress my saintly cultivation. If we do not enter the inner world within that time and are detected by the heavenly Tao, it will spell disaster." With that, he led the two towards the enigmatic entrance of the spatial gate. Chapter 53, The Land of Five Elements, the emergence of the sage at this moment. Yuan Zhanxian, accompanied by the people from the sacred Feather Holy Land, swiftly located Lin Yin and Yuan Ruochu based on their spiritual energy. They had halted at the area of the Thunder Marsh, where Yuan Zhanxian had previously entered, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Yuan Zhanxian approach, Lin Yin inquired, "Young Master Yuan, what is the situation outside now?" With a smile, Yuan Zhanxian replied, "Young Master Lin, after this encounter, there should be no one troubling you any longer. The quasi-saint powerhouses have already departed and will not pose any more inconvenience to us." Lin Yin, filled with excitement, responded, "That is indeed good news. I must express my gratitude to young Master Yuan for everything you have done for me." Yuan Zhanxian acknowledged, "But young Master Lin, did you not lead us into this space as well?" The two exchanged a knowing glance, accompanied by a faint smile. Lin Yin continued, "I have heard that many powerful figures have perished upon entering here. Frankly, I am at a loss as to why I have encountered no misfortune since entering this realm." Yuan Zhanxian elucidated, "In this world, there exist two types of individuals who not only advance in cultivation swiftly but also manage to acquire numerous treasures in mysterious locations or secret realms without peril. We refer to these two types as the children of fortune and the children of opportunity. Young Master Lin, you belong to the latter, those blessed with abundant opportunities, though not as common as the children of fortune, still appear once every few million years." At that moment, Lin Yin realized that he was indeed a child of opportunity. Understanding why he could traverse this enigmatic realm, he then urged Yuan Zhanxian, "Young Master Yuan, follow me. The last time I arrived at the Thunder Marsh, I instinctively ventured into the next area." Thus, Lin Yin guided Yuan Zhanxian and the others through the winding paths of the Thunder Marsh, ultimately arriving at a desolate expanse of desert. This desert was peculiar, with 4 blazing suns in each cardinal direction, the oppressive heat rendering the atmosphere stifling. Strangely, towering trees stood amidst the sand. Lin Yin recounted, "When I first arrived here, I noticed the 4 suns blazing overhead and presumed the desert would be unbearably hot. I plucked some enormous leaves from the trees to shield myself from the sun. However, upon entering the desert with these leaves, I felt no discomfort whatsoever. The heat was non-existent." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhanxian extended his right hand, and a large leaf floated before him. Observing this giant leaf, he felt no anomalies. Given that Lin Yin, a child of opportunity, claimed to feel no discomfort while using the leaf, Yuan Zhanxian promptly levitated the leaf above his head. Seeing Yuan Zhanxian's actions, the others followed suit, using their spiritual energy to pluck similar leaves to float above their own heads. As a result, Yuan Zhanxian and the group experienced an immediate alleviation of discomfort, allowing them to continue following Lin Yin onward. After traversing the desert, they were suddenly confronted by a breathtaking expanse of pristine ice and snow. A fierce wind accompanied by swirling snow greeted them, sending chills through their bodies. The elder of the sacred feather, upon witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this? Cold spirit ice and snow, apart from the celestial being Yuan Zhanxian." Others expressed their confusion, stating that the frost spirit snow is a type of ice and snow that rivals the purest true ice. Once ensnared, even a sage-level expert cannot break free, making it rather terrifying. "Young brother Lin Yin, how did you manage to traverse through this frost spirit snow?" Lin Yin responded, "When I first arrived in this land, the cold was so intense that I attempted to warm myself by transforming my spiritual energy into true fire. However, as soon as I conjured the true fire, I was immediately frozen. Overwhelmed by the cold, I retreated back to the desert. I thought that the heat and cold would offset each other, but that was futile. Even in the desert, the chill persisted. Consequently, I returned to the peach orchard, where I noticed a peach tree shimmering with light. I decided to dismantle the tree and attempted to ignite its branches to explore the icy expanse. To my surprise, the flames from the peach branch were impervious to the frigid air, and I, holding the branch, felt no chill whatsoever." Yuan Zhanxian, sensing something amiss, pondered, "Peach orchard, thunder marsh, desert, snowy expanse, wood, metal, fire, water. These represent the 5 elements." The crowd, intrigued, inquired about the significance of the 5 elements. Yuan Zhanxian elucidated, "Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth make up the 5 elements. They give rise to yin and yang, which in turn transform into celestial energy. If I am not mistaken, this snowy realm is indeed a manifestation of the earth element." Lin Yin concurred, "Young Master Yuan, your insights are truly profound, indeed. Beyond this icy expanse lies the earth element." He then produced the dismantled peach branch from his spatial ring and offered it to the others. They ignited the branch and successfully traversed the icy terrain. Upon emerging from the snow, they were greeted by an expanse of arid land stretching as far as the eye could see. Lin Yin remarked, "This land possesses a gravitational barrier. As I walk upon it, I feel I can endure, but I am unsure of your conditions." At that moment, a 6th-level elder from the divine Feather Holy Land stated, "I shall attempt it first." He soared forward, but after only a few meters, he was forcefully pressed to the ground by the gravitational barrier. Rising from the earth, he proceeded on foot, yet with each step, his pace slowed considerably. Eventually, after advancing roughly 50 meters, he became completely immobilized and was abruptly repelled by an invisible force. This power was exceedingly formidable, causing even a 6th-level reincarnation expert to spew blood and lose consciousness upon being thrown back. At that instant, 5 terrifying auras emanated from behind Yuan Zhanxian and his companions. Turning to face the source of the disturbance, Yuan Zhanxian beheld 5 figures materializing before them. The leader promptly declared, "Ha ha, son of the Yuan clan. A pleasure to meet you." The group was taken aback, wondering how others could have entered this realm without encountering the elemental assaults of the outside world. Additionally, Yuan Zhanxian was perplexed by the fact that individuals from the lower realms recognized him, prompting him to inquire, "Do you know me?" "No, I do not know you. But your Yuan clan has certain ties to my lineage," replied the leader. "Oh, I would be most eager to hear more." Yuan Zhanxian spoke softly. "Your clan and mine once vied for dominion over Taiyuan heaven, and though my clan faced defeat, this remains an indelible part of our history." The leader smiled in response. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ruochu and her companions were taken aback. The struggle for control over Taiyuan heaven was indeed astonishing news. "Your clan?" Yuan Zhanxian inquired, puzzled. "I am an elder of the Celestial clan and the chief elder tasked with this mission in the Tianlan realm. Behind me stand the 4 elders accompanying this endeavor." The chief elder proclaimed with pride. Yuan Zhanxian was startled. He had previously inquired about the Celestial clan from the 9th ancestor and had not anticipated encountering members of this clan so soon. The chief elder continued, "Thus, it is a great honor to meet you, the divine scion of the Yuan clan." "What honor?" Yuan Zhanxian, regaining his composure, replied with a calm demeanor. "For I have the opportunity to personally vanquish the divine scion of the Yuan clan. Such a monumental achievement would be mine. Do you not consider that an honor?" The leader declared confidently. Yuan Zhanxian was taken aback. He had always been the one to eliminate others, yet today, someone claimed they would vanquish him, which he found rather intriguing. He then gestured with his finger, saying, "Come here." Before the leader could respond, the 4 elders behind him had already begun to move. Yuan Zhanxian cast a brief glance backward. Yuan Ruochu and the others from the Xinyu sacred ground instantly understood the implication. Aside from the 2 Xinyu ancestors remaining to protect Lin Yin and Zhao Zishuan, the rest of the group encircled the 4 quasi-saint elders. Meanwhile, the chief elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, refraining from intervening, merely observing the battle between Yuan Zhanxian and the assembled warriors from afar. The disparity in numbers was overwhelming, with 7 quasi-saint warriors and over 20 powerful beings from the reincarnation realm on the Xinyu sacred ground's side. Along with Yuan Ruochu and her companions, it was not long before the 4 elders of the Celestial clan were wounded and defeated. The defeated elders returned to the side of the chief elder, reporting, "Chief, we have done our utmost. Now, we must rely on you." The chief elder remained silent, continuing to stand with his hands behind his back, exuding an imposing aura as he advanced step by step. With each stride, those from the Xinyu sacred ground felt as though they were being crushed beneath the weight of countless mountains. Breathing became arduous, and their legs began to tremble. Then, with another step, the chief elder's power manifested. The pressure was so great that a senior elder from Xinyu could no longer bear it and collapsed to their knees. Soon, one after another, 2, 3, 4. In a matter of moments, nearly all the senior elders of the Xinyu sacred ground found themselves kneeling, their hands pressed against the ground for support. Yuan Ruochu, Lin Yin, and Zhao Zishuan, standing closely behind Yuan Zhanxian, felt relatively less pressure as much of it was absorbed by him. At that moment, the Xinyu ancestors and the other 7 quasi-saint warriors struggled to maintain their stance with their quasi-saint powers. Observing their tenacity, the chief elder intensified his aura once more. At this juncture, aside from the Xinyu ancestors, the remaining 7 quasi-saint warriors found themselves kneeling on one knee. The chief elder, noting the resilience of the Xinyu ancestors, regarded them with a hint of surprise, and then he amplified his aura yet again. At this moment, the venerable ancestor of Shun you could no longer endure, sinking to one knee. Beside him, the 7 quasi-saint realm experts and over 20 elders of the Supreme Elder Council had also knelt, their hands desperately bracing against the ground. How can this be? You are a saint realm expert? How can there be a saint in this realm? Are you not afraid of the heavenly punishment? At this moment, the venerable ancestor's face was flushed, sweat cascading down his visage, as he struggled to articulate. There is nothing impossible. Allow me to clarify. This place is an inner world birth from the realm of the five elements, beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. If a powerful being of saint realm or above is detected outside, they must either ascend to the upper realms immediately or face heavenly punishment that would obliterate them. However, within this five elements realm, even saint realm beings fall outside the heavenly Tao's control, the Grand Elder elucidated. He then cast a glance at Yuan Zhanxian and declared, "The trivial fish have been dealt with. Now, it is your turn, divine son of the Yuan clan." Upon finishing his words, an aura of saint realm surged forth towards Yuan Zhanxian. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian activated his dual pupils, and the power of his extraordinary gaze enveloped his entire being, unleashing an aura that clashed with that of the Grand Elder. With a resounding crash, neither party could gain the upper hand, their energies dissipating into the air, leaving them motionless. The Grand Elder regarded Yuan Zhanxian's dual pupils and remarked, "Truly worthy of the undefeated legend of the dual pupil practitioners, to possess such strength even at the mere reincarnation realm. Yet, this is where it ends." The Grand Elder then channeled his spiritual power, summoning 7 divine swords radiating a brilliant white light from the heavens, their formidable presence instilling terror. This was one of the supreme arts of the Celestial Clan, crafted by a great emperor. While its might may not rival the 4 swords of extermination or the sword sect's sword that breaks the heavens, it was by no means vastly inferior. Yuan Zhanxian, remaining remarkably composed, retorted, "Who can rival the Yuan clan's 4 swords of extermination?" He conjured the ancient sword given to him by Yuan Zhanxian, directing it towards the Grand Elder as he proclaimed, "For swords of extermination, extermination sword." At that moment, a colossal golden circular array manifested beneath Yuan Zhanxian, and a massive golden extermination sword gradually ascended from the ground. An overwhelming sword intent emanated from the golden sword as it rose, directing its path towards the 7 divine swords in the sky. The extermination sword flickered with golden radiance, its terrifying sword intent piercing through the air, clashing directly against the 7 divine swords. As time progressed, the Grand Elder's sword technique began to show signs of faltering. Meanwhile, the onlookers, previously incapacitated and lying on the ground, along with the injured 4 elders of the Supreme Clan, were astounded to witness Yuan Zhanxian steadily suppressing the Grand Elder. This was a saint realm being, not merely a quasi-saint. Could Yuan Zhanxian indeed shatter the age-old legend, vanquishing saints without achieving sainthood himself? The Grand Elder then intensified his aura, unleashing a fresh wave of spiritual power. With a gentle utterance, the swords of mortals, 7 divine blades, merged into a colossal white sword, emanating waves of brilliant white light, accompanied by a terrifying aura that seemed capable of piercing through heaven and earth. The unified sword now soared rapidly towards the golden Excalibur, the tips of both divine swords meeting in a celestial confrontation. The sheer force emanating from their points generated a gravitational barrier that extended for dozens of kilometers. In this clash of titans, neither sword yielded an inch. Observing this, Yuan Zhanxian softly pronounced a word. The golden Excalibur transformed into countless smaller golden blades, with a portion relentlessly piercing towards the white giant sword, while another portion advanced directly toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder remained composed, swiftly waving his hand to conjure a white energy shield that enveloped him. The multitude of smaller golden blades collided against the shield, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. In the ensuing struggle, both the myriad of golden blades and the white giant sword dissipated into countless motes of spiritual energy scattered across the air. Yuan Zhanxian noted with surprise that the 4 swords of Excalibur and the Grand Elder's 7 swords were evenly matched. His starry, radiant eyes flashed with purple light, unleashing a powerful beam of his gaze straight at the Grand Elder. This is the power of the radiant eyes, indeed formidable. Yet, no matter how potent your abilities, in the cycle of reincarnation, you shall not surpass the saintly realm, the Grand Elder remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He then formed a hand seal, summoning a massive white circular magic array behind him. With a soft command, he invoked the celestial secret technique, swallowing heaven. The enormous white array radiated blinding light, enveloping the entire space as the Grand Elder vanished within its luminous embrace. The array began to rotate, gradually transforming into a white hole. Once formed, this white hole resembled a colossal mouth, voraciously consuming all surrounding matter, including the radiant light from Yuan Zhanxian's eyes. Unperturbed by the spectacle, Yuan Zhanxian contemplated, "Master, master." The supreme system responded instantaneously, "Present, host. Isn't there a sign-in reward?" He inquired. "Indeed, host. Excellent. Sign me in at once." and let me witness the extent of its power. Understood, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in task completed. Reward, Susanoo manifestation. Upon grasping the intricacies of this magical art, Yuan Zhanxian couldn't help but smile with delight, his lips curling into a satisfied grin. Chapter 54. The Fallen Celestial and the Sage. The Susanoo manifestation is a passive spell, divided into 5 levels, each incrementally enhancing attack damage by 20%, requiring sufficient task points for upgrades. Upon examining it, the Fallen Celestial realized it was a remarkable artifact, akin to the GZ Secret, one of the 9 mysteries. However, unlike the GZ Secret, which only amplifies spell casting and attack prowess without enhancing manifestation strength, the Susanoo manifestation precisely compensates for this deficiency. As the Grand Elder's devouring technique drew nearer, an overwhelming force of annihilation approached. The Fallen Celestial's starry Zhang Tong I surged with a radiant purple light, and he declared to the oncoming devouring technique, "Open the cosmos." In an instant, the parched earthen realm vanished, giving way to a mysterious space shrouded in gray mist, where the Grand Elder's devouring technique continued its relentless consumption. The Grand Elder scrutinized this enigmatic realm, remarking, "Our ancient texts record that the manifestation of the is indeed the opening of the cosmos. Witnessing it firsthand, it lives up to its reputation. Were you at the sage level, I might have truly met my end today, but alas, you still lack a measure of strength." The Grand Elder then amplified his spiritual power, commanding the devouring technique, "Devour." The spiraling technique expanded further, its rotation quickening, and its area of consumption widening. Observing this, the Fallen Celestial remained silent, forming seals with his hands. The gray mist within the cosmos, empowered by Susanoo's force, gradually transformed into a grayish-purple hue, advancing toward the devouring technique. Upon completing his seals, the Fallen Celestial intoned, "Refine." The clash between the terrifying refining energy and the formidable devouring force erupted in an explosive display of power. As the two potent forces collided, the Fallen Celestial was nearly ensnared by the devouring power, almost drawn into the white void. Had it not been for the augmented 20% battle strength and the inherent Liang Li of his realm, he might have succumbed to the consuming force. Conversely, the Grand Elder found himself in a dire predicament. His divine technique, intended to annihilate the Fallen Celestial, had not only failed but had also resulted in the loss of his own arms to the refining energy. Although sage-level practitioners possess the ability to regenerate limbs through their divine power, it requires an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. He never anticipated that the Fallen Celestial, at the reincarnation level, could engage him to such an extent. Truly, you are the divine son of the Yuan clan, remarkably strong. However, this is as it should be. Weakness diminishes the thrill of dominance, the Grand Elder remarked. The Fallen Celestial furrowed his brow slightly. "Your prattle is rather excessive. You've repeated yourself numerous times. What is it? Were you mute in your past life and now seek to utter every unfinished thought? You insolent child, cease this verbal sparring and perish." The Grand Elder unleashed the full extent of his sage-level power, and the white divine energy surged forth. As the venerable Elder let out a resounding roar, the realm of Yuan Zhanxian, a small world birthed by his dual pupils, unexpectedly fractured. The Elder's saintly power surged once more, crashing against this diminutive cosmos. And with a sharp crack, the entire expanse shattered like fragile glass. In that moment, Yuan Zhanxian realized that his dual pupils could not contain a being of the saintly realm. The myth of slaying saints before achieving sainthood had never been accomplished throughout history. Even the formidable ancestor of humanity had been powerless to attain such a feat. This was akin to an immutable law that no one had ever breached. Yet, Yuan Zhanxian was the kind of individual who, the more insurmountable the challenge, the more resolute he became. What others could not achieve was their limitation. He, Yuan Zhanxian, was destined to prevail, for he was unparalleled in the ages, fated to sweep away all adversaries from existence. At that moment, a golden radiance emanated from Yuan Zhanxian, gradually forming a mysterious symbol in the shape of a golden hexagonal halo behind him. This halo exuded a divine and enigmatic golden light, accompanied by a terrifying aura that expanded throughout the space. The Elder, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Supreme Bone? You have actually nurtured a Supreme Bone. No wonder you possess such formidable strength. It seems we must eliminate you." Yuan Zhanxian remained silent, and then addressed the Elder, "Heavenly Calamity Light." Suddenly, 3 enormous golden hexagonal halos appeared in the sky, overlapping in succession, each larger than the last, radiating golden light and enveloping the entire area with a menacing aura. From within these 3 golden rings, a colossal beam of golden light surged towards the elder. The elder, upon seeing this, scoffed and remarked, "You dare to use heavenly calamity light against a member of the celestial clan? How foolish." He then extended his hands forward and bellowed at the approaching heavenly calamity light. Celestial secret technique, celestial transformation. In that instant, a gigantic white circular formation appeared behind the elder, emanating a white saintly radiance. Subsequently, a formidable surge of saintly power erupted from this white circular formation, unleashing a torrent of blinding white light directed at Yuan Zhanxian's heavenly calamity light. The 2 terrifying forces collided with a cataclysmic clash, resulting in an explosion of energy that radiated outward. Observing the battle from below, the venerable ancestor Shinyu and 7 quasi-saint powerhouses hastily united their strength to create a golden energy shield, shielding others from the overwhelming energy unleashed by the clash. Meanwhile, the 4 elders of the celestial clan similarly combined their efforts to forge a white energy barrier to withstand the onslaught of power. The reverberations of the 2 colossal forces echoed throughout the void. At this moment, the golden hexagonal halo behind Yuan Zhanxian shone with dazzling brilliance once again. And he shouted at the elder, "Celestial judgment." The 3 stacked, immense golden hexagonal halos suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, and 6 beams of golden energy shot forth directly towards the elder. Upon witnessing the terrifying nature of this technique, the Grand Elder immediately summoned all his divine power, transforming it into a colossal figure radiating a brilliant white light. This magnificent form represented the true body of the Celestial Clan, a lineage that belongs to one of the 3 supreme clans of the Heavenly Tao. The essence of vitality and blood within the Heavenly Tao was manifested in this formidable physical body, which was unparalleled in strength. With a surge of white radiance emanating from his right hand, the Grand Elder unleashed a powerful punch toward the 6 terrifying beams of golden energy. The resounding impact revealed that his punch managed to withstand 4 of the golden rays, while 2 others pierced through. One struck the palm of his other hand, and the other penetrated the abdomen of the celestial true body. Rather than expressing anger, the Grand Elder erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "It has been such a long time since I felt pain. Delightful, truly delightful. Come again, son of the Yuan clan. Is he a masochist?" Yuan Zhanxian mused in bewilderment. Despite having been injured by the celestial judgment of Yuan Zhanxian, the Grand Elder remained exhilarated. Observing this, Yuan Zhanxian once more invoked the supreme secret art, the celestial judgment, against the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, undeterred, retorted, "In the name of my clan, you shall judge me. How could you possibly accomplish that?" As he spoke, the white radiance of his celestial true body intensified, concentrating all his divine power into his right hand, and he launched another punch. 6 beams of daunting white light erupted from his fist, charging toward the 6 beams of golden light. After 5 resounding clashes, the white and golden energies collided, generating a tremendous sound and blinding brilliance. With a final deafening boom, the white light faltered against the golden, which surged directly toward the head of the celestial true body. In an explosive moment, the head of the celestial true body, forged from divine power, was shattered, leading to the dissolution of the Grand Elder's form into the ether. Now pale-faced, the Grand Elder gazed at Yuan Zhanxian, laughter erased from his features, and with bloodshot eyes, he bellowed, "How could you have shattered my celestial true body? This is inconceivable. My celestial clan is supreme. How could my true body be judged by a mere reincarnation realm cultivator? Do you take feathers for arrows?" Truly believing that the 3 clans of the Heavenly Tao are the embodiment of the Tao itself, supreme, holy, today, I shall defy the ancient laws and slay a saint. Yuan Zhanxian replied with scorn, "You are indeed enraged to the point of trembling. Yet, in your hand appears a crimson pill, an elixir of rebirth from the celestial clan. After consuming it, the Grand Elder's aura intensified dramatically, his cultivation level ascending from the 1st to the 9th stage of the saint realm, halting only upon reaching the apex." Gazing coldly at Yuan Zhanxian, the Grand Elder remarked, "I did not expect you could force me to this extent. You truly live up to your reputation as a monstrous prodigy. However, this is where it shall end." At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian bore a grave expression, gazing at the Grand Elder with confusion. 9th stage of the Sage Realm? The Heavenly Tao of the Tianlan Realm absolutely forbids the existence of any being surpassing the 1st stage of the Sage Realm. How have you achieved this? The Grand Elder promptly elucidated, "Your prowess has earned my recognition. To ensure your understanding before your demise, I shall satisfy your curiosity. I was originally an elder of the Celestial Clan, a formidable being of the Great Sage Realm. For the sake of my clan's mission in the Tianlan Realm, I sought to obtain a treasure of the inner world. I willingly destroyed my physical form and employed a secret technique to seal my soul within a soul pearl. Subsequently, for other elders of my clan, descending into the lower realms, discovered an individual with a unique constitution capable of harboring souls. They coerced and enticed him with numerous benefits to enhance his cultivation, thus enabling him to agree to practice a secret technique that would allow me to retain a portion of my strength, along with consuming a special elixir, resulting in the being you see before you now. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian comprehended. No wonder I found your visage so familiar. You are that person. The Grand Elder continued. Well, son of the Yuan clan, I have clarified your doubts. Now, it is time for you to depart. Yuan Zhanxian retorted with a cold smile. The one who should depart is you. Upon uttering these words, a chaotic aura emanated from Yuan Zhanxian, his body radiating an extraordinary brilliance. What? You possess a chaos body? What manner of monster are you, harboring 3 extraordinary constitutions? No, this cannot be allowed. You must not leave here alive. You pose a grave threat, one that could jeopardize my clan's future plans. You must die, the Grand Elder proclaimed frantically. With that, the power of the 9th stage of the Sage Realm erupted, a terrifying aura surging directly towards Yuan Zhanxian. The Grand Elder then flashed before Yuan Zhanxian and struck with a powerful punch. In response, Yuan Zhanxian harnessed the power of the chaos body, combining it with the might of the divine elephant suppression, clashing against the Grand Elder's fist. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their figures flickering through the void, their speed astounding. The onlookers below were rendered speechless, shocked by the presence of a top-tier powerhouse of the 9th stage of the Sage Realm and astonished that Yuan Zhanxian could contend with such an opponent. Their eyes were glued to the earth-shattering battle unfolding before them. After a prolonged exchange, Yuan Zhanxian gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Then, with a thunderous crash, the Grand Elder, empowered by the strength of the 9th stage of the Sage Realm, delivered a punch that sent Yuan Zhanxian crashing to the ground. Yuan Zhanxian's feet sank into the earth, creating a massive crater from the tremendous force. Gathering the might of his heavy eye, supreme bone, chaos power, and the divine elephant's suppression, he amalgamated these 4 forces and unleashed a radiant energy blast towards the Grand Elder. This energy, infused with the terrifying amalgamation of powers, caused the very fabric of the inner world's formidable space to fracture. With a resounding crack, the space was torn asunder by the overwhelming energy radiating from Yuan Zhanxian. The Grand Elder's expression turned grave upon witnessing such a terrifying strike. Subsequently, an eruption of ethereal energy surged forth, manifesting as 9 shackles of fire radiating white flames. With a fierce roar directed at Yuan Zhanxian, he declared, 9 fiends burning heaven forbidden technique. The 9 white flame shackles intertwined and surged toward the terrifying brilliance of Yuan Zhanxian's energy. The clash of these 2 formidable forces resulted in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air. Yuan Zhanxian was propelled backwards several dozen meters, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The Grand Elder, too, was forced back over 20 meters, his complexion paling in the aftermath. At this moment, seizing the opportunity, the Grand Elder swiftly maneuvered to the side of the onlookers, extending his hand to draw forth a powerful suction towards Lin Yan. Meanwhile, Zhao Zixian inexplicably pushed Lin Yan forward. The suction then latched onto her instead, and with a flick of the Grand Elder's fingers, Zhao Zixian was drawn directly before him. Uncertain of her own motivations for pushing Lin Yan, she might have believed that he still held some value in confronting Yuan Zhanxian, or perhaps thought that Yuan Zhanxian would surely come to her rescue if she were captured. Ultimately, the reasons remained elusive and unclear. The Grand Elder, clutching Zhao Zixian, turned to Yuan Zhanxian with a smile and remarked, "This individual is your beloved, is she not? I have observed your unwavering protection of her." "No, we are merely acquaintances," Yuan Zhanxian replied coolly. "Oh, is that so? Then I shall proceed to eliminate her," the Grand Elder continued. "It matters not. Do as you wish." Yuan Zhanxian maintained his indifferent demeanor, initially believing that capturing Zhao Zixian would compel Yuan Zhanxian to relent. The Grand Elder was frustrated to discover that he had seized an inconsequential individual. Enraged, he unleashed his overwhelming aura. Zhao Zixian, possessing the cultivation of Blood Realm, could hardly withstand the tremor of a saint's presence. Her internal organs were shattered in an instant. In her final moments, she gazed at Yuan Zhanxian and uttered, "Young master," but her words were left unspoken as she succumbed to the void. Chapter 55, Fatal Weakness in this moment. Lin Yan's eyes were bloodshot and filled with anguish as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Witnessing his beloved perish before his very eyes pierced his heart like 1,000 swords. plunging him into a state of madness. He charged recklessly towards the Grand Elder, intent on avenging the death of his cherished one. The Grand Elder, observing the scene, swiftly seized Lin Yan. The 4 elders of the celestial clan, upon seeing this, cried out, "Elder, this is the Lin Yan we have been searching for." The Grand Elder paused, momentarily taken aback, and then remarked, "So it is you." This has come effortlessly. Recognizing Lin Yan's potential usefulness, he relaxed his guard and allowed Lin Yan to approach, underestimating the threat posed by this young man of the Cave Heaven realm. Yet, Lin Yan's mind was consumed by the image of Zhao Zishuan pushing him away, only to be struck dead by the overwhelming aura of the Grand Elder. In a surge of desperation, he clutched the Grand Elder and implored, "Young Master Yuan, act swiftly. Zishuan died for me. I do not wish to live alone. Please, take action." Yuan Zhanxian, witnessing the turmoil, acted decisively, channeling the power of his dual pupils, the supreme bone, the chaos force, and the might of the divine elephant. He unleashed a formidable punch. The combined energy of these 4 terrifying powers surged towards Lin Yan and the Grand Elder. At this moment, the Grand Elder felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of how to respond. Lin Yan was undeniably a valuable asset, yet Yuan Zhaoxian's devastating blow was already in motion. If he employed his saintly power, the overwhelming force would surely obliterate Lin Yan, just as it had the young woman moments before. Failing to use his power would leave him vulnerable to a potentially fatal strike from Yuan Zhaoxian. If he perished, the mission in the Tianlan realm would undoubtedly fail. Yet if Lin Yan were to die, they could devise another plan. Resolutely, the Grand Elder clenched his teeth and unleashed his saintly power. Lin Yan was hurled away by the force, his internal organs shattered, much like Zhao Zishuan before him. As he lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, he crawled slowly towards Zhao Zishuan's lifeless body. What had once seemed a short distance now felt insurmountably far, but Lin Yan clung to the last vestiges of life, determined to reach her side even in death. Gradually, he reached Zhao Zishuan, weakly lifting his hand to caress her face, murmuring intermittently, "Zishuan, you need not worry. I shall not let you go alone. I have come to accompany you." With those final words, Lin Yan's hand fell away, and he succumbed to his fate. At that moment, the Grand Elder's incantation was almost complete, yet it was ultimately too late. Lin Yan's actions had delayed the optimal timing for casting the spell. The Grand Elder had not yet summoned his magic. The terrifying radiance emanating from the convergence of 4 formidable powers of the Yuan Zhanxian approached him directly. Subsequently, the Grand Elder, unable to fully summon his mystical arts, managed to repel a portion of Yuan Zhanxian's luminous energy, while the remaining force struck him with unyielding intensity. The impact was cataclysmic, launching the Grand Elder into the air. With 2 resounding explosions, he crashed into the parched earth, creating a vast crater. At this moment, the Grand Elder, his garments tattered and his body marred with wounds, bled profusely, a trickle of crimson staining the corner of his mouth. His eyes glowed a fierce red as he ascended slowly. Within this inner realm, devoid of celestial energy and natural elements, he found himself unable to wield the elemental laws that only a being of the saintly realm could comprehend. This was a considerable source of frustration, however. In such a critical juncture, he had little choice but to forcibly summon the elemental laws, even at the risk of incurring lasting injuries. Then, an immense surge of spiritual energy radiated from the Grand Elder, an overwhelming aura that reached for the heavens. Soon, the arid terrain was enveloped by a colossal storm cloud, pulsating with flashes of terrifying lightning. A wave of oppressive pressure descended from above. At this moment, Yuan Zhanxian felt a twinge of anxiety. The Grand Elder's command over elemental laws posed a challenge that even his current strength might struggle to oppose. The adage without sanctity, one is but an ant rang true. Yuan Zhanxian possessed the capability to contend with first and second-tier saints and could even inflict injury upon them. Yet, to slay a being of the saintly realm remained an insurmountable task, as such entities could traverse space, a power unique to their rank. Furthermore, this was a formidable 9th-tier saint. In his heart, Yuan Zhanxian silently called out, "Tongzi, Tongzi." "Here, host," came the unwavering response from the Supreme System. "Examine this individual's fatal weaknesses," Yuan Zhanxian instructed. "Certainly, host. Please hold on. A consumption of 20,000 task points is required to reveal this individual's information and weaknesses. What a steep price. Host, shall I proceed with the expenditure of 20,000 task points for the examination?" "Proceed." Identity: Elder of the Celestial Clan. Age: 38,000 years. Cultivation: Second tier of the Great Saint Realm, currently diminished to the 9th tier of the Saint Realm. Encounter: descended into the lower Tianlan realm, utilizing secret techniques for self-destruction of the physical form, resulting in the soul's descent. Weakness. The power of the divine soul is at only 6 layers of its peak. The divine soul is relatively weak and can be attacked. Currently, the only technique I possess to assault the divine soul is the heavy eye. Yet the disparity in cultivation remains vast. Just moments ago, even the manifestation of that heavy eye that opened the heavens was thwarted by him, Yuan Zhanxian murmured. Host. Do not forget, this system is omnipotent. With a modest investment of task points, this issue can be effortlessly resolved, the supreme system reassured him. Ah, I nearly overlooked that. Pray, enlighten me, Yuan Zhanxian inquired. The host need only expend 80,000 task points to exchange for the soul-snatching pearl. 80,000. Such an exorbitant sum. Tongzi, are you trying to swindle me? It costs only 20,000 to view information, yet a mere trinket demands 80,000? Yuan Zhanxian expressed his dissatisfaction. The host, produced by the supreme system, offers nothing but exquisite treasures. How could it possibly be a flawed gem, let alone deceive you? Everything is transparently priced. The supreme system replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. All right, let us exchange. Observing the misfortune of Yuan Zhanxian, the supreme system felt a sense of delight. Host, would you like to expend 80,000 task points to acquire the soul-absorbing pearl? Exchange. Yuan Zhanxian gritted his teeth at that moment, then inquired. How does one utilize this item? The supreme system responded. The host merely needs to infuse spiritual energy into the soul-absorbing pearl and direct it towards the intended target, after which the pearl will siphon the soul of that individual. What a remarkable item! With this, isn't it effortless to deal with those of weaker spiritual power? How naive. The soul-absorbing pearl is a one-time use item. Once employed, it vanishes. You claim it's not a scam, yet you owe me task points, Yuan Zhanxian shouted internally, while the supreme system ignored his protests entirely. At that moment, a ghostly blue pearl materialized in Yuan Zhanxian's hand. He infused his spiritual energy into the soul-absorbing pearl and maneuvered it before the Grand Elder. The pearl emitted a brilliant azure glow, enveloping the Grand Elder entirely. The Grand Elder stood motionless as the soul-absorbing pearl slowly began to draw in his soul. The other 4 elders of the celestial clan, witnessing this, prepared to flee. Just then, the ancestor of divine feather flashed before them, asking, "Where do you think you're going, esteemed elders? Step aside." One of the celestial elders barked. "Your Grand Elder has been subdued by the divine sun. You might as well stay," the ancestor of divine feather continued. As he spoke, the other 7 quasi-saint experts from the divine feather sacred land swiftly surrounded the fleeing elders, blocking their escape routes. In less than a moment, the 4 celestial elders were subdued by the 8 quasi-saints of the divine feather sacred land. Yuan Zhanxian, observing the Grand Elder's soul in turmoil within the soul-absorbing pearl, unleashed a brilliant ray from his dual pupils, which obliterated the pearl. Thus, the Grand Elder was utterly annihilated. Turning his gaze towards the dazed Huaping, another ray shot forth, resulting in Huaping's immediate demise. After resolving these matters, Yuan Zhanxian returned to the others and addressed the subdued celestial elders, saying, "Do not execute them for now. We will discuss their fate upon my return." He added, "You all remain here. Lineage is deceased. I must investigate the matter myself." "Yes, divine son, please take care," the crowd responded. Yuan Zhanxian then ventured deeper into the arid land. The further he progressed, the heavier the gravitational pull became. At this moment, the gravity surrounding him was sufficient to crush a quasi-saint level expert, and even a saint level expert might find it perilous. Yet, relying on his formidable 3 innate physiques, Yuan Zhanxian persevered. Gazing at the remaining distance of several dozen kilometers, his 3 innate physiques surged with energy as he hastened onward. Traversing the barren terrain, before him unfolded a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Here, the scenery is as poetic as it is picturesque, a breathtaking realm where emerald mountains, crystalline waters, and ethereal seas of clouds intertwine harmoniously. It is a dreamlike paradise that captivates the soul, rendering one utterly enchanted. The celestial being, Yuan Zhanxian, gazing upon this earthly utopia, could not help but exclaim, "The heavens connect with the billowing clouds at dawn, as the Milky Way prepares to dance with 1,000 sails. It feels as though my dreamlike spirit has returned to the Emperor's domain, where I hear the divine words, earnestly inquiring of my whereabouts." With measured steps, he advanced toward the heart of this earthly paradise, where a vast expanse of grassland awaited him. Upon his arrival, a surge of resplendent, multicolored light erupted toward the heavens. In the center of the meadow, a plot of land radiated a dazzling golden glow. At that moment, the world seed within Yuan Zhanxian's consciousness also ignited with vibrant hues, reminding him that Lin Yin had cultivated his miraculous elixirs using such soil. He knelt down, grasping a handful of the earth, as an aura of celestial essence emanated forth. This is celestial soil. Yuan Zhanxian marveled in astonishment. He had once perused an ancient tome in the Yuan clan's library, which contained a brief account of the origins of this celestial soil. It is a treasure born of the myriad years of nurturing in the realm of immortals, a gem of the highest order. This extraordinary soil possesses a remarkable efficacy, allowing for the cultivation of any spiritual herb while significantly reducing its growth time without compromising its potency. Rather, it enhances it. No wonder the world seed had flickered with colorful brilliance upon meeting Lin Yin. It all makes sense now. This celestial soil is indeed the unparalleled choice for nurturing the world seed, he mused. Subsequently, Yuan Zhanxian settled into a meditative posture, a golden light manifesting upon his forehead, enveloping the golden plot of land. This land then merged into his consciousness, within his mind's eye, as the celestial soil appeared. The world seed radiated with vibrant hues before gradually descending into the soil. In a short while, a golden trunk began to emerge from the earth, branching out into 10 golden limbs, from which a singular branch bore a cluster of iridescent leaves. At that moment, a mysterious force surged into Yuan Zhanxian's body, causing him to exude a dazzling, multicolored glow. He appeared both majestic and divine. Suddenly, a terrifying brilliance erupted from his being, as he opened his eyes to discover that his cultivation had ascended to the 7th realm of reincarnation. Moreover, an inexplicable surge of formidable power now resided within him, surpassing even his formidable abilities of the heavy eye, supreme power, chaotic force, and the divine elephant's confinement. However, this power consumed spiritual energy at an alarming rate, and with his current cultivation, he could only wield it for a mere 20 seconds. At this moment, as Yuan Zhanxian reveled in the terror of this newfound power, the skies of the Tianlan realm illuminated with golden light, and golden raindrops began to fall from the heavens. In the Tianlan realm, both the mundane and the cultivators found their ailments miraculously healed, while the healthy experienced a newfound vigor. The practitioners who encountered this auspicious reign found themselves on the brink of breakthrough. Many sensed their impending advancements, while those of considerable strength felt their spiritual power augmenting. Even the powerful beings on the verge of sanctity perceived an extension of their lifespans by several years. Upon acquiring the treasures of this realm, Yuan Zhanxian hesitated no longer and swiftly departed from this earthly paradise. Before departing, he glanced back and remarked, "When the time comes to open new dimensions, I shall undoubtedly create a realm as